After the overworked Ye Wenyang's untimely death, she transmigrated into the role of a vicious female antagonist in a narrative where the tyrannical CEO faces ruin. On that very day, Ye Wenyang tore up the script. Childhood friend? Unbound by the storyline, Ye Wenya cheerfully observed as the characters revolved around the female protagonist, while she indulged in a carefree existence. However, the plot began to unravel with increasing severity. How did it deteriorate to such an extent? Chapter 1. Transmigrated into the malevolent female antagonist of a tyrannical CEO narrative. On the third floor of the Fu family's villa, one of the most prestigious families in the capital city, lies the sole bedroom. The bedroom's decor leans towards a cool and understated elegance, with minimal furnishings, lacking the typical items one would expect from a young lady. System, tell me, given that the original body is so beautiful and wealthy, why did the author choose to portray her as a malicious, love-struck fool? Ye Wenya stood before the dressing mirror, narcissistically striking numerous poses. She found it puzzling that Fu Yu, the esteemed head of the Fu family, was truly exceptional, yet the original body was also the daughter of the prestigious Ye family. In reality, she should not be a love-struck fool willing to sacrifice everything for a man while committing numerous heinous acts. Just as System 001 was about to voice its complaints, it sensed Fu Yu's arrival. Host, the male lead has made his entrance. Please adhere to the script and maintain the persona of the malicious female antagonist, as this is your only chance to return to the modern world. Ye Wenya rolled her eyes dramatically. She would have to be out of her mind to choose to return to the modern life of a 9-to-5 corporate slave when she could remain here and enjoy the leisurely life of a rich and beautiful woman. In mere seconds, a steady and powerful footfall echoed through the room. Ye Wenya turned towards the sound and beheld the male lead of this tale. The escaping wife is a top-tier celebrity. The man was clad in a deep navy suit, towering in stature, exuding an aura that was both imposing and aloof. His eyes were shrouded in a subtle air of pride and chill, creating an impenetrable barrier. Ye Wenya let out a soft click of her tongue. She could not deny that the male lead was indeed exceptionally handsome and distinguished, albeit a scoundrel. Do you still refuse to agree to the divorce? Fu Yu cast her a disdainful glance, his voice frostily cutting. Ye Wenya flashed a radiant smile and extended her hand. Bring forth the divorce agreement. As previously discussed, not a single cent of the compensation owed to me is negotiable. Furthermore, after our divorce, let us act as if we have never met. At this moment, System 001 was shouting frantically in her mind. Host, do you wish to meet your demise? If you stray from the plot, you will ultimately perish. Following the storyline is your only path back to your original world. Ye Wenya chose to ignore it, turning to the somewhat bewildered Fu Yu. Hurry up and present the divorce agreement. I do not wish to squander another precious moment of my time on someone like you. Fu Yu suspected that this was merely a new tactic of hers and sneered. Do not presume that this ploy will deter me from the divorce. Ye Wenya scoffed. You, a scoundrel who cheated during marriage, have the audacity to utter such words. Was there truly no alternative to marriage back then? In the end, you subjected me to emotional neglect and cheated, all in the name of some so-called true love, which only sickens me. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu stepped forward, exclaiming, It was you who goaded my grandmother into feigning illness to trick me into marriage. Ye Wenya was disinclined to engage in further discourse with him. Quickly, bring the divorce agreement. We must go to the Civil Affairs Bureau before it closes and finalize our divorce. Just as Fu Yu was about to say, I will go get it now, he heard Ye Wenya's next words. System. I fail to comprehend why those readers proclaim him to be deeply affectionate, claiming he treats the female protagonist, when Shushu, with kindness. One must remember that Fu Yu is a man who is engaged in infidelity while married and has subjected his original self to emotional torment. Fu Yu furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening as it fixed upon her. What readers? What had just transpired? The words spoken by the readers did not emanate from Ye Wenya's lips, yet they resonated in his ears. Was it ventriloquism? She lacked the capability for such a feat. What? Ye Wenya was engrossed in a dialogue with the system and had not fully grasped his words. System. Do you believe that this scoundrel, Fu Yu, is captivated by my beauty and wishes to lead a double life? Look at him. I consent to the divorce. His hesitance is indicative of his attraction to my beauty. I knew it all along. My beauty is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu began to piece together the situation. It appeared that Ye Wenya had been conversing internally with something referred to as the system, and the content of their dialogue pertained to him. Fu Yu narrowed his sharp black eyes and looked down upon Ye Wenya, stating, As for the matter of divorce, we shall discuss it once grandmother consents. until he unraveled the true intentions behind Ye Wenya and the system, as well as the peculiar occurrences. He could not allow her to leave. Ye Wenya froze at his words, exclaiming, "Fuyu, are you out of your mind? I will speak to grandmother. I implore you to divorce me immediately, as I no longer wish to be bound to you in this household registration." Fuyu warned, "Grandmother's health is fragile. Refrain from discussing such matters with her, as it may upset her." Just as Ye Wenya was about to speak, Fuyu turned and walked away. Hey, Fuyu, hurry and divorce me. Do not delay for your beloved.
Damn.
System, you must devise a means for Fuyu to agree to the divorce. Only after the divorce can he truly be with a female protagonist, allowing you to complete your task. The bewildered System 001 became invigorated, exclaiming, "The host is correct. As long as the male and female leads unite, the integrity of the plot can collapse without consequence." Successfully coaxing the system, Ye Wenya slumped on the sofa, perusing her phone and indulging in a shopping spree. Premium lobsters purchased. Bluefin tuna acquired. An array of exquisite snacks obtained. As Fuyu exited the room, he was met with the incessant sounds, his gaze growing colder. How insatiable her appetite is. 90% of her purchases consisted of various edibles, with the remainder devoted to utensils for consuming said delicacies. Ye Wenya's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. He had to keep a vigilant watch. Meanwhile, after her shopping spree, Ye Wenya, feeling rejuvenated, ventured into the garden to find Grandmother Fu. She required the elder's support to successfully instigate a divorce. Grandmother Fu had a routine of enjoying tea in the garden at specific times daily, a habit she cherished. "Grandmother." Ye Wenya beamed as she took a seat across from her. This elderly matriarch had fallen ill following the divorce between the male lead and the original self, adamantly refusing to acknowledge Wenshushu as the new granddaughter-in-law. Subsequently, the original self was driven to despair by the male lead's actions, leading to her family's ruin and her own tragic demise by jumping from a height. Upon learning this, the elder was consumed by grief. Grandmother Fu was an elegant and gentle yet somewhat strict woman who held a deep fondness for Ye Wenya, primarily due to her genuine character and background. "Wenya has arrived. Hasn't Fu returned? Why does he not spend time with you?" Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya's expression transformed into one of profound sorrow. "Grandmother, I have decided to divorce Fuyu. It is not Fuyu's fault. It is I who am inadequate, unable to earn his affection. After much contemplation, I have resolved that rather than remain as resentful partners, it is better to let him go for his own happiness." Grandmother Fu was well aware of Fuyu's misdeeds and had reprimanded him on numerous occasions. "Wenya, rest assured, as long as I do not consent, that vixen shall not be able to be with Fuyu." Ye Wenya dabbed at the corners of her eyes, which had gathered tears, and amidst sobs, she implored, "Grandmother, I can no longer endure this suffering." Throughout these 2 years of matrimonial existence, the instances of Fuyu's return have been few and far between. The crux of the matter is that each encounter has devolved into either a quarrel or his silent treatment towards me. If this continues, I shall truly reach the brink of despair. La. My exceptional acting skills are surely worthy of an Academy Award. A certain male protagonist stands on the balcony of his study on the 3rd floor, his gaze coldly fixed upon Ye Wenya. Excellent, truly excellent. This Ye Wenya dares to approach my grandmother regarding the matter of divorce. Chapter 2. The plot actively converged before her. However, the world he inhabited appeared to be one crafted from the pages of a novel. What could possibly be the reason? Ye Wenya's, wholly unaware of his scrutiny, continued to lament to old Madame Fu when she heard a languid voice belonging to a young man.
"Oh.
Why is Madame Fu crying? Has President Fu upset you again?" Following the sound, Ye Wenya's beheld a man not far from her, possessing a pair of deeply emotive, alluring peach blossom eyes. He stood tall, his lips thin, and if he were to smile at her, an inexplicable aura of seduction would radiate from him. From System 001. Ye Wenya's learned the identity of this man. He was Gu Tailin, the book's principal antagonist and a childhood friend of the male protagonist, as well as the current head of the Gu family. She regarded Gu Tailin with a mix of admiration and pity. In the narrative, Gu Tailin and Fuyu shared a benign competitive relationship since childhood. However, as Gu Tailin gradually became enamored with a female protagonist, Wenshushu, the dynamics shifted dramatically. By the latter chapters of the book, Gu Tailin resorted to every means to win Wenshushu's affection, resorting to various schemes against Fuyu. Ultimately, he found himself imprisoned through the combined efforts of Fuyu and Wenshushu, leading to the downfall of the Gu family. "Isn't this Mr. Gu here to seek out Fuyu again?" You two seem to share a rather close relationship, she remarked in an oddly teasing tone. Gu Tailin felt uneasy under her gaze, the smile fading from his lips. Was this woman truly unwell? Previously, she had been vehemently opposing him on Fuyu's behalf, and now she regarded him with pity. Is Madame Fu feeling jealous? I heard that President Fu. His words were abruptly cut off by Ye Wenya's. No, I am not jealous. Nor do I wish to know about Fuyu and Wenshushu's affairs, especially since I am about to divorce Fuyu. His matters no longer concern me in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin looked at her as if she were a rare specimen. You would actually go through with the divorce? After all these years, you were so devoted to Fuyu, even proclaiming a desire to die together on the same day. Ye Wenyas had no intention of engaging with a man destined for demise. She turned to hold old Madame Fu's hand and whimsically pleaded, Grandma, please agree to my divorce with Fuyu. I do not agree. Fuyu's cold voice interrupted as he approached. Ye Wenyas felt a surge of exasperation. Ugh. This disgusting scoundrel Fuyu. He must be enamored with my beauty and desires to have both sides. Fuyu and Gu Tailin exchanged glances, one with clenched teeth and the other with a bemused expression. Ye Wenyas, you dare to insult Fuyu? Gu Tailin felt as if he was seeing Ye Wenyas in a new light.
Ye Wenyas ma internet her komposure, internalli rolin hereyes.
Mr. Gu, are you out of your mind? I just did not say anything. Did not say anything? Gu Tailin was about to retort when old Madame Fu interjected. Wenyas does not resort to insults. Gu Tailin was filled with doubt. What had he just heard from Ye Wenyas? His gaze fell on her.
Ye Wenyas huffet softly.
Addressing Fuyu, Fuyu, you were the one adamantly pursuing the divorce, and now you are refusing? What does this mean? What is Gu Tailin staring at? You are merely a stepping stone in the romance of the protagonists, destined for ruin. Gu Tailin narrowed his sharp eyes, fixating on her expression. This time, he was certain that the words he had just heard did not originate from Ye Wenyas. What could this mean? Furthermore, what did she mean by referring to him as the antagonist and a stepping stone in the protagonist's romance? Why did she predict his eventual downfall? His gaze caused Ye Wenyas to frown. She had no time to chastise him. My family has numerous collaborations with the Ye family. You cannot simply declare a divorce.
Fuyu casually fabricated a reason.
He glanced at Gu Tailin, wondering if this man, the greatest antagonist in this narrative, would interfere with his relationship with Shushu. The topic of divorce is not to be mentioned again, old Madame Fu declared with authority. Ye Wenyas felt deflated, her cheeks puffing in frustration as she declared her intention to take a stroll, grabbing her phone and handbag before driving away. The moment she entered her limited edition Ferrari, her mood instantly improved. Indeed, this custom Ferrari is simply exhilarating. Arriving at the most bustling commercial street, she chose the largest and most luxurious mall, parking her car in the lot. Just as she stepped out, she heard a strange young girl's reprimand. Get away from me. Ye Wenyas felt no curiosity or desire to meddle. She was about to walk away when the girl appeared right before her. Upon getting a good look at the pure and stylishly dressed young woman, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that the female protagonist Wenshushu from the novel?" It dawned on her. Following the plot, after the original character reported to old Madame Fu, she had sought revenge on Wenshushu. Fuyu, concerned for Wenshushu, was on his way to find her when he happened to see her being harassed by a fan. At that time, Gu Tailin was also present, drawn by the unfolding drama. It was during this incident that the antagonist developed an interest in Wenshushu, leading to ensuing complications. As she observed the fanatic's appearance, Ye Wenyas quickly ducked behind a pillar to watch the spectacle unfold. Calling the male protagonist and the greatest antagonist, "Where are you? Your beloved is being harassed by a fan, and you still haven't rushed to her aid?" Male protagonist, your beloved's face is flushed with anger. Hurry and appear. Both Gu Tailin and Fuyu fell into a profound silence upon their arrival. Gu Tailin cast an enigmatic glance at Fuyu, a playful smile curling the corners of his lips. Male protagonist? That sounds like something out of a novel or a drama. Was the world he occupied truly a creation of a narrative? Was Fuyu the male protagonist? Was Wenshushu the female star? He scoffed silently, thinking that only a lunatic would be enamored with a woman who entices married men. Yet, Ye Wenyas had become much more intriguing. Fuyu didn't remain silent for long. He swiftly approached Wenshushu, kicking away the harassing fan. Turning back, he gently inquired, "Shushu, are you hurt? Where are the bodyguards I arranged for you?" The fan, sensing the shift in circumstances, fled in haste. Wenshushu's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly explained, "I let the bodyguards take the day off. Please don't blame them. No one expected such a large incident to occur today. As Fu Yu prepared to admonish her, Ye Wenya's inner voice reached his ears.
Ugh.
What a repugnant tea flavor. A mistress seducing a married man, pretending to embody virtue. It makes me want to vomit my last meal. Only a scoundrel like Fu Yu would be attracted to her. They truly are a match made in heaven. Fu Yu's expression stiffened momentarily, discreetly searching for Ye Wenya's. The fan's incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by her. This woman was truly malicious. Does Miss Wen not know that Fu Yu is married? Gu Tailin, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, appeared relaxed, yet his eyes glimmered with a cold light. Chapter 3 The venomous female antagonist must embody the traits of a venomous female antagonist. Upon hearing this, Wen Shushu quickly distanced herself from Fu Yu. Mr. Gu, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with President Fu is merely platonic. Platonic to the extent of sharing a bed? Gu Tailin let out a light scoff, remarking how utterly insipid she was, one moment leveraging Fu Yu in hopes of marrying into the Fu family, and the next, disavowing any connection. Suddenly, he was startled by Ye Wenya's incredulous voice. Why isn't Gu Tailin supporting her heartthrob? Could it be that Gu Tailin wishes to attract Wen Shushu's attention in this manner? She truly embodies the protagonist of a novel, lacking even a fraction of my beauty, yet managing to capture the affections of every man. Gu Tailin felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Merely the thought of him being enamored with such a nauseatingly vapid woman in this narrative made him want to retch. Gu Tailin. Fu Yu glared at him, protectively shielding Wen Shushu. I was the first to fall for Shushu. His statement was abruptly interrupted by Gu Tailin's impatient retort, who was first is irrelevant. Wen Shushu is fully aware of your marital status yet eagerly plays the role of the mistress. Is that not the epitome of disgrace?
Fu Yu.
Is this the woman you cherish? Have you lost your senses? At that moment, both Gu Tailin and Fu Yu heard Ye Wenya's inner thoughts again. What is this? The so-called plot twist, where the original character faces betrayal, is pushed down the stairs by Fu Yu, resulting in a broken leg. Igniting the fury of the Ye family against Wen Shushu, and Fu Yu scheming against the Ye family for the sake of his beloved. Gu Tailin observed a shift in his gaze towards Wen Shushu. Such a venomous and duplicitous woman, and Fu Yu still held her in such high regard, creating chaos over her. He needed to distance himself from this toxic individual. Fu Yu, disbelieving that such events would transpire, coldly shouted, Ye Wenya, you vile woman, come out. How long do you intend to harass Shushu with your fan club? The limits of patience had been reached. Ye Wenya emerged, leaning against a pillar, her gaze mockingly assessing Fu Yu and Wen Shushu. What a splendid pair of scoundrels, adept at framing others. Mr. Fu, do you possess any evidence that I orchestrated the fan club? Gu Tailin stood beside her, giving her a thumbs up.
Ye Wenya.
I wholeheartedly support your confrontation with these scoundrels. Ye Wenya was taken aback. Brother, the person you ought to defend is your beloved Wen Shushu. Why have you come to protect me? Can't you see your beloved is on the verge of tears? My heavens, I haven't done anything wrong. How is the plot twisted so dramatically? Gu Tailin confirmed he was indeed in a fictional world, finding it increasingly curious and entertaining. He shot Ye Wenya a meaningful glance, deciding to stay close to her, for she was undeniably fascinating at this moment. Ye Wenya, bewildered by the plot's derailment, resolved to ignore it. As long as the male and female leads were together, nothing else mattered. Before Mrs. Fu, Wen Shushu could utter a word when she was abruptly silenced by a resounding slap from Ye Wenya. Shaking her hand, Ye Wenya swiftly struck Wen Shushu multiple times before kicking her to the ground. Address me as Miss Ye. How audacious to act as a mistress in this day and age. You have provoked me multiple times with your calls. Did you truly think I feared you? Shushu. Fu Yu helped Wen Shushu to her feet and turned to deliver a slap to Ye Wenya. How dare you strike Shushu in my presence? What else might you plot against her behind the scenes? Ye Wenya, agile, dodged him and seized Wen Shushu's hair, delivering more slaps.
Fu Yu.
If you dare lay a hand on me, I will ensure your beloved suffers. Gu Tailin's gaze followed her, his amusement deepening. It was only at that moment that Wen Shushu regained her composure, tearfully trying to dissuade Fu Yu. Mr. Fu, please don't act this way. Miss Ye is your wife. The humiliation of today will be repaid 1,000-fold to that wretched Ye Wenya. Fu Yu shot a fierce glare at Ye Wenya, tenderly cradling Wen Shushu's face. Shushu, does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wen Shushu, on the verge of breaking down, replied, I'm fine, Mr. Fu. Please don't argue with Miss Ye, just soothe her. I don't want to see this.
Oh.
How revolting! Ye Wenya exclaimed, her face contorting with disgust. You two are truly the epitome of both deceitful and shameless. Miss Wen, whether you prefer to be the third or fourth party, should you dare to trouble me again, I will ensure your career is ruined. Furthermore, you need to persuade your scoundrel to agree to a divorce. If he desires to have both, he must seek my approval. When Shushu felt a wave of shock and distress wash over her as she glanced at Fuyu, whose expression was less than pleasant.
Monsieur, Fuyu and I are not what you think.
I apologize for not maintaining proper boundaries and disrupting your marital relationship. Unable to endure further, Ye Wenya declared. If you three continue this entanglement, I shall take my leave. Fuyu, please expedite your agreement to divorce. With that, she swiftly departed, dialing her brother Yi Tsong as she walked. Brother, we should terminate any collaborations with the Fu family. Let us not engage with them any longer. In the novel, the Yi family was ultimately brought down by Fuyu, primarily due to the original character's reckless devotion to him, neglecting her family situation to support Fuyu, which led to dire consequences. Now, she vowed to prevent Fuyu from exploiting their family's sacrifices to bolster the Fu family's power. Yi Tsong's features softened, his warm demeanor becoming increasingly alluring. Have you finally given up on Fuyu? Before his sister could respond, he added, I cannot recall how many times I have advised you against him, even showing you photos of Fuyu with Wen Shushu, yet you remained obstinate.
Now,
it seems you've finally come to your senses, and I can gradually withdraw from our partnership with the Fu group. Ye Wenya mused that her lack of authenticity was why she couldn't tolerate such a lowly character as Fuyu. Brother, will our family incur any losses? Also, I wish to move back home. Seeing that scoundrel Fuyu vexes me. Yi Tsong assured her that there would not be significant losses and that he would send someone to help her pack. Meanwhile, Gu Tailan chuckled as he glanced at Fuyu and Wen Shushu before pursuing Ye Wenya. Fuyu, go comfort Miss Yi. This is my fault. Wen Shushu displayed an apologetic expression, feeling immense guilt. From now on, let us meet less. I don't want to disrupt your relationship with Miss Yi anymore. Was Fuyu's reluctance to divorce genuine or mere pretense? Fuyu instantly transformed into a doting figure. Shushu, it's not your fault. It's that Ye Wenya's stirring trouble. Rest assured, I will swiftly resolve the divorce and bring you into my life. When Shushu nestled into his embrace, a glint of darkness flickering in her eyes. Fuyu, you treat me so well. Ye Wenya noticed that no matter where she went, Gu Tailan followed her like a tenacious shadow. She wanted to express her anger, yet he smiled benignly, appearing completely unfazed by her ire, as if she were striking a pillow. Mr. Gu, you're unwell. I'm ill, and you are the cure, Gu Tailan cheerfully interrupted her. Chapter 4. The divorce is finally successful. Ye Wenya nearly gasped for breath. System, hurry. Think of a way to distance this villain from me. I merely wish to divorce and enjoy my single life with a plethora of handsome suitors, not remain tethered to one tree. Gu Tailan was now certain that she genuinely desired a divorce. I have a splendid idea. I can assist you in obtaining that divorce. Ye Wenya regarded Gu Tailan with a skeptical gaze. Flattery without reason can only stem from ulterior motives. He must be aiming to clear the path for the female protagonist and then seek her favor. Before long, you shall find yourself a mere subject beneath her skirts, willing to sacrifice anything for her. Gu Tailan's expression darkened. The very thought of developing an affection for the likes of Wen Shushu in this narrative made him feel nauseated. I can help you divorce. The Gu family and the Yi family could strengthen their collaboration. What do you think? Ye Wenya's suspicion deepened. Are you out of your mind?
Goodness. System.
Yet another man fixated on my beauty. I knew it. Gu Tailan's flattery is merely a ruse to pursue my allure. Alas. It is unfortunate that my beauty attracts such dogs. Gu Tailan chuckled, his smile enchanting as his peach blossom eyes sparkled mischievously. I am merely curious to see how far Fuyu will fall, and whether Wen Shushu will offer her assistance in his downfall. Ye Wenya recognized that although he appeared frivolous, his nature was quite sinister. Fuyu is your good friend. Haven't you heard? In business, one has no friends. Gu Tailan retorted, his eyes narrowing. Ye Wenya remained unconvinced, her instincts warning her to keep her distance from this formidable antagonist. I have other matters to attend to. How about I take you horseback riding in the countryside? I have a stable out there, Gu Tailan interjected. Ye Wenya felt a flicker of interest, but was reluctant to accompany the villain. Perhaps she could buy a stable instead? Let us go, Gu Tailan insisted, leading her towards the parking lot, winking as he added, I have a method to persuade Fuyu to agree to the divorce. At that moment, Ye Wenya found it impossible to refuse. Her desire for a divorce was too fervent. The two arrived at Gu Tailin's countryside stable, donned their riding attire, and prepared to select their horses. Who could have anticipated that Fu Yu would appear, having inadvertently spotted Ye Wenya at his own stable, his voice cold and furious. "Ye Wenya, you dare to follow me." Fu Yu, alongside Wen Shushu, who was leading a horse, had come to enjoy a leisurely day.
Ye Wenya felt her spirits plummet.
Fu Yu's narcissism was insufferable. "Mr. Fu, please refrain from arguing with Miss Yi," Wen Shushu interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation with an apologetic demeanor. "My apologies, Miss Yi." Ye Wenya scoffed. "Miss Wen, on what grounds do you apologize to me? Do you believe you are worthy?"
Ye Wenya.
Fu Yu's temper flared, and he seized her collar. Immediately turning to Shushu with a warning, "Apologize, or I will not let this go lightly." Before Ye Wenya could respond, Gu Tailin stepped forward, forcefully prying Fu Yu's hand away. "Fu Yu, you are utterly despicable." As Fu Yu's hand was released, he instinctively shoved Ye Wenya, who, fortuitously, stepped onto a small stone and lost her balance, tilting backward uncontrollably. Coincidentally, a spirited horse broke free from its handler and charged directly at her. Ye Wenya was too preoccupied with regaining her balance to notice the approaching horse. While when Shushu noticed the danger, she chose to intervene between Fu Yu and Gu Tailin. Keeping an eye on Ye Wenya's plight, Fu Yu remained oblivious, focused solely on grappling with Gu Tailin, hurling accusations of seducing his wife. Gu Tailin, however, was acutely aware. His pupils dilated sharply as he kicked Fu Yu aside and rushed to embrace Ye Wenya, rolling them both out of harm's way. Just as they tumbled aside, the horse thundered past where Ye Wenya had stood moments before, leaving a trail of hoof prints. "Ye Wenya, are you all right?" Gu Tailin disregarded his own condition, lifting her up with concern. "Are you hurt? Should I take you to the hospital?" He recounted the events that had just unfolded. Ye Wenya's complexion paled as she trembled uncontrollably. Just moments ago, she had nearly been trampled by a wild horse. "Divorce!" she shouted furiously. "I want to divorce you immediately." In the Fu residence's living room, Ye Wenya, Gu Tailin, Fu Yu, Wen Shushu, old Madame Fu, and Yi Tsong were all present. Wen Shushu discreetly surveyed the opulent surroundings, suppressing a smile. Ye Wenya's luck had been astonishing. She had narrowly escaped death at the stables. "Since my sister insists on a divorce, let it be so. Old Madame Fu, do you have any objections?" Yi Tsong adjusted his glasses, his smile as warm as spring sunshine. "I would not wish for my sister to be harmed by Fu Yu one day." Old Madame Fu observed the cold glint in his eyes and sighed. "Then let it be. Once Wenya and Fu Yu finalize their divorce, we can discuss other matters." When Fu Yu attempted to voice his disagreement, old Madame Fu swiftly struck him across the face.
"Silence, Mr. Fu."
When Shushu gasped, her concern transforming into a scream. Old Madame Fu retaliated with another slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. Towering over her, old Madame Fu regarded Shushu with disdain, as if she were a mere insect. "You have caused enough trouble in the past. Now you wish to ruin Wenya and Fu Yu's marriage, thinking you have a chance? From this moment forth, the Fu family and the Fu Corporation shall be under my authority once again. Fu Yu will no longer hold any shares in the family or the corporation. Should he mend his ways, I will consider passing the family reins to him. Should he fail, I shall select a suitable heir from our clan." Shushu's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over her as she covered her face in shock. Was old Madame Fu serious? Fu Yu recognized his grandmother's resolve. "Grandma, there is no need for you to speak." Old Madame Fu interrupted, her irritation palpable. "With your lack of responsibility and your blind foolishness, I cannot trust you with the family." Ye Wenya, a spectator to this unfolding drama, was utterly astonished. "System, quickly look. Old Madame Fu is formidable. Do you think we can alter the outcome, where she is driven to her demise by Fu Yu and Wen Shushu?" "What?" Both Fu Yu and Gu Tailin turned to old Madame Fu, one in shock and the other in concern. "Grandma, just disregard Fu Yu as your grandson. In the future, Wenya and I will be dutiful to you." Gu Tailin gently assisted old Madame Fu to sit, patting her back reassuringly. Her expression softened somewhat. "Wenya, you and Fu Yu should proceed with the divorce. Do not concern yourselves with the division of assets. He has none." The divorce was quickly finalized. Ye Wenya held the freshly minted divorce certificate, her mood soaring with delight. She cast a disdainful glance at Fu Yu and Wen Shushu, genuinely congratulating them. "Congratulations. You two have finally come together. I sincerely hope you live harmoniously and never disturb my peace again. System, your task is complete." Congratulations.
Ah,
I can now relish my leisurely and carefree life as a wealthy beauty. Chapter 5. When Shushu manipulates fans to scheme against Ye Wenya. Fu Yu and When Shushu intertwined their fingers, overjoyed to be with each other openly, yet he remained oblivious to Ye Wenya's true intentions and the system's ulterior motives. Oh well, I can always investigate later. Ye Wenya, remember that we are divorced now. Do not pursue me further or scheme against Shushu. When Shushu gently tugged at him and, with a hint of remorse, addressed Ye Wenya, Miss Yi, I apologize for Fu Yu. Hold on.
Ye Wenya checked it lightly.
Miss Wen, please take good care of Fu Yu from now on. After all, he has no assets, no money, and no job. Yet he is accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. When leaving the Fu family, the matriarch had revoked all of Fu Yu's cards and reclaimed all his properties, forbidding him from setting foot in the Fu household ever again. When Shushu spoke softly, Miss Yi, you speak as if I were not already committed to supporting Fu Yu. She held a firm belief that the matriarch would soon calm down, allowing Fu Yu to return to the Fu family, thereby enabling her to rightfully assume the role of the lady of the household. Ye Wenya regarded her with a knowing look. I sincerely hope that Fu Yu and When Shushu can remain together for eternity, thereby ensuring they cannot cause harm to anyone else. However, there is a segment in the novel where Fu Yu is confined by the matriarch while When Shushu engages in a passionate affair with her childhood friend. A flicker of alarm crossed Fu Yu's eyes as he recalled When Shushu's childhood companion, a man who had risen from humble beginnings to great success, who had pursued Shushu relentlessly over the years, even declaring that he would marry no one but her. Shushu, let us go. He took her hand and led her away. Ye Wenya watched them with a beaming smile. System, how long do you think When Shushu can afford to support Fu Yu? I estimate that at most in 2 months. She will find it unbearable. This time, the matriarch is serious. With no money, identity, or status, Fu Yu cannot maintain When Shushu. He is merely being kept by her. Fu Yu chose to ignore these remarks, convinced that Shushu genuinely cared for him and would not treat him differently due to his altered circumstances. As soon as Fu Yu and When Shushu departed, Gu Tailan arrived with a contract in hand. Ye Wenya's smile began to crack. Another man lusting after my beauty. Gu Tailan presented the contract before her, casually remarking, You've trended on social media. Ye Wenya hurriedly pulled out her phone to check. The headline read, Malicious Ye Wenya abuses When Shushu. Accompanied by a video clip lasting less than 3 seconds, it depicted her striking When Shushu in a parking lot. The comments were rife with condemnation directed at Ye Wenya. This wretched woman dares to strike our Shushu. I will not let this go. This vile creature thinks she can act with impunity simply because her family is wealthy? From today onward, I will boycott all products of the Yi family. Let us see who will purchase their goods. Shushu has suffered so much, first being framed as a mistress by Ye Wenya, and now she has been assaulted. Is there no one who can deal with Ye Wenya? Having endured the harshness of the working world in her previous life, Ye Wenya observed the insults with calmness. Such slander was trivial. She had faced far worse humiliation from bosses and clients in the past. Does Mr. Gu know who is behind this? Gu Tailan lifted the contract in his hand. Ye Wenya was perplexed by Gu Tailan's intentions, but felt a surge of wariness towards him.
She took the contract. Can I say it now?
It was When Shushu. Gu Tailan's eyes glinted with coldness. This is a common tactic in the entertainment industry. Cut a snippet of video and release it online to incite fans and netizens to cyberbully you. Upon hearing this, a chill shot up Ye Wenya's spine, causing her to shiver. Do you have the complete video? Goodness. What kind of novel's heroine is this? So malicious and so duplicitous. She can harm others without a flicker of remorse. This is the kind of cyberbullying that could ruin lives. Gu Tailan could see her fear and gently patted her head. I possess the complete video. You only need to gather additional evidence to resolve this matter. Ye Wenya, do not forget, you are the daughter of the prestigious Yi family. Not some stray cat or dog to be bullied at will. Ye Wenya paused, then straightened her posture, exhaling deeply. Indeed, in this life, she was no longer that easily bullied subordinate. She was the daughter of a prominent family, not someone to be trifled with. Mr. Gu is being so kind to me. Could he have ulterior motives? She scrutinized Gu Tailan, finding his demeanor rather strange. Gu Tailan, with one hand tucked in his pocket, wore an amused smile. What do you think?
A mi harboring ulterior motives?
Ye Wenya found him inscrutable, but she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Her priority was to tackle the leaked information. Could you send me the complete video, Mr. Gu? She pulled out her phone and messaged Jitsong. Brother. Send me any video you can find of Fu Yu and Wen Shushu in a hotel room. I have a use for it. Without hesitation, Yi Tsong sent her the videos and photos he had discovered. Ye Wenya also received the complete video from Gu Tailin. From her brother's video and photos, she selected the most intense clip and the clearest images, then shared them along with the complete video and the divorce certificate, including the date of divorce, on her Weibo account. Subsequently, she called a friend in that realm, requesting assistance in ensuring her post topped the trending list, making it impossible to remove. If Wen Shushu wanted to play, she would engage her on a grander scale and see if she could keep up.
Ye Wenya.
Shall we discuss the matter of cooperation now? Gu Tailin leaned in close, smiling broadly. Ye Wenya, taken aback, swatted him away. The company's business is handled by my brother. If you wish to discuss cooperation, seek out my brother. I can only assist in negotiating. Gu Tailin clicked his tongue. Then let us go. We'll talk about cooperation at the Yi group. Ye Wenya signaled with an OK gesture and drove off with Gu Tailin toward the Yi group. Along the way, the mechanical voice of System 001 echoed in her mind, almost in tears. Host, the romantic line between the male and female leads is stagnating at 60%, and there are signs of regression. Why is this happening? They have already come together. Ye Wenya was taken aback, contemplating. Could it be that the male and female leads are not married? Although they are together, without a marriage certificate, the system cannot fulfill its task? Gu Tailin, glancing at her, considered the notion that for Fu Yu and Wen Shushu to marry, what kind of system would complete the task? System? Task? What role did Ye Wenya play in this? This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Ye Wenya pondered how to make Wen Shushu see the immense benefits of marrying Fu Yu, thus allowing the system to accomplish its mission and enabling her to enjoy her leisurely and affluent life. Chapter 6. A grand gift for Wen Shushu. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Wen Shushu would not marry Fu Yu. She would find numerous excuses to justify her decision. Unless, of course, marriage offered her substantial benefits. She would be eager to wed Fu Yu. As she contemplated how to persuade Wen Shushu that marrying Fu Yu was in her best interest, she overheard Gu Tailin say, "When Shushu aspires to enter the international scene, she lacks an opportunity." Ye Wenya's eyes brightened with realization. She had conceived a plan. Ah, Mr. Gu truly cares for Wen Shushu. Truly a testament to the villain who harbors affection for the heroine, always thinking of her well-being. In the narrative, after Gu Tailin developed feelings for Wen Shushu, he dedicated considerable effort to support her career, aspiring for her to become an internationally acclaimed superstar, with Gu Tailin being her most significant ally. Gu Tailin's expression was as dark as ink, disdainfully thinking that only Fu Yu would be interested in such a person. Ye Wenya, with an air of knowing better, remarked, "Mr. Gu, you ought to learn from Fu Yu. Observe how direct he is. He is willing to relinquish his position of power within his family for love." Gu Tailin, rubbing his temples and about to offer an explanation, noticed Ye Wenya engrossed in sending messages on her phone. A nauseating sensation lodged in his throat, an unbearable discomfort that was neither rising nor falling. Ye Wenya was communicating with a friend whose family owned an entertainment company, collaborating with numerous prominent international directors. She sought her friend's assistance to negotiate an international film collaboration for Wen Shushu, leveraging Fu Yu's reputation. "Wenya, you can't possibly still have feelings for Fu Yu, can you? That scoundrel is not worthy of you," one message read. "You're overthinking it. My goal is to bind Fu Yu and Wen Shushu together irrevocably. Only through their marriage can they truly love and hate each other. Wen Shushu, a woman of her caliber, would only agree to wed him upon realizing the substantial benefits Fu Yu brings. Once Wen Shushu and Fu Yu were wed, she intended to make Wen Shushu fully comprehend the ramifications of her choices. After resolving this matter, Ye Wenya's phone pinged with a notification about a scandal involving Wen Shushu and Fu Yu, her own revelation. She felt a surge of delight as she opened the comment section, only to find a torrent of vitriol directed at Fu Yu and Wen Shushu, with the latter receiving the harshest criticism, her loyal fans' defenses proving futile. Goodness, that shameless mistress, Wen Shushu, shamelessly seducing Fu Yu while he was still married. Just look at the video. She couldn't wait to undress and kiss him outside the hotel room. It's laughable that she held a press conference claiming she wasn't a mistress. I'm about to vomit. So it was Wen Shushu who lured Fu Yu in the parking lot. If it were me, I would have dealt with that mistress decisively. Congratulations to Ye Wenya for escaping the mire. Now distanced from that cheating scoundrel and his mistress, her future will be brighter. These comments left Wen Shushu in a state of panic and jealousy. Despite numerous phone calls, She was unable to remove the trending topic or divert attention elsewhere. Initially, she had come to the company to find work for Fu Yu, never anticipating such a predicament. Shu Shu, are you out of your mind? Her manager, Sister Zhu, scolded, her expression dark. Do you realize who Ye Wenya is? She belongs to the prestigious Ye family. With a mere flick of her fingers, she could obliterate you. Unless you become Mrs. Fu, you have no standing to contest her. When Shu Shu's regret was matched only by her animosity, she had often utilized such tactics in the past, each time achieving her desired outcomes while humiliating Ye Wenya in the process. But this time was entirely different. Sister Zhu, Fu Yu is already my boyfriend, she asserted. Sister Zhu interrupted, exasperated, that Fu Yu is of no use now. Madame Fu has publicly declared that Fu Yu has no ties to the Fu family and is no longer their heir. He is now just a penniless man. I warned you not to be too arrogant before marrying Fu Yu or provoking Ye Wenya. You thought his affections for you granted you license to act as you pleased, disregarding Madame Fu's influence? When Shu Shu bit her lip, filled with resentment, Ye Wenya was inferior to her in every regard, save for her advantageous background. One day, she would certainly trample that wretched woman beneath her feet. Sister Zhu was mistaken. Fu Yu was Madame Fu's only grandson, and the Fu family was destined to be handed over to him, was it not? This belief was one of the reasons she wished to continue her relationship with Fu Yu. After contemplating, Sister Zhu inquired, what do you plan to do? Setting aside the fact that you've lost over 1 million fans, many endorsements are demanding to terminate contracts, and film and television projects are no longer interested in casting you. When Shu Shu took a deep breath, Sister Zhu, we are in the entertainment industry, masters of manipulating public opinion. Rest assured, I have a plan. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded at the door. It was Fu Yu, his concern palpable as he asked, Shu Shu, is everything all right? I just called a friend to help address this issue. With tears welling in her eyes, when Shu Shu softly replied, I'm fine, Fu Yu. Please don't blame Miss Yi. She was justified in publicly disclosing this. The fault lies with me. Enough nonsense. Fu Yu's expression hardened as he embraced her. You can rest assured. I will settle this matter with Ye Wenya. That malicious woman dared to harm you. I shall not let her off lightly. A faint smile played at the corners of Wen Shushu's lips as she insisted, really, it's not her fault. She stumbled slightly, her complexion paling. Shu Shu. Fu Yu scooped her up in his arms and carried her away, increasingly loathing Ye Wenya. That despicable woman had caused Shu Shu such distress and nearly sent her into a faint. He would ensure that she paid for her actions.
Meanwhile,
Ye Wenya was seated in her brother's office, selecting snacks from a pile on the coffee table while listening to Yi Tsong and Gu Tailin discuss a potential collaboration. This beef jerky was delightful. It was her favorite. Gu Tailin's gaze swept over the jerky she had chosen, mentally noting the snack's name.
Miss Ye,
You have reviewed the contract. May I inquire your thoughts? Yi Tsong adjusted his glasses, his attention fixed on Gu Tailin. Mr. Gu, I am quite curious about your intentions in strengthening the cooperation between the Yi and Gu families. The Yi and Gu families had collaborated before, albeit not closely.
now.
With Gu Tailin proposing to deepen their alliance, Yi Tsong couldn't help but suspect ulterior motives, possibly concerning his sister. As a businessman, I must seize such an excellent opportunity. Would I not? Gu Tailin reclined casually against the sofa, one arm draped over its back, precisely where Ye Wenya sat.
Chapter 7. Gut Aydın abducts Ye Wenya.
Oblivious to the tension, Ye Wenya savored her milk tea, appreciating the company's excellent perks, including a variety of snacks and a spacious cafeteria. Yi Tsong noticed Gu Tailin's movements, his expression darkening. He stepped forward, forcefully pulling Gu Tailin's hand away, guiding Ye Wenya to sit in his place. What's the matter, brother? Ye Wenya asked, bewildered. Nothing. I just think it's better for me to sit here while discussing matters with Mr. Gu, Yi Tsong replied with a gentle smile. Ye Wenya, not suspecting anything amiss, continued to enjoy her snacks and tea. Gu Tailin withdrew his hand, adopting a nonchalant posture. Miss Yi, shall we proceed with the collaboration between our companies? Yes. We can collaborate, Ye Wenya replied, leaning on the desk. To avoid the narrative serving the main characters, she needed to secure additional support for her family and company, thus rendering them incapable of undermining her household. Ye Wenya consented, and Gu Tailin's smile deepened. When shall we sign the contract? Yi Tsong was hesitant about the collaboration, clearly aware that Gu Tailin had ulterior motives regarding his sister. However, since his sister was eager to pursue the partnership, he refrained from outright refusal, wishing to avoid her seeking Fu Yu's assistance. Cooperation is indeed possible, but I have a few stipulations. As Gu Tailan merely uttered an agreeable word, Ye Wenya displayed her annoyance and answered a call. Miss Wen, please refrain from calling me again. There is nothing left for us to discuss. Ah, here it comes. One of the heroine's most frequently employed tactics in novels. Whenever there is a hint of trouble, she will deliberately call me to stir up discord and then play the good person in front of the male lead. I can guarantee that when Shushu's call this time is undoubtedly aimed at facilitating Fuyu's return to the Fu family, thereby enabling her to marry into a wealthy family. Hearing this, Gu Tailan felt an intensified disdain for Wen Shushu. With a roguish grin, he turned to Ye Wenya and said, Ye Wenya, let us go horseback riding. We have yet to experience that. Ye Wenya promptly ended the call, leaping up and exclaiming, Brother, I'm off to ride. Yi Tsong attempted to intervene, but Gu Tailan was quicker. Ye Wenya, I have recently acquired several fine horses for my ranch. Allow me to gift you one. What do you say? Ye Wenya cast him a skeptical glance, suspicious of his intentions. No good deed goes unpunished. He must have ulterior motives. Look, system. Gu Tailan is undoubtedly drawn to my beauty. Alas, being exceptionally beautiful and outstanding is a curse in itself. It attracts attention wherever I go. And I always seem to attract unwanted romantic advances. Gu Tailan stifled a chuckle, covering his mouth with a cough to suppress his amusement. Were it not for the sake of our collaboration, do you think I would be inclined to gift you a horse? Ye Wenya's skepticism lessened slightly. Indeed, mister. Gu possesses foresight. Yi Tsong gazed worriedly at his sister as she stepped outside. Is it truly wise for her to plunge into another relationship so quickly? Let it be, as long as she is happy. As Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan exited the elevator, she was met with the disdainful voice of a woman.
Monsieur.
Ye Wenya crossed her arms, casting a cold glare at Wen Shushu. Dressed like a delicate flower, with slightly reddened eyes, Wen Shushu appeared quite pitiable. Regrettably, few in attendance felt sympathy for her. Employees of the Yi group whispered amongst themselves, how brazen of the third party to approach our young lady. Could she be here to flaunt her status? Just look at that pitiful facade of hers. It's shameful how she pretends to be the victim when in truth, our young lady is the one wronged. Let me tell you, that so-called young lady's incident with her was likely instigated by her. She seeks to exploit the power of public opinion. The nickname third party was a derogatory moniker bestowed upon Wen Shushu by netizens, mocking her shamelessness. Suddenly, Wen Shushu knelt before Ye Wenya, hands clasped in supplication. Miss Yi, whatever fate befalls me, I accept it as my own doing. I merely beg you to intercede on Fuyu's behalf, so he may return to the Fu family. She sobbed. The old lady of the Fu family values your words above all else. It was only upon your counsel that she agreed to the divorce. I am willing to bear any consequences, but I cannot bear to see her suffer. Upon hearing this, several onlookers began to feel sympathy for her. While Wen Shushu was indeed at fault, she seemed to genuinely care for the old lady and Fuyu. Ye Wenya rolled her eyes. Here it comes. One of the heroine's classic ploys. Manipulating the old lady and Fuyu to achieve her own ends. I simply cannot comprehend why readers find Wen Shushu pitiable. She is the one who plays these tricks and schemes to harm others. Whose actions led to the old lady's suffering? She scoffed. If you had not chosen to be a third party, if you had not been with Fuyu, the old lady would never have cast him out of the family. Gu Tailan regarded her with a scornful gaze, akin to observing a pest. This bewildered Ye Wenya. Wait a moment. Why is Gu Tailan not defending his beloved at all? System. The antagonist seems to be deviating from the plot, but as long as the leads remain together, the world won't collapse. Collapse? Gu Tailan's eyes sharpened, indicating that Fuyu and Wen Shushu must indeed be together. Otherwise, the narrative would unravel. He would ensure Fuyu and Wen Shushu wed post-haste. Those who had felt sympathy for Wen Shushu immediately reversed their stance. The young lady was correct. Simply put, Wen Shushu's desire to be a third party, her yearning to marry into wealth, had led her to this unfortunate end. Miss Yi, the blame lies entirely with me. As she spoke, Wen Shushu audibly slapped herself. Miss Yi, for the sake of the bond forged from growing up alongside Fuyu, I implore you to assist him once more. How could Ye Wenya's demeanor have changed so drastically? Just moments ago, she was fervently supporting Fuyu, and now she regarded him as worthless. This cannot stand. Until she becomes the matriarch of the Fu family, until the Fu family has absorbed the Yi family, Ye Wenya must continue to harbor affection for Fuyu. Ye Wenya grasped her face with one hand, mocking, if you persist with such feeble tactics, I possess countless intimate photos of you and Fuyu. A few casual posts online would ruin you utterly. When Shushu's complexion turned pale, weeping profusely, she pleaded, "Miss Yi, if you must retaliate, direct it at me. But spare Fuyu, he is innocent." Just as Ye Wenya was about to retort, Fuyu's furious shout echoed, "Ye Wenya, you vile woman, release Shushu." Fuyu stormed over, ready to kick Ye Wenya. Chapter 8. A humiliation of their own making. Ye Wenya's expression shifted instantly, and she prepared to evade. However, Gu Tailin pulled her aside just in time. In the next moment, she witnessed Gu Tailin gripping Fuyu's collar with one hand.
Fuyu.
Gu Tailin's gaze was cold, his grip tightening. "How dare you strike a woman?" Ye Wenya hit Shushu. Fuyu fumed, his face contorted with rather strange rage. "Shushu's face is red from your blow, and I will avenge her." With a resounding smack, Gu Tailin delivered a sharp slap to Fuyu, his voice icy with anger. "Which of your eyes saw Ye Wenya strike when Shushu?" "Shushu's face is the best evidence." Fuyu glared at Ye Wenya with malice. "Ye Wenya, I will not let this matter rest. I will ensure everyone knows your vile nature."
Ah.
Ye Wenya delivered a swift kick to his most vulnerable area, her eyes aflame. "You will not let this go?" "Fuyu, during our more than 2 years of marriage, I endured your cold violence and various humiliations. Let me assure you, I will repay them all in kind." Fuyu retorted with disdain. "It was you who coerced me into marriage using the Yi family and my grandmother." "You dare to speak?" Ye Wenya laughed mockingly. "Did you truly have no choice in marrying me? To put it bluntly, you sought to exploit my family's resources while simultaneously practicing your so-called disdain through cold violence. Remember, when we wed, how much benefit did the Fu family extract from mine? It was my family that helped you secure your position of power within the Fu household." The elder employees nearby whispered among themselves. "I recall this well. After the young lady married Fuyu, our group extended numerous favorable collaborations to the Fu group, some even with negligible profit. Fuyu, the scoundrel, and Wen Shushu, the third party, truly make a perfect pair, one ungrateful and worthless, the other aspiring to marry into wealth as a mistress." Fuyu was in excruciating pain, drenched in cold sweat. Just as he attempted to offer an explanation, he heard the voice of the system. "Host, there is trouble. The emotional connection between Fuyu and Wen Shushu is regressing. Their relationship has deteriorated to 50%. How peculiar. What could have caused this?" Ye Wenya's gaze fell upon the seemingly absent Wen Shushu, and she quickly discerned the underlying reason. Gripping Wen Shushu's hair with one hand, she forcibly lifted her. "Wen Xiaosan, your boyfriend has been beaten and humiliated to this extent, and yet you remain silent?" System, the crux of the issue lies with Wen Shushu. Now that Fuyu is no longer the master of the Fu family, but rather a penniless wretch, how could Wen Shushu possibly continue to genuinely care for him? "I have a plan for this matter, so do not fret." Fuyu turned to look at Wen Shushu in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his beloved could treat him in such a manner. "Shushu, Miss Yi, Mr. Gu, it is all my fault. If you wish to strike or scold someone, let it be me. Please spare Fuyu." Wen Shushu wept, her tears resembling pear blossoms. "Initially, I mistakenly believed Fuyu was unmarried, and I became deeply entangled. I am a wicked woman."
Ye Wenya called the opposite herlies.
The marriage between the Yi and Fu families was so grand that how could anyone be unaware? To claim ignorance is a blatant falsehood. Enough. Fuyu broke free from Gu Tailin's grasp, placing himself protectively behind Wen Shushu, glaring at Ye Wenya. "Ye Wenya, we are already divorced. I warn you, should you continue to target and scheme against Shushu, I will not let this slide."
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Ye Wenya struck him several times, feeling much relieved. "Rest assured, as long as your precious vermilion mole does not plot against me, I am disinclined to bother with such trivialities. Mr. Gu, let us depart." Gu Tailin cast a disappointed glance at Fuyu before following Ye Wenya out. "Shushu, are you alright?" Fuyu cupped Wen Shushu's face, concern etched in his features. "I understand you mean well. I will handle these matters and ensure you do not suffer any more grievances." Perhaps he should have a serious discussion with his grandmother. Wen Shushu felt a twinge of disdain for the currently destitute Fuyu, yet she believed he would soon reclaim his position in the Fu family. Her objective now was to support and remain by Fuyu's side so that one day she could marry into the Fu family and become a true lady of high society. "It is not your fault. I love you too much." Which is why these issues arose. "Fuyu, Missy is not at fault. Please do not trouble her any further, alright?" Hearing this, Fuyu's heart softened as he gazed tenderly at her. "Do not worry. I will resolve everything. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination.
Ye Wenya.
As the couple prepared to leave the Yi group, a surveillance video suddenly began to play on the hall's large screen. It depicted Wen Shushu slapping herself. Someone called out, capturing the attention of Fu Yu and Wen Shushu. In the footage, Wen Shushu knelt before Ye Wenya, slapping her own face repeatedly while Ye Wenya merely pinched her cheek without striking her. This revelation struck Fu Yu like a bolt from the blue. He stared blankly at the endlessly looping footage. So, Ye Wenya had not harmed Shushu at all, and Shushu had not uttered a single word of explanation. Fu Yu, I just said it was not Miss Ye's fault. When Shushu said, her heart racing as she bitterly added, I am sorry for Miss Ye. Whatever she does to me, I deserve it. Cursed Ye Wenya, how dare she employ such despicable tactics to sow discord between her and Fu Yu. Fu Yu took her hand and led her outside, soothingly saying, it is not you who deserves this. It is that venomous woman Ye Wenya. From now on, do not seek her out again, lest you fall into her traps. It was not that Shushu had failed to explain, but rather that Ye Wenya was excessively cruel. All the blame rested on Ye Wenya. When Shushu obediently agreed, yet her mind was already scheming on how to restore Fu Yu to the Fu family and ensure Ye Wenya faced disgrace, cast aside by all. The following morning, while Ye Wenya enjoyed a leisurely moment in her garden, she received a call from a friend. Wenya, regarding your request to connect Wen Shushu with an international director, it has been arranged. She is likely to receive a call today. Will she accept? Ye Wenya expressed her gratitude, affirming that Wen Shushu would indeed go. Wen Shushu was desperate to break into the international scene. Her domestic fan base had plummeted drastically, and she needed to reclaim her reputation on the global stage. Within a single day, Wen Shushu's fans had dwindled from over 60 million to 30 million and continued to decline. Many fans had unfollowed and exposed her for being arrogant, difficult, and unkind to her assistants, further tarnishing her reputation. Consequently, most brands had terminated contracts with Wen Shushu, and projects like films and television shows had removed her from their rosters, even those that had already aired.
Ye Wenya.
Gu Tailan arrived, pulling Ye Wenya along. Let us visit grandmother. Although you and Fu Yu are divorced, she is still our grandmother, and she is all alone. We should keep her company. Ye Wenya did not oppose. Upon arriving at the Fu residence, Ye Wenya spotted Wen Shushu kneeling at the entrance, a cold smirk gracing her lips. How skilled Wen Shushu was at playing her games. Chapter 9. It turns out the plot has a way of resolving itself. System. I recall a segment in the novel where Fu Yu caused me to fall down the stairs and was subsequently confined by the old matriarch of the Fu family. When Shushu came to kneel here, claiming that all the blame lay with her, begging the matriarch not to hold Fu Yu accountable. Then, upon hearing the news, Gu Tailan rushed in to protect Wen Shushu, and the matriarch finally allowed her to see him, with Gu Tailan speaking on her behalf throughout. With an expression of amusement, Ye Wenya observed Gu Tailan, Ah, the greatest antagonist, your pivotal moment is upon us. In this drama, Wen Shushu would undoubtedly develop feelings of gratitude towards him, viewing him as her second choice. Gu Tailan's face bore a chilling frost, and his gaze towards Wen Shushu grew increasingly filled with disdain. How could such a person dare to consider him a second choice? From Ye Wenya's perspective, she thought Gu Tailan was gazing at Wen Shushu with deep affection. Tisk, tsk, tsk, the heroine is indeed the heroine, no matter how dire the circumstances. The men in this book will always be drawn to her. Look at Gu Tailan's tender expression. In the next moment, he will undoubtedly assist Wen Shushu and resolve this matter for her. However, Gu Tailan did not spare Wen Shushu a single glance, much less offer her assistance. Instead, he placed his hands on Ye Wenya's shoulders, grinning as he led her inside. Let us hurry in so that grandmother does not grow anxious waiting. Ye Wenya shot him a glance, then turned her gaze to Wen Shushu, responding with a nonchalant "Oh, Miss Ye, Mr. Gu," Wen Shushu interjected, standing before them with a pleading expression. Please, could you introduce me to the old matriarch? I wish to speak with her. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan ignored her, continuing their light-hearted conversation as they attempted to enter. Yet they were intercepted by Fu Yu. Ye Wenya, are you once again making things difficult for Shushu? What is wrong with you? Fu Yu, I truly suggest you consult a neurologist about your mental state. Ye Wenya interrupted him impatiently. Do I need to make things difficult for Wen Shushu? With her status, she doesn't even qualify to meet me. Why would I lower myself to trouble her? Only a scoundrel like you would treasure a mistress. This plot development seems rather familiar, doesn't it? The system responded. It appears that the narrative will inevitably circle back, doesn't it? System 001 replied, for the time being, that seems to be the case. In other words, the reason the emotional bond between the male and female leads has not reached its zenith is that they must endure certain tribulations together. Ye Wenya felt a heaviness in her heart. This was not a favorable development for her. One of the pivotal trials in the relationship between the protagonists involved resolving matters concerning herself and the Ye family. She had no desire to allow herself and the Ye family to become mere stepping stones in the romance of the leads. Fuyu felt a slight alleviation. Indeed, it was not that Shushu did not love him, but rather that the narrative dictated they must endure hardships to truly unite. Gu Tailin narrowed his sharp eyes. A fierce glint directed at Fuyu and Wen Shushu. It was imperative to expedite their union in marriage, thereby enabling the system and Ye Wenya to fulfill their tasks. He would not permit these two to ruin the Gu family, nor would he allow the fabric of this narrative world to unravel. Madam, please allow everyone to enter. Gu Tailin, with one hand tucked in his pocket, the butler announced, wore an amused smile. At this moment, Ye Wenya became increasingly convinced that the plot would indeed rectify itself. Regardless of her attempts to influence the narrative, it would manifest in another similar guise. The group followed the butler into the parlor. Elder Fu was seated there, sipping floral tea. And she kindly beckoned Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin, come, sit. I had the kitchen prepare your favorite snacks. You too must take some back with you. Gu Tailin, linking arms with the elderly lady, playfully remarked, Grandma, are you trying to send me away? I had intended to stay here for a few days with Ye Wenya to keep you company, but alas, you have wounded my heart. Elder Fu feigned ignorance toward Fuyu and Wen Shushu, chuckling as she lightly patted Gu Tailin. When have I ever sent you away? I would rather you and Wenya stay here for a few more days. Gu Tailin continued to amuse Elder Fu with jokes, while Ye Wenya occasionally chimed in. This scene pierced Fuyu's heart deeply. In retrospect, he realized he had seldom been there for his grandmother and had not brought her joy as Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin did. He truly deserved this. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his hand. Fuyu turned to see Wen Shushu subtly nodding toward Elder Fu, signaling him to seize this opportunity. If Fuyu could grasp this fortuitous chance, he would return to the Fu family and reclaim his position of authority, thus enabling her to marry him and become the matriarch, completely overshadowing Ye Wenya. Grandma, Fuyu began, but the joyful atmosphere instantly froze. Elder Fu's smile vanished in an instant. She coldly stated, if you have anything to discuss with that woman, say it quickly. This time, I am allowing you both to enter for Wenya and Tailin's sake, but do not think you can step foot in the Fu family again. When Shushu bit her lip, refraining from speaking, that old witch was making things difficult for her simply because she was Fuyu's grandmother, adamantly opposing their union. Once she and Fuyu returned to the Fu family, she would be the first to deal with this old woman. Fuyu earnestly said, Grandma, I have made some mistakes in the past, but Shushu and I genuinely care for each other. I implore you to support us. Genuinely care for each other? Elder Fu retorted with disgust. Under the pretense of genuine affection, you think you can engage in extramarital affairs while she plays the role of the mistress? Ye Wenya raised her thumb in admiration. How astute, Elder Fu. Gu Tailin added fuel to the fire. What kind of mutual affection can exist for someone devoid of basic morals? Furthermore, Fuyu should have exhausted all means to divorce before pursuing Wen Shushu. Yet he was unwilling to part with the Fu family's wealth. Ye Wenya nodded vigorously. Next, it will be Wen Shushu kneeling before Elder Fu, pleading that she is willing to leave Fuyu, merely requesting Elder Fu to allow him back into the Fu family. Fuyu will undoubtedly feel pity for her, and she will stage a one-sided breakup while secretly maintaining ties with him and openly associating too closely with Gu Tailin, her childhood friend. Fuyu could hardly believe that Wen Shushu would resort to such tactics, while Gu Tailin anticipated the spectacle with delight. Sure enough, Wen Shushu knelt before Elder Fu, adopting a woeful demeanor as she pleaded, Elder Fu, it is all my fault. My affection for Fuyu has driven me to such actions. I am willing to leave him. I simply ask that you grant Fuyu another chance. Fuyu's expression shifted slightly. Gu Tailin regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Ye Wenya sat back, enjoying the unfolding drama. Chapter 10 revealed Fuyu's inability to perceive Wen Shushu's ruse. Elder Fu, being of noble lineage and having overseen the Fu family for many years, could hardly be deceived into thinking Wen Shushu was retreating to advance her position. Too fond of him? She remarked with disdain. Your utterance of those 3 words sullies their meaning. Whether you truly love Fuyu, we all know. Save for that foolish boy. With a docile demeanor, Wen Shushu knelt there, her hands gripping her trousers.
Elder Fu,
I will break up with Fuyu right now and promise never to seek him out again. I implore you to give Fuyu another opportunity. In this world, pure affection was a myth. All forms of affection were tainted by ulterior motives. Fuyu slumped his shoulders as Gu Tailin nearly erupted in laughter, while Ye Wenya continued to observe the unfolding drama. Elder Fu paid no further attention to Wenshushu but turned her gaze to Fuyu. Do you wish to sever ties with Wenshushu? I unilaterally break up with you. We are no longer in a relationship. Please do not seek me out again. Wenshushu declared, tears streaming down her face as she fled. Fuyu stepped forward, only to hesitate, marking the first time he did not pursue her.
Grandma.
Our relationship is not as you perceive it. I have made mistakes, yet I do not regret my choices. I refuse to endure that marriage any longer. It is far too painful.
Ye Wenya scoffed softly.
Elder Fu seemed to have anticipated Fuyu's response, maintaining her composure. Since you do not regret your choices, do not return to the Fu family. With your capabilities, you may support yourself and your mistress. Fuyu pressed his lips together. Grandma, why can you not understand me? Elder Fu had grown weary of conversing with such a fool and signaled the butler to escort Fuyu away.
Grandma.
There is no need to be angry over such a fool, Gu Tailin cheerfully advised. You have me and Ye Wenya, and that is sufficient. Ye Wenya soothed Elder Fu while internally critiquing. Next will be the narrative of Wenshushu avoiding Fuyu. Just watch. She will send him messages claiming it is all for his benefit, expressing how much she misses him, while brazenly maintaining close ties with her childhood friend. Fuyu could hardly believe that Wenshushu would act in such a manner, glaring at her with suspicion. He had justifiable grounds to doubt. Ye Wenya's repeated machinations against Shushu were undoubtedly facilitated by that system. He needed to swiftly uncover the truth about the system to prevent her from further harming Shushu.
Grandma.
I will come to visit you again soon. Without waiting for Elder Fu's response, he strode away. Elder Fu sighed deeply. What a calamity. I wonder if the Fu family has committed some grave sin to have produced such a descendant. Ye Wenyang's lips curled in disdain. It is not the Fu family that has committed any misdeeds, but rather the author of this novel who insists on portraying the male lead in such a manner so that readers may perceive him as deeply affectionate. Meanwhile, Fuyu drove to the quaint villa where Wenshushu resided, only to discover that his fingerprints had been erased. He retrieved his phone and dialed Wenshushu's number. Just as the ringtone was about to conclude, the call was answered. Shushu. The glint of cunning amusement sparkled in Wenshushu's eyes as her voice trembled with feigned sorrow. Fuyu, please do not contact me again. I do not wish for you to fall out of favor with old Madame Fu because of me. Let us regard our time together as a beautiful dream, shall we? She knew that Fuyu would undoubtedly reach out to her. Fuyu replied gently, Shushu.
Please do not speak like that.
It is not your fault. It is that venomous woman Ye Wenyang who is sowing discord. Do not worry. I will resolve this matter swiftly. When the time comes, I will proudly marry you. One of Wenshushu's objectives was achieved, and her voice quivered with increased emotion. No. Fuyu, I only wish for your well-being. Let us cease all communication from here on. She abruptly ended the call. Following this, regardless of how many times Fuyu attempted to call or message her, Wenshushu remained unresponsive. Wenshushu used another phone to send a message to Sister Zhu. Sister Zhu, incite my diehard fans to create trouble for old Madame Fu. Sister Zhu immediately called. Have you lost your mind? That is old Madame Fu. Is it not enough to anger one Yi family, now you wish to provoke the Fu family as well? When Shushu appeared confident, Sister Zhu, you do not understand. I am not provoking the Fu family. I am paving the way for Fuyu. Once he returns to the Fu family, I shall marry him, and dealing with Ye Wenya will be a trivial matter. Sister Zhu expressed her concerns, stating that such actions were fraught with risk. When Shushu outlined her meticulous plans and arrangements, asserting that it was our forte, with careful execution, even old Madame Fu would uncover no traces. Sister Zhu, once I marry into the Fu family, you will ascend into high society, with endless wealth at your disposal. Fortune favors the bold. This is a golden opportunity. Sister Zhu, swayed by the prospect, bit her lip and acquiesced. Fine. I will arrange this. For now, remain at home and refrain from any actions that might expose you to the opposition. Your rivals are eager to exploit this chance to drag you down. When Shushu's eyes gleamed with determination, I will not afford those wretches any opportunity to ensnare me. I have fought hard for my current standing and reputation. I cannot afford to lose it. As soon as she concluded the call, she received an international phone call. Is this Miss Wen Shushu? I am the assistant to Director Anderson. The assistant spoke fluent Chinese. Wen Shushu's spirit soared as she eagerly responded, "Yes, I am Wen Shushu." What does director Anderson wish to discuss? Was she finally making her mark on the international stage? The assistant smiled. Indeed, director Anderson owes a favor to Mr. Fu and wishes to invite Miss Wen to play a role in his new film. May I inquire if you have availability? Absolutely. When Shushu's grievances against Fu Yu vanished entirely, I will purchase a ticket to come immediately. That very day, she purchased a ticket to the United States. At the airport, she sent messages to both Fu Yu and her childhood friend, one announcing her film project in America and the other inviting him to accompany her. Ye Wenya learned from a friend of Wen Shushu's impending journey to America and was elated. Why such good cheer? Gu Tailan inquired, smirking. Has something happened with Wen Shushu? They were still at the Fu residence, where old Madame Fu had retreated to her study to attend to work. Ye Wenya clicked her tongue, patting his shoulder. When Shushu is off to America, you should hurry and pursue her. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Gu Tailan draped an arm over her shoulder, grinning. Are you jealous? I knew you would be captivated by such a handsome man as myself. It's only natural, after all. I possess looks, wealth, and status. What girl could resist? You need not justify yourself. Explanations are merely veils for concealment, I understand, she quipped. Chapter 11. Ye Wenya is splashed with acid. Ye Wenya's expression cracked like porcelain. Me? Like you? How dare this scoundrel experiment with such tactics on me? He intends to use this ploy to entice the female lead. Alas, she will forever regard him as a backup, and all his kindness is driven by ulterior motives. Gu Tailin's demeanor momentarily stiffened as he pinched Ye Wenya's cheek. I have an idea to ensure Fu Yu marries Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya regarded him with a peculiar gaze. A pivotal scene from the novel is about to unfold. The primary antagonist, in a bid to win the female lead's heart, conspires to publicly announce their engagement, hoping to elicit her affection and indulge in romantic moments with her. Gu Tailan inhaled deeply, repeatedly reminding himself to refrain from anger towards Ye Wenya. She was merely misinformed. What brilliant idea do you have? Ye Wenya turned away to sit sideways. Gu Tailan lounged lazily on the sofa. I am providing you with a substantial favor. Do you not owe me a debt of gratitude? I can assist you in winning Wen Shushu.
Ye Wenya repliğe ernesti.
Gu Tailan was nearly driven to exasperation. Let me reiterate, I do not harbor feelings for Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya nodded emphatically. I understand. The primary antagonist's flaw is his contradictory nature. He pursues the female lead while professing disinterest, claiming to appreciate her character alone. Gu Tailan ground his teeth. Ye Wenya shot him a sidelong glance. What now? At that moment her phone rang. It was Fu Yu, who spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Ye Wenya, I warn you for the last time. Cease your attempts to sow discord and malign Shushu in front of my grandmother.
Ye Wenya laughed in anger.
I am indeed provoking and discrediting Wen Shushu in front of old Madame Fu. What can you do about it? You are devoid of money and status. Entirely reliant on Wen Shushu. What gives you the audacity to make such threats? Is it your repugnant face? In the ensuing drama, Fu Yu confronts me to settle the score, resulting in me being splashed with acid by Wen Shushu's fans. Later, Wen Shushu will emerge as a savior, leading Fu Yu to believe this was all a scheme orchestrated by me, further fueling his disdain and declaring that I deserve it. Gu Tailin's gaze turned icy. Fu Yu narrowed his sharp eyes. Ye Wenya, do not presume that my departure from the Fu family renders me powerless against you. Should you dare to employ any underhanded tactics against Shushu, you will learn the consequences. A most sinister Ye Wenya, attempting to harm Shushu with acid. He would never allow her wicked scheme to succeed. Ye Wenya, uninterested in further discourse with such a scoundrel, prepared to hang up when she overheard Fu Yu's next words, which only deepened her disgust.
Ye Wenya,
you will tell my grandmother that all of this is your doing, that you orchestrated it entirely to harm Shushu, aiming to monopolize me. You must persuade grandmother to allow me to return to the Fu family. Ye Wenya abruptly hung up the phone, her face paling in anger. How could Fu Yu possess the audacity to disregard her? In the narrative, Fu Yu had repeatedly coerced her into similar actions to assist Wen Shushu, all to curry favor with the old matriarch of the Fu family. Furthermore, she had to remain vigilant regarding the sulfuric acid incident. The plot had a way of returning full circle, and it was entirely possible that some of Wen Shushu's fans might come to douse her with acid. The following day, a scandal involving Wen Shushu surged to the top of the trending list. Astonishingly, Fu Yu had been dumped, and Wen Shushu was now entangled with a new boyfriend. Upon seeing this revelation, Ye Wenya was intercepted by Fuyu. What will it take for you to leave Shushu alone? He glared at her with a piercing gaze. Ye Wenya, smiling sweetly, pointed at the news on her phone and retorted, Fuyu, rather than wasting time here pestering me, perhaps you should contemplate how to win back your girlfriend's heart. Look, she has publicly acknowledged your breakup. And see that man beside her? He looks rather familiar. Doesn't he? Her childhood sweetheart. As she scrolled through the comments below, there was a mix of reactions, most of which condemned Wen Shushu. Wen Shushu truly lives up to her reputation as a former mistress. Just as Fuyu was cast out of the Fu family with nothing, she promptly discarded him and has latched onto the CEO of a tech company, supposedly her childhood friend. Wen Shushu's skills in bed are remarkable. She seamlessly transitions from one boyfriend to another. Only this man could lower himself to such depths, claiming to be thrilled to be in a relationship with Wen Shushu. Disgusting. You lot are simply envious of our Shushu. She acts with integrity, while that so-called mistress is merely a vile slanderer like Ye Wenya. Now that she no longer wishes to endure such slander, she has taken the initiative to break up with Fuyu, free to be with whomever she chooses. Fuyu had also seen these comments, and he gripped Ye Wenya's face with a fierce hand. Ye Wenya, to what extent do you intend to harm Shushu? Just as Ye Wenya was about to shove him away, a fully armed man suddenly lunged from the side, dousing her with a bottle of some liquid.
Ye Wenya.
You wretched creature. You've caused Shushu such suffering. You deserve to die. The acrid scent hit Ye Wenya, causing her pupils to constrict in panic as she weakly pushed Fuyu away, attempting to flee. However, she stumbled, and it seemed the acid was about to drench her. In sheer terror, she raised her hands to shield her face, gritting her teeth in preparation for the impending pain. Fuyu frowned slightly, retracting his hand. This was Ye Wenya's own doing, a consequence of her malicious attempts to frame Shushu. At that moment, a figure darted out, tackling Ye Wenya to the ground. The sulfuric acid corroded the ground, releasing a foul odor. The assailant attempted to flee, but was swiftly subdued by two bodyguards. Ye Wenya, are you alright? Gu Tailin anxiously inspected her from head to toe. Ye Wenya's face had drained of color, her mind blank, trembling and unable to utter a single word. You're fine. You're fine, Gu Tailin reassured her, though he inhaled sharply as he noticed the acid had corroded part of his right foot. He said nothing, instead instructing the bodyguards to call for emergency assistance and the police. He cast a chilling glance at Fuyu. I will clarify this matter with Ye Kong Gu Tailin. Have you lost your mind? Fuyu was baffled by Gu Tailin's actions, as he had always despised Ye Wenya. Why would he intervene now? This was a scheme orchestrated by Ye Wenya to frame Shushu, aiming to ruin her reputation.
Gu Tailin scoffed coldly. Fuyu.
Is that decoration around your neck merely for show? Who would resort to disfigurement as a ploy against another? Had it not been for me, an abundance of sulfuric acid would have been unleashed upon Ye Wenya, leading not only to her disfigurement, but also putting her life at risk. Chapter 12. Fuyu was ambushed. He barely spared Ye Wenya a glance, exclaiming, Gu Tailin, you are the one who has lost your mind. You know well how many times Ye Wenya has self-harmed to manipulate me into complying with her wishes. Is it surprising that she would resort to such tactics again? Gu Tailin suspected that the narrative had clouded Fuyu's judgment, for if Ye Wenya truly wanted him to act in accordance with her desires, she would not have insisted on a divorce. Fuyu, you have truly disappointed me. I never imagined you could be so foolish. He instructed a bodyguard to escort the assailant to the police station and arranged for another to drive him and Ye Wenya to the most prestigious private hospital. Along the way, he called Yi Tsong to explain the situation. At the private hospital, the director had already assembled the most esteemed doctors and nurses, waiting at the entrance. Mr. Gu, please allow us to take Miss Yi. We need to conduct a thorough examination, the director said politely. Gu Tailin gently placed Ye Wenya onto the stretcher. Her emotions had calmed somewhat, yet she still appeared terrified. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu, she said.
Wenya.
Yi Tsong rushed over, grasping her hands and scrutinizing her closely. Did you sustain any injuries? I apologize. It is my failure to protect you. Rest assured, I will not let this matter rest. Ye Wenya shook her head, her pallid face still betraying her unease. Brother, it's not your fault. I had arranged for bodyguards, yet I was still ambushed by Wen Shushu's fans. I am immensely grateful to Mr. Gu for saving me. Just the thought of nearly being drenched in sulfuric acid made her tremble uncontrollably. The director interjected at the right moment. Mr. Yi, we need to take Miss Yi for a detailed examination. Yi Tsong adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a chilling light. I appreciate it, director. However, I do not want anyone aside from Mr. Gu and myself to disturb my sister, if that is all right. The director assured him that no outsiders would interrupt Ye Wenya, and he personally escorted her for the examination. Just as Yi Tsong and Gu Tailin expressed their sentiments, they noticed Gu Tailin limping in, supported by a bodyguard. Gu Tailin, have you been splashed with acid? Yi Tsong examined him, spotting the injury on Gu Tailin's ankle.
Why have you been silent about this?
Gu Tailin silenced him with a shushing gesture, whispering, "Keep your voice down. If Ye Wenya finds out, she will only grow more frightened. You should have seen how perilous it was. She was so scared she could barely speak." Yi Tsong's expression was complex as he patted Gu Tailin's shoulder. "You are far better than that beast Fuyu. After what happened to Wenya, Fuyu still believes it was all an act." His eyes were filled with a fierce determination. The notion that it was all staged was absurd. And he took out his phone to send a message. "Do not jeopardize Wen Shushu's collaboration with the international director. This is all part of Ye Wenya's scheme." Gu Tailin cautioned. Yi Tsong signaled an okay gesture, determined to make Fuyu and Wen Shushu realize the consequences of their machinations against his sister. Subsequently, he accompanied Gu Tailin to the emergency room, where doctors and nurses began to clean and treat Gu Tailin's injuries, outlining the necessary precautions. Gu Tailin sat in a chair, awaiting the conclusion of Ye Wenya's examination. He grasped his phone and messaged his assistant, Liang Yitong, spread the word that Wen Shushu intends to marry her childhood sweetheart, compelling Fuyu to expedite his marriage with her. Since Fuyu harbored such desires to be with Wen Shushu, Gu Tailin decided to facilitate his wish.
Meanwhile,
Fuyu had just arrived at the parking lot of the hotel where he was temporarily residing. Upon exiting his vehicle, he was swiftly surrounded and brutally assaulted by several masked young men. They targeted him with reckless abandon, as if it were inconsequential to maim him. Beasts, worse than dogs. Fuyu attempted to resist, but found himself outmatched by their numbers. "Get away!" he shouted, but the assailants were unyielding. It was not until they had left him bruised and battered that they fled. Fuyu first called the police, then limped back into the hotel lobby, seeking assistance from the staff for his injuries. However, he was unceremoniously escorted out by the hotel security, with the manager following closely behind.
I apologize, Mr. Fu.
But our chairman has declined your stay at our hotel. By the way, I forgot to mention, this hotel is a property of the Yi family. Understanding the implication, Fuyu seethed with anger. How crafty Ye Wenya's, using such tactics to coerce me into remarrying. She was dreaming if she thought this would work. He pushed past the security guards and made his way to the parking lot, determined to find alternative accommodations. Yet, he discovered that he could not find a place to stay. The hotels were either owned by the Yi, Fu, or Gu families, or by other clans or small businesses that dared not offend these three titans. After a fruitless search, Fuyu resigned himself to resting in his car. "What a clever scheme by Ye Wenya's, what a system," he muttered, pounding the steering wheel in frustration. This matter would not be let go so easily. On the other side, after completing a thorough examination, Ye Wenya's was transferred to a VIP hospital room. Yi Tsong and Gu Tailin learned from the director that Ye Wenya's had not sustained any injuries, but had suffered immense shock and required ample rest to recuperate. Yi Tsong gently stroked her head, saying, "I will arrange for 2 capable bodyguards to ensure that such an incident does not repeat itself." Ye Wenya's lay languidly in her hospital bed, devoid of her usual vitality and spirit. Yes. Yi Tsong's concern for his sister was matched only by his disdain for Fuyu and Wen Shushu. "You will stay in the hospital for a few days, and once you feel better, we will discharge you. Is there anything you wish to eat? I can have the chef prepare it." Ye Wenya shook her head. "Brother, I have no appetite." She sat up, clutching Yi Tsong's hand. "I need your help. According to the plot of the novel, after the sulfuric acid incident, Wen Shushu will bring Fuyu to visit me. Currently, she is abroad and cannot come, but she will incite Fuyu to see me, thus framing me for the entire affair, leading to a storm of criticism from fans and netizens, further intensifying Fuyu's disdain for me." Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin interjected. "Ye Wenya's, your primary concern should be your recovery. If you wish to confront Fuyu and Wen Shushu, you are already a step behind. Your brother has acted long before you." Ye Wenya's turned her gaze toward her brother. In the novel, such events do occur. Moreover, brother even fought with Fuyu. And Wen Shushu captured it on video to post online, inciting public backlash against the Yi family and the Yi Corporation, causing fluctuations in the company S stock, a precursor to the family S decline. Gu Tailin narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to strip Wen Shushu of all her fans and ensure she could not regain her footing online. Based on the information gathered, It was clear that when Shushu adeptly exploited fans and netizens to achieve her ends, perhaps he could orchestrate her downfall. Chapter 13. How dare Fuyu utter such words? Gu Tailan took out his phone and messaged Liang Yitong, bribed several of Wen Shushu's key fans. I need access to all chat records and data from her fan clubs. I have already arranged these matters. Yi Tsong handed Ye Wenya's a glass of warm water. I will ensure that Fuyu and Wen Shushu pay dearly for this incident. Ye Wenya took a large sip of water. Brother, please do not let Wen Shushu lose her collaboration with the international director. That is part of my plan. Yi Tsong pointed at Gu Tailan, chuckling. The CEO has informed me of this matter. Furthermore, to protect you, he endured an injury from the sulfuric acid attack without complaint. You should be sure to express your gratitude. Ye Wenya looked in shock at Gu Tailan's injured foot, which was indeed bandaged. I am truly sorry, CEO. My situation has caused you harm. What did the doctor say? She set down her cup, clasping her hands in a gesture of apology. Gu Tailan smiled, teasing, it hurts quite a bit. So, Miss Yi, shouldn't you take care of me? Yi Tsong shot him a knowing glance, unusually refraining from scolding him. Ye Wenya patted her chest, assuring him, do not worry, CEO. I will ensure your recovery is well looked after. Gu Tailan's eyes glimmered with mischief. That is what you promised. Do not go back on your word. I will not retract my promise. Then it is settled. Once you are feeling better, you shall take care of me until I am healed. Yi Tsong face-bombed, certain that Gu Tailan had ulterior motives, while his naive sister felt guilty for inadvertently causing him injury. Wenya's truly has not learned from her experiences. At that moment, Ye Wenya's phone on the bedside table vibrated incessantly. She picked it up to discover several notifications regarding Fuyu and Wen Shushu. Intrigued, she opened them. Breaking. Wen Shushu incited her fans to throw sulfuric acid at Ye Wenya's. Screenshot 5. Evidence 3. Shocking. Fuyu claimed that the sulfuric acid incident was staged by Ye Wenya's as part of a scheme to frame Wen Shushu. A video lasting mere seconds. Breaking. Is Wen Shushu's fanbase a terrifying organization? No matter how her diehard fans attempt to cleanse her image, or how her manager tries to remove the trending topics, it is futile. 99% of the comments are denouncing both Wen Shushu and Fuyu.
Wow.
I have witnessed the venomous nature of a woman's heart. Wen Shushu incited her fans to attack Ye Wenya's with sulfuric acid, a substance that could either disfigure or claim a life. Just watching the video sends shivers down my spine. Reading the malicious comments from fans makes me regret ever supporting such a vile woman. Did you notice the detailed content in the screenshots? The insinuations from Wen Shushu's fans suggest they have employed numerous underhanded tactics against her rivals in the past. This implies that Wen Shushu is complicit. Fuyu must be blind to be enamored with such a duplicitous and malicious woman. I hope that one day, Wen Shushu will bring about Fuyu's demise. Ideally, they will destroy each other, thus eliminating two threats. With the impact of these revelations, Wen Shushu's fanbase plummeted, dropping below 10 million in just an hour and continuing to decline. Moreover, her business ventures vanished. Television shows, films, all gone, leaving her a pariah on the internet. Her agency remained aloof, opting to observe the situation before taking action. After perusing the news, Ye Wenya gave Yi Tsong a thumbs up, her smile radiant. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Brother, this won't have any repercussions for our family, will it? She expressed her concern that the plot might circle back. Yi Tsong smiled gently, reassuring her, no, it won't. Wen Shushu and Fuyu's reputations have long been tarnished, and with concrete evidence at hand, people will only sympathize with you and our family. Ye Wenya felt a wave of relief wash over her as she continued to peruse the myriad comments on the exposé. In the novel, it was she who had been subjected to such scorn. Now it was Wen Shushu and Fuyu's turn to experience this bitter taste. Host. I have discovered a divergence in the plot. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Wenya furrowed her brows slightly. What do you mean? What does it mean that the plot has diverged? Isn't the storyline supposed to serve the male and female leads? System 001 seemed on the verge of tears. I don't know how this happened. The original plot has already unraveled beyond recognition. The current divergence is related to you, but the specifics remain unclear. Ye Wenya was perplexed. How could the plot's divergence pertain to her? Will there be any consequences? System 001 was at a loss, merely stating that it would observe the situation. Ye Wenya felt a sense of confusion and curiosity. Although the plot had collapsed significantly, many narratives had been forcibly reconciled, making a divergence seem unlikely, especially one connected to her. What could it possibly mean? Gu Tailan's gaze fell upon her, A divergence in the plot? And it was related to Ye Wenya? Did this imply that Fu Yu and Wen Shu might not end up together and that the world of the novel wouldn't collapse? He needed to observe further to ascertain the truth, but this could be good news. Ye Wenya recovered quickly. By evening, she was full of vigor. Holding a tablet from a hospital, she ordered a plethora of dishes while conversing with Gu Tailin. Mr. Gu, let us take a stroll in the garden before dinner. Gu Tailin had no objections. Your brother won't be coming tonight. I've arranged for a caregiver and staff. Will you be comfortable? It would be strange if she weren't comfortable. In her previous life, she had to handle everything on her own, enduring sickness either alone in a rented room or managing everything herself. How could that compare to having a multitude of people attending to her now in the hospital? I can adapt. My brother was often busy, and it was mainly the butler and servants who took care of me. The original character had developed such a personality partly due to a lack of love and care. With her parents passing away early and her only relative preoccupied with company and family matters, she had little time for companionship, surrounded instead by insincere individuals. As they chatted, they arrived in the garden, trailed by 7 or 8 bodyguards. Mid-conversation, Ye Wenya inquired about the acid-throwing incident. Regarding this matter, isn't the evidence against Wen Shu rather flimsy? Can she really be sentenced? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Fu Yu's furious voice. Ye Wenya, you are utterly malicious. You actually want to send Shu to prison. Turning her head, she saw Fu Yu blocked by 2 bodyguards, glaring at her with animosity. She scoffed, Fu Yu, you are truly disgusting. It was Wen Shu's fans who splashed acid on me. That was your own orchestrated act. Fu Yu, with an air of certainty, retorted you, who never brought bodyguards, suddenly have 2 with you. Clearly, this is your scheme to frame Shu. You need to clarify this matter online immediately, or I will consider remarrying you. In chapter 14, it was evident she truly no longer had feelings for him. Ye Wenya found herself so enraged that she could not articulate her thoughts. She had witnessed the epitome of narcissism. Her silence only reinforced Fu Yu's belief that her actions were driven by a desire to ruin Wen Shu's reputation, thus paving the way for their remarriage and his possession. Ye Wenya, considering our shared childhood, please do not target Shu. If you cease your actions against her, I promise I will not seek you out again. As Ye Wenya prepared to retort, she heard Gu Tailin's voice. Fu Yu, has your brain been preserved in formaldehyde? Ye Wenya chuckled, her spirits lifting at once. She gave Gu Tailin a thumbs up, agreeing wholeheartedly with his observation that Fu Yu's reasoning was utterly ridiculous. Gu Tailin approached her, pulling out his phone and opening a group chat, thrusting it toward Fu Yu. Here, let me show you the true nature of your beloved. I hope you won't be frightened. Fu Yu instinctively glanced at the phone. Upon realizing it was a fan group of Wen Shu's, he frowned, prepared to accuse Gu Tailin of plotting against Shu, but he was soon taken aback by the fans' remarks. One administrator, also a prominent fan, spoke up. Brothers and sisters, since we couldn't help Shu splatter acid on Ye Wenya this time, Shu suggests we gather a group of men to deal with Ye Wenya next time, capture photos and videos. Just like before. Shu's idea is brilliant. A wretch like Ye Wenya deserves this treatment. When she learned of Shu and Fu Yu's relationship, she should have obediently divorced and publicly acknowledged herself as the mistress. If Fu Yu weren't the heir of the Fu family, how could Shu possibly be interested in him? Just look at the wealthy men she has dated in the past. Sisters, how about we help Shu secure Gu Tailin? A man like him should be her backup, serving her for life. The ensuing conversation grew increasingly violent and explicit. This is fabricated. Fu Yu's mind was rocked, yet he was reluctant to accept the truth.
Ye Wenya,
Observing the exchange, shook her head disdainfully. In the novel, when Shu often manipulates her fans to stir up trouble. For instance, she will likely use them to frame me for the acid attack, with fans taking the fall for her. Then, she will record a video, portraying herself as a pitiful victim, and with Fu Yu and Gu Tailin's assistance, I will be transformed from victim to perpetrator. Gu Tailin, with a dark expression, tucked his phone away, casting a malevolent glare at Fu Yu. It was ludicrous that he chose to disregard irrefutable evidence, opting instead to believe only in his own preconceived notions and the one-sided narrative spun by Wen Shu. How laughable it was that someone like Wen Shu dared to scheme and manipulate him. She was nothing short of repugnant. Fu Yu opened his mouth to retort, yet found himself rendered speechless. Upon encountering the evidence, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over him. How could Shu engage in such behavior? Was this truly the Shu he knew? Nevertheless, when Shushu called him in tears, he immediately believed her. Just as he was lost in thought, when Shushu called again. Fuyu, you didn't have a quarrel with Missy, did you? You mustn't blame her for this incident. She simply cares for you too much and acted recklessly. I'll return to the country as soon as I finish my business. Fuyu barely registered the rest of her words, as he heard Ye Wenya speak about when Shushu's apology video being released. Ye Wenya, holding her phone, watched the online apology video from Wen Shushu alongside Gu Tailin. I am Wen Shushu. I have just learned about the sulfuric acid incident while in America. Boohoo. I would like to apologize on behalf of my fans to Miss Ye Wenya. It was my failure to manage my fans that led to this incident. Boohoo. I promise to manage my fans better in the future. Please do not scold them anymore. All the blame lies with me. As Fuyu listened to this so-called apology, his mind buzzed with disbelief. Even he could discern that this was not a genuine apology, but rather an appeal for public sympathy cloaked in victimhood. Look at this. President Gu, Ye Wenya scoffed, a plethora of fans and paid commenters defending her. Does she not realize that such behavior only incites further disdain from netizens? Gu Tailin perused the comments, recognizing that she was not oblivious. She believed this tactic would yield favorable results. In the past, she had frequently resorted to such maneuvers to achieve her goals. The comment section was rife, with vitriol directed at Wen Shushu, save for the paid commenters and her fans. Ye Wenya, with a sly glint in her eye, remarked, "Look at that. The greatest villain is lamenting over his beloved." Indeed, the allure of the female protagonist is irresistible. At this point, even the most notorious villain finds himself enamored, constantly considering her. Gu Tailin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. He pinched Ye Wenya's cheek with a hint of menace, struggling to articulate his thoughts. A sensation of suffocation enveloped him. Just then, scandalous photos of Wen Shushu with her childhood friend were leaked online. Ye Wenya nudged him with her elbow, exclaiming in excitement, "Wow! The dimensions here are astounding." Both Fuyu and Gu Tailin, who had long since ended the call, leaned in to scrutinize the images. In the photos, Wen Shushu and her childhood friend Mu Gaoyuan were passionately locked in a kiss, their hands engaged in indiscreet conduct, completely disregarding their public setting. "This plot is becoming increasingly bizarre," Ye Wenya remarked. "What a scene! The male protagonist is truly unfortunate. His girlfriend is fervently involved with her childhood friend, a relationship the public readily acknowledges. He wears the most significant green hat, yet remains foolishly convinced that her actions are for their future." Fuyu felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes fixed on the photos with a look of incredulity, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, the public regarded Shushu and Mu Gaoyuan as a couple, while he foolishly believed that her actions were motivated by their future together. Gu Tailin felt nauseated, pressing a hand to his mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. What kind of wicked author had crafted such a narrative, compelling him to sacrifice everything for a woman of such dubious character?
Ye Wenya relished in Fuyu turmel.
Observing that the comments were filled with well wishes for Wen Shushu and Mu Gaoyuan, praising their compatibility, and claiming that Wen Shushu's decision to part ways with Fuyu was the wisest choice, asserting that Fuyu was unworthy of her. Gu Tailin sneered. Fuyu is merely Fuyu now, no longer the master of the Fu family. How could someone like Wen Shushu possibly remain with him?
Ye Wenya,
with a knowing smile, observed, "It seems the greatest villain is preparing to declare his feelings to Wen Shushu." What follows will be a series of dramatic encounters among multiple suitors vying for one woman. There will be plenty of entertainment. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Tailin slapped Ye Wenya on the head, growling, "I will reiterate, I will never harbor feelings for someone as shameless as Wen Shushu. Should you dare to misinterpret or utter otherwise, I will ensure you grasp the consequences." Ye Wenya, taken aback, responded, "Huh? I never said you liked Wen Shushu. What does this attitude mean?" She had merely been musing internally, bewildered by Gu Tailin's reaction. Gu Tailin gritted his teeth, feeling as if he were holding his breath. "I am merely reminding you." Ye Wenya sensed something was amiss with him. "No, Shushu would never do this to me." Fuyu stumbled slightly, dialing Wen Shushu's number. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin watched in amusement. "Shushu, you are with Mu Gaoyuan, aren't you? I saw the photos of you two embracing and kissing." Fuyu's voice was filled with fury as soon as the call connected. When Shushu's heart sank, she quickly grabbed another phone to check. Upon seeing the photos of her and Mu Gaoyuan passionately kissing trending at second place, her vision blurred. How could this happen? Who took those pictures? Fuyu. I had no choice but to do this. She wept pitifully. If I don't, you won't be able to return to the Fu family. Everything I do is for you to reclaim your place there. Fu Yu's expression softened, ready to console her, but he overheard Ye Wenya's inner thoughts. Clearly, when Shu Shu believes she is doing this for Fu Yu to return to the Fu family, just as the novel describes. However, the story also mentions that Mu Gaoyuan and Wen Shu Shu share a room, engaging in passionate escapades at night, and right now Mu Gaoyuan is still holding her close. Fu Yu's composure shattered. He shouted at Wen Shu Shu, "Shu Shu, is Mu Gaoyuan by your side? Have you two been together these past few nights?" Ye Wenya's was stunned. How did Fu Yu know about this? Wen Shu Shu's face paled, hastily rising from Mu Gaoyuan's embrace. "Fu Yu, how can you not trust me? Mu Gaoyuan and I are merely friends. What we did was for old Madame Fu's sake. I've sacrificed so much for you. And yet you say this to me. It's truly heartbreaking."
Fu Yu scoffed. Friends?
Friends engage in such intimate actions? Shu Shu, you are still deceiving me. He was convinced Mu Gaoyuan was right there beside her, and they had spent the previous nights together. This was the woman he cherished, who, while being with him, was simultaneously entangled with Mu Gaoyuan. When Shu Shu felt a wave of panic, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled out of control. Previously, when she expressed herself this way, Fu Yu would believe her and feel sympathy.
Fu Yu, he just explained.
Everything I do is for you to return to the Fu family. Since you don't trust me, let's cease all contact from now on. With that, she hung up the phone. Don't be sad, Shu Shu. I will always be here for you, Mu Gaoyuan said, embracing her and planting a kiss on her forehead. When Shu Shu relished his presence, sobbing, "Gaoyuan, Fu Yu is being unreasonable. Everything I've done is to help him return to the Fu family, yet he doubts me. I wonder if Ye Wenya has done something again. She is, after all, the daughter of the prestigious Yi family. Accomplishing anything is a mere trifle for her." Mu Gaoyuan felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy, his eyes clouded with darkness. "Do not worry," he assured. "I shall ensure that Ye Wenya will be dealt with appropriately. No one shall take your Fu Yu away from you." This was a girl he had grown up with, one he cherished dearly, and for whom he would willingly sacrifice everything. When Shu Shu desired just this, she leaned in, offering her crimson lips. "Gaoyuan, you are truly wonderful to me." Meanwhile, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan witnessed Fu Yu leaving with a pale visage, stumbling unsteadily, and felt no compassion for him.
Deservedly so. Ye Wenya scoffed.
Finding great satisfaction in the situation. Host, the emotional value between the male and female leads has not regressed. Rather, it has advanced by 5%. How perplexing. Did they not have a disagreement? How could the emotional value still progress? Furthermore, the branching plot currently shows 3%, yet it does not specify what that 3% pertains to.
Ye Wenya stared blankly, bewildered.
What on earth? This plot can develop in such a manner?
System.
Have you malfunctioned? System 001 was infuriated. You are the one malfunctioning. Your entire family is malfunctioning. I am the most advanced and exceptional system, and it is absolutely impossible for me to fail. I suspect the issue lies with you, as your actions have torn apart the original narrative, causing it to collapse. Ye Wenya furrowed her brow and pondered this matter, but the plot can still be mended. Moreover, does the branching plot truly have no impact? System 001 expressed uncertainty. I have a rather ominous premonition. Ye Wenya, frustrated with the system's incompetence, decided to set this matter aside for the time being and investigate slowly. If the branching plot had no significant influence, she would disregard it, hoping the emotional value between the leads would swiftly reach 100. Yea, my dear. The matriarch of the Fu family approached, carrying a basket of fruit to visit Ye Wenya. Grandma. Ye Wenya greeted with a cheerful smile, taking her hand and settling onto a bench. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma. Before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony erupted nearby. Chapter 16. The dramatic breakup unfolds. Ye Wenya and her companions turned towards the commotion, only to see a throng of men and women confronting bodyguards and security personnel with fierce aggression. A few individuals among the crowd spotted Ye Wenya and her friends. Pointing at them, brothers and sisters, that wretched Ye Wenya and the old hag from the Fu family are over there. Let us charge. We must teach these two harlots a lesson today, avenging our Shu Shu. A mob of fans, as if possessed, brandished weapons such as wolf-repellent spray and electric batons, unleashing the barrage against the bodyguards and security. A few of the more ferocious ones charged towards Ye Wenya and the matriarch, hurling insults. Old hag, you vile creature. You dare harm our Shu Shu? Today, we shall make you pay. Ye Wenya instinctively shielded the matriarch, her heart racing as she understood the terrifying nature of these frenzied fans. Gu Tailan called out from behind, "Grandma, Ye Wenya, quickly return to the ward. Once we're back, these lunatics won't be able to follow." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen bodyguards surged forward. A few protected Ye Wenya and her companions, while the rest formed a barrier, preventing the fans from approaching them. These bodyguards were the creme de la creme. Stopping the fans posed no challenge. The fans, unable to advance, resorted to hurling vile insults at Ye Wenya and the matriarch, threatening to kill them to appease Wen Shushu. Ultimately, the entire group found themselves at the police station. At the station, the fans remained brazen, proclaiming their actions were in the name of justice, insisting they had not committed any crime. The police could only laugh incredulously. Their behavior constituted a riot, not to mention the threats to kill Ye Wenya and the matriarch, which amounted to premeditated murder, enough to imprison them for many years. The legal teams from the Gu, Yi, and Fu families will exhaust every avenue to ensure you do not escape with a mere life sentence, Gu Tailan declared fiercely. At that moment, the fans finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their earlier bravado dissipating. No, it's not my fault. It was Shushu who made us do this. She said that if the old lady from the Fu family opposed her marrying Fu Yu and banished him from the family, she should be taught a lesson to understand who holds power in the Fu family. Yes. It was indeed Shushu who orchestrated this. She arranged this scheme in the fan group, intending to frame Ye Wenya, making Fu Yu dislike her more. Fu Yu, who had just arrived, felt the world darken around him. What nonsense are you spouting? Shushu would never do such a thing. We have the chat records from the fan group. The fans, desperate to avoid jail, pulled out their phones to reveal the conversations. Look. In the chat group, it was Sister Zhu who instructed us to act this way. In the past, when we dealt with Shushu's rivals, it was all orchestrated by Sister Zhu to leave no traces. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan sat back, watching the unfolding drama while the matriarch's face turned a deep shade of anger. Fu Yu could hardly believe what he was hearing. Yet, the detailed records in the chat served as undeniable evidence, proving that everything was indeed orchestrated by Shushu, far from the serendipitous encounters he had imagined. Given the severity of the situation, we applied to retrieve Wen Shushu's call records. A police officer presented the findings, stating the records show that a few days ago, when Shushu spoke with her manager, Sister Zhu, instructing her to incite fans to cyberbully the old lady from the Fu family, claiming this would help Fu Yu return to the Fu household, allowing her to become the matriarch. Ye Wenya remarked, the plot of the novel has fast-forwarded. Originally, such incidents occurred mid-story, when the ailing matriarch insisted on separating Fu Yu from Wen Shushu, prompting Shushu to incite fan harassment against the old lady, exacerbating her condition. Yet, Fu Yu didn't take care for his grandmother's health. Instead, he blamed her for obstructing his relationship with Wen Shushu, infuriating the matriarch. Gu Tailan regarded Fu Yu with disdain, a cold scoff escaping his lips. This is the grandson that his grandmother raised with such care. Disregarding her health, for a malicious woman. Fu Yu's complexion drained of color as disbelief washed over him. He could not fathom prioritizing a woman over his grandmother's well-being. But every word Ye Wenya spoke rang true, indicating that he would indeed neglect his grandmother's health for Shushu, even allowing her to manipulate fans into harassing the matriarch. Fu Yu, this is the woman you insist on marrying. The matriarch gazed at him with disappointment. I have warned you repeatedly, yet you claimed I could not comprehend your love for Wen Shushu, continuously opposing me. Fu Yu opened his mouth to speak but lowered his head in defeat, murmuring, Shushu.
Just then his phone rang.
It was Wen Shushu, her voice filled with sorrow as she wept. Fu Yu, can we get back together? I truly adore you. I cannot imagine my life without you. Just then, the assistant to Director Anderson approached her, delivering the distressing news that her role had been taken away. The reason being her breakup with Fu Yu. This character was of paramount importance to her, as it determined her potential resurgence and entry into the international arena.
Fu Yu.
With a dry demeanor, queried, Shushu, I have but one question. Did you exploit your fans to scheme against my grandmother? A jolt coursed through in Shushu's heart, and her tears flowed even more profusely. How could I ever stoop to such treachery? You know my character. I treat everyone with kindness.
Was it that old hag?
Fu Leo Furin, who maligns her before Fu Yu again. That wretched old woman will meet her end soon enough. A hint of bitterness began to seep into Fu Yu's heart as he declared, I will trust you one last time, on the condition that you return and marry me. When Shushu grew increasingly anxious, I am abroad filming. I cannot return at the moment. Fuyu, you understand how crucial this role is for me. I shall provide you with two choices, Fuyu interrupted her, his tone firm. 1. We sever all ties. 2. You return and marry me. Do not speak of your filming or other important matters as reasons for postponing our marriage. When Shushu could never bring herself to abandon Fuyu. Nor could she agree to marry him now. Unless Fuyu regained control of the Fu family, she would not joyfully accept his proposal.
Fuyu.
Why must you treat me this way? You are fully aware of how vital my career is to me, she cried. Must you wish for me to become a mere housewife, revolving my life around home, and you like those other women? Fuyu let out a derisive laugh. Indeed. Your career is far more significant. Therefore, there is nothing more to discuss. Shushu, I officially end our relationship. You may pursue your career, and we shall no longer disturb one another. Chapter 17. Fuyu was incessantly preoccupied with finding ways to trouble Ye Wenya. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. No matter how fervently when Shushu attempted to call or message him, he remained unresponsive. Ye Wenya remarked, yet another dramatic breakup unfolding. In the novels, the protagonists often part ways, and such events frequently trend on social media. Yet, each breakup seems to enhance their bond.
Indeed.
Ye Wenya learned from System 001 that the emotional value between the protagonists had soared to 75%. She had anticipated this outcome.
Fuyu studi na stupor.
He had genuinely broken up with Shushu, only to find that it served as a catalyst for their relationship in this narrative. What on earth was the story about? Grandmother, Fuyu and when Shushu are at it again with their breakup charade, Gu Tailan remarked, supporting Fu Leofurin while fanning the flames. I recall Fuyu has broken up with when Shushu numerous times, right? Each time, they merely feign separation while secretly maintaining their connection. I guarantee that if grandmother allows Fuyu to return to the Fu family, when Shushu will immediately marry him.
Fu Laufurin's norte devili.
I am already in the process of selecting a suitable heir from the clan. The Fu family need not be inherited solely by Fuyu. Fuyu was taken aback. Grandmother, are you truly going to proceed with this? If I do not, shall I wait for you, and when Shushu to conspire against me?
Fu Laufurin fumed.
You genuinely remain unaware that when Shushu has incited her fans to harm me? Fuyu explained, Grandmother, I genuinely did not know Shushu was involved in this wrongdoing. She may be unaware. We require a detailed investigation before jumping to conclusions based solely on a phone record. Fu Leofurin was profoundly disappointed. She had never envisioned that Fuyu would still trust such a malicious woman in the face of compelling evidence. I am no longer inclined to discuss this with you. She was exhausted, truly weary. After nurturing her grandson for decades, he chose to believe in a venomous woman rather than her and the evidence. Grandmother, you still have me and Ye Wenya, Gu Tailan offered as he helped her sit down, applying a gentle massage. As for that sort of thing, if he wished to be with when Shushu, let them be. It would simplify matters for her. Ye Wenya chimed in, yes, grandmother, we shall disregard that sort of person. In the future, Gu Tailan and I will be here for you.
Fu Laufurin esse spirits lifted somevat.
Very well, very well. With you two by my side, I am content. Fuyu observed the harmonious trio with a heavy heart, contemplating whether resolving the system would return everything to its rightful course.
Ye Wenya.
I have something to discuss with you. He stepped forward to reach for Ye Wenya. However, Gu Tailan blocked him, protecting Ye Wenya.
Fuyu.
Say whatever you need to say here, to prevent you from exerting undue pressure on Ye Wenya. Fuyu, this woman is duplicitous, he coldly retorted. Gu Tailan scoffed. When it comes to duplicity, who can surpass your Wen Shushu?
Who can compare to you?
Ye Wenya wholeheartedly agreed. Gu, you are absolutely right. When it comes to duplicity, the most adept are Fuyu and Wen Shushu.
Ye Wenya.
Fuyu raised his voice. What malevolent intentions lie behind your actions? Shushu has been harmed to this extent. My grandmother is in the state, and I have been cast out of the Fu family, yet you persist? What are you shouting for? This is a police station. A police officer interjected. Ye Wenya genuinely wished to pry open Fuyu's head to ascertain whether its structure differed from that of ordinary people, perhaps filled with water.
Isi, Fuyu.
You have the audacity to wrongfully accuse me with irrefutable evidence. It is no wonder. In the past, you attributed all your unsolved grievances to me. Gu Tailan chuckled. He is utterly bewitched by Wen Shushu's tricks, believing only her words. Ye Wenya quipped, the greatest antagonist is feeling jealous. The air is thick with acidity. Now that Fuyu and Wen Shushu are feigning a breakup, it is time for the greatest antagonist to make his entrance. Each time the protagonists quarrel, the greatest antagonist stands by Wen Shushu, employing every method to console her, one of which includes betting her. Gu Tailin's expression soured. He felt an urge to obliterate the author of this narrative. As the heir of the Gu family, he had never lacked for women. Yet this author insisted he be paired with such a lowly character as Wen Shushu. Fuyu cast a malevolent gaze at him. He too harbored disdain for Gu Tailin, who was constantly vying for Shu's affection. I understand your sentiments, Ye Wenya patted Gu Tailin. Gu Tailin, seething with rage, struggled to contain his frustration. Why don't you say that I am merely captivated by your beauty? Ye Wenya's face reflected shock. Look, system. The greatest antagonist has admitted to being infatuated with my beauty. I knew it. With my looks and background, these men will inevitably seek to entice me. Gu Tailin's foul mood evaporated as he squeezed Ye Wenya's cheek. You are indeed quite stunning. How about this? You are unmarried, and I am unwed. Let us make do with each other, so you need not worry about Fuyu harassing you again. Ye Wenya swatted his hand away, rolling her eyes.
Gu.
That joke is in poor taste. Furthermore, I am wealthy and free. I would have to be insane to pursue another man and abandon my promising prospects.
Ye Wenya.
Fuyu's icy gaze fell upon her. We need to have a serious discussion. There are many matters that require our attention. He must resolve the system promptly, so it no longer wreaks havoc on him and Shu. Only then could everything return to its rightful path.
Ye Wenya fine ignorante.
She turned to inquire of the officer when they might be allowed to leave. Fuyu was about to step forward when he was halted by Gu Tailin. Fuyu, I advise you to consider this carefully. Are you truly willing to forsake your family and loved ones for such a venomous woman? After living with your grandmother for decades, do you not understand her character? If you insist on being with Wen Shushu, then please refrain for disturbing us any further. Fuyu rubbed his temples and replied, Gu Tailin, you have no idea what Ye Wenya has done. The exchange between Ye Wenya and the system was audible only to him. Even if he were to divulge it, no one would believe him. Should Ye Wenya not act at all? Gu Tailin found this notion absurd. Setting aside the incident where she was splashed with sulfuric acid, Ye Wenya has suffered so much at the hands of Wen Shushu. Is it not reasonable for her to retaliate? Fuyu, your double standards are truly remarkable. Furrowing his brow, Fuyu retorted, I am not referring to that. Rather, it is we who have been manipulated by Ye Wenya. She is not as she appears on the surface. Gu Tailin, I cannot fathom why you are defending Ye Wenya when you previously despised her. Chapter 18. Gu Tailin plays the fool. Gu Tailin, with one hand in his pocket and a mischievous smile gracing his lips, replied, Why? Because I possess a clear moral compass and discern right from wrong. I once loathed Ye Wenya because she constantly antagonized me for your sake. Unlike you, I do not lack principles or the ability to distinguish right from wrong. The evidence stands before you, yet you still assert that Ye Wenya harmed Wen Shushu, defending her while simultaneously hurting your grandmother. Fuyu frowned slightly and coldly said, Is it principle to harm Shushu at every turn like Ye Wenya? Gu Tailin scrutinized him from head to toe. If Wen Shushu were not a mistress, would Ye Wenya target her? You truly are amusing. In this day and age, those who play the role of a mistress have somehow become the righteous. Do not tell me that you and Wen Shushu share true love. After marrying Ye Wenya, regardless of your feelings toward her, you should shoulder the responsibilities and obligations of a husband. Hatred is no excuse for infidelity, emotional abuse, or favoritism towards Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya clapped her hands, looking at him with admiration. What you said, Mr. Gu, is absolutely correct. This man possesses a commendable moral compass, yet ultimately succumbs to the influence of the female protagonist. Becoming a second Fuyu, Madame Fu nodded in agreement. This child, Tailin, has always been good. Fuyu took a deep breath. Gu Tailin, have you forgotten the means by which Ye Wenya coerced me? Gu Tailin raised his hand to interrupt him. Fuyu, I hold you in contempt. Initially, you were not forced into marriage. Rather, you were enticed by the benefits offered by the Ye family. In the end, you married Ye Wenya yet treated her so poorly. These words struck Fuyu like a series of sharp slaps, leaving him both pained and embarrassed. I have calculated the benefits, Madame Fu interjected. And in the past 2 years, the advantages our family has gained from the Ye family have elevated us to new heights, not to mention the financial gains. Fuyu wished to refute her, but found himself unable, for it was the undeniable truth. Once, he had governed the Fu family and was acutely aware of the advantages they had reaped from the Ye family during those years. Without such generosity from the Ye family, the Fu family could never have ascended so high.
Fuyu, how can you even speak? Ye Wenya mocked.
Yes, I did compel you to marry me, but you could have declined. However, You accepted all the benefits and advantages from my family while treating me with emotional neglect and passionately engaging with a mistress, placing all the blame upon me. Had Fuyu and Wen Shushu not been the protagonists of this narrative, their actions alone would have drawn scorn from countless onlookers. Yet Fuyu remains blissfully unaware. Fuyu wished to find a hole to crawl into. Indeed, the Fu family had received numerous benefits from the Yi family, yet he had acted as he did, constantly blaming Ye Wenya. However, the words of apology remained lodged in his throat, unutterable. "Grandmother, Ye Wenya, once we finish our statements, we shall return," Gu Tailin said with a smile. Both Ye Wenya and Madame Fu agreed. After completing their statements, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin drove Madame Fu back to the Fu residence before returning to the hospital. "My foot hurts." As soon as Gu Tailin sank into the sofa, he began to groan. Ye Wenya looked at his ankle with concern. "I will call a doctor to examine it. Your foot needed rest, and now this has happened." Gu Tailin grabbed her hand, placing his injured foot on the coffee table. "Just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." Ye Wenya gazed at him deeply, then fetched a fan, placing it before Gu Tailin and turning it to the highest setting, directing the breeze at his injured foot. "Mr. Gu, is it more comfortable now?" she asked with a playful smile. Gu Tailin's hair was tousled by the wind, his clothes fluttering, and he replied, "Much better." He reached for the fan to turn it off, but Ye Wenya preempted him, pulling the fan back slightly. "You don't seem comfortable yet. Why not let it blow a little longer? I assure you, by the end, you will feel utterly relaxed." Hearing this, Gu Tailin flopped back against the sofa, allowing the fan to expose his abs.
I'll do as you say.
His demeanor possessed a chaotic beauty, reminiscent of someone who had been bullied, leaving Ye Wenya nearly breathless. Oh my, a top-tier handsome man is indeed a top-tier handsome man. Even the simplest of actions are so alluring. No wonder when Shushu adamantly opposes Gu Tailin marrying and having children. Gu Tailin, in a nonchalant manner, remarked, "Am I not particularly charming?" Ye Wenya rubbed her nose and replied, "Even dogs can be charming." Gu Tailin's face darkened. "Could you not be more sincere?" Ye Wenya blinked innocently. "I am very sincere. Just look at those cats and dogs. They are so charming that I can hardly walk when I see them." Suddenly, Gu Tailin leaned closer, adopting a pleading expression. "Don't you want to do something for me?" Ye Wenya stepped back in shock, retreating 3 steps. Internally, she called out to the system. "System, do you think Gu Tailin is trying to seduce me to prove to Wen Shushu that I truly would not obstruct her marriage to Fuyu? In the narrative, Gu Tailin has often troubled me and frequently warned me to divorce quickly and not to monopolize Wen Shushu's man." Gu Tailin was on the verge of despair, lamenting the author of this wretched novel for portraying him in such a light. "Mr. Gu, I understand that you are doing all this for your beloved, but you cannot scheme against me like this," Ye Wenya said earnestly. "This is a prime opportunity for you to pursue your heart's desire. Why not seize it?" Gu Tailin gripped her shoulders and shook her slightly.
I've told you countless times.
"I know, I understand, I get it." Ye Wenya interrupted him. "You don't want outsiders to know, right? I promise not to tell a soul. Let me give you some advice. Burying your feelings is detrimental. You will never win over your beloved that way. Mr. Gu, you are injured. Now is the perfect time for your beloved to feel sympathy for you." Gu Tailin, nearly exasperated to the point of fainting, slumped on the sofa, patting his chest. "You are driving me to madness, Ye Wenya. How many times must I say it? I have no one I like." Ye Wenya nodded repeatedly. Yes, you have no one you like. It's that kind of secret affection buried deep within. The greatest antagonist is the most pitiable, so deeply enamored with the female lead, yet forced to watch her be intimate with Fuyu, while she casually engages with her childhood friend, only finding time to be with him occasionally. In a world inhabited by 4 individuals, only one remains nameless. Gu Tailin experiences a sensation akin to impending rage as he grits his teeth and growls. "Ye Wenya, what on earth occupies your mind?" Ye Wenya chuckles, money, handsome guys, delectable food, and delightful activities. Gu Tailin, exasperated, pounds his chest. "Is there anything else rattling around in that head of yours? Something else?" Ye Wenya feigns ignorance. "Gu Tailin, have you lost your senses due to your infatuation? How could I possibly harbor anything else in my mind?" Chapter 19. I too shall embody your so-called mercilessness. Gu Tailin slumps helplessly, resigning himself to silence with this woman. He should never have harbored any hopes. In her mind, apart from her trifling concerns, she is perpetually entangled in whimsical fantasies. Noticing his distress, Ye Wenya summons a doctor for an examination. After all, he is the primary antagonist, and should anything be amiss, It would undoubtedly spell trouble for her, which she wishes to avoid at all costs. Following the doctor's assessment, it is determined that Gu Tailin is entirely fine, perhaps merely fatigued. Ye Wenya breathes a sigh of relief. Once the doctor departs, Ye Wenya leans toward Gu Tailin. Given your current state, it is precisely the moment for your beloved. Smack. Quick as lightning, she slaps Gu Tailin, who had leaned in to kiss her, sending him sprawling onto the sofa. What do you think you're doing? Planning to experiment on me? I'll ruin your face. Gu Tailin winces in pain. I say, Ye Wenya, did you truly need to use such force? If you ruin my face, you will have to marry me. Ye Wenya crosses her arms and snorts. You should consider yourself fortunate that I didn't ruin your face merely due to your antics. This is your final warning. Cease all experiments in my presence concerning your beloved. Gu Tailin has relinquished any desire to act decisively. He merely lies on the sofa, his gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling, lamenting the profound influence of this absurd narrative. Ye Wenya, uninterested in Gu Tailin's plight, settles by the window, contemplating how to facilitate the marriage of the main characters. Once they wed and fulfill the storyline, she can enjoy her own tranquil life. Ideals are beautiful, yet reality is merciless. The following day, Ye Wenya learns from System 001 that the affection value between the protagonists has regressed to 40%, with the branching storyline only advancing to 10%. What on earth? How did the affection value plummet to 40%? System, why has the affection value diminished? System 001 replies irritably, it seems to be related to the female lead's return from America, which resulted in a fierce quarrel with the male lead over marriage. However, after their rendezvous, they reconciled, so logically their affection value should not have decreased. Ye Wenya scoffs. I'm beginning to suspect that this author is from a certain lineage. The female lead seems to engage in intimacy with every man, as if it's the only way. Since they have reconciled, let us observe further. Their relationship must weather numerous trials before truly uniting. Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin approaches. Are you sitting alone in the garden? Aren't you afraid of Wen Shushu causing you trouble? Ye Wenya gives him a peculiar look. You, my dear, are quite the hypocrite. The protagonists reconcile through intimacy, and if the primary antagonist discovers this, he would be profoundly saddened. Each time the protagonists are harmonious, the antagonist suffers, intensifying his dark transformation. In the latter part of the narrative, he frequently seeks the female lead for intimacy, often deliberately before the male lead returns. Gu Tailin's expression fractures into a grimace. Ye Wenya. Noticing a shift in demeanor, Ye Wenya shakes her head. Gu Tailin is indeed a hypocrite, compounded by the fact that he is not the male lead, thus cannot be with the female lead. Ignoring Fuyu and Wen Shushu, who walk hand in hand, she lowers her gaze to her phone. Every time the protagonists reconcile, the female lead intentionally flaunts her relationship with the male lead before me, inciting discord and deepening the male lead's disdain for me, ultimately using him to orchestrate my downfall. Fuyu halts, and Gu Tailin's gaze sharpens like a blade directed at him and Wen Shushu. Miss Yi, Wen Shushu speaks softly, we have come to express our gratitude for your facilitation. Regardless of past events, they are now behind us. Ye Wenya casts a scornful glance at both her and Fuyu. Wen Shushu, are you truly here to thank me? Wen Shushu recognizes that Ye Wenya is no longer as easily manipulated as before and responds sweetly, I sincerely thank you, Miss Yi. Additionally, I wish to mend our past grievances. After all, what has transpired belongs to the past. How about this? Ye Wenya steps closer, her tone deceptively gentle as she delivers the harshest of sentiments. I shall first douse you with sulfuric acid, then frame you repeatedly, rendering you a pariah. After which I will say, what has happened is in the past. Let us bury the hatchet. Gu Tailin cannot contain a burst of laughter. Ye Wenya, you have articulated that perfectly. Wen Shushu has orchestrated so much harm against her, yet now wishes to gloss it over with a mere acknowledgement of the past. Ye Wenya. Fuyu interjects protectively, glaring at her. Shushu has already apologized. You cannot hold a grudge. That is excessive.
Slap.
Ye Wenya swiftly delivers a resounding slap to him. My apologies, Fuyu. It was not my intention to strike you. Please forgive me. I am now apologizing, so you must forgive me. Or else you would be the one being unreasonable, which is quite unfair. Gu Tailin finds himself increasingly charmed by her antics. How can Ye Wenya be so entertaining? Such a delightful presence must remain by his side. Fuyu stumbles over his words. Miss Yi, all the blame lies with me. Do not hold Fuyu accountable. Wen Shushu's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she speaks tremulously. Fuyu feels a pang of sympathy. Shushu, it's not your fault. Ye Wenya is being unreasonable. Oh dear, how pitiful when Shushu is. It's all her fault, Ye Wenya remarks sarcastically. Gu Tailin chimes in. Is there truly anyone in this world for whom everything is their fault? Today, I am witnessing a revelation. Ye Wenya regards him with a bemused expression. After all, she is merely a gentle and kind flower, thus all faults must rest upon her. Gu Tailin gently pats her head, gritting his teeth. Do not cast such looks in my direction. I harbor no interest in such delicate flowers. Only Fuyu, in his foolishness, would be enamored by such a woman. Ye Wenya quips. Here it comes. The primary antagonist may outwardly disdain the female lead, yet secretly harbors deep affections for her. Perhaps shortly, he will stealthily approach her to apologize and then press his lips against hers. Indeed, you are entirely correct. Fuyu suddenly seizes Gu Tailin by the collar. His gaze fierce. Gu Tailin, I warn you to maintain your distance from Shushu. I am fully aware of your intentions. Fuyu, do not act this way. When Shushu pulls at his hand, casting covert glances at Gu Tailin, it appears that President Gu has taken a liking to her, which makes it easier for her to steal this man away from Ye Wenya. Chapter 20. The female lead's childhood friend approaches Ye Wenya. Gu Tailin, filled with disgust, forcefully kicked Wen Shushu to the ground, exclaiming fiercely, if you dare to cast that repulsive gaze upon me again, I will ensure your career is obliterated, leaving you with no opportunity for success in this lifetime. Ye Wenya was taken aback, yet found the scene rather pleasing. Shushu. Fuyu hastily rushed forward to assist Wen Shushu, his voice laced with concern. Where does it hurt? I will take you for a checkup immediately. When Shushu buried her face in his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried, Fuyu, my chest hurts so much. Why does Mr. Gu treat me this way? Fuyu wrapped his arms around her waist, glaring at Gu Tailin with fury. Gu Tailin. There's no need to shout. I can hear you just fine. Gu Tailin, with a roguish demeanor, unabashedly expressed his disdain. Fuyu, keep a tight rein on your girlfriend. She ought to refrain from attempting to seduce me. I'm not a fool like you to be drawn to a woman more sordid than a public bus. When Shushu's face flushed with embarrassment, she did not consider herself filthy. After all, which woman these days wasn't he like this? Besides, this wasn't he ancient times. What woman still adhered strictly to the virtues of the past? Fuyu was momentarily speechless, his expression turning grim. Ye Wenya looked at him in disbelief. Wait. Where are the scenes where the main antagonist embraces the heroine? Where is the part where the antagonist fights for the heroine against the hero? Why have they vanished? Gu Tailin lightly patted her head, delivering a harsh warning. Ye Wenya, do you really think I would have any affection for a woman like Wen Shushu, who cannot survive without a man? I fear such a filthy woman might bring disease. Ye Wenya felt something was amiss. I haven't said a word.
Why do you look like that?
Gu Tailin took a deep breath, his face sour. I'm merely reminding you. I'm not a fool like Fuyu, who would treat a venomous and duplicitous woman kindly. Ye Wenya grew increasingly perplexed, unable to discern what was wrong. Setting aside the antagonist's attitude towards the heroine, the very words of the antagonist were peculiar. System, is it possible that the plot has collapsed to such a degree that the antagonist's character has changed? That's why his attitude towards the heroine is like this? System 001 had no insight, replying, the plot is long since unraveled. Changes in characters within the novel are perhaps to be expected. Ye Wenya could only scoff. This useless system was utterly pointless, and she felt foolish for consulting it. Fuyu was indeed quite foolish, neglecting his grandmother and the Fu family for a woman like her. Before Fuyu could respond, Wen Shushu was already feigning vulnerability with her tears. Miss Ye, I know you blame me for taking Fuyu away. I am truly sorry. Ye Wenya scoffed lightly. I should thank you. Were it not for your machinations to snatch Fuyu away, I wouldn't be enjoying such a comfortable and carefree life. As for you, Miss Wen, you must take good care of Fuyu. After all, old Madame Fu is currently selecting a suitable heir from the Fu family. When Shushu's expression changed drastically. Miss Ye, please don't joke. Fuyu is the only family member of old Madame Fu.
So what?
Ye Wenya replied, looking down at her. Do you think that in a prominent family, the heir must be a direct descendant? You are mistaken. The larger the family, the more they value individual capability. A man like Fuyu, who disregards family for a woman, no matter how capable he is, lacks the qualifications to inherit the Fu family. Moreover, the heir chosen from the Fu family will still bear the Fu surname, ensuring the family legacy continues. When Shushu felt dizzy, gripping Fuyu's arm as she asked, Fuyu, is this true? Fuyu, lips pressed together, nodded. When Shushu nearly fainted, how did it come to this? She had worked hard for so long, sacrificing so much, not to marry Fuyu, but to marry the one in power within the Fu family and become the matriarch. It's all right. She mustered her strength, gently reassuring him, from now on, let us live our lives well. I will work hard. Just as Fuyu was about to express, Shushu, you're truly wonderful, he heard Ye Wenya's inner thoughts. Ye Wenya mused. I can bet that when Shushu will soon inquire about the heir of the Fu family and then attempt to seduce him. Once she entangles herself with the heir, she will undoubtedly abandon Fuyu. Fuyu struggled to believe it, yet Ye Wenya's words rang true. He looked at Wen Shushu with a scrutinizing gaze. Shushu, let us go. He intended to observe her closely, to see if she would behave as Ye Wenya predicted. As Wen Shushu agreed to inquire about the Fu family's heir, she softly replied, taking Fuyu's hand as they walked together. Upon returning home, Wen Shushu made an excuse to step out for work. No sooner had she left than Fuyu hired a private investigator to follow her. That evening, around 7 o'clock, after accompanying Gu Tailin for a dressing change, he returned to the ward to handle some work. Ye Wenya strolled into the cafeteria, seeking a late-night snack, with 2 bodyguards trailing behind her. After perusing the various windows in the cafeteria, she decided on a hot pot. Having not had one in ages, she craved it immensely. Having arranged for the hot pot to be delivered to the ward, she headed in that direction with her bodyguards. Unexpectedly, she encountered a young man on the way. He was clad in a gray leisure suit, with strikingly handsome eyes, narrow and deep, which, when focused on someone, exuded a softness, yet his gaze was filled with ferocity. The 2 bodyguards instinctively shielded Ye Wenya. Miss Yi, I am Mu Gaoyuan. His demeanor instantly morphed into one of affability as he extended his hand towards her. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Ye Wenya widened her eyes slightly, regarding him with a look akin to that reserved for a repugnant creature. How pitiful for a childhood friend. The heroine has always treated him as a backup, using his money and body just to provoke the male lead. Miss Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? Shushu is not that kind of person. Mu Gaoyuan rebuked. Ye Wenya rolled her eyes, retorting, are you out of your mind? I haven't said a word. TSK, 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 how the childhood friend truly protects the heroine. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that this world is a novel. As a supporting character, no matter how hard he tries, the heroine will ultimately only marry the male lead, Fuyu. This time, Mu Gaoyuan noticed something was off. Though Ye Wenya's lips hadn't moved, he could hear her words. What is happening here? Moreover, what does she mean by a novel world? Is Shushu the heroine of this world? Will she only be with Fuyu? These matters require investigation. I cannot allow anyone or anything to threaten Shushu again. Miss Yi, what must I do for you to cease troubling Shushu? Beneath his friendly facade lay a deep-seated resentment towards Ye Wenya. Chapter 21. Indeed, when Shushu had done that, Ye Wenya felt it, mockingly saying, Mu Gaoyuan, do you really think you're in a position to negotiate with me? In the eyes of most, you may be a successful individual, but to me, you are less than an ant, yet you still dare to speak boldly before me. Mu Gaoyuan was acutely aware of this. His assets were mere trifles in the eyes of true wealth. Miss Yi, Shushu has never done anything to wrong you. Ye Wenya suddenly laughed. When Shushu has never wronged me? You truly live up to the title of Wen Shushu's devoted admirer, much like Fuyu. Despite the plethora of evidence laid bare before you, you steadfastly maintain that Wen Shushu embodies gentleness and kindness. Mu Gaoyuan's patience is remarkable. He chuckled heartily, declaring that Miss Yi would never comprehend the essence of true love. Ye Wenya was not oblivious to his mockery. She retorted with a sneer, indeed. Your version of true love involves several men sharing a single woman, to the extent that even the identity of the child's father would necessitate a paternity test. She covered her mouth in laughter, adding, it's quite possible that none of you are the biological father. Mu Gaoyuan's expression shifted subtly. Must you be so obstinate? Miss Yi? Ye Wenya regarded him with the disdain reserved for insects. Mu Gaoyuan, you still fail to grasp your position. A single word from me, and you will lose everything you have labored for over the years. She paused. Now, do you understand how to address me? With a stern visage, Mu Gaoyuan clenched his fists. My apologies, Miss Yi, for my poor attitude. I sincerely apologize. Recalling the numerous times Mu Gaoyuan had troubled her on behalf of Wen Shushu, Ye Wenya resolved not to grant him any leniency. As a gesture of your contrition, I shall accept several of the significant contracts you recently secured. As she spoke, she made a phone call. In less than a minute, Mu Gaoyuan received a call from his secretary, informing him that the recently signed contracts had all vanished. He nearly crushed his phone in fury. Ye Wenya, you truly possess a venomous heart. Next time, it might just be your entire company, she retorted before departing with 2 bodyguards. Mu Gaoyuan glared at her retreating figure, dialing a number with determination. Even if it cost him his entire company, he would not allow Ye Wenya to conspire against Shushu any longer. Meanwhile, as Ye Wenya settled back into her hospital room, her phone vibrated with several notifications. Breaking news! When Shushu was summoned to the police station regarding an acid-throwing incident, and her company was preparing to abandon her. Shocking. When Shushu was once again with Fuyu, had she not yet broken up with Mu Gaoyuan? The comments were rife with vitriol, each more scathing than the last.
Damn.
When Shushu is indeed a public bus. Just days ago, she was hot and heavy with Mu Gaoyuan, and now she's with Fuyu. Is she that desperate? It's evident that when Shushu orchestrated the acid incident. I don't understand how Fuyu, once the heir of the Fu family, could be so infatuated with such a malicious woman. Ye Wenya is so much better. When Shushu's prowess in the bedroom is impressive. You all know that her current status and resources were gained through her bed. Ye Wenya reveled in the comments, imagining herself as the target of such ridicule and derision. With Wen Shushu as the mastermind behind it all. Just then her phone rang. It was a friend on the line, exclaiming, "Oh my God! You won't believe who I saw at the bar."
What did you see?
Ye Wenya replied, bemused. I saw Wen Shushu flirting with a member of the Fu family. Practically glued to him. The key point is, she was dressed so provocatively, her assets practically pressed against him, completely oblivious to the gazes and gossip around her. If it weren't for the bar's membership policy, this would definitely make headlines. Ye Wenya was hardly surprised, when Shushu was far too eager. She had just learned that the matriarch of the Fu family was selecting an heir, and now she was hastily trying to seduce them. It was no wonder. She was in a semi-ostracized state, and if she didn't attach herself to the heir of the Fu family quickly, she would lose everything. Her friend, who was also well-connected, noted that this was merely one of the heirs. The true heir was yet to be chosen by the matriarch. Is she planning to seduce each one of them?
Ye Wenya şurup.
Perhaps that is precisely her plan. Look at how capable Wen Shushu is, with childhood friends protecting her and Fuyu expelled from the Fu family for her sake. Perhaps these men are indeed willing to bow before her. Her friend expressed disgust. Only Fuyu is foolish. Everyone in the Fu family knows that associating with Wen Shushu leads to expulsion. Only a fool would risk everything for a woman like her. After a brief conversation, Ye Wenya ended the call, perusing the photos her friend had sent with a sense of amusement. In the pictures, Wen Shushu appeared overtly forward. Utterly shameless. If Fuyu were to see this, his expression would surely be priceless. Fuyu was already aware. A private investigator had sent him videos and photos that left him seething with rage. Wen Shushu was far too impatient. He dialed her number countless times, only to be met with the unyielding message that his call could not be connected. This was the woman for whom he had sacrificed everything. Puzzled by Wen Shushu's actions, Fuyu sat on the sofa, waiting for her return. He chain-smoked in the dim light. When Wen Shushu finally walked in and switched on the light, she was startled. Fuyu, why are you still awake without the lights on? You scared me. I had a tiring day at work. I was just going to rest. With a scowl, Fuyu shoved her onto the sofa. Tired from work? Or from seducing the heirs of the Fu family? Wen Shushu's heart raced with panic, and she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Fuyu, how could you say that? I truly was working, all for our future. Noting her conservative attire upon returning.
Fuyu esse anger flerd.
Working? This is what you call work? He thrust the video in front of her. Is this what you describe as work? Quite the job you have, dressing like that to entertain different men, letting them touch you at will. He suddenly felt alienated from the woman before him, questioning whether this was the kind, gentle Shushu who genuinely cared for him. The video struck Wen Shushu like a thunderclap. Fuyu, please let me explain. It's not what you think. She covered her face, weeping. I had no choice. You know I've lost all my resources and the company has abandoned me. We can't just sit back and let everything fall apart. Chapter 22, Wen Shushu forcefully expelled Fuyu from her life. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of compassion, yet as images of the video and photos flooded back, that compassion dissipated. Am I so powerless that I require you to seduce the heirs selected by the Fu family? Must you resort to such actions? Furthermore, please do not cloak your actions under the guise of our future. You know your reasons for doing this all too well. His disappointment in Shushu ran deep. He had believed her to be a virtuous, gentle girl, but it had all been a facade to deceive him. It was no wonder his grandmother had said he was blind. When Shushu felt a mix of disdain for Fuyu and an unwillingness to let go, primarily fearing he might return to the Fu family. Why can't you trust me? Do you think I want to shamelessly do these things? One word from Miss Yi, and I have nothing left. If I don't strive harder. Is your so-called effort merely about seducing the heirs chosen by the Fu family? Fuyu felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity towards the woman before him. Within just a few hours, she had managed to flirt with several heirs of the Fu family, yet not a single other man had caught her interest. When Shushu's anger surged, and she violently swept everything off the coffee table, exclaiming, "Fuyu, is this the reward I receive for sacrificing everything for you? If you hold me in such contempt, what are you still doing living in my house? If you have the capability, then do not expect me to support you." Fuyu's complexion paled as he stared at her in stunned silence for a moment before grabbing his phone and car keys and departing. The following day, shortly after 9 in the morning, at the hospital, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin strolled leisurely toward the parking lot. "Gu Tailin, you must take care of your foot. Do you understand?"
Ye Wenya admonished.
Gu Tailin, grinning broadly, leaned closer. "Ye Wenya, you promised to take care of me. Are you planning to neglect me now?" Ye Wenya shot him a glare. "You are already discharged. There is no need for my care." "That cannot be said. My injuries have yet to fully heal. And you must tend to me," Gu Tailin replied, feigning helplessness. Ye Wenya clenched her fists. "Do you wish to be struck?" Gu Tailin dramatically clutched his heart. "I am utterly heartbroken. I thought you were a person of your word. Who knew you would be like this? You promised to care for me until my injuries healed. And now I am left to weep." Ye Wenya swiftly covered his mouth and warned fiercely, "Utter another word, and you shall face my wrath." Gu Tailin seized her hand, grinning mischievously. "How do you intend to make me suffer? Should I lie down and allow you to do as you please?"
Ye Wenya vitrey her hand.
Wiping it disdainfully on his clothing, "I shall report you to my brother." "What are you going to report?"
Ye Kong aprorochet, kicking Gu Tailin aside.
He gazed tenderly at his sister. "Has Gu Tailin been bullying you?" "Gu Tailin is more wronged than Do-e," Ye Wenya responded, linking her arm with Yitsong's. Smiling brightly, "No. Gu Tailin wouldn't dare bully me." "Brother, didn't you say you were too busy to pick me up?"
Ye Kong pinchet her nose playfully.
"Now that you are discharged, how could I possibly refrain from coming? By the way, Fuyu had a falling out with Wen Shushu. He was kicked out by her and spent the night in his car." Ye Wenya was not at all surprised. She clapped her hands with enthusiasm. "Ah, indeed. Those who do evil shall be met with their match. A scoundrel like Fuyu deserves to be tormented by Wen Shushu.
No.
I cannot allow Fuyu and Wen Shushu to truly fall apart. They must marry soon. But how can I facilitate their swift union?" She failed to notice Gu Tailin's disconcerting gaze as she pondered how to expedite the marriage between Wen Shushu and Fuyu. Gu Tailin stroked his chin and suddenly posed a question to Yitsong. "What do you think about orchestrating a marriage between Fuyu and Wen Shushu?" Ye Wenya looked at him in astonishment. Is the main antagonist planning to marry Fuyu and Wen Shushu to intensify their conflict and exploit the opportunity? Gu Tailin's forehead throbbed with irritation, wishing to spank Ye Wenya. How could he explain to her that he utterly despised a woman like Wen Shushu? Yitsong regarded him with a soft smile. "Why do you say that, Gu?" Gu Tailin implied, "If they are bound together in marriage, they can torment one another."
Cannot they?
Yitsong adjusted his glasses. "Without sufficient incentives, Wen Shushu will not marry Fuyu." Gu Tailin grinned deviously. "Isn't that straightforward? With grandmother's cooperation and my arrangements, I guarantee Wen Shushu will be eager to marry Fuyu. Once they are wed, the real drama will unfold." Yitsong contemplated this, curious about why Gu Tailin desired Fuyu and Wen Shushu to marry. "Originally, I was indifferent, but Wen Shushu assumed she could entice me, wanting me as her backup." Gu Tailin scoffed. Yitsong, taken aback, failed to suppress his surprise. "What on earth?" Gu Tailin grimaced. "Isn't it revolting? In her eyes, men like us should revolve around her, just like Fuyu." Yitsong's perspective shifted entirely, resolving, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. If she is willing to play the mistress to be with Fuyu, I shall fulfill her wish." They then discussed the matter in detail. After reaching an agreement, Yitsong took Ye Wenya home while Gu Tailin drove to the company to handle work matters. In the parking lot of the Gu Group, as Gu Tailin stepped out of the car, he heard a shrill, irritating voice. "Gu Zong." Gu Tailin didn't even glance at Wen Shushu, signaling the driver to block her and calling his assistant. Find out who allowed Wen Shushu in here and have them dismissed. After hanging up, he attempted to enter the elevator but was intercepted by Wen Shushu, who smiled sweetly. Gu Zong, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. I wonder if you have the time? Gu Tailin regarded her with disdain. Before her, he dialed Fuyu's number. Fuyu, aren't you going to manage your girlfriend? She came here to tempt me. I must commend you on your taste. How can you prefer such a repugnant creature? Fuyu's complexion soured as if he had swallowed a fly, coldly responding, Are you at the hospital? Gu Tailin evaded Wen Shushu's advances, mocking. Your girlfriend just attempted to throw herself at me. Truly, she cannot survive without different men. How can you stomach such a thing without fearing disease? He added, I am in the parking lot of my company. Fuyu curtly replied, I am on my way, before ending the call. Just as Gu Tailin put his phone away, he heard Wen Shushu's whimpering voice, Gu Zong, I did not come to seduce you. I am here to discuss serious matters. Chapter 23. This woman approaches Ye Wenya. Gu Tailin chuckled derisively. Wen Shushu, your little tricks may fool a fool like Fuyu, but not me. Leave. If you do not depart, I will ensure you are completely blacklisted. Wen Shushu bit her lip, adopting a feeble and pitiable demeanor. Gu Zong, it concerns Miss Yi. I cannot discuss it with Fuyu. I can only tell you. Wasn't it said that Gu Zong had feelings for her? Why was he treating her this way? Gu Tailin, knowing her thoughts without needing to guess, directly instructed the security to throw Wen Shushu out. Do not allow such a disreputable woman to enter again. She will tarnish the company's image. Several security guards promptly dragged Wen Shushu away, cursing her. Never seen anyone as shameless as this woman. Our president despises her. Yet she still has the audacity to approach him. She clearly thinks she can climb into any wealthy man's bed. Look at her. She clearly cannot live without a man. I suggest she abandon her dreams of stardom and take up a role as a hostess instead. Gu Tailin did not cast Wen Shushu another glance, directly entering the elevator, and messaged Ye Wenya about the incident. As Ye Wenya sipped her coffee, she nearly spat it out upon reading the message. Has the main antagonist gone mad? Treating his beloved like this? What she did not anticipate was that it was now Wen Shushu who had taken the initiative to seek out Gu Tailin. Originally in the novel, it was Gu Tailin who took the initiative to frequently seek out Wen Shushu, which later led to their passionate entanglement. How do you plan to explain this to grandmother? After all, Fuyu is her grandson, and she may not assist with this matter. Gu Tailin's response came swiftly. Grandmother will help. She is quite eager for Fuyu to see Wen Shushu's true character. You shall witness the results by tomorrow at the latest. Ye Wenya was greatly anticipating this unfolding drama. Miss, there is a lady named Qining at the entrance who wishes to meet you, a servant announced. Qining? Ye Wenya pondered briefly, recalling who Qining was. This individual was a prominent actress and a so-called plastic sister of Wen Shushu. The two had engaged in numerous subtle and overt battles for fame and resources. In the original narrative, Wen Shushu had utilized her various male companions to ruin Qining's reputation, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. However, Qining was no virtuous character herself. Please ask her in. Before long, the servant escorted Qining into the garden. Upon seeing Qining's understated yet elegant attire, Ye Wenya raised an eyebrow. Miss Qin, please take a seat. Qining, filled with envy and jealousy towards Ye Wenya, sat down with a feigned smile. Thank you, Miss Yi, for agreeing to meet with me. I have a gift I wish to present to you today. She retrieved a USB drive from her bag and placed it on the coffee table. This is something I obtained from a friend, detailing Wen Shushu's rise to fame. Such is the life of a top-tier heiress, where everything is at her fingertips, free from any concerns throughout her life. If only she could marry into a true wealthy family, all her worries would vanish. Ye Wenya toyed with the USB drive. A playful smile gracing her lips. Miss Qin, what compels you to offer me this? To be candid, Miss Yi, I approached you in hopes of acquiring some of the resources that once belonged to Wen Shushu, Qining confessed frankly. I have attempted to obtain that information myself, but without any assistance, I have achieved little. A chill flickered in Ye Wenya's eyes. In the original story, Qining had caused significant trouble for the original character in her pursuit of the resources and popularity bestowed by Wen Shushu, even fabricating scandalous rumors against her. And you believe that a mere USB drive will grant you such advantages? Qining subtly surveyed her surroundings. Isn't CEO Yi at home? Why has he not made an appearance? I understand that this alone is insufficient. Miss Yi, I only require a fraction of Wen Shushu's past resources. Would that be acceptable? Ye Wenya noted her furtive actions, grasping her true intentions. In the original tale, Qining had attempted to seduce Gu Tailin and Yi Tsong, but to no avail. If this USB drive proves genuine, I shall indeed provide you with a portion of those resources. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a spa appointment to attend. Despite her reluctance to leave, Qining dared not offend Ye Wenya. At that moment, Yi Tsong appeared, carrying a platter of freshly baked cake from the kitchen. Here, try a taste. As Ye Wenya accepted the cake, she witnessed Qining's demeanor shift to a sickly sweet facade, which repulsed her.
CEO에
Qining gazed at Yi Tsong with starry eyes. Yi Tsong, feigning ignorance, led Ye Wenya towards the living room. Wenya, you should avoid mingling with unsavory people. They may lead you astray. Ye Wenya took a spoonful of cake. All right, brother. When will you find me a sister-in-law? You wish for a sister-in-law?
Ye Kong responded indulgently.
Ye Wenya's eyes sparkled mischievously. Brother, what type of girl do you fancy? Do you have any requirements regarding her family background?
Ye Kong lightly tappet her forehead.
She must come from a family of comparable status. This is a non-negotiable condition. If she does not meet this criterion, no matter how wonderful she may be, I shall not consider her. Wenya, understand this. Having families of equal standing can alleviate many troubles, sparing us from potential familial conflicts. Ye Wenya noticed a fleeting stiffness in Qining's smile, her lips curling into a sardonic grin. Brother, finding someone of equal status is quite the challenge. There are plenty.
Ye Kong replied.
Moreover, individuals like myself who hold power typically marry into other prominent families, which greatly benefits both families' growth. My sister need not concern herself with these matters. As long as the person you like possesses sound values and will treat you well for a lifetime, that is sufficient. Ye Wenya chuckled. Brother, I no longer wish to marry. I want to indulge in handsome men. Just look at my wealth and leisure. Why marry when I can enjoy the company of charming suitors? As you wish, as long as it brings you joy, Yi Tsong conceded. Ye Wenya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall begin my search for handsome men. She was determined to relish in their company. Returning to the living room, Ye Wenya retrieved her notebook to explore the contents of the USB drive, while Yi Tsong retreated to his study to attend to work. The revelations within the USB drive prompted a knowing smile from Ye Wenya. She was curious about the origins of such valuable information. If these details were to surface online, when Shu would undoubtedly be finished. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts, she received a call from Fuyu. Ye Wenya, we need to talk. I want to discuss your actions. Ye Wenya closed her notebook, retorting coldly. Fuyu, if you're unwell, seek treatment from your Shu. Don't come here to trouble me. Your voice alone makes me nauseous. Mentioning when Shu reminded Fuyu of their recent argument over Gu Tailin, further clarifying his perception of Shu's true nature. I'm not referring to those matters. I mean the change in your disposition. Chapter 24. A group of people surrounded Ye Wenya, attacking her. Ye Wenya's demeanor remained unchanged as she calmly replied, from your tone. It seems you believe my character should remain unchanged, that I should continue to cling to you and endure your and when Shu's machinations. Is that right? Unbeknownst to Ye Wenya, Fuyu, Gu Tailin, and Mu Gaoyuan could perceive her inner thoughts, which is why she remained unfazed. Fuyu refrained from revealing that he could hear her thoughts or the existence of the system, fully aware that these matters were not to be disclosed at present. Come out, we should discuss this face to face. Our affairs deserve proper attention, and it would be best to resolve everything this time. Once resolved, I shall not seek you out again. Ye Wenya considered for a moment. Very well, we shall meet to discuss this. I will choose the location to prevent you and when Shu from causing further disturbances. Fuyu wanted to protest but recalled past incidents. All right. At a top-tier private club. Within one of the private rooms, Ye Wenya sipped her coffee and cast a fleeting glance at Fuyu across from her. If you have something to say, do so swiftly. I am busy courting handsome men and have no time to dally with you. Her demeanor caused Fuyu to press his lips together. Before he could hear Ye Wenya's thoughts, she had once been deeply enamored with him, willing to do anything for him. Now, everything had shifted. I wish to know what actions you have taken since I began my relationship with Shu. Ye Wenya scoffed. If I tell you, will you believe me? Fuyu replied coolly. If you don't speak, how will I know whether I will believe you? Ye Wenya rolled her eyes dramatically. Before we finalized our divorce, I did target when Shu, but I never intended to harm her. At most, I disrupted some of her resources, making her life a bit more challenging. I have no involvement in orchestrating trouble for her through thugs and illegitimate fans, nor in designing situations that lead to her injury. System. Do you not agree that Fuyu is a scoundrel? When I treated him so well, he disregarded me completely, believing I was the one who harmed when Shu. Now that I have lost interest in him, He eagerly approaches me and inquires about such matters, all of which were instigated by Wen Shushu to create discord and harm me. Hearing her innermost thoughts, Fuyu could only smile bitterly, reflecting on how he had been entangled with her since childhood and how her willful nature contributed to their strife. Enough. Ye Wenya interjected with a scoff. Please refrain from bringing up the past. It nauseates me. I must have been blind to have ever liked a scoundrel like you. Is there anything else? Fuyu took a deep breath, an inexplicable pang of regret surfacing within him. Why do you insist on my union with Shushu? Are you jesting, Fuyu? Ye Wenya retorted angrily. Am I the one who insists on you being with Wen Shushu? It is you who chose to engage in an extramarital affair with her and attempted to pin all the blame on me. Must you play both sides? Fuyu sought answers beyond her words, yearning to decipher the intentions of Ye Wenya and the system. Your sudden transformation raises my suspicions of ulterior motives. My ulterior motive, Ye Wenya coldly declared, is to see you and Wen Shushu wed as swiftly as possible. Bound together, you shall be unable to wreak havoc upon others. Once Fuyu marries Wen Shushu, the system will fulfill its mission, and I shall be free from its incessant nagging, able to live the affluent life I desire. Fuyu grasped the crux of the matter. Why was the system so adamant about his marriage to Shushu? Was it merely because, in this narrative, he and Shushu were destined to be together, or was there a more sinister agenda at play? Did Shushu truly value his character? Or was it merely his status that attracted her? His heart ached with the thought that he had believed Shushu cherished him for who he was, rather than for his position. Ye Wenya regarded him with a look of incredulity. Step onto the street and ask a few girls, with nothing to your name, who would be inclined to be with you. When Shushu exists in the entertainment industry, having encountered countless handsome men, would she truly fixate on your face and character alone? Enough. Spare me your inquiries about Wen Shushu. While I am hospitalized, you two should remain locked away, causing no further harm. With that, she departed, leaving Fuyu to ponder the glaringly apparent truth he had only now come to realize, a thought both absurd and laughable. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Wen Shushu. Shushu, let us part ways. Pursue whomever you desire. I shall no longer concern myself with you. Meanwhile, the oblivious Wen Shushu, who was attempting to curry favor with Fuyu, remained unaware of the vibrating phone, her mind consumed with thoughts of securing her position as the future matriarch of the Fu family. Upon arriving at the private club's parking lot, Ye Wenya was besieged by a throng of reporters. Cameras flashed incessantly as questions bombarded her. Miss Ye, are you and Fuyu reconciling? Miss Ye, your actions mirror those of a mistress seizing Wen Shushu's boyfriend. How are you any different from her? Will your potential reconciliation with Fuyu involve any collaboration between the Ye and Fu families? Before Ye Wenya could respond, several bodyguards swiftly intervened, dispersing the reporters. That scoundrel Fuyu is regarded as a treasure by Wen Shushu. I wouldn't deign to consider him even as refuse, Ye Wenya asserted with authority. I don't care who sent you. Think carefully about whether you can afford to offend the Ye family. The reporters exchanged apprehensive glances, refraining from further inquiries or photographs, acutely aware of the potential repercussions from the Ye family. A mere word from them could cost them their jobs, leaving them unemployable for life. With a cold glare, Ye Wenya surveyed the reporters before striding toward her vehicle. Just as she reached for the driver's door, a thick wooden stick suddenly swung towards her right wrist. Hearing the whoosh of the stick, she recoiled in fear, stumbling backward. The rapid retreat, compounded by her high heels, caused her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. In that moment, a group of young men armed with clubs emerged, viciously raising their weapons against her. You arrogant harlot! We will not let you escape unscathed today, they shouted, intent on inflicting harm. Ye Wenya instinctively guarded her face and head with her hands, desperately seeking to flee. Yet, the throng of assailants blocked her path, continuing to kick at her. Just as the barrage of sticks was about to descend upon her, two bodyguards rushed in, shielding her with their bodies. The sound of impact echoed as the club struck the bodyguards instead, who remained steadfast, not letting a single ounce of harm befall Ye Wenya. At that moment, the remaining bodyguards had already overpowered several of the young men. Witnessing this unfold, Ye Wenya's racing heart found a momentary reprieve. Safely nestled within the protective circle of the bodyguards, she shakily retrieved her phone to call the police. Capture a few of them. If we can apprehend a few, we will unveil the one orchestrating this, she exclaimed. For the bodyguards, it was not merely about capturing a few, they aimed to detain all involved. Within 2 minutes, the assailants were bound with their own clothing. Leaning on the bodyguards for support, Ye Wenya stood, her legs trembling, only to hear the men curse angrily. "You insolent wench! Dare to capture us? We will see you dead one day. Do you have any idea who I am? My connections are vast. I could easily have you eliminated." Ye Wenya composed herself, a cold smile gracing her lips. "But are you aware of the consequences of offending the Ye family? I will ensure you languish in prison for life, undergoing reformation." The group, oblivious to fear, continued their tirades. Ye Wenya chose not to engage further, directly contacting her legal team, instructing them to ensure the assailants remained incarcerated indefinitely. Following this, she accompanied the arriving police to the station to give her statement. Upon her arrival, she received a phone call from Ye Wenya. "Are you injured? I have heard from the bodyguards and uncovered the identity of the perpetrator." Ye Wenya's voice rose in anger. "Who is responsible?" Yi Tsong's expression hardened. "Mu Gaoyuan. He did this for Wen Shushu. I have verified that he has done similar deeds for her before, and this incident is inextricably linked to her." At this revelation, Ye Wenya recalled a similar plot from the novel. It was a time when the original character had escalated matters to avoid divorce, thereby tarnishing Wen Shushu's reputation. She had wept to Mu Gaoyuan, who then sought out thugs to punish the original character. On that occasion, the original body suffered a ruptured spleen. Were it not for the wealth and capabilities of the Yi family, the original would not have survived. However, that incident left an indelible shadow and lingering repercussions on the original. Most infuriatingly, when Shushu maliciously accused the Yi family of associating with dubious characters, tarnishing their reputation and causing significant financial losses. She clenched her fists, harboring a desire to annihilate both Wen Shushu and Mu Gaoyuan. "Brother, this time I want Mu Gaoyuan to go bankrupt. I want Wen Shushu to be completely blacklisted. I want these two to experience the taste of being hunted down." Yi Tsong reassured her sister. "Do not be upset. I will ensure your wishes are fulfilled. In no more than 5 minutes, you shall see the results you desire online." Ye Wenya's anger still simmered, extending her disdain to the author of this novel. What kind of warped worldview must the author possess to pen such a story? "Brother, I do not wish to see Mu Gaoyuan and Wen Shushu enjoy even a single day of peace." Yi Tsong readily agreed, promising to help his sister obtain whatever she desired. After ending the call, he dialed his assistant Luo Chun. "Give me 2 minutes to forcibly acquire Mu Gaoyuan's company. I want him to be left with nothing. Additionally, ensure Wen Shushu is blacklisted. I want her drowning in debt." Mu Gaoyuan and Wen Shushu dared to harm his sister, and they would bear the consequences. Meanwhile, Ye Wenyaz had just finished her statement when she saw Wen Shushu and Mu Gaoyuan being escorted by the police. With a mocking tone, she remarked, "Ah, you two have arrived. I wonder if this time you will manage to extricate yourselves." Wen Shushu, with reddened eyes, cowered behind Mu Gaoyuan. "Miss Yi, why do you wish to harm me?" "Harm you?" Ye Wenyaz laughed as if hearing the grandest joke. "Wen Shushu, you need not play the victim here. My brother has already obtained irrefutable evidence. This time, I intend not only to ruin your reputations, but also to leave you both heavily indebted." As Wen Shushu recalled her recent blacklist and the debt collection calls, her expression shifted, casting blame on Mu Gaoyuan. If it weren't for his ineptitude, how could she have faced such a fate? "Miss Yi, there must be some misunderstanding. Mu Gaoyuan and I would never do such things," she pleaded pitifully. "Shushu, do not plead with this malicious woman," Mu Gaoyuan declared protectively. "I will safeguard you." Ye Wenyaz retorted sarcastically. "Mu Gaoyuan, your company is gone and you are bankrupt. What do you have to protect Wen Shushu? That fool Mu Gaoyuan. Soon Wen Shushu will undoubtedly shift all blame onto him while feigning innocence and vulnerability." Mu Gaoyuan could not fathom that Wen Shushu would betray him in such a manner. He glared menacingly at Ye Wenyaz. "Even if my company is gone, I can always establish another. Ye Wenyaz, do not think you can separate me from Shushu using such tactics." Ye Wenyaz regarded him with the eyes of one observing a simpleton. "With just a word from me, your company will never rise again, and you won't even find a job. And do I need to be the one to separate you from Wen Shushu? Enough, I say no more. You wouldn't listen anyway." Before her words could fully dissipate, she heard Gu Tai Lin's anxious voice. "Ye Wenyaz, are you alright?" He rushed over, taking her hands to examine her closely. "As soon as I heard you were in trouble, I hurried here. Are you injured anywhere?" Ye Wenyaz reassured him that she was unharmed, grateful for her bodyguard's protection. "Your foot isn't healed yet. You shouldn't have come," she cautioned. Gu Tai Lin frowned. "You have encountered such a significant incident. How could I not come?" Out of the corner of her eye, Ye Wenyaz noticed Wen Shushu staring at Gu Tai Lin, her expression subtly shifting. Gu Tai Lin must have come for the female lead. His concern for me is merely to incite jealousy in the female lead, providing him an opportunity to win her over. I must admit, Gu Tailin is quite cunning. Mu Gaoyuan suddenly turned to face Gu Tailin, positioning himself in front of Wen Shushu. He was already tormented by competition with Fu Yu for Shushu's affection. He could not bear another rival in Gu Tailin. Gu Tailin gritted his teeth, his face dark with fury. What kind of look do you think I have? Ye Wenya's feigned understanding, I comprehend completely. I promised you I wouldn't speak of it, and I shall keep that promise. You need not worry. All right, I have completed my statement. You can attend to your matters without concern for me. Suddenly, Gu Tailin scooped her up with one arm and strode towards the exit. Enraged, he exclaimed, I came here for you. What else could I be busy with? You need to stop filling your head with nonsense. Ye Wenyas did not struggle, fearing he might worsen his injury. Hey, Gu Tailin, put me down. I am not thinking of anything chaotic. It is you who are imagining such things. Please do not place the blame on me. Chapter 26. Intentionally revealing this information to Wen Shushu. Gu Tailin, infuriated, could no longer bear to speak to Ye Wenyas, giving her a light smack on the backside. Ye Wenyas gasped in astonishment, her tone rising. Gu Tailin, you rogue. I will tell my brother, and he will deal with you. Gu Tailin's lips twitched. Are you a child? Going to tell your brother? Ye Wenyas retorted angrily. What business is it of yours? I will tell my brother. I assure you, once my brother learns of your actions toward me, he will make you pay dearly. Gu Tailin felt a headache coming on. With Yi Tsung's overprotective nature, if Ye Wenyas truly complained, it could mean his demise. Ye Wenyas, if you do report me, I will cling to you day and night until you break down. Even if you hide at home, I will find a way to pursue you. Ye Wenyas could only muster two words in response. Shameless. Do you see my perfectly white teeth? Where am I lacking? Gu Tailin flashed a grin, revealing his dazzling smile. Just as Ye Wenyas was left speechless by frustration, she heard Wen Shushu's soft and feeble voice, nearly making her retch. Mr. Gu, please do not treat Miss Yi in such a manner.
Gu Tailin ignored Wen Fushu entirely.
Ye Wenyas turned to see Wen Shushu approaching, casting a look of disdain at Mu Gaoyuan. In this day and age, how could someone willingly take on the role of a green turtle? A particularly oily one at that. Miss Yi, please do not argue with Mr. Gu. This is not appropriate, Wen Shushu interjected, feigning understanding. Mr. Gu has come to help you, yet you treat him this way. Ye Wenyas nonchalantly kicked Wen Shushu to the ground, unapologetically stating, my apologies, miss. You were standing too close, and my foot inadvertently struck you. In light of my sincere apology, please do not hold it against me. After all, you used to behave similarly. Wen Shushu, supported by Mu Gaoyuan, stood up, speechless with fury. Previously, she had indeed employed similar tactics to ensnare Ye Wenyas, labeling her as unreasonable and difficult. She never anticipated that this wretched girl would turn the tables on her. Ye Wenyas reveled in her expression, nudging Gu Tailin. Mr. Gu, may I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? Gu Tailin held her close as they exited the police station, not sparing a glance back. My thoughts? Your methods are far too lenient. To deal with such a woman, one must ensure she never stirs up trouble again. Ye Wenyas gave him a thumbs up. I, too, wish to see the female lead never rise again, but she is the female lead. The entire novel revolves around her. Although she is currently in a predicament, it will not be long before she makes a comeback. It is truly vexing. Gu Tailin narrowed his eyes, determined to ensure that Wen Shushu would never have the opportunity to rise again. Let us visit grandmother, he suggested. Ye Wenyang's eyes darted, her voice slightly elevated. To grandmother's? Is it that grandmother wishes for Fu Yu to return to the Fu family? She surely cannot bear to part with her eldest grandson. Gu Tailin was well aware of her intentions. It was indeed the case. Grandmother had heard that Fu Yu had completely severed ties and was preparing to welcome him back to the Fu family, potentially reinstating him to authority over it. Ye Wenyang clucked her tongue, remarking, Fu Yu ought to express his gratitude for having such a benevolent grandmother. Were it not for her kindness, he would never find his way back to the Fu family. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Wen Shushu's heart raced. Was Fu Yu truly returning to the Fu family? This was a matter she needed to investigate thoroughly. If Fu Yu returned, she could not afford to break up with him. She must retain a firm hold on him. In the Fu family's living room, the old matriarch held Ye Wenyang's hand, inspecting her closely with concern. Wenyang, are you injured? You have endured too much fright lately. Perhaps you should visit a temple for some guidance. Ye Wenyang reassured her. Do not worry, grandmother. I am unscathed. With bodyguards around, how could I possibly be harmed? Satisfied that Ye Wenya appeared well and unharmed, the old matriarch sighed. It is all that wretched Fuyu's folly. Had he not been so blind and foolish as to associate with a duplicitous and malicious woman, none of this would have occurred.
Ye Wenya consolette.
Please do not let this trouble you, grandmother. It would be unwise to distress yourself over Fuyu. Whatever his choices may be, he will be with whomever he wishes. You have both me and Gu Tailin by your side. Gu Tailin chimed in, indeed, grandmother, with Ye Wenya and myself. There is no need to concern yourself with Fuyu. It is not worth your ire. The old matriarch frowned. It is not that I truly disregard Fuyu's well-being. That child is one I raised with my own hands, and I never anticipated he would become entangled in such a predicament, all for the sake of a treacherous woman. Ye Wenya exchanged glances with Gu Tailin. He cleared his throat. Grandmother, regarding the matter I mentioned previously, have you given it any thought? If our plan succeeds, Fuyu will finally see Wen Shushu for who she truly is and will no longer be her pawn. The old matriarch had one concern. What if Wen Shushu refuses to divorce? That woman has employed numerous tactics to secure her marriage to Fuyu. Gu Tailin's gaze turned icy. At that point, Wen Shushu will have no choice. We need only to employ a few strategies, and she will comply with a divorce. If necessary, we can find her a more suitable partner. A woman like her will abandon Fuyu the moment a better option presents itself. Ye Wenya nodded vigorously. Exactly. The ultimate villain's better choice is himself. Once Wen Shushu divorces Fuyu, the ultimate villain will be with her. And then no one will contest him for the heroine's affection. Gu Tailin glared at her, exasperated that she insisted on pairing him with Wen Shushu. Why do you look at me like that? Ye Wenya asked, perplexed. I know I am quite attractive and wealthy, but that is no reason for you to gaze at me so. I must insist, unless you have sufficient justification, you may not look at me in such a way. Alas, being this beautiful is indeed a burden, she mused. Even a character like Gu Tailin, the devoted hero, cannot resist my captivating beauty. Unfortunately, I have no interest in the heroine's man, especially with a whole forest awaiting my exploration. Gu Tailin chuckled at her whimsicality. A whole forest? What daydreams are you indulging in? Your beauty is merely for my appreciation, is it not? Or do you think yourself unattractive, hence forbidding me from looking? Ye Wenya shot him an indignant glare. Gu Tailin, your taste is atrocious. To call someone like me ugly is simply blind folly. Gu Tailin, with an air of amusement, replied, you have likely never encountered a true beauty, which is why you consider yourself appealing. I can understand, given that you dwell in your own little world. In chapter 27, Fuyu reconciles with Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya clenched her fists, wishing to strike this man. Oh, so you have feelings for me? I understand. Men like you often deny their affections. The more they care for a woman, the less they admit it. I suggest you abandon such hopes. I would never be interested in someone like you, Gu Tailin retorted with a laugh. Ye Wenya scrutinized him from head to toe. Listen to you. So disingenuous. Gu Tailin, I never anticipated you'd harbor feelings for me. Suddenly enlightened, Gu Tailin replied, I see now. You fancy me and are employing this peculiar method to draw my attention. I advise you to abandon such hopes. I harbor no interest in you. I possess both status and wealth. How could I ever be attracted to you? He cast a discreet glance at the observing old matriarch. Ye Wenya seized his neck and shook him playfully. Gu Tailin, I could strangle you. He feigned death, sticking out his tongue. Ah, I am perished. Ye Wenya disdainfully released him. You are utterly useless. Is that all it takes to bring you down? In an instant, Gu Tailin regained his composure. You are far too fickle. One moment you say this, the next you say that. Compliments and criticisms alike spill from your lips. Ye Wenya shrugged. Such is the nature of women. Isn't it, grandmother? The old matriarch agreed. Indeed, it is a privilege of women, though it should not be overused. A touch of it now, and then suffices. Grandmother, you no longer favor me, Gu Tailin lamented, dramatically laying his head on her lap. The old matriarch chuckled, lightly patting him. At your age, behaving like a child, aren't you concerned about what others might think? Gu Tailin responded with a huff. No matter how old I become, I am still your grandson. Who would dare mock me for seeking affection from you? The old matriarch laughed heartily. Yes, you are indeed my eldest grandson. No one would dare ridicule you for seeking my affection. Gu Tailin beamed. I must be your eldest grandson. That is something no one can take away from me. Grandmother, have you considered the matter I mentioned? The sooner we resolve it, the better, to avert future complications. The old matriarch's smile faded. Let us proceed as you suggest. If Fuyu can truly distance himself from Wenshushu, that would be ideal. However, if he insists on entangling himself with her, then he shall have no place in the Fu family. I refuse to hand over the family to someone like him. Ye Wenya recalled the plot of the novel. In the latter part of the story, the heroine becomes a globally renowned actress, garnering countless awards both domestically and internationally, while the hero consumes the Yi, Gu, and numerous other families, leading the Fu family to stand as one of the foremost families. Ultimately, the hero and heroine emerge as the winners of life. Gu Tailin, upon hearing this, felt a shift in his gaze. Grandmother, do not dwell on such thoughts. You have both Ye Wenya and myself. Let Fuyu, who is so disobedient, remain out of your concerns. The old matriarch lightly tapped his forehead. You manage it. Instantly, Gu Tailin retrieved his phone and, in front of the old matriarch, dialed his assistant Liang Yitong. Make the arrangements to ensure that when Shushu learns today that the old matriarch intends to bring Fuyu back and restore him to his position in the Fu family. Furthermore, the recently acquired land should be handed over to Fuyu, stating that my Gu group wishes to collaborate with the Fu group. Handle the specifics as you see fit. Liang Yitong would not inquire about matters best left unasked. Very well, General Gu. General Gu. When Shushu called to express her desire to meet with you, she mentioned she has a secret to discuss in detail. Gu Tailin scoffed, declaring that from now on, she need not bother him with her calls. If his assumptions were accurate, when Shushu intended to entice him with this so-called secret, this woman truly believed every man should revolve around her. In a modest hotel room, a place suitable for Fuyu's stay, he could hardly complain about the environment, as it was certainly preferable to sleeping in his car. Upon hearing a knock, he approached the door and, upon seeing Wenshushu, his cold demeanor softened momentarily before returning to its icy state.
What do you want?
Wenshushu entered uninvited and closed the door behind her.
Fuyu.
I recognize that my previous actions have deeply hurt you, but I hope you can grant me the opportunity to explain.
Fuyu, seated in a chair.
Replied with a touch of sarcasm. Have I not given you the chance to explain? Shushu, I genuinely do not know which version of you is the true you. When Shushu nestled into his embrace, her arms wrapping delicately around his neck. Fuyu, I promise I will never again do anything to betray you. She sighed with a bittersweet smile. Initially, I intended to sacrifice myself for your sake. Yet here I am, facing this predicament having been blacklisted by Miss Yi. Truly, I have brought this upon myself. Fuyu, having spent the day in a state of despair and unaware of the online upheaval, was taken aback. What? You and Yuan blacklisted you?
Why?
When Shushu had initially considered placing the blame elsewhere, but upon recalling the evidence available online, she sighed.
It was Gao Yuan.
You know his character. After I rejected him while abroad, he assumed Miss Yi had coerced me and sent thugs to deal with her. But let us not dwell on that. Let us return home. While she had been released on bail, the situation remained unresolved. Without evidence to prove her innocence, imprisonment loomed over her. Fuyu held a strong bias against Mu Gaoyuan. I have long warned you to keep your distance from him. That man is no good. When Shushu pouted playfully, from now on, I shall heed your every word. Please, do not speak of me in such a manner, all right? Fuyu remained uncertain whether when Shushu genuinely desired to build a life with him or harbored ulterior motives. Shushu, if you truly wish to be with me, then let us marry. Without hesitation, when Shushu acquiesced, will you accompany me to fetch the household registration and identification? Once we have those, we shall marry. Fuyu's spirits lifted considerably, tightening his embrace around Wenshushu. At last, you have agreed to marry me. This time, you shall not find an excuse to back out. A fleeting glimmer of darkness crossed Wenshushu's eyes. I wish to marry you for life. How could I possibly have regrets? With that, she leaned in to kiss him. Inevitably, they found themselves tumbling onto the bed. Once their passion subsided, Fuyu lay beside Wenshushu, all his grievances dissipating. If only because she was willing to marry him. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Liang Yitong calling. Mr. Fu, our Gu group has a parcel of land we wish to assign to you. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? Fuyu was both surprised and perplexed. Why would you want to assign it to me? Liang Yitong chuckled. Mr. Fu, you jest. The matriarch of the Gu family wishes to welcome you back, naturally. Our Gu group aims to establish a good rapport with you. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies in business, nor eternal friends. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 28. Congratulations to the leads on their marriage certificate. Fuyu was acutely aware of this reality, yet he remained skeptical. The Gu group's sudden intent to assign such a significant project to him did not seem straightforward. He failed to notice when Shushu's eyes gleaming with delight as she eavesdropped on his phone conversation. Mr. Fu, as expected of you, Liang Yitong continued with an unwavering smile. This project is indeed for you, with the condition that our benefits are somewhat elevated. Do you understand what I mean, Mr. Fu? Fu Yu grasped the implication. Gu Tailin was attempting to extort him. Mr. Fu, such a characterization is unwarranted. This is a mutually beneficial agreement. What need is there for extortion? With this collaboration, your standing within the Fu family will be swiftly solidified upon your return. Fu Yu was acutely aware that if he were to re-enter the family fold and seek to reclaim power, he must achieve commendable results. Collaborating with the Gu group would serve as a launching pad. Please allow me 2 days to consider this matter. Liang Yitong readily agreed. I hope Mr. Fu will deliberate thoroughly. The terms proposed by the Gu group are quite favorable. You understand this without my need to elaborate. Fu Yu cast a cold glance at Wen Shushu in his arms, suspecting that Gu Tailin's motives were related to her. Until he clarified the matter, he would not choose to collaborate with Gu Tailin. Meanwhile, Gu Tailin had learned of Fu Yu and Wen Shushu's marriage from a friend. He turned to Ye Wenya, who was engrossed in her phone, and cheerfully boasted, I have successfully orchestrated the marriage of Fu Yu and Wen Shushu. Surely, I deserve a reward. Ye Wenya was perplexed. Why should I reward you? The question seemed absurd. Gu Tailin leaned casually against the couch. Without my intervention, would Fu Yu and Wen Shushu have married so swiftly? You owe me a reward. Ye Wenya was taken aback by his audacity. Gu Tailin, how can you be so shameless? Did I ever ask you to facilitate Fu Yu and Wen Shushu's marriage? The primary antagonist clearly acted in his own interest to win Wen Shushu's affection. Yet he now speaks as if to ensure I do not disrupt his relationship with the female lead. Rest assured, I have no intention of undermining their bond. Gu Tailin's forehead throbbed with frustration. He restrained himself from throttling her. Ye Wenya, you are truly insufferable. Do not think that just because we are in the Fu household, I cannot do anything about you. Ye Wenya placed her hands on her hips. What will you do? I will report you to Grandma and have her deal with you. Gu Tailin pointed accusingly at her. Well done. He huffed. Regardless, Fu Yu and Wen Shushu are now married, so you must reward me. Otherwise, I shall pester you day and night until you have no peace. Ye Wenya was on the verge of exploding. Gu Tailin. Here. Gu Tailin grinned. Ye Wenya landed a light punch on his face. You dog of a man. Though her punch lacked force, Gu Tailin exaggeratedly fell back onto the sofa, clutching his face and wailing, This is outrageous. I perform a good deed and am met with such treatment. Truly, this is an injustice. Ye Wenya rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. The more she engaged with him, the more persistent he became. Unfazed, Gu Tailin continued to pester her. Do you not wish to know what transpired between Fu Yu and Wen Shushu before their marriage? Ye Wenya shot him a look of exasperation as he rolled around on the sofa. Are you a dog?
Rolling around on the couch like that.
There is not enough space for you on such a large sofa. Gu Tailin responded playfully. I am but your dog.
Ye Wenya should. Rubbing head arms.
Please refrain from uttering such cheesy lines. It is genuinely nauseating. Moreover, such sweet nothings ought not to be uttered to me. They should be reserved for your beloved. Gu Tailin smacked her forehead, pushing his luck. Was he not? Ye Wenya pinched his face fiercely, retorting, I am indeed pushing my luck. What will you do about it? Let me tell you, if my brother learns of your actions towards me, he will surely dismember you. Gu Tailin winced, his words slightly slurred. Ye Wenya, could you perhaps be a tad gentler? Gentleness is for people, not for dogs. You are abusing an animal. Ye Wenya exclaimed, both amused and infuriated. She was once again taken aback by Gu Tailin's audacity. How could one be so shameless? The most troubling part was his complete nonchalance.
All right.
Hasten to tell me what transpired between Fu Yu and Wen Shushu before their marriage. Are they planning a wedding? If they do, I am prepared to present a grand gift. Gu Tailin sat up, straightening his suit, restoring his semblance of decorum. Wen Shushu had taken Fu Yu back to her home, claiming she could not find her household registration booklet and ID. Ultimately, she was presented with the documents by her assistant, who also resigned, exposing her for exploiting her subordinates and treating them as mere tools. Ye Wenya discerned the underlying issue. Wen Shushu's assistant must have been bribed, but by whom?
Cheating.
Gu Tailin sneered. Cheating seeks to exploit the fact that Wen Shushu is now married, rendering her incapable of turning her fortunes around.
Ye Wenya understood instantly.
When Wen Shushu and Fu Yu were merely dating, their infidelity might have been overlooked by some netizens. However, should Wen Shushu cheat after marrying Fuyu, the implications would be entirely different. Qin Ing must have some backup plans, right? Gu Tailan shrugged. I cannot say for certain. Wen Shushu's fate is of no concern to me. In fact, I would relish seeing Qin Ing deal with her. Ye Wenya regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Gu Tailan, unable to endure her scrutiny, scowled. How many times must I assert my utter disdain for women like Wen Shushu before you believe me?
Ye Wenya fine innocence.
I never said I didn't believe you. The greatest antagonist fails to comprehend this. As the heroine's devoted admirer, he transitions from loathing her to an obsessive affection. A transformation that unfolds in mere moments, for the author intends for the antagonist to fall for the heroine. Gu Tailin's heart tightened. The characters are mere puppets of the author's design, often unable to control their thoughts or actions. Is there a means to resolve this? As he pondered, the idea of the system crossed his mind. Could the emergence of this system perhaps offer a solution? Regardless of the answer, he resolved to engage with the system to alter his destined path. Ye Wenya, I wish to discuss something with you, he stated solemnly.
Ye Wenya, puzzled, replied.
What could be so serious that you appear this way? It makes me somewhat uncomfortable. After knowing you for so long, it's rare to see you so grave. You're usually so flippant. Chapter 29, The System's Hidden Agenda. Gu Tailan crossed his legs. You wouldn't want to fall prey to Wen Shushu's schemes again, would you?
Ye Wenya.
Realizing the implications, thought. System, look. The greatest antagonist is beginning to procure benefits for the heroine. TSK, the antagonist is truly infatuated. System 001 replied languidly. Host, the affection value between the leads has risen to 75%. Are you not pleased? Is there a problem? The affection value is stagnating at 75%. Until it reaches 100%, I cannot consider the task complete. Tell me, why does their affection refuse to reach 100%? Ye Wenya pondered this matter, entirely oblivious to Gu Tailin's remarks. Logically, since Fu Yu and Wen Shushu are now married, their affection value should be at 100%. Yet in reality, it stands at 75%. Clearly, there remains an issue between Fu Yu and Wen Shushu. What could it be? Ye Wenya reviewed the entire narrative and formulated a hypothesis. System, could it be that Fu Yu's lack of control over the Fu family is the issue? In the original story, Fu Yu was in charge when he married Wen Shushu. System 001's realization dawned. You are correct. It must be so. Therefore, our next step is to ensure Fu Yu regains control of the Fu family. Ye Wenya knew she could not allow Fu Yu to reclaim his position. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, System, there are no signs of collapse in this novel world, are there? System 001 felt an ominous premonition. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Host, I warn you, do not engage in any actions deemed inappropriate, or the consequences may be dire. Ye Wenya assured it, I am not foolish enough to act unwisely. I merely wish to inquire why you are here in this novel world to facilitate the lead's romance. Their relationship does not require your intervention. System 001 responded curtly. That is not for you to know. Ye Wenya responded with an enigmatic System, your honesty is lacking. You are aware of my temperament. If you continue to be dishonest, the repercussions could be severe. System 001 declined to engage further. Ye Wenya remained unperturbed. She contemplated how to extract information from the system when Gu Tailin's hands waved before her, snapping her back to reality. What are you doing? She frowned at him. Gu Tailin lightly tapped her forehead, feigning innocence. What about you? I've been talking to you for ages without a response. Are you unwell? Listening to the system's implication that it had ulterior motives for facilitating the lead's romance, and that it must do so to prevent undesirable consequences, she mused how wonderful it would be to have a private conversation with the system. Ye Wenya rubbed her forehead, her eyes glimmering. I was just lost in thought. What were you saying? Gu Tailin adjusted to a more comfortable position. I was asking if you would consider partnering with me to deal with Wen Shushu. If we eliminate her, we will never have to worry again. Ye Wenya sighed softly. How she wished to resolve the Wen Shushu dilemma. Yet the truth remained. Wen Shushu was the heroine of this narrative and could not simply be disposed of. How do you propose we eliminate Wen Shushu? She is like an indestructible cockroach, always bouncing back. Gu Tailin raised a finger. I have an idea that guarantees Wen Shushu will be silenced, but you must reward me. Ye Wenya swatted his hand away, glaring at him. I will not fall for your tricks. Just then, her phone vibrated with a couple of notifications. Breaking news. Wen Shushu and Fuyu have obtained their marriage certificate. Breaking news. The rise of Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya opened the latter, intrigued. The content and evidence within the tweet clearly indicated it was orchestrated by Qining. The USB drive contained all this incriminating information. The comments below were filled with both curses and blessings for Fuyu and Wenshushu. May Fuyu and Wenshushu be eternally bound. It's best if these two never divorce, and may they cease to harm anyone else. Ordinary people cannot bear the burden of a public figure like Wenshushu.
What the?
I am utterly astounded. Consider the rise to fame of Wenshushu. She truly ascended through the most questionable means. As long as it serves her desires, she is willing to engage in carnal liaisons, employing a myriad of tactics.
Ugh.
Such a woman. And yet Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan treat her as if she were a treasure. I find her presence repulsive. Have these two men been ensnared by some enchantment? Ye Wenya's mused that Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan were merely pawns placed by the author for Wenshushu, akin to being under a spell. At that moment, she received a call from Mu Gaoyuan. Miss Yi, Shushu has married Fu Yu, and I implore you to desist from approaching him or sowing discord between them.
Mu Gaoyuan cautioned.
Ye Wenya scoffed Mu Gaoyuan. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone? Do you believe your current circumstances are so comfortable? Mu Gaoyuan, the fool, possessed neither wealth nor talent. How could Wenshushu even spare him a glance? Yet, he foolishly offered everything for her. Upon hearing this, Mu Gaoyuan recalled the police informing him that Shushu had shifted all blame for assaulting Ye Wenyas onto him, even presenting evidence. His heart ached fiercely. Initially, he could not fathom that Shushu would treat him thus. Yet, the reality was a harsh slap in the face. How could Shushu betray him so? No, this was her way of self-preservation.
Monsieur.
I merely wish for you not to disrupt the happiness that Shushu has so painstakingly acquired. If her happiness is at stake, I am willing to sacrifice everything, he declared. Ye Wenyas cast a glance at her greatest adversary, mocking Mu Gaoyuan. Those words are ones you ought to convey to Wenshushu. As long as she does not trouble me, I genuinely have no desire to engage with such a minor character. After all, I exist in a different echelon. No matter how hard she strives, she cannot ascend to my level. Why should I lower myself to deal with her? Her words struck Mu Gaoyuan like a series of resounding slaps, leaving him unable to retort, for what Ye Wenya said held undeniable truth. She belonged to the pinnacle of high society, a realm not easily accessed by mere wealth or happenstance. Remember your words, Miss Yi, she warned, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Mu Gaoyuan, you truly hold yourself in too high regard to still dare threaten me. If this is your stance, I shall ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me. Mu Gaoyuan, unfazed, replied, I have nothing left. Do as you wish. Ye Wenyas was acutely aware of what he valued. I will make you witness how the woman you adore, Wenshushu, comes to loathe and abandon you. Chapter 30. The photos taken deliberately by Wenshushu. Mu Gaoyuan's greatest concern was Wenshushu. He would give everything, even his life, for his beloved. Upon hearing this, his breath quickened.
Monsieur.
If you dare to act in such a manner, I will not hesitate to make this a fight to the death.
Ye Wenyas replied coolly.
Should you take any action against me, I will repay you tenfold. I believe you would relish witnessing such a scene.
Mu Gaoyuan hesitated to gamble.
If Ye Wenyas were an ordinary person, it would be one matter, but she was the daughter of the prestigious Yi family, and dealing with Shushu would be as simple as a flick of her finger. What do you wish to do, Miss Yi? Ye Wenyas did not even deign to roll her eyes. Mu Gaoyuan, you seem to misunderstand. This is not about what I wish, but what Wenshushu desires. I have no patience to deal with her, yet she insists on asserting her significance, believing she can trample me underfoot. Tell Wenshushu, should there be a next time, I will ensure she experiences a fate worse than death. With that, she hung up, her ears catching the cold voice of Gu Tailin.
Ye Wenyas.
Your methods are too lenient. Ye Wenya sighed. What can I do when I am both beautiful and kind? Gu Tailin pinched her cheek. Indeed, your skin is as thick as a city wall. It is no wonder you can utter such shameless words.
Ye Wenyas frowned.
Hurry, and tell me your plan to ensure Wenshushu cannot rise again. From the current situation, it seems this novel world cannot function without the leads. More importantly, she needed to extract information from the system gradually. Gu Tailin extended a finger, his gaze icy. It is quite simple. We must target that which Wenshushu holds most dear. Now that she has married Fuyu, do you think she chose him because she believes he can return to the Fu family? If Fuyu remains unable to reclaim his position, what do you think she will do? Ye Wenya's blurted, she will continue to seduce the heirs chosen by the Fu family and other wealthy suitors, seeking a suitable match for herself. Realizing this, she grasped his intent, to use this to ensure Fu Yu and Wen Shushu's complete fallout, preventing her from ever making a comeback. Gu Tailin praised, very astute. Ye Wenyas retorted, your flattery lacks sincerity. However, there is a significant issue. This entire narrative revolves around Wen Shushu as the protagonist. She will overcome any challenges she faces. To truly prevent her from rising again seems implausible. The corners of Gu Tailin's mouth curled into a sharp smirk. You need not worry. This matter is easily resolved. He leaned in closer. If I can resolve it, will you agree to one condition of mine?
Ye Wenyas,
Sensing something amiss in his gaze, replied, as long as the condition is not excessive, I shall comply. Gu Tailin was disinclined to provide further explanations, rather than reiterating. He preferred to demonstrate through action just how much he despised Wen Shushu. It seemed the universe conspired against her, for Ye Wenyas received a call from Wen Shushu. Miss Yi, Fu Yu and I have just registered our marriage, and we are discussing the details of our wedding. Glancing at Fu Yu, who was examining invitation designs, Wen Shushu spoke softly, I would like to invite you to attend our wedding. She could not fathom that Ye Wenyas harbored no feelings for Fu Yu. Very well. I shall certainly attend your wedding with Fu Yu. I hope Miss Wen and Fu Yu's union proceeds as planned. A glimmer of joy flickered in Wen Shushu's heart. Clearly, Ye Wenya still held feelings for Fu Yu, which would allow her to manipulate her at the wedding and settle scores with that wretched woman. It is our honor that Miss Yi will attend our wedding. I shall deliver the invitation to the Yi residence later.
Ye Wenyas similet mockingly.
Preparing a grand gift to present. Upon returning home, Ye Wenyas indulged in a bath and spa treatment, reclining comfortably on her lazy sofa, ready to engage in a profound discussion with the system. Before she could utter a word, she heard the system 001 sighing heavily. Host. The emotional value between the leads has regressed to 35%. What on earth is happening? I am on the verge of madness. Ye Wenyas replied with a smile. System. Why not disclose to me the true purpose of bringing me into this novel world, and I shall assist you in resolving the emotional value between the leads. What do you say? System 001 awkwardly interjected. Host, what peculiar things are you saying? It was not I who brought you into this novel world. My purpose here is to facilitate the union of the male and female protagonists, as I initially disclosed.
Ye Wenyas scoffed.
Continue to play the role of the big bad wolf. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Ultimately, it is not I who will suffer from failing the task, nor will I incur any losses. Do you not care that you and your brother are dead? Not at all. From the outset, my brother and I were destined to perish. What is there to care about? System 001 fell silent. Ye Wenya tempted system. You must grasp one thing. Only if I wholeheartedly assist you will you have a chance of completing your task. The consequences of your failure, TSK. I dare not even imagine. System 001 remained mute. Ye Wenya was not anxious. This matter could not be rushed, and she had ample time to wear down the system. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Gu family estate, Gu Tailin had just returned when he was intercepted by Wen Shushu, his displeasure evident in his furrowed brow. Mr. Gu, I am here to deliver an invitation. Wen Shushu approached the backseat of his car, retrieving an invitation from her bag and extending it to him. I invite you to attend my wedding with Fu Yu. Gu Tailin cast a disinterested glance at the invitation, his smile turning malevolent. I find it repugnant. When Shushu's expression momentarily stiffened, she adjusted the loose strands of hair by her ear and leaned in closer. Dressed in revealing attire, her proximity showcased considerable allure. Mr. Gu, you and Fu Yu are at least friends. It would be rather ungracious of you not to attend his wedding, wouldn't it? She had made a special effort to adorn herself, confident that she could win over this admirer. Gu Tailin did not spare her a glance. Summoning 2 bodyguards with a simple phone call, he instructed them, dispose of this woman far from here and thoroughly disinfect the places she has touched. She is never to approach again. The 2 bodyguards seized Wen Shushu and hurled her away. Furious, she stomped her feet, only to be interrupted by a man's voice from behind. The photos you requested have been taken. Transfer the remaining payment to me, and I shall deliver the photos to you. Chapter 31. The contest of 3 men for 1 woman at the ball. Wen Shushu's mood instantly brightened. She transferred the remaining payment to the man behind her and received the photos. Upon examining the images, satisfaction blossomed on her face, her eyes gleaming with malice. This time, she would snatch away Ye Wenya's man. She sent the photos to someone, requesting they forward them to Ye Wenya's inbox.
Ye Wenya,
Who obstructs my path to marrying into wealth and claiming these men. This shall be your fate. Upon discovering the photos in her inbox, Ye Wenya gasped multiple times. She had anticipated that the greatest antagonist would inevitably develop feelings for the female lead. Just look at how close the female lead is to the antagonist in the photos. They appear so intimate. Fu Yu truly deserves it. Letting this scoundrel cheat on her while treating her coldly. Now it was his turn to endure the agony of betrayal from a lover. Just as she was engrossed in the photos, she heard Ye Tsong's inquiry beside her.
what are you looking at?
When Ye Tsong caught sight of the photos, he frowned, saying, I once thought Gu Tailin was decent, but it seems he is no better than Fu Yu. Wenya, keep your distance from Gu Tailin. Any man who favors Wen Shushu cannot be a good person. Ye Wenya agreed and assured him she would maintain her distance from Gu Tailin. The narrative circled back once more. She would no longer draw close to the female lead suitors and would keep her distance from them. Brother, why are you home so early today? Ye Tsong loosened his tie, stating, There is a ball tonight. Will you accompany me? If you do not come, I shall not go. Just as Ye Wenya was about to decline, she suddenly recalled the significance of this ball in the original text. In the original narrative, the original character had thoroughly humiliated the female lead at this ball, resulting in the male lead delivering several slaps that enraged her brother, leading to a brawl with the male lead, during which he suffered broken ribs and fell into a coma for 2 days. It was during these 2 days that the male and female leads joined forces to severely damage the Yi family, marking the true beginning of its downfall. Let's go. I haven't attended a ball in ages. It will be enjoyable. This time, she intended to observe whether the protagonists would attend. If they did, she would ensure the scoundrels understood the repercussions of their actions. At around 8 in the evening, at the only 7-star hotel in Jing City, in the grandest banquet hall, as Ye Wenya appeared, arm in arm with her brother, all conversing guests turned their attention to the sibling duo, gradually falling silent as the music swelled. A smile graced Ye Wenya's lips as she and Ye Tsong approached the event's organizer for greetings. As the siblings exchanged pleasantries, numerous guests flocked to them.
Monsieur,
Is that a unique black off-shoulder evening gown you're wearing? It looks stunning on you. Mr. Ye's aura has intensified. Under his leadership, the Yi family has grown ever stronger. I truly envy you, Mr. Yi. Ye Wenya and Ye Tsong navigated conversations with ease. She marveled inwardly. Had it not been for her previous life spent accommodating various guests and the foundation laid by the original character, managing such a scenario would have been exceedingly challenging. Engaging in hushed conversation with several well-bred female guests, she overheard one of them whispering, Miss Yi, do you know that Fu Yu and Wen Shushu have also arrived? Ye Wenya glanced around, intrigued. Where are the couple? One cannot enter this ball without an invitation. Where did they procure theirs? The female guest grimaced in disdain. I heard Wen Shushu somehow obtained an invitation, presumably by sleeping with some man. She gestured to the left. Fu Yu and Wen Shushu are over there. As soon as they arrived, Wen Shushu tugged Fu Yu toward his family, disregarding their apparent disdain. Subsequently, she pulled him to mingle with the guests, resembling a social butterfly. Following her direction, Ye Wenya indeed spotted Wen Shushu and Fu Yu conversing with several guests. Upon witnessing Fu Yu's frosty demeanor juxtaposed with Wen Shushu's radiant smile, a chill swept over her. This time, she would not allow the plot to unfold as it should. She raised an eyebrow, noting that Wen Shushu had noticed her presence and was approaching with Fu Yu in tow. How intriguing. When Shushu approached Ye Wenya and Ye Tsong, her smile gentle and inviting.
Monsieur, merveille.
Observing her brother's indifference toward the pair, Ye Wenya cast a glance at the somewhat irritable Fu Yu, comprehending the reason behind his demeanor. Previously, guests had sought to curry favor with him. Now, the tables had turned, and he needed to appease these guests while allowing some to openly humiliate Wen Shushu. Once again, I extend my congratulations to Mr. Fu and Miss Wen on your marriage. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and unity. As her words fell, laughter erupted from the surrounding guests. A woman like Wen Shushu, a public transport vehicle, could never truly achieve a lifelong bond with Fu Yu. I hear the Fu family wants to reclaim Fu Yu, which is why Wen Shushu rushed into marriage with him, clearly aiming to leverage him for entry into the Fu family. I am utterly bewildered by Fu Yu's thoughts. How can he regard such a sordid woman as a treasure? Were I in his position, the mere sight of her would induce nausea. Ye Wenya stood with her arms crossed, observing the spectacle as the leading lady's entourage made their entrance. As anticipated, Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan shielded Wen Shushu, glaring fiercely at the surrounding guests. When Gu Tailin approached, Ye Wenya nearly burst into applause. Look, system, the leading lady's 3 fish have gathered together.
Ah,
What follows is a classic scene, 3 men vying for the leading lady's affection. Who do you suppose will win her heart this time, Fu Yu, Mu Gaoyuan, or Gu Tailin? Suddenly, she felt the fiery glares of Gu Tailin, Fu Yu, and Mu Gaoyuan directed at her. Blinking at the trio, she quipped, "Why are you 3 looking at me like that? I haven't done anything to Enshushu. I merely wished her a happy wedding. Look at this, system," she continued. "These 3 truly embody the largest fish in the leading lady's pond. I've done nothing, yet they glare at me with such fury. It seems the supporting characters truly have no rights." Fu Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Mu Gaoyuan and Gu Tailin. Who dared to dream of competing with him for Shushu's affection? Mu Gaoyuan, shrouded in shadows, fixated on Fu Yu and Gu Tailin, plotting how to steal Wen Shushu away from them. If he could not win her, he resolved to become the man who would accompany her for life. Gu Tailin nearly ground his teeth in frustration, lightly tapping Ye Wenya's forehead. "It seems you are in need of a lesson." Before Ye Wenya could retort, she was shielded by her brother, and she stuck her tongue out at Gu Tailin in a moment of petty triumph, teasing, "Go ahead. See if my brother doesn't deal with you." Gu Tailin, amused by her childish antics, remarked, "You should not forget that your brother cannot protect you at all times. I will surely find my opportunity." Unfazed, Ye Wenya was about to retort when she heard Wen Shushu's gentle interjection. "Mr. Gu, Miss Yi, please refrain from arguing. There are so many people watching." In Chapter 32, it was Wen Shushu's turn to take center stage. Ye Wenya regarded her with disdain, scoffing, "Wen Shushu, which of your eyes saw that I was arguing with Gu Tailin? Furthermore, do I need you to play the peacemaker in my conversation with him?" As her words hung in the air, she heard the furious shouts of Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan. "Ye Wenya, apologize to Shushu. You have gone too far.
Monsieur.
Shushu is only trying to offer you good advice, yet you respond with such vitriol. Do not think that your connection to the Yi family allows you to bully Shushu at will." Just as Ye Wenya prepared to retaliate against Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan, Gu Tailin interjected. "Fu Yu, Mu Gaoyuan, I know your minds are not entirely sound, but please do not expose your delusions in front of everyone. It is quite repulsive." The guests wore expressions of mockery, for indeed, Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan had lost their senses. It was clear that Wen Shushu was merely putting on an act to ensnare Miss Yi and win Mr. Gu's favor. Yet these 2 fools continued to assist her. Do you think Wen Shushu serves these 2 men every night? Wen Shushu is not limited to just these 2. She has many more men to cater to. As you all are well aware of her rise to fame, Ye Wenya, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort of Wen Shushu and the 2 men, smiled lightly. "Wen Shushu, I have long warned you not to scheme against me or think you can trample over me to obtain your desires. Yet you persist. Believing your looks can grant you immunity." Wen Shushu bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. "Miss Yi, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Please do not make things difficult for Fu Yu and Gaoyuan." Apart from Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan, who felt sympathy for Wen Shushu, the rest of the assembly found her demeanor repugnant. Ye Wenya pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan, yet spoke directly to Wen Shushu. "Miss Wen, you are already married to Fu Yu. Why do you still maintain such ambiguous relations with Mu Gaoyuan? You cannot continue to embrace both sides. You must decide whom you wish to spend your life with, lest you find yourself with nothing in the end." As soon as she finished, the voice of the elder Mrs. Fu rang out. "Fu Yu, you have disappointed me greatly." The elder Mrs. Fu approached with a stern expression, her eyes filled with disappointment as she regarded Fu Yu. "I had hoped you would see through Wen Shushu's true nature and bring you back to the Fu family. Yet look at what you have done. I will not welcome you back into the family." Turning to Gu Tailin, she commanded, "You are to retract the project I entrusted to you for Fu Yu at once. Since he shows no signs of repentance, he shall have no claim to anything belonging to the Fu family." Gu Tailin complied immediately, dialing Liang Yitong to terminate the collaboration with Fu Yu. Ye Wenya could hardly contain her delight as she witnessed the unfolding drama. In the original text, Wen Shushu had reveled in her ability to manipulate Fu Yu, Gu Tailin, and Mu Gaoyuan, plotting to ensnare Miss Yi at every turn. Now, it was time for Wen Shushu to face the repercussions of her flirtations. "Grandmother," Wen Shushu exclaimed, panic overtaking her, only to be met with a resounding slap from the elder Mrs. Fu, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Silence. You have no right to address me in such a manner." This scene elicited applause from Ye Wenya, who mused, "Grandmother is impressive." She watched as Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan hurried to assist Wen Shushu, scoffing to herself. She was eager to see how long these two men would continue to protect her. A glance at Gu Tailin revealed her amusement.
Oh,
The lovesick villain should rush to shield his beloved. In the future, you will find yourself sharing a woman with the male lead. If you do not put in the effort now, how will you manage that? Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin turned his head in disgust, retching slightly. He glared at Ye Wenya, seething with anger at her ill fortune. What was most infuriating was the author, who penned such a wretched narrative, forcing him to share a woman, especially one like Wen Shushu, who was nothing more than a bus for men. The author must be in dire need of male companionship. Ye Wenya feigned innocence, spreading her hands in a gesture of dismay. It was not her fault that she was not the leading lady. Why should she be subjected to the disdain of the leading lady's fish? Alas, being the beautiful supporting character meant attracting the attention of the leading lady's minions. Regardless of her actions, unbothered by Gu Tailin's thoughts, she continued to enjoy the spectacle. Grandmother. Fuyu interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Shushu, his face cold as he addressed the elder Mrs. Fu. I understand your disdain for Wen Shushu. I disdain women like her who are soiled, the elder Mrs. Fu interrupted. Any woman of virtue would not have lain with so many men, nor would she have engaged in affairs while still acting as a mistress. I hereby declare publicly that Fuyu is no longer my grandson. He is severed from the Fu family. Ye Wenya led the applause, joined by Gu Tailin and Yitsong, as the guests followed suit. The elder Mrs. Fu had acted rightly, no matter how much the Fu family valued connections. They would not entertain such a vile and malicious daughter-in-law as Wen Shushu. She had sought to leverage Fuyu's status to ascend to the heights of the Fu family, yet the reality of her worth was painfully clear. Now, with her ambitions thwarted, both she and Fuyu would find themselves at a loss. And with her reputation in tatters, one could only wonder how she would continue to be so brazen. It was laughable. Previously, she had reveled in her conquest of Fuyu, relishing in tormenting Miss Yi. Now, witnessing her downfall brought Ye Wenya immense satisfaction. When Shushu's complexion drained of color as she frantically tugged at Fuyu's sleeve, unable to accept the unfolding events. She had anticipated that her marriage to Fuyu would grant her entry into the Fu family, allowing her to assume the role of matriarch. Instead, it had culminated in this debacle. Fuyu clenched his fists, enduring the scornful and disdainful gazes of the surrounding guests. Grandmother, Shushu did make mistakes before.
but she has changed.
Why do you harbor such prejudice against her? Prejudice? Lady Fu retorted, producing a stack of photographs from her handbag and casting them onto the floor. These are pictures from yesterday and today. Your beloved wife, Wen Shushu, seduced several heirs of the Fu family and Tailin, dressed as provocatively as possible. She even openly expressed her willingness to bed them. A number of guests picked up the photographs to scrutinize them. The content elicited looks of derision towards Fuyu, who was now subjected to scathing insults directed at Wen Shushu. Don't look. Don't look. Wen Shushu attempted to retrieve the photographs, but was shoved aside by the guests, who proceeded to douse her with drinks, mocking and humiliating her without restraint. Ye Wenyang stood with her arms crossed, coldly observing Wen Shushu, taking pleasure in the humiliation that the original character endured. Now, she felt as though she was avenging the original's grievances. She noticed Fuyu stagger slightly, his expression one of profound shock, his eyes nearly rolling back in despair. How could this scoundrel dare to claim to the original that he and Wen Shushu were in love? Why are you looking at Wen Shushu with such pain in your eyes? Fuyu questioned, his voice filled with anguish. Shushu, you promised me that after our marriage, you would behave, and that we would live a good life together. Why are you still deceiving me? Chapter 33. The system began to waver. Wen Shushu, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, Husband, please believe me. I truly haven't deceived you, nor have I done anything to wrong you. I don't know how these photographs came about. Please trust me. In this dire situation, she could not afford to lose Fuyu, her source of support. Besides, given Lady Fu's attitude, it seemed Fuyu still had a chance to return to the Fu family. That's enough, Fuyu. Mu Gaoyuan removed his suit jacket and wrapped it around Wen Shushu, gently helping her up and glaring fiercely at Fuyu. Does Shushu wish for this? Why can't you understand her? At these words, Fuyu struck Mu Gaoyuan with a vicious punch. I have yet to settle the score with you for seducing Shushu. You bastard. You think just because you're her childhood friend, you can meddle in my relationship with her and entice her? Now I will make you pay for this. Mu Gaoyuan had long harbored disdain for him and retaliated fiercely. If it weren't for Shushu's affection for you, do you think I would ever let her be with you? I've been by her side since childhood. The two engaged in a chaotic brawl, hurling accusations at one another, one claiming the other was trying to seduce Shushu, while the other retorted that he failed to cherish her. When Shushu clutched the suit jacket, anxiously attempting to mediate, but her eyes betrayed her impatience and disdain. These two ineffectual fools had caused her such disgrace at an important event and were of no assistance to her whatsoever. Ye Wenya observed the expression in her eyes, a smile of satisfaction deepening on her lips. Look at that, when Shushu is already beginning to despise both Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan. It wouldn't be long before she would sever ties with them. Then, there would be a spectacle to behold. She cast a cold glance at the fighting Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan. In the original story, it was Fu Yu and her brother who had fought, and her brother had been knocked out by Fu Yu. Now, it was the scoundrel's turn to experience the taste of being beaten. Ultimately, both Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan ended up injured, and the trio, including Wen Shushu, were expelled from the banquet, becoming the laughingstock of the upper class.
Meanwhile,
Ye Wenya was escorted to the balcony by Gu Tailin, accompanied by Yi Kong. What are you doing? Ye Wenya shrugged off his hand, hiding behind her brother. Brother, Gu Tailin is bullying me. Help me take revenge. Yi Tsong adjusted his glasses with a gentle smile. Mr. Gu, I find your face rather bothersome. I trust you won't mind if I help ruin it? Gu Tailin's lips twitched. Yi Tsong, I merely wish to correct your sister's misconceptions. Do you think I would be interested in a woman like Wen Shushu?
Ye Wenya shranchet her nosein defiance.
You know he has something going on with Wen Shushu. Yi Tsong gently patted her head, maintaining his composed demeanor as he addressed Gu Tailin. Mr. Gu, if you claim to have no feelings for Wen Shushu, how do you explain the photographs? What photographs? Gu Tailin felt a sense of foreboding. Yi Tsong, let us speak plainly. I truly have no idea what you're referring to. Yi Tsong urged his sister to show Gu Tailin the photographs. Ye Wenya displayed the images she had received. Look, Gu Tailin, you still claim you have nothing with Wen Shushu? Just look how intimate you both appear. Upon seeing the so-called intimate photographs, Gu Tailin understood he had been set up by Wen Shushu, his expression darkening. I'm telling you, I was framed by Wen Shushu. Do you two believe me? Both Ye Wenya and Yi Tsong shook their heads in disbelief. If you were unwilling, could Wen Shushu have trapped you?
Ye Wenya scoffed.
Gu Tailin's disdain for Wen Shushu grew stronger. He signaled for Ye Wenya and Yi Tsong to wait a moment. After receiving the complete surveillance footage from the butler, he presented it to the siblings. This is the complete surveillance footage. Once you watch it, you'll know if what I said is true. After Yi Tsong and Ye Wenya finished watching the footage, they realized they had wrongfully accused Gu Tailin. You truly don't like Wen Shushu? Ye Wenya still held a hint of skepticism. After all, he was the primary antagonist who favored the female lead. How could he not like her? Gu Tailin pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples. First of all, I have a sound mind and wouldn't be attracted to a duplicitous and malicious woman like Wen Shushu. Secondly, I have normal tastes and preferences. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya speculated that the plot had diverged, resulting in the antagonist's disinterest in the female lead, which was beneficial for her. Without the antagonist aiding the female lead, it would not be so easy for her to scheme against her and her family. Fine, I believe you this time. Gu Tailin, if you end up liking her, suddenly. He covered her mouth, and she glared at him, fuming. What's wrong with you? Gu Tailin, irked, turned to Yi Kong Yi Tsong. Does your sister truly need to force a union between me and Wen Shushu for her own comfort? Yi Tsong, perplexed by his sister's behavior, remained loyal and refrained from speaking ill of her. That's your fault for allowing Wenya to misunderstand. Gu Tailin, remove your hand. Gu Tailin released her, still simmering with anger. I would never be interested in a woman like Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya, if you continue to think and say such things, I'll pursue you instead. Ye Wenya was taken aback. Gu Tailin, are you out of your mind? Gu Tailin raised an eyebrow. Didn't I mention?
Emmanuel.
And you have the cure. Ye Wenya was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling as though the character of the antagonist had crumbled entirely. At that moment, a weary voice echoed in her mind. Host, the affection value between the male and female leads has regressed to 20%. The cause, after the male and female leads and Mu Gaoyuan were thrown out, the female lead vented her anger at the two men, while the male lead, in turn, questioned whether the female lead was secretly enticing other men, leading to a fierce argument where she abandoned him to leave with Mu Gaoyuan. Ye Wenya was not surprised by Wen Shushu's actions. Rather, she found it curious that Wen Shushu had taken Mu Gaoyuan away. Was she perhaps attempting to incite Mu Gaoyuan to act against her? Caution was warranted. System, if you honestly disclose your intentions, I shall assist you in resolving the matters between the male and female protagonists. I assure you, I can elevate their emotional connection to a perfect score of 100%. You might want to ponder this carefully. System 001 was in a state of turmoil and hesitation. It yearned for Ye Wenya's cooperation in accordance with its plan, yet harbored fears of potential pitfalls. Will you truly assist me? Ye Wenya understood that the system had taken the bait. You have no alternative but to trust me, do you? System 001 was acutely aware of this reality. I shall consider it further. By the way, the branching storyline has progressed to 15%. Leaning against the railing, Ye Wenya observed Yi Tsong and Gu Tailan engaged in conversation, reflecting on the events that had transpired. If the system's true purpose was not to unite the male and female leads, could it be seeking to extract energy or some other resource from this world? Chapter 34. When Shushu debuts as an adult star abroad. Ye Wenya could not ascertain the system's genuine aim, but given the current circumstances, even if the male and female protagonists were to divorce and their relationship deteriorated, the world would not collapse, which was advantageous for her. As for the system's actual intentions, she would unravel them gradually. Just as she had procured a cocktail from a server, a rather unfamiliar female voice called from her left.
Miss Ye.
Turning her head, Ye Wenya recognized Qining, offering a faint smile and nodding Miss Qin. She noted that Qin Ying's gaze was fixed upon the balcony behind her, indicating her interest in her brother. One could not deny that Qining was indeed a worthy companion of Wen Shushu, scheming to entice men into marrying into wealth. Miss Yi, I have heard something regarding Wen Shushu. Qining took a couple of steps forward, striking a pose that she deemed most alluring, hoping for Yi Tsong's attention. Ye Wenya casually rested her arm, sipping from her glass. Oh? What news about Wen Shushu? She was indifferent to Qin Ying's machinations against Wen Shushu, but she would not permit her to scheme against her brother. It was not that she held a bias against female stars, but rather that Qin Ying's character was deeply flawed. In a conspiratorial whisper, Qining revealed, I have heard that Wen Shushu may be debuting abroad. Ye Wenya was unaware that many in foreign lands were indifferent to such matters concerning women. In fact, some female stars capitalized on these controversies to create buzz. Wen Shushu already possessed a certain fan base overseas, and her willingness to comply with any demand for the sake of resources had caught the attention of some individuals who wished to facilitate her debut abroad. Ye Wenya detected the jealousy and malice lurking within Qin Ying's eyes. If Wen Shushu truly managed to debut internationally, it would be a testament to her own abilities. As I have stated before, as long as she refrains from provoking me, I have no interest in her actions. However, that was not the outcome Qining desired. Miss Yi, I do not believe Wen Shushu is the type to back down easily. You must be cautious. Those who have opposed her in the past have met with dire consequences, some even confined to mental institutions. She intended to exploit Ye Wenya to eradicate Wen Shushu entirely, thus alleviating her own concerns. Moreover, she could gradually entice Yi Tsong through her interactions with Ye Wenya, ultimately securing a marriage into a prestigious family.
Ye Wenya shuruk.
If Wen Shushu truly intends to provoke me, she is well aware of the consequences. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not engage further with Miss Qin. Just as she finished speaking, her brother's voice resonated from behind her.
Wenya.
Before she could turn, the overly sweet tone of Qin Ying sent a shiver down her spine. Mr. Yi, Mr. Gu, Qin Ying beamed, presenting her most enchanting smile. Unfortunately, both Yi Tsong and Gu Tailan failed to spare her a glance. Their attention solely fixated on Ye Wenya. Drink less, Gu Tailan admonished, taking Ye Wenya's glass away. His expression was stern, with so many people around at the banquet. Who knows if the drinks are safe? Furthermore, young ladies should consume alcohol sparingly. Yi Tsong nodded in agreement. Gu Tailan speaks wisely. Wenya, from now on, you are not to drink when out, understood? Ye Wenya obediently acquiesced, shooting Gu Tailan a playful huff. You certainly have an overreaching sense of responsibility. Gu Tailan drained the contents of his glass in one swift motion, leaving Ye Wenya astounded. Gu Tailan, that was my drink. With a cheeky grin, Gu Tailan replied, I do not mind. I mind. Ye Wenya retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. I have reasonable grounds to suspect that you harbor ulterior motives towards me. Perhaps captivated by my beauty. Gu Tailan nodded slowly. Indeed, I find your intriguing countenance appealing. How about this? We could make do with one another. I assure you, I will not treat you as for you did. Ye Wenya scoffed, I mind indeed. I have no interest in your kind, and I would be foolish to remarry. Isn't the life of a single aristocrat delightful? I can choose whichever handsome companion I desire, free from any troublesome entanglements. From the corner of her eye, She caught sight of Qin attempting to interject multiple times, occasionally casting furtive glances at her brother, further fueling her disdain for the woman. Enough, Yi Tsong interjected, visibly displeased. Gu Tailin, I do not wish to hear such comments again. My sister is not someone you can pursue casually. Gu Tailin raised both hands in surrender, okay? Okay, I will pursue her properly, and not casually. Mr. Gu seems quite fond of Miss Yi. The two of you are truly compatible. Qin finally seized an opportunity to interject. Neither Ye Wenya nor the other two acknowledged her, opting instead to exit the banquet hall. Qin felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort, but upon reflection, she found solace. After all, they were the scions of a prestigious family, and merely being in their company was a privilege. Next time, she would ensure that Mr. Yi would view her in a different light. Days later, Ye Wenya learned from a friend that when Xu Xu had indeed debuted abroad as an adult star, she asked her friend to investigate the matter, then sought out news online regarding Wen Shushu's debut and the ensuing reports. It appeared that Wen Shushu had launched her career in the United States, where she had taken numerous provocative photographs and videos upon debut, including many alongside various men, one of whom was Mu Gaoyuan. As she perused the overwhelming reports, she noted that the majority of comments praised Wen Shushu's beauty and allure, with only a scant few expressing criticism. I absolutely adore this newly debuted Chinese adult star. She is simply breathtaking. I even splurged on a membership just for her. The photographs and videos she has taken are truly captivating, exuding a charm that is utterly delightful. Just as Ye Wenya was engrossed in reading, she heard Gu Tailin's voice beside her. What has captivated you so? I called your name several times, yet you were oblivious. Ye Wenya gestured to her phone, noticing he was carrying a large bag. What have you brought? I was just looking into Wen Shushu's debut abroad. The acceptance there is remarkably high, especially for Mu Gaoyuan. His beloved has debuted as an adult star, engaging in provocative projects with numerous men, and he was not only unfazed but rather accommodating. Gu Tailin revealed the contents of the bag, which were an assortment of fruits and snacks. I thought you might enjoy these. I looked into this matter regarding Wen Shushu. She was signed by Joyce, a renowned agent in the United States. Joyce's clientele consists entirely of adult stars, famous for their provocative shoots and membership-based exclusivity.
Ye Wenya appreciate her gratitude.
Taking a piece of beef jerky, pondering how such a person could possibly be interested in Wen Shushu. The illustrious rise of Wen Shushu had unveiled a lucrative opportunity, prompting an invitation extended towards her. Gu Tailin's visage reflected disdain. Originally, Wen Shushu had intended for Fuyu to accompany her in her endeavors in America, but he had declined, and now the two found themselves embroiled in a divorce. Ye Wenya was not at all surprised, clucking her tongue as she remarked that it wouldn't be so easy for Fuyu to obtain a divorce. After all, he had once gone to great lengths to marry Wen Shushu. Gu Tailin, resting one hand on the back of his chair, raised an eyebrow and smiled, inquiring what her intentions were. In Chapter 35, the limitless depths of Fuyu's frustrations became apparent. Ye Wenya, with a knowing tone, remarked that given the current turmoil between Fuyu and Wen Shushu, he would inevitably seek out his grandmother. It was imperative for them to make Wen Shushu aware of this fact, was it not? Gu Tailin offered his approval with a thumbs up, declaring her strategy to be remarkably astute. As Ye Wenya basked in her own praise, she received a call from Fuyu. Ye Wenya, what further actions will Shushu take? His voice was laced with exhaustion and weariness. Ye Wenya retorted, how could I possibly know what Wen Shushu plans next? You must inquire directly with her. You know. Fuyu's voice escalated, tinged with anger. From the moment you insisted on our divorce, you were aware of what Shushu intended to do, and you knew what would transpire thereafter. Ye Wenya's heart sank, yet she remained composed. Fuyu, I sincerely advise you to seek consultation from a neurologist. Stop wreaking havoc on others. Hey, Gu Tailin, why are you seizing my phone? She exclaimed, attempting to reclaim her device. Gu Tailin, however, obstructed her. Addressing Fuyu, you and Ye Wenya have long been divorced. Any matters between you and Wen Shushu should be resolved by you as a couple. Refrain from disturbing Ye Wenya any further. Ye Wenya nodded in vigorous agreement, stating, although the narrative has unraveled beyond recognition, one thing remains unchanged. Whenever there is a problem, Fuyu runs to me, convinced that I am involved, when in reality, I have done nothing. It is all the machinations of Wen Shushu. Fuyu, once again, did not wish to hear Ye Wenya's inner thoughts, nor did he want foresight into Shushu's actions, or an understanding of her true character.
Ye Wenya.
He bellowed, you have tarnished my relationship with Shushu. If it weren't for your meddling, if you hadn't foreseen certain events, shoo, and I would not have arrived at this juncture. Before you became this way, shoo and I were perfectly fine. We even discussed our future and how many children we would have. All of this you have ruined. Ye Wenya motioned for Gu Tailan to activate the speakerphone. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, Fu Yu, since you are so enamored with Wen Shushu, why not follow in Mu Gaoyuan's footsteps and pursue a career as an adult film star abroad? What is the point of this nonsensical bickering here? At her words, Fu Yu recalled the risque photos and videos of Wen Shushu and Mu Gaoyuan, feeling a wave of jealousy wash over him, intensifying his disdain for Ye Wenya.
Ye Wenya.
How can you be so malicious? If it weren't for your reliance on the Ye family and your grandmother's favoritism, I would not have been ousted from the Fu family. And Shushu and I would not be in this predicament. When Ye Wenya was about to continue her rebuttal, she heard Gu Tailan countering Fu Yu.
Fu Yu.
It seems your true nature has finally revealed itself. Your previous facade was quite convincing. It is no wonder you would align with Wen Shushu and permit her to associate with numerous men. Ye Wenya applauded, exclaiming, Well said, Mr. Gu. How amusing it is that Fu Yu, having made mistakes of his own, seeks to blame everything on me while calling me malicious. In terms of malice, who can surpass Fu Yu and Wen Shushu? Had it not been for my intervention, according to the original narrative, the Ye family would now be facing significant crises. And I would be the target of public scorn and labeled as a mistress, causing my grandmother to fall ill. All of this is the doing of Wen Shushu and Fu Yu, and it is astounding that Fu Yu can utter such repugnant words. Gu Tailin's gaze grew icy. Resolved to swiftly deal with Wen Shushu, ensuring she would not have the opportunity to harm Ye Wenya. As Fu Yu, fueled by anger, heard the mention of his grandmother's potential illness, he gradually regained his composure. He was indifferent to Ye Wenya and the Ye family, but he deeply cared for his grandmother, who had raised him single-handedly. I apologize. I should not have said those things. He lit a cigarette and took a long drag. Shushu and I have encountered too much recently, and it has left me agitated. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan felt no sympathy for him, believing he deserved his plight. You are agitated, and that gives you the right to take your frustrations out on me? Fu Yu, what do you think you are?
Ye Wenya moket koldi.
Or, do you believe I would still coddle you like before? The phrase coddle you caused Fu Yu to pause, prompting memories of their past to resurface. Ye Wenya had once treated him with genuine care, always considering his feelings. No matter how furious he became, she would soothe him with kind words. When did she cease to treat him with such heartfelt concern and begin to harbor disdain for him? I despise how you coerced me into marrying you. How you forced me to be good to you. Ye Wenya, feeling repulsed, retorted, So, in your pursuit of marital freedom and so-called true love, you chose to be unfaithful and subject me to emotional neglect. Congratulations on achieving your true love, and now you are even wed to her. I trust the two of you will remain blissfully locked in your union. In the original narrative, once Fu Yu officially became involved with Wen Shushu, he flaunted his so-called marital freedom and true love, humiliating and trampling upon me at every turn, claiming this was the love and marriage he sought. Now that he has fulfilled his desire, how delightful for him. Fu Yu fell silent. This was not the marriage or love he had envisioned.
Ye Wenya.
Uninterested in further conversation, ended the call, recognizing that Fu Yu's well-being was of no concern to her. She simply needed to live her own life. Fu Yu will come looking for you again, Gu Tailan asserted confidently. Ye Wenya widened her eyes in astonishment. Why? I have shown him nothing but disdain. Why would he seek me out? Gu Tailan, casually crossing his legs against the chair's back, chuckled. You have the capability to help him return to the Fu family. You know, following the last banquet, many have sought to confront Fu Yu, and he has been unable to enjoy a single peaceful day. Ye Wenya was taken aback, incredulous at the notion that he would dream of me assisting him in returning to the Fu family. What a joke. Gu Tailan leaned closer, grinning as he suggested, Why don't we make do together, so he won't come to disturb you anymore? Ye Wenya patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Gu Tailan, I know you harbor feelings for me. Alas, it is inevitable. Who could resist such beauty and excellence? It is only natural for you to be drawn to me. I advise you to refrain from investing your efforts in me. A woman of my caliber will not linger for any man. Gu Tailan, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, beamed. How can you be so sure? What if you discover that you might stay for such an exceptional man?
Ye Wenya pilay fullilanet in closer, teasing. You claim you do not like me.
Men, your name is hypocrite. Alas, I shall not be with you. You might as well abandon that hope. Just as she finished speaking, a furious voice from a nearby girl pierced the air. Ye Wenya, you shameless woman. In chapter 36, The Brainwashed Fool, Ye Wenya turned to see a strikingly beautiful young girl marching towards her, seething with rage, ready to slap her. Her gaze sharpened, and just as she raised her hand to hurl the teacup at the woman, she witnessed Gu Tailan seize her and subsequently cast her to the ground.
Fu liking.
You truly live up to being Fu Yu's admirable cousin. Like him, you are utterly deranged. Ye Wenya stood up, coldly regarding the girl who had crumpled to the floor. Gu Tailan shielded her, his eyes glinting like a blade as he fixed a menacing stare upon Fu Liqing, conveying a clear warning that should she dare to lay a finger on Ye Wenya again, she would face dire consequences. Furious, Fu Liqing rose to her feet, cautiously refraining from advancing towards Gu Tailan. Ye Wenya, how can you be so malicious? Shu Shu is such a wonderful girl. She has always looked out for you. And yet you have caused her such misery and even orchestrated my brother's expulsion from the family. Recently, she had been enmeshed in her research abroad, only returning yesterday to learn of these events. She quickly called Shu Shu, only to discover that it was all the machinations of Ye Wenya. Recalling the heinous acts Fu Liqing had committed against her original self, Ye Wenya shot her a disdainful glance. Have you finished spouting your nonsense? In the original text, Fu Liqing, this impulsive and easily angered cousin, was duped by Wen Shu Shu, believing that I was the mistress. And she was constantly aiding Wen Shu Shu and Fu Yu in their schemes against me, repeatedly placing me in peril. Her involvement even contributed to my demise and the fall of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin's gaze turned icily cold as he regarded Fu Liqing. He had previously thought her temperament too rash and fiery, but now it seemed she was merely a brainless fool.
Ye Wenya.
You better publicly apologize online and admit that everything that happened to my brother and Shu Shu is your doing. Otherwise, I will make you regret it.
Fu liking threatened vehemently.
Just as Ye Wenya was about to retort with a cutting remark, she heard her brother's frigid voice. How do you plan to make my sister regret it? Yi Tsong had come over, having learned of Fu Liqing's arrival and concern for his sister's safety. Brother. Ye Wenya rushed to his side, clinging to his arm. Yi Tsong ruffled her hair, exasperatedly saying, no need to be courteous to someone like Fu Liqing. Simply have the bodyguards throw her out. She is just a member of the Fu family. Does she truly believe she holds any significance?
Ye Wenya notte geldi.
I will listen to you, brother. If she dares to harm me again, I will have the bodyguards deal with her. She cast a cold glance at Fu Liqing. Fu Liqing, did you hear that? In disbelief, Fu Liqing exclaimed, Yi Tsong, how can you be so blind to the truth? No matter how much Ye Wenya is your sister, you cannot be so unjust. You know what she has done. Yi Tsong's gaze turned fierce as he shot a glare at her. What my sister does is none of your business, outsider. If you dare to speak ill of her again, I will ensure you are rendered mute for the rest of your life. Having grown up alongside Yi Tsong, Fu Liqing was well aware of his character and methods. She covered her mouth in fear, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him. Ye Wenya sensed something amiss and inwardly queried the system. System, is there any romantic subplot between my brother and Fu Liqing in this novel? System 001 replied. There exists a slight romantic thread. Fu Liqing harbors feelings for your brother, but she has been brainwashed by Wen Shu Shu, who has completely consumed her thoughts, leading her to disregard her own emotions. Ye Wenya thought to herself that it was indeed the case. A woman like Fu Liqing would bring misfortune to anyone who wed her.
Fu liking.
I shall say this one last time. If you dare to trouble me on behalf of Wen Shu Shu or Fu Yu again, I will ensure you are expelled from the Fu family. Then we shall see how you continue your research with ease. She was well aware that Fu Liqing's ability to engage in research both domestically and internationally, pursuing her desired studies and acquiring the necessary equipment, was all due to the support of the Fu family. Hearing this, Fu Liqing's animosity toward Ye Wenya deepened. It was evident that, as Shu Shu had said, Ye Wenya, relying on her status as a member of the Yi family and with Yi Tsong's protection, committed countless misdeeds. She would not let this go easily.
Ye Wenya.
Wait for me. With that, she bolted away. Ye Wenya smiled sweetly and waved at her retreating figure. I'll be waiting for you. And do be sure to create more trouble. Do not let me down. Playful, Yi Tsong lightly tapped her forehead, his gaze turning frosty. It seemed that when Shu Shu had been living too comfortably, Fu Liqing rushed back to the Fu residence with determination. The distance between the Fu family and the Yi family was merely a 5-minute walk. She burst into the living room, pouting as she complained, Grandmother, Ye Wenya has gone too far. She has framed Shu Shu so terribly, and even caused my brother to be cast out of the family. You cannot be deceived by her any longer. Madame Fu set down her newspaper, her gaze icy as she regarded her, not uttering a word. Fu Liqing's movement to sit faltered. She stood, trembling, her face pale, not daring to utter another word. Madame Fu spoke with authority. Have you sought out Wenya? Fu Liqing obediently replied, I just visited Ye Wenya, hoping she would publicly apologize to Shu Shu and my brother online, acknowledging that everything was her doing, aimed at ruining their reputations. Madame Fu narrowed her sharp eyes. You called when Shu Shu the moment you left the research institute? Yes, Shu Shu is wonderful. Fu Liqing replied with delight. She has been so concerned for me. During this time, she sent me numerous messages, urging me to take care of myself and to ask for anything I need. Initially, Shu Shu had not mentioned to me that Ye Wenya harmed her. I learned of this from the internet, and only upon pressing her did she reveal the truth. Grandmother, Ye Wenya has gone too far. She is using her connection to the Yi family and Yi Tsong to harm Shu Shu. You must stand up for her. Madame Fu's expression held disappointment as she surveyed Fu Liqing. I will ask you one final question. In your opinion, is Wen Shu Shu a mistress? How could she be? Fu Liqing's tone rose in pitch. Shu Shu and my brother share true love. How could true love ever be a mistress? Ye Wenya is the real mistress. If it weren't for Ye Wenya's interference and all the harm she has caused my brother and Shu Shu, they would have long since held a grand wedding. I say, a woman like Ye Wenya deserves to die. Madame Fu realized that her foolish granddaughter had been completely manipulated by Wen Shu Shu, lacking even the most basic sense of right and wrong. I now present you with two choices. 1. Sever all ties with Wen Shu Shu and Fu Yu, never to have any contact with them again. 2. Continue to assist Wen Shu Shu and Fu Yu, and you will no longer be considered a daughter of the Fu family. Fu Liqing could hardly believe it. Grandmother, how can you do this? Shu Shu and my brother have suffered so terribly at Ye Wenya's hands. You refuse to support your own kin, and instead side with Ye Wenya?
Madame Fu,
Unwilling to speak further, urged her to make a decision promptly.
Chapter 37. Madame Fu faints.
Without hesitation, Fu Liqing chose the first option. I will always stand by Shu Shu and my brother.
Madame Fu's disappointment deepened.
She sighed bitterly. Is this a failure of my education? Fu Yu has forsaken me for Wen Shu Shu, and now so has Liqing. Weary, she waved her hand, instructing the butler to expel Fu Liqing and cut off all her financial support. Subsequently, she dialed Ye Wenya's number. Wenya, I apologize. It was wrong of me to try and matchmake you with Fu Yu. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Ye Wenya detected an unusual tone in her voice and quietly informed Yi Tsong, pulling Gu Tailin toward the direction of the Fu residence. Grandmother, this matter is not your fault. It was I who insisted on being with Fu Yu. Grandmother, has Fu Liqing troubled you? In the original text, Fu Liqing caused much distress to old Madame Fu in her efforts to assist Wen Shu Shu. Even after old Madame Fu fell ill, she claimed this was the consequence of opposing Wen Shu Shu's relationship with Fu Yu, pressuring her to accept their union. Gu Tailin's brows were etched with a chilling sharpness. Wen Shu Shu was indeed a woman of cunning, having brainwashed Fu Liqing to such an extent. The two hastened to the Fu residence, only to be intercepted at the entrance by Fu Liqing, who raised her hand to push Ye Wenya away. Ye Wenya, you vile woman! Not only have you brought ruin to my brother and Shu Shu, but you have also bewitched my grandmother, orchestrating my expulsion from the family. Why don't you just die? Before Ye Wenya could evade, Gu Tailin pulled her aside, and she witnessed him kick Fu Liqing away. Though surprised, she felt a sense of satisfaction.
Fu Liqing.
You deserve to be cast out. If you adore Wen Shu Shu and Fu Yu so much, go live with them.
Oh.
And you could even join your sister Shu Shu in becoming a star. With her recommendation, I'm sure you'll be a sensation in America in no time. Fu Liqing was somewhat intimidated by Gu Tailin. She had known since childhood that he appeared frivolous but was, in reality, extremely ruthless. Anyone who crossed him faced dire consequences. Gu Tailin, wake up. Don't be deceived by a venomous woman like Ye Wenya. She will lead you to ruin. She urged him earnestly. Gu Tailin regarded her as if she were the punchline of a grand joke, his gaze imbued with disdain. In terms of malice, who can compare to Wen Shu Shu and Fu Yu? But you wouldn't believe that.
Fu Liqing.
I shall say this one last time. If you dare to trouble Ye Wenya again or engage in any inappropriate actions, you know all the lengths I will go to. Fu Liqing shivered at his words. Gu Tailin, how can you prefer a woman like Ye Wenya over such a wonderful girl as Shu Shu? Are you out of your mind? Suddenly, Ye Wenya recalled something. Indeed, Fu Liqing's incessant praise of Wen Shushu in public had contributed significantly to Gu Tailin's obsessive affection for the female lead. Claiming that he ought to like Wen Shushu, Gu Tailin shot Fu Liqing a menacing glare and dialed Liang Yidong. You have 2 minutes to cut off all funding to Fu Liqing's research institutes. I want her to be unable to conduct any experiments.
Ye Wenya uploaded. Fu liking.
Aren't you so fond of your sister Shushu and Fuyu? Now, you must solicit their funding to continue your research. Just don't approach the Fu family, otherwise, your actions will be tantamount to biting the hand that feeds you. Fu Liqing barely had time to respond before receiving calls from several assistants informing her that all funding had been terminated, leaving her research institute in dire straits. Furious, she fumed, Gu Tailin, you insist on siding with Ye Wenya, don't you? You will come to understand the consequences. Gu Tailin scoffed. I await the consequences you speak of. Ye Wenya, let us proceed inside. As Ye Wenya cast a sidelong glance at Fu Liqing and began to enter with Gu Tailin, she caught sight of the butler rushing out in haste, causing her heart to skip a beat. Butler, has something happened to grandmother? The butler spoke rapidly, Miss Yi. The old madam has fainted. I am here waiting for the ambulance. You wait for the ambulance here. I will accompany Gu Tailin to check on grandmother. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Ye Wenya was already dragging Gu Tailin inside. They had not run far when Fu Liqing's furious voice echoed behind them. Ye Wenya, it's you who caused my grandmother to faint. How dare you go to see her? Someone stop this woman. Do not let her take another step. Ye Wenya had no time to argue, her mind solely occupied with the image of old Madame Fu, who had fallen unconscious. Upon reaching the living room, they found old Madame Fu lying on the sofa, unconscious, with 2 servants attending to her. Grandmother. She knelt beside her, filled with remorse. I'm so sorry, grandmother. I should have handled this matter more delicately, otherwise, you wouldn't be in this state. The elderly lady had always treated the original character with kindness, and she had been equally good to her. Ye Wenya, this is not your fault. Gu Tailin placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Do not panic. Let us first take grandmother to the hospital. Ye Wenya held onto old Madame Fu's hand, her brow furrowed with worry. This time, we will ensure grandmother receives a thorough examination. She would not allow grandmother to be driven to the brink by Wen Shushu and Fuyu, as in the original story. The ambulance arrived swiftly. Old Madame Fu was loaded onto the stretcher, with Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin accompanying her. Just as the ambulance doors were about to close, Ye Wenya spotted Fu Liqing attempting to board and kicked her away. You and Fuyu are the ones who caused grandmother to faint. You think you can tag along? Get lost. With a resounding slam, she shut the door, disregarding Fu Liqing's angry outbursts. At the most prestigious private hospital, as Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin were with old Madame Fu for her examination, Fuyu and Fu Liqing rushed in, having received the news. How is my grandmother?
Fuyu asked anxiously.
Just as Ye Wenya was about to retort, she heard Fu Liqing's furious accusations. Ye Wenya, you vile woman, get out. If it weren't for you, my grandmother wouldn't have fainted. Mark my words, I will hold you accountable for this.
Ye Wenya, mein Taining her komposure.
Struck Fu Liqing down to the ground with a swift slap. Fu Liqing, who is to blame for grandmother's fainting? It is you and Fuyu. If you hadn't insisted on supporting Wen Shushu and treated grandmother so poorly, would she have collapsed? She pointed an accusatory finger at Fuyu and Fu Liqing. You two are truly the best grandchildren, disregarding the woman who raised you for the sake of Wen Shushu and still refusing to repent.
Fu Liqing, enraged,
attempted to strike her back, but was deterred by Fuyu's icy glare.
Sister.
Fuyu's expression was as frigid as ice. Liqing, I want to know exactly what you said to grandmother. Tell me verbatim. I do not wish to hear any lies. Chapter 38. Accusing her of being a mistress? Fu Liqing felt a twinge of fear at Fuyu's current demeanor. She could sense his genuine anger. Brother, I didn't do anything wrong. Everything I did was for you and Shushu. If it weren't for Ye Wenya, Fuyu, impatient with her excuses, raised his voice slightly.
Fu Liqing.
I want the truth. What did you say to Ye Wenya and grandmother? Tell me everything. Trembling, Fu Liqing recounted the events in their entirety, feeling particularly aggrieved. Brother, I did nothing wrong, right? It was grandmother who was deceived by that venomous woman, and she treated me unfairly. In my opinion, it was Ye Wenya who caused grandmother to faint, as she finally saw through her true colors.
Slap.
Fuyu struck her hard across the face, his gaze fierce as he locked onto her. Fu Liqing, in your heart, who is more important, grandmother or Wen Shushu? Just as he finished speaking, He heard Ye Wenya's inner thoughts. Ye Wenya. Fu Liqing would undoubtedly declare that Wen Shu is the most important. In the original text, Fu Liqing idolized Wen Shu, obeying her every command and only believing her words. Sister Shu is the most important. As expected, Fu Liqing spoke without hesitation, stating that only Sister Shu would genuinely care for her, understand her needs, and treat her well. Unlike Grandma, who had set such strict requirements for her since childhood, forbidding her from doing this or that, Sister Shu would encourage her and always be by her side. Fu Yu looked at her in disbelief and shock, as if he no longer recognized his cousin. You dare to say that Grandma treats you poorly? How has Grandma treated me well?
Fu Liqing retorted angrily.
Brother, you are well aware of how strictly Grandma has demanded of you throughout your life, insisting that you adhere to her every requirement, even limiting your choice of friends. Sister Shu has told me that this is wrong. No one should restrict anyone else's friendships or dictate what they can pursue. If it weren't for Grandma, I would not have ventured down the path of research. I might have chosen to pursue something else. At that moment, Fu Yu realized the extent of Wen Shu's malice, recognizing her as a master of sowing discord. Originally, Li Qing was a wonderful girl, kind to Grandma and her family, but now she had been turned against them, becoming someone who could not discern right from wrong, blindly obeying Shu. Fu Liqing, I will ask you one last time. In your heart, is Shu truly the most important to you? Pointing at Ye Wenya, Fu Liqing exclaimed, Brother, is it not true that Ye Wenya has threatened you with the Yi family, forcing you to remarry her and forbidding you from being with Sister Shu? She is nothing but a vile mistress. Ye Wenya, seizing her hair, slapped her across the face. You dare to call me a mistress? You truly have some audacity. With a kick, she sent Fu Liqing sprawling on the ground. Since you adore Wen Shu so much, I shall ensure you remain with her for a lifetime, fulfilling your wish. She awaited Fu Liqing's downfall with anticipation. As Fu Liqing prepared to retaliate against Ye Wenya, she noticed Gu Tailin shielding her. Gu Tailin, have you lost your mind? You still wish to protect this woman? Do not let her deceive you any further. Gu Tailin, unwilling to waste words on such a person, instructed his bodyguards to drag Fu Liqing away. He then turned to mock Fu Yu. You siblings truly are well-trained pets of Wen Shu. Your brother engages in an affair while believing it's true love, and your sister, devoid of any sense of right and wrong, thinks she is in the right. Fu Yu clenched his fists, more resolute than ever in his desire for divorce. I have erred. Gu Tailin rolled his eyes dramatically. Do you think merely saying you were wrong can absolve the things you have done? Can it erase the harm you have caused to Ye Wenya? Fu Yu, you are rather full of yourself. Ye Wenya nodded in agreement. You do not know, but he has always held himself in high regard. For instance, he once told me that his love for Wen Shu was true, claiming I was merely an obstacle between them, demanding I publicly admit my wrongs and step aside. Gu Tailin scoffed. I cannot believe a man of your stature would utter such words. Ye Wenya, it is fortunate you awakened in time. Otherwise, you would have suffered greatly at the hands of Fu Yu and Wen Shu. Ye Wenya sighed in relief. Indeed, had I not realized in time, my family and I could have been ruined by this pair of wretched individuals, while others might have thought they were justified. Ignoring Fu Yu's changing expression, she continued conversing with Gu Tailin, waiting for the old matriarch to finish her examination. After being thrown out of the hospital, Fu Liqing angrily called Wen Shu to complain. Sister Shu, you have no idea how wicked that woman Ye Wenya is. She has manipulated Gu Tailin to assist her. But do not worry, I will reclaim everything that belongs to you and deal with Ye Wenya. I will ensure everyone knows her true nature,
And we shall see who she can manipulate then.
When Shu internally berated her as worthless, yet spoke gently, Liqing, it is not Miss Ye's fault. It is my inadequacy. Do not seek trouble with her on my behalf. I can endure some hardship, but I cannot allow you to suffer. Fu Liqing felt warmth in her heart. Once again, Sister Shu was kind to her, unlike her grandmother, who had always treated her poorly, and she had foolishly been swayed by Ye Wenya. Sister Shu, I will not allow you to suffer any longer. I have connections and friends. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with Ye Wenya. When Shu displayed a cunning smile, continuing to coax Fu Liqing, fucking, just obediently serve me. In the VIP ward, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin sat on either side of the bed.
Grandma,
are you feeling unwell? Ye Wenya softly inquired of the elderly matriarch. Lying on the bed, Fu Leofurin appeared somewhat weak. I feel fine, perhaps just fatigued. Both Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin understood the true cause of Fu Leofuren's fainting. With two such troublesome grandsons, it was no wonder she was overwhelmed.
Grandma.
Fuyu is outside. Would you like to see him? Ye Wenya was not there to assist Fuyu, but rather to convey to him how unwelcome he was. Fu Leofuren's expression hardened. Tailin, go tell Fuyu to keep his distance. I am no longer his grandmother. And if Fu Liqing comes, do not let her in. I will act as though she is not my granddaughter. Understood, Grandma. Gu Tailin exited the ward, shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, he regarded Fuyu. Your grandmother has made it clear she does not wish to see you. She has declared you are no longer her grandson. From now on, you are free to do as you please. No one will restrain or hinder you. Congratulations, he added. Chapter 39. Ye Wenya once again manipulated the system.
Fuyu regretted.
Gu Tailin, I always believed Shu was a kind and wonderful girl. Gu Tailin scoffed. You really are oblivious. Do you think anyone in the entertainment industry is truly kind and wonderful? Even if you do not follow the industry, you must know how deep and dirty the waters run. Fuyu rubbed his temples. I do not know what was wrong with me at that time. I was resolute in my feelings for Shu, determined to be with her at any cost. Back then, I thought I would do anything to be with her. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I find myself tasting the bitter fruit of my desires. He suspected it was because this world felt like a novel. And as the male lead, he was compelled to be with the female lead, Shu, leading him to act as if ensnared. Gu Tailin also contemplated the possibility that this world was a story, and Fuyu was the male lead. Fuyu, you have brought this upon yourself. You insisted on being with Shu, and now that your wish has been granted, you should simply live your life with her and cease this turmoil. Thankfully, Ye Wenya's candidness has spared me from becoming like Fuyu. That would be truly terrifying. Fuyu shook his head. I want a divorce. This marriage is not what I desire. Gu Tailin found him beyond redemption. It was Fuyu who wished to be with Shu, yet now he sought a divorce. How laughable. You are truly a source of amusement. I have no desire to concern myself with you. With that, he returned to the ward. Before he reached the bedside, he noticed Ye Wenya approaching, leading him to the sofa. Grandma is asleep, Ye Wenya whispered. I can see she is very weary. Managing the Fu family and the Fu Corporation, along with selecting an heir, while being troubled by two irresponsible grandsons. How could she bear it? She sank onto the sofa, unable to suppress her sighs. Gu Tailin gently massaged her shoulders, soothingly murmured, Do not fret. We are here, and your grandmother will soon recover. I had just conversed with Fuyu. He insisted on divorce, claiming this was not the marriage he desired. Ye Wenya couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. When he was with me, he said this was not the marriage he wanted, and he insisted on being with Shu. Now, not long after marrying Shu, he declares again that this is not the marriage he envisioned. He truly thinks of himself as the center of the universe. In the original text, Fuyu and Shu had gone through numerous breakups. Each time they did, I and a multitude of others would inevitably suffer the consequences. I must remain vigilant, lest I fall victim to their antics once more. Gu Tailin narrowed his sharp eyes, aware that he too must exercise caution. Wary of this fictional world conjuring unforeseen circumstances that would compel him to assist Shu. For now, Shu would not agree to a divorce. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Ye Wenya murmured, pondering the narrative of the novel, searching for any details that required her attention. I recall that in the original text, after the grandmother fell ill, Shu expressed her desire to visit her.
Fuyu,
concerned that the grandmother might cause Shu distress, was opposed, yet Shu insisted on going, which deeply moved Fuyu. However, in reality, Shu's intention was not to visit the grandmother, but rather to provoke her, subsequently feigning tears to stir discord between Fuyu and the grandmother. She must guard against this, ensuring that Shu does not provoke her grandmother. Gu Tailin, attuned to her inner thoughts, grew increasingly skeptical of this fictional realm. If this truly were a narrative world, then as characters within it, they could not unilaterally alter the plot. Such significant changes would be implausible. Could it be that this is not a fictional world at all? To ascertain the truth of his suspicions, he would need to discuss matters with Ye Wenya and the system. While musing, he heard the voice of the system. System 001 side host. The divergent plot has progressed to 20%. I am becoming quite anxious. Can you explain why it has turned out this way? Ye Wenya excused herself from Gu Tailin and stepped out onto the balcony. System, have you deduced the specifics of the divergent plot? System 001 continued to sigh. No, I only know it is related to you, host. I am beginning to suspect that you may have torn up the script, causing this world to no longer revolve around the main characters. Ye Wenya's eyes glimmered. Come now, system. Tell me your true purpose. If I assist you in analyzing this, you will be able to complete your tasks more efficiently, will you not? System 001 hesitated. I cannot say. I simply cannot. All you need to understand is that you must help the male and female leads truly come together. This is of utmost importance.
Ye Wenya roket her Çin.
Pondering the implications of the system's words, the genuine union of the protagonists seemed to be a crucial point. Was it possible that their authentic togetherness would trigger something significant? System, given the current circumstances, do you think the protagonists can genuinely be together? I suggest you focus on the divergent plot. The emergence of such a plot indicates it may hold greater significance. System 001 realized, right? How could I have overlooked such an essential detail? The divergent plot pertains to you, implying that something is required of you. The problem is, we do not know the specifics of the divergent plot.
Ye Wenya contemplated.
Why don't we give it a try? I will continue with my approach. And you observe whether there are any changes in the divergent plot or the emotional values of the protagonists. Ultimately, the duo reached a consensus to focus on the divergent plot and observe for any alterations. Just as Ye Wenya stretched her body, her phone vibrated several times. It was a message from Wenshushu. Miss Yi, Fu Yu and I had decided to hold a lawn wedding in the United States, scheduled for 5 days hence. You are cordially invited. Upon seeing the accompanying electronic wedding invitation, a chill swept through Ye Wenya's gaze. Wenshushu truly was formidable. Having reached this point, she still plotted against her. Given this, she saw no reason to hold back. She replied with a simple acknowledgement, and then she heard Gu Tailin's voice. Did you receive the invitation from Wenshushu? Ye Wenya, momentarily surprised, quickly grasped Wenshushu's intent. She regarded Gu Tailin with a sympathetic gaze. The female lead is indeed the female lead, still attempting to ensnare you, Gu Tailin. I wonder if this time, you can preserve your innocence. Yes, I received it. Wenshushu mentioned the lawn wedding in the United States. Do you think Fuyu is aware of this wedding? Gu Tailin's forehead throbbed with tension, a vein pulsing with frustration. He flicked Ye Wenya's forehead. This woman is always hoping for my downfall. One day, I shall make her aware of the consequences. Whether Fuyu knew or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that he must make Fuyu see Wenshushu's true nature to further their plans. Ye Wenya nudged him playfully. What do you think about us bringing extra guests to support Wenshushu? Chapter 40. Gu Tailin kissed Ye Wenya. He could surmise who Ye Wenya meant by guests and praised her. That is a splendid idea. I believe this wedding will be an unforgettable experience for Wenshushu. However, after this wedding, Fuyu will undoubtedly be more resolute in his desire for a divorce, and he will come seeking you. You must be cautious. Ye Wenya grimaced in disdain. Do I seem like a waste disposal station? What kind of man do I lack that I would want to reclaim such a scoundrel? Hearing her words, Gu Tailin lifted her chin and flirted. Why not consider reclaiming me instead? A good man like me, once missed, cannot be found again. For the first time in her 2 lives, Ye Wenya found herself flustered by a man's flirtation, her heart racing wildly, yet she maintained her composure, even standing on tiptoe to draw closer. Gu, have you been captivated by my beauty? If only you had said so earlier, I might have granted you another chance. But now, you have missed your opportunity. Gu Tailin's eyes glimmered as they traced her moving lips, his throat tightening. At this moment, you believe I truly lack opportunity? In Ye Wenya's mind, she did not believe the ultimate antagonist could genuinely harbor feelings for her. At most, he was merely teasing her, seeking to witness her flustered reactions. And thus she was entirely untroubled by any advances he might make. With a playful flick of her eyes, she smiled sweetly. Originally, you had a chance. However, I now prefer the entire forest and have no intention of sacrificing it for a single tree. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Staring at the handsome face so near to her, Gu Tailin kissed me? Gu Tailin wrapped one arm around her waist and the other at the back of her head, deepening the kiss. It was indeed sweet. Are you dazed? He chuckled softly. Ye Wenya's face flushed crimson, and she covered her mouth, glaring at Gu Tailin. Release me. You rogue. I thought you were joking. But who knew Gu Tailin kissed her through her hand? Do you really perceive me as the type who would flirt indiscriminately with women? Additionally, I cannot resist temptation. It was genuinely sweet and delightful, yet unfortunately, now is not the time to indulge fully. Ye Wenya pushed him away forcefully. Irritable, Gu Tailin. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. I warn you, if you dare to do anything further, I will report you to my brother." Her fierce demeanor caused Gu Tailin's abdomen to tighten. He ignited a cigarette, taking a long drag before discarding half of it. "I cannot guarantee what further actions I might take." He leaned slightly forward, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Ye Wenya, addressing her alone. "Thus, refrain from any further attempts to entice me. Otherwise, I shall dismantle you." Ye Wenya, frightened, retreated against the wall, her expression one of vigilance as she stared at him. Isn't this a hallmark of the ultimate antagonist? These are all actions he has taken against the female lead, and he has even rendered her unconscious before. "You dare." For the first time, Gu Tailin found no aversion to her candid thoughts. With his remarkable abilities, he would surely ensure Ye Wenya's utmost comfort. He grasped her hand, placing a kiss upon her knuckles. "From this moment on, I am your suitor. Ye Wenya, I can be quite domineering. Should I discover you growing too close to another man, do not expect to rise from your bed, understood?" Ye Wenya's hair stood on end, a chill racing down her spine as she mentally pleaded with the system. "System, help. What has happened to the ultimate antagonist? All of this is what he has done to the female lead. Why has it turned into my predicament?" System 001 cautiously responded. "Perhaps it is due to the narrative you have torn apart? Perhaps you should accept the ultimate antagonist. It may alter the branching storyline and the emotional value between the male and female leads." Ye Wenya spat in disdain. "Why don't you transform into a woman and accept the ultimate antagonist? You know well the terror he embodies. If provoked, who knows what he might do?" System 001 replied weakly, "Then the host must simply hope for the best." Originally, according to the plot, the ultimate antagonist directed his various methods towards the female lead, harboring boundless hatred for you, only to torment you. Now, however, he has made his affection for you evident. Enough. Ye Wenya felt a shiver at the thought, her gaze towards Gu Tailin shifting entirely. This was a development she had never anticipated. Gu Tailin grasped her chin with one hand, lightly brushing her crimson lips. "Be obedient." Since he is the ultimate antagonist of this narrative, he would act in accordance with such a character. Perhaps Ye Wenya would soon agree to be with him. Ye Wenya forcefully swatted his hand away, lifting her chin defiantly. "Gu Tailin, if you are unwell, seek treatment. Do not come to harm me. If you dare behave like this again, I will truly report you to my brother. Do not think that just because you are the head of the Gu family, I shall fear you." Had Gu Tailin not heard her inner thoughts, he might have believed her words. Perfect, it was time to discuss their marriage with Yi Chong. "When shall the wedding be set?" Ye Wenya shot him a furious glare before turning to enter the hospital room. Gu Tailin chuckled softly. Ever since Ye Wenya had changed, she had become truly fascinating. Such an intriguing woman must remain by his side. Leaning against the balcony railing, he dialed Yi Chong's number. "How is old Madame Fu's condition?" Yi Chong was in his study attending to matters. Gu Tailin briefly explained old Madame Fu's situation, then dropped a bombshell. "I wish to marry your sister." Crack. The tip of Yi Chong's pen bent at an angle as he glared darkly. "Gu Tailin, repeat that." "I am serious." Gu Tailin had anticipated this reaction. "Do you think I would linger by your sister's side without purpose?" "I am not that idle." Yi Chong scoffed. "I never would have guessed you to be this kind of person. I do not agree to this marriage. A person like you is not suited for my sister." Gu Tailin's demeanor turned grave. "Yi Chong, I mean it. I am not joking, nor is this out of mere interest." Yi Chong discarded the broken pen into the trash, retorting, "Gu Tailin, this is purely a matter of interest. We have grown up together. Do you think I do not understand your nature? Your desire to marry my sister stems from her significant change in character, no longer the spoiled brat she once was. You have developed quite the interest in her. Since childhood, you have pursued whatever piqued your interest with fervor." Gu Tailin did not deny it. "This time, I am serious." Yi Chong's expression hardened. "I do not care whether you are serious or not. Gu Tailin, let me make myself clear. Keep your distance from my sister. If you dare to do anything to her, I will not let you off easily." At these words, Gu Tailin chuckled. "But I have already kissed her. How can I possibly keep my distance from Ye Wenya?" Chapter 41. The True Face of Gu Tailin.
Go.
Tail.
Len.
Yi Chong sprang to his feet, his anger boiling as if he might devour Gu Tailin whole. Gu Tailin held the phone further away, grinning mischievously. "Dear brother-in-law, shut your mouth," Yi Chong bellowed, his face a mask of fury. "Gu Tailin, I warn you, if you so much as touch my sister again or do anything to her, I will have you crushed." Gu Tailin clicked his tongue, Yi Chong, I am not boasting. Who else besides me is worthy of Ye Wenya? Besides, with me protecting her, no one shall bully her in the future. Yi Chong found Gu Tailin utterly insufferable, wishing to eliminate him entirely. My sister does not have to marry. She can keep a man, and those men will obey her without ever wronging her. Gu Tailin's eyes darkened dangerously. She will not keep a man. I will not permit Ye Wenya any opportunity to do so. Yi Chong abruptly hung up the phone and called his sister back home. At the Yi residence, in the living room, Ye Wenya stood bewildered before 10 remarkably handsome men of various styles, asking her brother, why did you summon these handsome men here, for no reason? Yi Chong refrained from mentioning Gu Tailin, fearing it might upset her. Didn't you say you wanted to choose a few handsome men to accompany you? These are the ones I have just chosen. See if any of them suit your fancy. If not, I can find more. Ye Wenya's eyes lit up with excitement. The day she had long awaited to select handsome men had finally arrived. Brother, can I choose several at once? Yi Chong nodded. You may choose as many as you wish. Ye Wenya joyfully embraced her brother. You are so kind to me. Yet before she could finish her sentence, she heard Gu Tailin's cold voice. Selecting handsome men behind my back? Ye Wenya and Yi Chong turned in unison to see Gu Tailin standing not far away, his smile failing to reach his eyes. Yi Chong instinctively shielded his sister behind him, glaring at Gu Tailin. But his words were directed at the bodyguards who had rushed in. You can't even stop one person? What use are you? The bodyguards quickly apologized, explaining, We beg your pardon, Mr. Yi. Mr. Gu brought over more than 30 bodyguards and barged in. We could not stop him. Yi Chong waved his hand for the bodyguards to leave, fixing Gu Tailin with a hostile glare. You are not welcome in my home. Look at how welcoming my brother-in-law is, Gu Tailin quipped as he approached, narrowing his eyes at Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya, are you not going to explain our relationship to your brother? Yi Chong acted swiftly, immediately arranging for 10 handsome men for Ye Wenya to choose from. Ye Wenya, hands on her hips, retorted fiercely, there is nothing between us. At most, we are merely acquaintances. Do not slander my integrity. Let me make this clear. Do not think I fear you. Gu Tailin let out a heavy huff. His sinister gaze fell upon the 10 handsome young men, his tone as frigid as shards of ice. Aren't you all leaving? Are you waiting for me to send you abroad to entertain women? The 10 young men exchanged glances, reluctant to relinquish this hard-earned opportunity to associate with a wealthy heiress, yet fearful of offending this man, hesitating in their decision.
Leave.
Gu Tailin's voice grew more forceful. Yi Tsong also gestured for the 10 young men to depart, as the ensuing matters were unsuitable for outsiders. Reluctantly, the 10 young men vacated the premises, some casting lingering glances at Ye Wenya's. Unfortunately, Ye Wenya's was too preoccupied with guarding herself against Gu Tailin to notice. Gu Tailin, you are being utterly outrageous. I am neither yours nor your possession. Stay out of my affairs. Gu Tailin leaned back against the sofa, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he replied. That statement is inaccurate. You are my wife, and I shall not ignore you.
Slap.
Ye Wenya's, incensed, struck him across the face, her voice laced with fury. Gu Tailin, show me some respect. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can do as you please? I, Ye Wenya's, am the daughter of the Yi family, not a mere plaything for your amusement. She pointed towards the door, her demeanor as cold as frost. Now, kindly exit my home. Gu Tailin pressed his tongue against the inner side of his cheek where she had struck him, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ye Wenya's, you are becoming increasingly intriguing. A chill surged through her, creeping up from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her trembling. At that moment, she truly understood why Gu Tailin was the greatest antagonist in this narrative. Gu Tailin, get out. She retreated behind her brother. Yi Tsong gently patted her head, his expression impassive as he addressed Gu Tailin. Aren't you leaving yet? Gu Tailin continued to stare at Ye Wenya's. I can leave now, but know this. Ye Wenya's, if I find out you are seeking out handsome men again, you will know the consequences. Ye Wenya's clutched her brother's shirt tightly, her complexion paling by the moment. My affairs are none of your concern. Say that again? Gu Tailin's words were barely out when Yi Tsong seized his collar. Gu Tailin, do you think you can threaten my sister repeatedly in my presence as if I were invisible? Gu Tailin's demeanor shifted to his usual playful self. Brother-in-law, you jest. How could I ever think that? I hope you take good care of Ye Wenya's. I shall visit her again soon. He shrugged off Yi Tsong's grip, casting one last penetrating gaze at Ye Wenya's before turning to leave. Only after he had truly departed did Ye Wenya's collapse onto the sofa. Brother, what is going on with Gu Tailin? That is his true nature, Yi Tsong replied, feeling a pang of sympathy for his sister. Typically, Gu Tailin wears a mask of jest, but when he is serious, he reveals his true self. Among us, he is the most dangerous. To speak frankly, Gu Tailin seized control of the Gu family from his father. Those who opposed him met with dire fates. Ye Wenya's had some vague recollection of this. In the past, she had only been preoccupied with Fu Yu and had paid little attention to anything else. Brother, what do we do now?
Now.
She deeply felt the terrifying and proactive nature of the greatest villain, and it was no wonder the original protagonist both feared and was drawn to him, especially when it came to engaging with him. Yi Tsong contemplated for a moment. For now, you should travel abroad for a while and avoid any contact with Gu Tailin. Once his interest in you wanes, there will be no issues. Ye Wenya's tugged at her face. What if his interest does not wane, and he follows me abroad to find me? Yi Tsong shared her concern. For the time being, you should go abroad, and I will discuss matters with Gu Tailin. Do not worry, your brother will protect you. Ye Wenya's understood that this was the only course of action for now. Thus, that day, she boarded her family's private jet and flew to America. Her motives were twofold: to evade Gu Tailin and to attend Wen Shushu's wedding. Upon her arrival at the airport, she was startled by a rather provocative video playing on the large screen. Chapter 42. Only those with a flawed mindset would think this way. Ye Wenya's halted to admire the video on the big screen, clicking her tongue in disbelief. America truly is open-minded. Wen Shushu's provocative video can be played so freely. In the video, Wen Shushu completely let go of her inhibitions, reveling under the service of Mu Gaoyuan and another foreign man. She wondered how Fu Yu would react upon viewing this video. However, she could discern that Wen Shushu was thoroughly enjoying her current life as an adult film star, which allowed her to openly indulge with men while gaining fame and fortune. After watching for a while, she and her bodyguard drove to a small villa owned by the Yi family. Little did she know, as soon as she left the country, Gu Tailin was already aware of her departure. Gu Tailin reclined with his legs crossed, toying with a pen in his hand, gesturing for Liang Yitong to continue. Liang Yitong felt a bit intimidated by Gu Tailin's current demeanor. President, Miss Yi has gone to America, accompanied by several bodyguards. Furthermore, President Yi wishes to terminate our cooperation with the group. The reasons were not disclosed, but I suspect it has something to do with Miss Yi. Everyone knew that Miss Yi was President Ye's bottom line. Anyone who dared to harm her would face the full wrath of President Yi, who would stop at nothing to ensure their demise. A mischievous smile played on Gu Tailin's lips, his dark eyes glinting with coldness. Ye Wenya's is quite disobedient, isn't she? Tell me, how should I punish her? Liang Yitong dared not respond, keeping his head bowed. Gu Tailin had not expected an answer. Inform Yi Tsong that whether he wishes to terminate the cooperation or not, I will marry his sister. Liang Yitong nearly choked on his own saliva, cautiously suggesting, President, I have heard that girls prefer the gentler approach. Being overly domineering is no longer in vogue. After all, Miss Yi is the daughter of the prestigious Yi family. Lacking for nothing, your strong and domineering demeanor may backfire. He genuinely feared that Gu Tailin's assertiveness might jeopardize their relationship with the Yi family, which would not bode well for either the president or the group. Gu Tailin's smile deepened. Continue. The gentler approach, you say? Liang Yitong replied, President, perhaps you should adopt a softer demeanor, like a gentle spring rain, gradually winning over Miss Ye's heart. By the time she realizes it, she will find it impossible to live without you. Gu Tailin stroked his chin. The issue is, Ye Wenya's is avoiding me. Liang Yitong thought to himself that this was a consequence of Gu Tailin's own actions. After all, who would not avoid him after how he treated Miss Yi? Aren't you supposed to attend Miss Wen's wedding? At that time, be sure to charm Miss Yi. I believe she will forgive you. Gu Tailin inquired, Is that feasible? Liang Yitong replied, President, how will you know if you do not try? However, one thing is certain. You must not force Miss Yi again, nor speak to her in that manner. Gu Tailin grunted in acknowledgement, though it was uncertain whether he truly absorbed the advice. Just as he prepared to call Ye Wenya's, he received a call from Fu Yu. Gu Tailin, I would like to ask you to take me to meet my grandmother. She refuses to see me, and I want to know how she is doing. Gu Tailin lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips, remarking, Your grandmother wishes to remain undisturbed. I implore you not to intrude upon her tranquility. In this regard, you would do well to take a leaf out of your sister Fu Liqing's book. I have heard that she has already flown to the United States to assist Wen Shushu in organizing her wedding.
Fu Yu, congratulations.
You and Wen Shushu are soon to celebrate your nuptials, and it will be a garden wedding, no less. Fu Yu sprang to his feet, his voice rising with a chilling intensity. What did you say? I have no knowledge of any wedding. Gu Tailan chuckled derisively. Why are you venting your anger at me? If you wish to know about the wedding, perhaps you should inquire with your wife, though I wonder if she has the time to take your call, considering she has recently accepted a role in a restricted film. Fuyu recalled Ye Wenya's heartfelt warning and retorted, Gu Tailan, one must never lay hands on a friend's wife. Regardless of my feelings towards Shushu, I will not allow you to harbor any unwarranted intentions towards her. Gu Tailan laughed at the absurdity. Fuyu, please think rationally. I would never entertain thoughts of such a sordid woman. The one I wish to marry is Ye Wenya. At this, Fuyu felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, Ye Wenya was his ex-wife. You have stated that Ye Wenya is your ex-wife. Whom she chooses to be with is of no concern to you, Gu Tailan retorted coldly. Instead of meddling in my affairs, perhaps you should keep a closer eye on your wife, so she doesn't adorn you with several green hats. Before Fuyu could respond, he was met with the sound of a busy signal from the receiver. His face darkened as he dialed Wen Shushu's number, a call he hadn't made in several days. Just after finishing a film shoot with Mu Gaoyuan and two other men, Wen Shushu glanced at the incoming call with mild irritation, yet she still answered. Husband, did you call for something? Her tone was soft, yet her gaze lingered on Mu Gaoyuan and the other men. Fuyu, his expression grim, asked, You are planning a wedding, and I was unaware? Despite her annoyance with Fuyu, Wen Shushu did not wish to escalate the situation. She was concerned that if Fuyu returned to the Fu family, her anticipated benefits would evaporate. Husband, I intended to surprise you. You know how much I value our wedding. Fuyu, harboring disbelief and a desire for divorce, responded, Shushu. Find some time to return home. We need to finalize our divorce. When Shushu abruptly hung up, nestling into Mu Gaoyuan's embrace. Gaoyuan, you'll help me, won't you? Mu Gaoyuan wrapped his arms around her waist, his tone tender. Of course, I will assist you in whatever endeavor you choose. Shushu, how would you like to proceed? Whether it meant accompanying her in her endeavors as a starlet or dealing with anyone who posed a threat, he would do so without hesitation. When Shushu planted a kiss on him, her eyes gleaming with calculating malice. This time, she was determined to ruin Ye Wenya's reputation. Days later, Ye Wenya arrived at the lawn where Wen Shushu's wedding was to take place, following the address provided on the electronic invitation. It was a lawn belonging to a 6-star hotel, available for public rental. Upon her arrival, she was enveloped by a tall, dangerously familiar figure, instinctively causing her to shudder. Gu Tailan, she exclaimed, irritation flaring as she glared at him. Gu Tailan, with a hand casually tucked in his pocket, gazed at her with a smile. Why do you appear so furious upon seeing me? Do you miss me? Ye Wenya had no desire to engage with him further and attempted to bypass him. Once again, Gu Tailan blocked her path. Am I so unwelcome? Ye Wenya scoffed. Do you really believe I could ever welcome you? If the roles were reversed, and someone had done such a thing to you, would you greet them with a smile? Chapter 43. The system requires Ye Wenya to engage more with the main antagonist. Gu Tailan leaned closer, a teasing lilt in his voice. If you were to do such a thing to me, I would gladly lie back and enjoy it. But with other women, that is out of the question. He twirled a lock of her hair around his finger and placed it to his lips, whispering, It can only be you. Ye Wenya felt her heart race despite her disdain for Gu Tailan. As a normal woman, it was difficult to resist the charms of such a handsome man. With a wooden expression, she withdrew her hair, stating, I'm sorry, but I harbor no feelings for you. Please keep your distance. At that moment, the voice of System 001 echoed in her mind, excitedly announcing, Host. The divergent plot has progressed to 21%. Do you think it's possible you need to interact more with the main antagonist? Why not try to engage with him? Hearing this, Gu Tailan felt elated. He recognized the system had its merits. Ye Wenya froze, clenching her fists, contemplating how to dismantle the system. System, are you out of your mind? The main antagonist is not someone I can casually approach, especially considering he currently has an interest in me. If I were to engage with him further, he might take advantage of me. Will you take responsibility for that? System 001 replied meekly. What do you suggest then? The emotional value between the protagonists has not changed, only the divergent plot has shifted. You promised me you would assist in completing the task. You cannot go back on your word. Ye Wenya began to regret her decision, and as she pondered how to persuade the system, she heard Gu Tailan's flirtatious voice. Would you like to spend some time with me? I wish to be alone with you. Ye Wenya's earlobes flushed with embarrassment as she retreated, casting him a glare that could rival a wolf's. You're doing this deliberately, aren't you? System. Can you not devise a way for the main antagonist to harass the female lead? I am weak, pitiful, helpless, and beautiful. How can I allow the main antagonist to prey upon me? System 001 advised, I suggest you engage more with the main antagonist. Perhaps once the divergent plot reaches 100%, I can reveal all the details once my task is fulfilled. At this moment, Ye Wenya was no longer interested in the system's motives. She merely desired Gu Tailin to keep his distance, ideally maintaining his disdain for her as depicted in the original narrative, alleviating her concerns. Are you so easily embarrassed? Gu Tailin teased, pinching her cheek, his dark eyes gleaming with amusement. If I were to take further liberties, would you be too ashamed to face anyone? In a fit of anger, Ye Wenya delivered a swift kick to his most vulnerable spot. As he doubled over in pain, she seized his hair, delivering several sharp slaps before kicking him again. How dare you harass me, reveling in your own arrogance? You think I'm a pushover? Feeling somewhat relieved, she warned, Gu Tailin, I will say this one last time. If you dare to act this way again, I will not hesitate to take action against the Gu family. Gu Tailin, still reeling from the pain, crouched down to ease the throbbing discomfort, barely registering her words, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Truly, she was the woman he had chosen, fiery and fierce. You desire the Gu family? I will gladly place it at your feet, he grinned wickedly, gazing at Ye Wenya. Surprised, Ye Wenya became even more resolute in her intention to distance herself from the main antagonist. I have no desire for the Gu family. My only request is for you to keep your distance farther away, the better. Gu Tailin inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain, and slowly stood up. All I wish is to draw closer to you, ideally to the point of negative proximity. As Ye Wenya prepared to respond, they were interrupted by Wen Shushu's gentle laughter. Miss Yi and President Gu have arrived. Ye Wenya cast her gaze upon the elegantly adorned Wen Shushu, and indeed, she spotted the groom-like figure of Mu Gaoyuan, yet the true groom, Fu Yu, was conspicuously absent. Congratulations to both of you, she feigned ignorance while presenting her gift. I sincerely hope you two can remain together for a lifetime and cease to wreak havoc upon others. When Shushu's smile faltered as she received the gift.
Monsieur,
You misunderstand. My husband is Fu Yu, while Gaoyuan is merely the best man attending my wedding. Ye Wenya, taken aback, covered her mouth in surprise. So, Mu Gaoyuan is the best man? I had thought Miss Wen had divorced Fu Yu and married Mu Gaoyuan in America. Especially since the two of you debuted as stars together, maintaining such a close relationship. When Shushu was acutely aware of Ye Wenya's intentional provocation and meekly replied, Miss Yi, I understand your resentment towards me for stealing Fu Yu, but you cannot humiliate me in this manner. Enough, Ye Wenya. Mu Gaoyuan stepped protectively in front of her, glaring at Ye Wenya with fury. Shut your foul mouth. I am here as Fu Yu's best man. Ye Wenya cast a glance at Gu Tailin, who had just kicked Mu Gaoyuan away, and wondered if he had recovered so quickly. It seemed her efforts had been too gentle. Next time, she would exert more force to ensure the greatest antagonist was thoroughly dealt with. Care to test that? Gu Tailin leaned closer, his low voice laced with seduction. Ye Wenya swiftly swatted him away, icily retorting, Are you suggesting I should see how to make you eunuch? Gu Tailin winced, feeling the pain intensify. He gritted his teeth, vowing to make her pay. Ye Wenya chose to disregard him further. She turned her attention to Mu Gaoyuan, who had been helped up by Wen Shushu, and smiled sweetly. May I ask, where's the groom? Such a grand wedding cannot proceed without him. Wen Shushu wished fervently to see Ye Wenya disgraced at once, yet maintained a composed facade. My husband will be here shortly, he's on a call. Miss Yi, Mr. Gu, please come inside, she gestured invitingly. Ye Wenya, feigning urgency, remarked, I notice Miss Wen's wedding appears rather sparse, so I took the liberty of inviting some guests. She clapped her hands a few times. Everyone, please come and congratulate Miss Wen on her marriage. When Shushu felt an ominous premonition, before she could intervene, a throng of men approached her, grinning broadly, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. These men, as they drew near, their lascivious gazes roamed over her, showering her with unwelcome gifts. When Shushu, when will you grace us with your company again? Your skills in bed are truly remarkable. After being with you, we find it hard to desire any other woman. When Shushu, now that you are a star in America, you essentially serve men. How much do you charge? Name your price. When Shushu retreated behind Mu Gaoyuan, her complexion paling slightly, these men were her former patrons, ones she could not afford to offend in her current state. Get away from me. Mu Gaoyuan shielded her, glaring fiercely at the men. If you dare to lay a hand on Shushu, I will not let you off easily. The men dismissed Mu Gaoyuan with contempt and advanced, seizing Wen Shushu. You weren't like this when you climbed into our beds. Chapter 44. Caught in the act by Fu Yu. It was impossible for Mu Gaoyuan to obstruct the men alone. He was but one against many. He fixed a furious glare upon Ye Wenya, shouting, Ye Wenya, you despicable wretch. If you dare to harm Shushu, I will make you pay. Ye Wenya merely toyed with her ear, disinterested, as she continued to observe the men surrounding Wen Shushu, relishing the unfolding chaos. In the original text, Wen Shushu had employed similar tactics against me. That time, had it not been for my brother arriving with reinforcements, I would have been humiliated by a group of men. The situation for the Ye family was already dire. Gu Tailin narrowed his eyes with malevolence, vowing to ensure that Wen Shushu would have to entertain men daily. A fitting retribution for her actions against Ye Wenya. When Shushu sought to escape but found herself ensnared, the fabric of her gown was torn by the men. No matter how hard she tried to shield herself, she could not evade their groping hands. Please spare me. Our transaction ended long ago, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Unbeknownst to her, the more she begged, the less mercy these men would show.
Ye Wenya'n kilirit her troat vice, alrikt.
Let's remember this as Miss Wen's wedding. Perhaps you can continue after the ceremony. The men, wary of offending Ye Wenya, temporarily released their grip on Wen Shushu. Miss Wen, once the wedding concludes, you must treat us well. Wen Shushu, should you attempt to flee, we will ruin your career in America. Wen Shushu clutched her shredded gown tighter, her animosity towards Ye Wenya reaching new heights. Were it not for that vile woman, she would not be in such a predicament. She vowed not to forgive Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya detected the hatred flickering in her eyes and resolved to remain vigilant. Had it not been for Wen Shushu's scheme to use the wedding against her, she would not have invited these men to the celebration. Miss Wen, is the wedding about to commence? Wen Shushu hastily replied, it will begin shortly. As she pulled Mu Gaoyuan towards the bride's lounge. Seeing this, Ye Wenya discreetly followed behind with her bodyguards, with Gu Tailin naturally trailing her. Upon reaching the bride's lounge, Ye Wenya cautiously opened the door a crack, hearing the sound of Wen Shushu's sobs from within. Gaoyuan, you must avenge me. That wretched Ye Wenya is too hateful. Mu Gaoyuan held Wen Shushu in his lap, soothing her gently. Do not worry, this time I will ensure Ye Wenya is utterly disgraced. Shushu, do not cry. Your tears shatter my heart. He placed a tender kiss on the corner of her lips, directing her to face him. Shushu, you mentioned this wedding is merely a ruse to scheme against Ye Wenya, correct? Though Wen Shushu found him useless, she concealed her disdain. Gaoyuan, everything I said is true. Ye Wenya, eavesdropping at the door, couldn't suppress a mocking smile as she filmed the scene on her phone. In the original text, Mu Gaoyuan was the most obedient dog to Wen Shushu, having plotted against me and my family, causing me great suffering. This time, I shall ensure they face the consequences. Gu Tailin took out his phone and messaged Liang Yidong to deal with Mu Gaoyuan. Such a dog should be swiftly disposed of. As Ye Wenya continued filming, she suddenly muttered, oh my. She watched the passionate drama unfold on her screen. Truly fitting for the protagonist, she can ignite passion anywhere, anytime, engaging with men. Would the primary antagonist rush in to join? It seems there's a plot where he and Mu Gaoyuan serve the protagonist. Gu Tailin's handsome visage darkened, his cold, knife-like gaze fixed upon her. This woman needed to be dealt with. One day, he would show her just how she would be handled. Engrossed in her covert filming, Ye Wenya paid little attention to his glare. Just as she pondered Fu Yu's potential arrival, his voice suddenly resonated from her right. What are you doing here? Ye Wenya's instinctive reaction was to push Fu Yu into the bride's lounge, allowing him to witness firsthand the passionate encounter between Wen Shushu and Mu Gaoyuan, while she stood at the door to enjoy the spectacle. When Fu Yu caught sight of the entangled couple in the lounge, his disdain for Wen Shushu intensified, as did his animosity towards Mu Gaoyuan. Wen Shushu, in a fit of rage, he advanced and forcibly separated her from Mu Gaoyuan, delivering a kick that sent the latter sprawling. He glared menacingly at the woman before him. Is this the relationship you claim to have with Mu Gaoyuan? The kind that involves sharing a bed? Wen Shushu, taken aback by his sudden confrontation, flared into a frenzy of tears. Husband, please let me explain. It was Gaoyuan who forced me. As a girl, I stood no chance against him. You must believe me. In that moment, Fu Yu realized how grotesque the facade of the woman he admired truly was. He had always trusted Shushu, believing her claims of merely being good friends with Mu Gaoyuan. only to discover that they had long since been entangled in a relationship. When Shushu, did you think I was oblivious to the pleasure you derived from your little escapades? He had once told her that he could overlook her past, hoping they could forge a future together. Yet, what had she done? Seeing that he no longer regarded her with warmth, when Shushu's sobs grew more desperate. Husband, do you think I wanted this? Gao Yuan is a star the company is promoting. And they insisted I associate with him. Enough. Fu Yu interrupted coldly, casting her aside. You need not fabricate any more excuses. I shall not be swayed. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Mu Gaoyuan, hastily dressed, rushing towards them, enveloping Wen Shushu in his embrace, fury radiating from his gaze.
Fu Yu.
How can you treat Shushu this way? He accused. She has sacrificed so much for you, always considering your feelings, yet you lash out over such trivial matters. Are you still her husband? As Fu Yu observed Wen Shushu weeping in Mu Gaoyuan's arms, it struck him like a thunderbolt. She had often sought solace in his embrace, lamenting her mistreatment by Ye Wenya, while covertly inciting him to confront her adversary. He suddenly turned his attention to Ye Wenya, who stood by the door. Watching the unfolding drama, a pang of guilt washing over him. It was only now that he understood he had misjudged Ye Wenya. The true schemer had always been Shushu. Ye Wenya, without casting him a glance, leaned against the doorframe, amused. Oh dear, this spectacle has arrived earlier than expected. In the original narrative, this confrontation occurs much later, just before Shushu and Fu Yu's wedding, when Fu Yu inadvertently discovers Shushu's infidelity with Mu Gaoyuan, leading to a fierce argument. Yet in the end, Shushu's tears soften Fu Yu, resulting in a grand wedding, complete with public displays of affection that Mu Gaoyuan is forced to witness. Chapter 45. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin find themselves ensnared. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu's expression soured as if he had swallowed poison. Was it his fate, simply by virtue of being the male lead, to remain entangled with a female lead like Wen Shushu? Even her infidelity could not sever their bond, leading him to commit such acts. Shushu, I have come to discuss our divorce. He produced the divorce agreement from his pocket and extended it towards her.
Please sign.
Before he could utter another word, he was interrupted by Fu Liqing's wrath. Ye Wenya, you venomous woman, are you back to harm Shushu again? Fu Liqing raised her hand to strike Ye Wenya, only to have her wrist caught and retaliated against with several slaps. Fu Liqing, have you come to your senses? If not, I shall administer a few more slaps to enlighten you about your current predicament. With her face stinging, Fu Liqing glared at Ye Wenya, hatred burning in her eyes. Ye Wenya, I assure you, I will not allow you to harm Shushu any longer. Do not think that without the Fu family's backing, I am powerless to deal with you. Ye Wenya, recalling the original storyline, smirked. In the original, Fu Liqing used her connections to create considerable trouble for me, repeatedly sabotaging my family's attempts at resurgence, leading to our dire circumstances. Very well, I shall await your attempts to settle the score with me, Ye Wenya retorted, a glint of challenge in her eyes. However, I wonder if you will manage to do so without encountering your own downfall.
Fu Liqing asserted defiantly.
I am merely acting in accordance with justice. Once I deal with you, Shushu can focus on her acting career and smoothly unite with my brother. Even Gu Tailin will bow to her. As Ye Wenya nodded along, Gu Tailin unexpectedly positioned himself before Fu Liqing. Oh dear, Fu Liqing is in for a reckoning. With a single hand, Gu Tailin seized Fu Liqing by the throat, lifting her effortlessly.
Fu Liqing.
Should I hear any more of your schemes to unite me with Wen Shushu, you will deeply regret it. In a panic, Fu Liqing beat against his hand, pleading, I was wrong. Gu Tailin, I truly understand my mistake. I promise there will be no next time.
Please spare me.
She had completely forgotten how ruthless and untouchable Gu Tailin was. Gu Tailin tightened his grip slightly, his eyes dark and menacing, as if he could end her life. And do not dare to disrespect Ye Wenya again, or I will ensure you find yourself on a remote island for the rest of your days. Fu Liqing's face paled, and she cried out, promising she would never again act against Ye Wenya. Gu Tailin disdainfully released her, wiping his hands clean with a handkerchief, and knelt to apologize to Ye Wenya. Fu Liqing, crawling and sobbing, pleaded before Ye Wenya, I was wrong. I swear there will be no next time. Please forgive me this once. Ye Wenya felt no pity for her, recalling how this woman had disregarded her grandmother and consistently plotted against her and the Ye family. Devoid of any moral compass. Fu Liqing, I will forgive you this last time for the sake of my grandmother. Should there be a next time, you will not find yourself so fortunate. Despite her hatred, Fu Liqing dared not act against Ye Wenya again. No, she would not. Next time, she would prepare thoroughly before confronting Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya, fully aware of Fu Liqing's insincerity, maintained her vigilance. Hearing the sound of heels approaching from behind, she turned to see Wen Shushu and Mu Gaoyuan striding over, the former offering a feigned smile as she glanced at Fu Yu, who stood grim-faced in the lounge. Such a shame. It appears an unfortunate incident has occurred, she said sweetly, handing glasses of wine to Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin. I sincerely apologize for your witnessing such an unbecoming scene. Please accept this drink as my apology. I assure you, such an incident will not occur again. Neither Ye Wenya nor Gu Tailin were foolish enough to drink the wine offered by Wen Shushu. Instead, they handed their glasses to a bodyguard and made their way directly to the wedding venue. A malicious glint flickered in Wen Shushu's eyes as she watched them pass. Her thoughts darkening. Did Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin truly believe that abstaining from her wine would keep them safe? The true danger lay not within the drink itself. As Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin proceeded halfway, she suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom, causing an unsettling tightness in her chest. Gu Tailin, are you feeling unwell or experiencing any unusual thoughts? She inquired, her tone peculiar. Gu Tailin understood her implication, rubbing his temples, a slight headache forming. Are you suggesting we may have been poisoned?
Ye Wenya nodded.
But we haven't consumed any alcohol, so how could we be affected? Perhaps I am overthinking. Yet it is wise to remain cautious. After all, harm does not solely come from food and drink. There are myriad ways to inflict damage. Gu Tailin escorted her towards the presidential suite on the upper floor. You should rest in the room first. I shall summon a doctor to examine you. Just to be on the safe side. Ye Wenya was exceedingly eager to return to the hotel room, yet at this moment, an overwhelming urge to relieve herself surged within her, and fortuitously, there was a restroom just ahead. I need to use the restroom. Even before her words had fully escaped her lips, she dashed into the lavatory with her female bodyguard. The other two bodyguards hurried off to find a doctor and to clear the vicinity of bystanders, ensuring that no incident would tarnish Ye Wenya and the Ye family's reputation irreparably. Gu Tailin, apprehensive that Ye Wenya might encounter trouble, disregarded the fact that it was the women's restroom and attempted to follow her in. However, he was intercepted by Wen Shushu, who urgently implored Mr. Gu. I need your assistance with something. Gu Tailin brusquely shoved her aside, repulsed, and disdainfully brushed off the spot where she had touched, his gaze dark and menacing. Get lost. Mr. Gu, it's of utmost importance. It pertains to the Ye family. Wen Shushu persisted, inching closer. I overheard from a friend that old Madame Fu harbors grievances against the Ye family, seemingly blaming Miss Ye for the situation. Gao Yuan and Li Qing restrained Fu Yu, seizing this opportunity to win over Gu Tailin, thereby securing a powerful ally. With such an ally, she could easily deal with the Ye family and Ye Wenya, or even marry into a wealthy family. As Gu Tailin prepared to push her away once more, he suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, clouding his rationality. Realizing he had fallen into Wen Shushu's trap, he made haste towards the men's restroom to splash cold water on himself. Yet again, he was blocked by Wen Shushu, who pressed closer, saying, You seem unwell. Let me help you. With a swift kick, he sent her sprawling, his eyes ablaze with fury. Get lost. I find you repulsive. Undeterred by the pain, Wen Shushu scrambled to her feet, attempting to draw near once more. Mr. Gu, I can assist you. Chapter 46 began with Ye Wenya's first utterance, a surprising statement. Gu Tailin tugged at his tie, the fire within him threatening to consume him. Despite his discomfort, he clung to a thread of composure and delivered a resounding slap that sent Wen Shushu tumbling to the floor. This time, before she could rise, a returning bodyguard swiftly subdued her. Mr. Gu, I genuinely wish you well, Wen Shushu sobbed. Please, look at me. Gu Tailin ignored her, stumbling into the women's restroom in search of Ye Wenya, overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. In that moment, all he desired was to be with Ye Wenya. As he rushed inside, he witnessed a female bodyguard executing a throw on a man, and upon glancing at the sprawled figures on the floor and the unconscious Ye Wenya nearby, the truth dawned on him.
Ye Wenya.
He staggered forward, but inadvertently fell before her, pleading, Ye Wenya, wake up. Please wake up, or I can't guarantee what I might do next. He wished for the bodyguards to carry Ye Wenya away, but they were still engaged with the assailants. Witnessing the scene, he bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert, and pulled out his phone to dial Fu Yu. Hurry to the restroom. Your wife has drugged me and brought men to violate Ye Wenya. Without waiting for response, He hung up and called one of the male guests, requesting that they teach Wen Shushu a lesson. If she lacked men, he would ensure her every night was spent in the company of different men. Unconscious, Ye Wenya was oblivious to Gu Tailin's voice and his frantic shaking, unaware of the depths of his desire for her. Gu Tailin's crimson gaze fixated on her luscious lips, and he found himself inching closer, dismissing the remnants of rational thought that urged him to refrain, only hearing the fervent cries of his heart. Claim her.
Now.
Make her unequivocally mine. His longing for Ye Wenya intensified. Just as Gu Tailin was about to press his lips against hers, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, followed by a sharp pain in his neck, and the world around him faded into darkness. The bodyguard who had subdued him breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly carrying Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin away, while instructing his colleague, "I shall escort Miss Yi and Mr. Gu to the hospital. You stay here and investigate the situation. Especially those 2 drinks. I suspect they were tampered with by Wen Shushu." His colleague promptly complied, leading several men out of the restroom. Upon exiting, she spotted Fuyu striding towards her, a cold smile on his face as he tossed the men before him.
Mr. Fu.
These are the men your beloved wife selected for Miss Yi. Had I not accompanied her, the unconscious woman would have been subjected to their humiliation. From her pocket, she produced 2 phones and cast them to the ground, revealing that the men had intended to record videos and take photos. If you don't believe me, you can interrogate these men. Wen Shushu is indeed a woman with malicious intent. Despite all precautions, Miss Yi and Mr. Gu still fell victim to her schemes. Fuyu's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air as he gritted his teeth. Where is Gu Tailin? Could it be that Gu Tailin had taken Ye Wenya to a hotel room? Ye Wenya was his ex-wife. Gu Tailin could not do this. The bodyguard refused to disclose Gu Tailin and Ye Wenya's whereabouts, merely stating, "I overheard in the restroom that Mr. Fu's wife offered herself to Mr. Gu." She truly is desperate for men, it seems. Fuyu felt as if he had been slapped repeatedly, his head spinning with disbelief. In that moment, he truly saw Wen Shushu for who she was, a woman unwilling to be alone, perpetually seeking to seduce men. Where are Gu Tailin and Ye Wenya? The bodyguard ignored him, stepping aside to call Yi Tsong with a report. Fuyu's immediate concern was not Wen Shushu, but rather locating Gu Tailin and Ye Wenya to prevent them from achieving their desires. He approached the hotel front desk, inquiring about the room Gu Tailin and Ye Wenya had booked, noting the multiple presidential suites. The hotel staff would not divulge information about their esteemed guests, irrespective of Fuyu's threats. At that moment, Fuyu's phone vibrated. It was a video. Feeling a surge of suspicion, he retreated to a secluded corner, lowering the volume before opening the video. Within, he witnessed Wen Shushu attending to several men, her face alight with satisfaction and joy as she urged them to hurry. Fuyu's grip on his phone tightened to the point that the veins on the back of his hand threatened to burst. Evidence of Wen Shushu's actions replayed in his mind, alongside images of her rise to fame. This was her true nature, a woman willing to engage with any man for personal gain, who would do anything to please any man. His eyes blazed with rage, and he cursed himself for his naivety, mistaking a mere fisheye for a genuine pearl, discarding the true treasure. Wen Shushu did not genuinely harbor feelings for him. Her affection was directed towards the patriarch of the Fu family, the man who could bestow upon her infinite glory and status. This was, in fact, the underlying reason for her earlier refusal to marry him and her current disdain towards him. Endless remorse and guilt surged over him like a tidal wave. He should never have divorced Ye Wenya, for she was the one who truly cared for him, not motivated by ambition. Upon realizing this, he returned to the reception desk, determined to inquire about Ye Wenya's whereabouts in the suite. When Ye Wenya awoke, her first sight was the pristine white ceiling, followed by the faint scent of disinfectant that filled her nostrils, indicating she was in a hospital. Feeling no discomfort in her body, she exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful that she had not been violated. One must admit, Wen Shushu truly embodied the essence of a protagonist in this tale. Despite her meticulous precautions, she still fell victim to that woman's cunning schemes, though thankfully, she had not succeeded in her calculations. As she attempted to sit up, she heard Gu Tailin's mischievous voice from the front. Awake? Ye Wenya propped herself up, frowning as she gazed at Gu Tailin, who stood at the foot of her bed, clad in a hospital gown. She quickly realized that he too had been ensnared by Wen Shushu's machinations. Had the esteemed Gu's reputation been tarnished?
Chapter 47. Fuyu seeks reconciliation.
Gu Tailin, with a darkened expression, sat beside her and forcefully grasped her chin, declaring fiercely, "My innocence remains intact. When Shushu's plot failed last night, I lack for women. Even if it were herbal remedy, I would never stoop to engage with such a vile creature." Ye Wenya found it hard to believe, her gaze dripping with sympathy. The greatest villain is always so duplicitous. In the original narrative, he professes disinterest in the heroine, yet every time he claims to dislike her, he ends up spending the night with her, compelling her to confess her feelings for him.
I understand. I truly do.
Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Gu Tailin, attempting to struggle, but finding her hands pinned to the bed beneath his control. Gu Tailin loosened his grip on her lips slightly. "Last night, I did not take advantage of you. You're feeling unwell, are you? Today, I shall ensure your comfort. And then we'll see if you dare utter those words again." Gu Tailin you. Before Ye Wenya could finish, he silenced her with another kiss. Infuriated, she bit down on his tongue, hoping to escape during his moment of pain. However, Gu Tailin merely furrowed his brow slightly, his dark eyes fixated on her with wicked intent, showing no sign of releasing her. As Ye Wenya tasted blood, fear seeped into her gaze. He was indeed a madman. And it was no wonder the heroine in the original tale feared Gu Tailin so deeply. Desperately, she called out for help from the system. "System, you must save me. My reputation is at stake." System 001, however, was overwhelmingly excited, nearly cheering in response. "Host, the branching plot has progressed to 25%. This signifies that the more you interact with the primary antagonist, especially intimately, the faster the branching storyline will develop." Ye Wenya thought to herself, "What a nightmare." Gu Tailin felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing the system was quite useful. Knowing the system would not assist her, Ye Wenya prepared to strike at Gu Tailin's most vulnerable spot. Yet, Gu Tailin was already on guard, firmly holding her beneath him, leaving her no chance of escape. "Ye Wenya, this is the consequence of provoking me." In a fit of anger, she spat at him, her eyes blazing with fury. "You scoundrel, Gu Tailin. When did I ever provoke you? Clearly, it is you who covets my beauty and figure." Gu Tailin playfully nibbled on her earlobe, chuckling indeed. "I covet your beauty and figure, which is precisely why I intend to ravish you, lest you mistakenly believe I have any feelings for Wen Shushu." His words were whispered in her ear, a blend of mischief and dominance that made her heart race and her body tingle. "Why you mustn't?"
she stammered.
"If you do this, I will despise you for life, and my brother will not spare you." Gu Tailin buried his head in her neck, kissing her softly. "You won't hate me. You'll find it delightful. Be obedient, or I shall become quite irate." For the first time, Ye Wenya truly felt the overwhelming dominance, ruthlessness, and ferocity of the primary antagonist. Regretting not having kept her distance from him, who would have thought that the greatest villain would deviate from the plot and harbor such intentions towards her? Just as she prepared to cry out for help, Gu Tailin silenced her with another kiss. Her hands were held above her head, while his other hand slowly unbuttoned her hospital gown, infuriating her to the point of tears. "Gu Tailin, you scoundrel. Do not scream, unless you wish for others to see," he murmured, planting a kiss on her eyelid. "I adore your wildness and ferocity. It adds flavor to our encounter." Ye Wenya was too terrified to call for help, uncertain if the primary antagonist would continue should the bodyguards burst in. This man was truly capable of following through on his threats. "Gu Tailin, let us speak civilly." Feeling a chill, she noticed Gu Tailin leaning closer, whispering into her ear, "Can you feel the tension rising?" Before he could finish, she registered what he meant, and her entire being stiffened. "You truly mustn't." Gu Tailin playfully bit her red lips. At such a critical moment, how could I possibly stop? "Be good, do you understand?" Panic surged through Ye Wenya as she contemplated how to thwart the primary antagonist when voices from outside interrupted. "Mr. Fu, you cannot enter. This is a private space." Ye Wenya's heart leaped with joy. For the first time, she found Fu Yu quite commendable. Gu Tailin shot a cold glance toward the door, ultimately releasing Ye Wenya and helping her adjust her clothing, wrapping her securely. He threatened, "If you dare show Fu Yu a friendly face, just wait until he leaves. I shall deal with you." As Ye Wenya clutched the blanket, she saw Fu Yu storming in with a cold expression. "Gu Tailin." Fu Yu raised his fist, aiming for Gu Tailin. Not to be outdone, Gu Tailin dodged while delivering a punch to Fu Yu's abdomen. "Feeling comfortable? If not, I can give you a few more." Fu Yu coughed, his gaze piercing Gu Tailin like a cold blade. "Have you forgotten? Ye Wenya is my ex-wife. She is not someone you can touch." Gu Tailin, flexing his wrist, scoffed. "You just admitted she is your ex-wife. You have no claim over her. Why should I care what you do with Ye Wenya? I plan to remarry her, and you are forbidden from doing anything to her. Fu Yu's face was as cold as frost. Gu Tailan merely scoffed again, just as a glass of water struck Fu Yu on the head, and Ye Wenya clapped in approval. Well thrown, darling. In retaliation, Ye Wenya hurled a remote control from the bedside table at Gu Tailan. You and Fu Yu are both insane. She glared fiercely at Fu Yu and warned, let me make myself clear. Do not entertain any notions about me. You were the one who insisted on being with Wenshushu back then. Now that you've gotten your wish, spare me the talk about seeing through her true nature and wanting a divorce to remarry me. I find it utterly repulsive. I am wealthy and beautiful. I can have any handsome man I desire. I will not stoop to eating my own words. Fu Yu took a deep breath, gazing at her sincerely. Ye Wenya, I acknowledge I have wronged you in many ways and made numerous mistakes in the past. Please grant me another chance. This time, I will treat you well and ensure you never suffer even the slightest grievance again. Ye Wenya could not suppress her cold laughter, her eyes filled with disdain.
Fu Yu.
Do you think I am unaware? You are turning back to me because Wenshushu is not the woman of your dreams. She cannot provide you with the benefits you seek, which prevents you from returning to the Fu family. If, hypothetically, Wenshushu were still the person you believed her to be, and you were still part of the Fu family, would you have come back to me? Chapter 48. Both of them are unhinged. Fu Yu fell silent for a moment. Had things remained as they were, he would not have ended up with Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya, the past is behind us. Will you not give me another chance? From his silence, Ye Wenya discerned his thoughts, feeling utterly disgusted.
Fu Yu.
I will not be so foolish again. Thus, I cannot grant you any opportunity. Please remain with Wenshushu forever, and do not come to repulse me again. In the original text, no matter what Wenshushu did, Fu Yu would always come to me to settle scores, treating me with violence and insults, regarding me as the third party disrupting his relationship with Wenshushu. Now that he has seen her true colors and wishes to remarry me, what a delusion. Fu Yu regretted even more. He opened his mouth to say it was the author's doing, not his own choice. However, the words caught in his throat. He could not speak. If he did, Ye Wenya would distance herself from him, and Gu Tailan would learn this secret. Ye Wenya, I was wrong before. Can you not give me another chance? He pointed at Gu Tailan, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction and anger. Because of him, you have only been divorced from me for a short time, and you are already with him. Ye Wenya's disdain for Fu Yu grew. She sneered, Fu Yu, you were with Wenshushu before our divorce. The moment we divorced, you hastily married her and now expect your ex-wife to play the role of a mistress. What right do you have to say such things? Fu Yu's face darkened. Given Gu Tailan's character, if it weren't for you, he would have been with her long ago. Ye Wenya felt a flicker of satisfaction as she witnessed Gu Tailan punch Fu Yu in the face. She reclined on the bed, coldly observing Fu Yu and Gu Tailan, momentarily silent. Gu Tailan gripped Fu Yu's hair, commanding, watch your filthy mouth. Do you honestly believe everyone is like you? Engaging in extramarital affairs while deluding yourself into thinking it is true love. Before you and Ye Wenya divorced, I was entirely innocent. Stop projecting your vile thoughts onto Ye Wenya. Fu Yu winced in pain, muttering darkly, Gu Tailan, weren't you fond of Shushu? Why not pursue her instead of bothering my ex-wife? Gu Tailan disdainfully released him, wiping his hands with a tissue. Fu Yu, you have truly changed. The old you would never have been like this. Now, you are a selfish and repugnant creature. Look at what you have done.
Fu Yu, feeling agitated, retorted Gu Tailan.
You do not comprehend the true reasons. This is not my desire. The author of this novel forced him into a relationship with Shushu and compelled him to divorce Ye Wenya simply because he is the male lead, and Shushu is the female lead. Gu Tailan scoffed. Enough with the revolting excuses. I will say this one last time. Ye Wenya is my woman. And if you dare have any thoughts about her or commit any inappropriate acts, do not blame me for disregarding our childhood camaraderie. Standing before him, Fu Yu's gaze turned dark. Gu Tailan, I will reiterate, I intend to remarry Ye Wenya, so keep your distance from her. Their eyes locked in a fiery exchange, neither willing to back down. Ye Wenya felt a throbbing headache. System, are the male lead and the primary antagonist masochists? Despite my disdain for them, they insist on persistently approaching me.
Fu Yu.
Gu Tailan. Ye Wenya slammed her palm on the bed, speaking fiercely, I am still here. And my brother is alive. It is not your place to dictate my life. I will tell both of you. I do not intend to marry anyone. I only wish to enjoy a comfortable life with 10 or 8 handsome men. Gu Tailan sat beside her, pinching her cheek with one hand. You are already mine.
How dare you say such things?
Ye Wenya noticed Fu Yu's expression change slightly, realizing Gu Tailin was deliberately provoking her. She swatted his hand away. I am not yours. And I have no connection to you. Stop spreading lies that tarnish my reputation. Furthermore, how I choose to express myself is my own business. You have no say in it. Gu Tailin relished her fiery spirit and chuckled. Who is it that was just enjoying life under me? Be gentle, or you'll ruin my face. If my face is ruined, how will I entice you? Ye Wenya tugged at his face more forcefully, her frustration boiling over. Gu Tailin, can you not refrain from speaking nonsense? He grinned playfully. What nonsense? We just shared a bed, did we not? His remaining words faded when he saw Ye Wenya's increasingly cold and disdainful gaze. This tactic was not effective, and he would need to find another approach. Ye Wenya pushed him away, warning, Gu Tailin, your behavior disgusts me. If you continue like this, I will gather dozens of women to surround you and let you experience the same treatment. Gu Tailin's smile faltered, his entire being shivering at the prospect. Ye Wenya was indeed capable of such a thing. Ye Wenya cast a cold glance at Fu Yu, who was about to speak. You are no different. Do not think I harbor any lingering feelings for you. The moment we divorced, I had no thoughts of you. I wished you, and when Shu a long-lasting relationship, and hope you both remain out of my sight for eternity. Fu Yu felt a pang of bitterness. He knew better than anyone that the divorce was not his choice and that many circumstances were beyond his control.
Ye Wenya furovet herbrov.
Recalling Fu Yu's earlier words and doubting whether he had discovered something. But that shouldn't be possible, aside from her and the system. No one knew they were in a fictional world. Could it be that Fu Yu suspected he was under some spell? Unable to understand, Ye Wenya decided to observe Fu Yu more closely to assess the situation and prevent any complications. Fu Yu, if you are a man, then admit your infidelity openly and live your life peacefully with Wen Shu. Fu Yu took a deep breath, clenching his fists as he looked at her.
Ye Wenya,
grant me some time, and I will divorce Shu as soon as possible. I will not allow you to be the other woman. Ye Wenya, filled with rage, seized every object within reach to hurl at him, exclaiming, Get the hell away from me. Far away. The mere sight of you makes me want to kill you. What do you think you are? Do you dare to play the game of wanting whoever you desire? Do you truly believe you are a golden nugget that everyone adores? System. Is the male protagonist truly that dim-witted? From where do these readers perceive him as deeply affectionate, handsome, and wealthy, claiming he is an unparalleled good man? With such trash, I wouldn't even let him carry my shoes. They would be too filthy for me. Chapter 49. Both men had their own thoughts. Gu Tailin felt a sense of relief. Fu Yu, however, was increasingly uncomfortable and grew to detest this fictional world even more. Were it not for this narrative, he would not have divorced Ye Wenya. They would have lived a blissful life together, free from any mistress, and devoid of such turmoil. You should focus on your recovery. Once you're well, we can return home and visit Grandma. She has always cherished you, if we were to remarry. Smack. Ye Wenya rushed over and delivered a stinging slap to him, but before she could utter another word, Gu Tailin swept her into his arms. What nonsense is this? Gu Tailin scolded sternly. Your health has yet to improve. How can you walk barefoot on this cold floor? What if you catch a chill? Ye Wenya curled her toes, exasperated by Fu Yu's provoking behavior, which had caused her to forget her shoes. Both Gu Tailin and Fu Yu instinctively glanced at her delicate toes. Raised as a pampered girl, Ye Wenya's toes were round, attractive, and fair, with several painted in a striking red polish, creating an alluring sight as she curled them. Fu Yu tugged at his tie, his eyes darkening. Gu Tailin swallowed hard, carrying Ye Wenya back to the hospital bed, wrapping her snugly in blankets, leaving only her fluffy head exposed. Fu Yu, he turned to glare at him. We both know your true motivation for wanting to remarry is not because you no longer care for Wen Shu. It is because you have seen her true nature and wish to use Ye Wenya to reclaim your position in the Fu family. After everything that has transpired, it is clear to you that only while you are the one in power will those around you flatter and appease you, allowing you to do as you please. Fu Yu ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Wenya.
Give me one chance.
If I fail this time, I will not trouble you again. Ye Wenya scoffed. There is no need for such words. I will never grant you an opportunity. I now only regret how I ever fell for someone like you and wasted so much of my youth and time on you, causing my family considerable loss. At her words, Fu Yu recalled the times Ye Wenya had eagerly followed him, the lengths she had gone to win him over, and how she had sought to please him, deepening his regret. It's all the fault of the author of this novel. He barely began to speak when his phone rang insistently. It was when Shushu, crying pitifully, "Darling, I have been schemed against. I have no idea what happened after I met Missy yesterday. Are you implying that Ye Wenya is the one who harmed you?" Fuyu interrupted impatiently. "Shushu, I no longer believe your fabrications. I have already learned the truth from Ye Wenya's bodyguard about what transpired last night. I never imagined you would be so desperate as to drug Gu Tailan to seduce him." When Shushu's expression froze, how could Fuyu know? Was he truly refusing to help her? It must be that vile Ye Wenya who had used underhanded tactics to seduce him. "Darling, let me explain."
It's not as you think, she sobbed.
Fuyu grew annoyed at her tears. Casting a glance at Ye Wenya, he noted that, no matter how angry she became, she would never burst into tears or complain casually. "What are you crying for? I will not fall for your tricks again. Moreover, return to the country promptly. We need to finalize our divorce. My greatest regret is having been with you." When Shushu was infuriated yet unwilling to relent. To her, any man she desired should comply and not be involved with anyone else.
Darling, how can you say that?
Before she could finish, the line went dead with a series of beeps, causing her to angrily throw her phone. Fuyu is intolerable. As Mu Gaoyuan entered and saw her fury, he quickly embraced her, soothingly saying, "Shushu, do not let someone like Fuyu upset you. He is not worth it. I will be here for you." "Shushu, I have everything arranged. We can resolve the issue with Ye Wenya today. After that, she will no longer be able to compete with you for anyone or anything." When Shushu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Gaoyuan, is that true?" Mu Gaoyuan kissed her gently. "Indeed. I have made thorough arrangements, utilizing local contacts to ensure the Yi family cannot uncover any issues." When Shushu let out a deep sigh of relief, her eyes filled with malice. "If it weren't for Ye Wenya, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. Gaoyuan, you truly treat me well. I should have married you." Mu Gaoyuan could not bear to hear such words. He immediately lifted her onto the bed, passionately engaging with her until she had no choice but to be with him. In the private hospital's VIP ward, after Fuyu departed, Gu Tailan explained to Ye Wenya what had transpired yesterday. There was nothing wrong with drinking that cup alone. But mixed with surrounding scents, it became problematic. Ye Wenya remained somewhat unresponsive. "But we didn't drink it. If that were the case, others would have smelled it too." Gu Tailan clarified, "Firstly, we came into contact with it. Secondly, we had physical contact with when Shushu, as she deliberately touched us." Ye Wenya's eyes glinted with cold fury. "When Shushu has truly gone to great lengths to scheme against us. I cannot comprehend why she feels the need to target me specifically. System, do you think the female lead continually targeting me is due to my role as the novel's villainess? Yet her actions mirror that of a villainess rather than a true female lead. What part of her behavior resembles that of a heroine?" System 001 cleared its throat. "If you do not regard her as the heroine, then it matters not." Ye Wenya seized on this point, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" System 001 fell silent. No matter how Ye Wenya pressed, it remained unresponsive, as if it were mute. Unable to extract further information, Ye Wenya speculated. If she does not treat Wen Shushu as the heroine, could it be possible that Wen Shushu is no longer the heroine? If so, how would this world of the novel explain itself? "What are you pondering?" Gu Tailan helped her slip on her shoes, guiding her outside. "We should take a stroll in the garden. You've been resting too long and need to get some fresh air." Hearing Ye Wenya's thoughts, she felt that this world was increasingly resembling anything but a fictional realm. However, more investigation was needed to uncover the truth. As Ye Wenya contemplated, she responded with an "oh" and followed him outside. The VIP ward was located on the third floor of the hospital, with only a few rooms available. Ye Wenya's room was near the window of the corridor, and there was an elevator nearby. Gu Tailan stood by the window, supporting Ye Wenya while occasionally exchanging a few words with her. Just as they were conversing, a cart suddenly sped toward them from a distance, hurtling straight toward Ye Wenya. Chapter 50. Ye Wenya and her brother encountered a perilous situation. The cart was laden with an assortment of items, hurtling forward at an alarming speed. The individual propelling the cart, obscured by a mask, hat, and sunglasses, was discernibly a local woman, yet her features remained indistinct. In a frenzy, she dashed towards Ye Wenya, casting furtive glances at the window while deftly maneuvering the cart's trajectory. The ominous rumbling of the cart captured the attention of Ye Wenya, Gu Tailan, and the two bodyguards. As Ye Wenya turned her head to assess the situation, the cart was perilously close to colliding with her. Before she could react, Gu Tailan swiftly swept her aside, enveloping her in his embrace. He shielded her head with his hand, using himself as a human buffer, staunchly protecting her. In that fleeting moment, the bodyguards managed to subdue both the cart and its operator. Ye Wenya, her forehead slick with cold sweat, felt her body go limp as she lay against Gu Tailin. Her pupils dilated, fixated on the cart just a mere inch away from her. Had it been any closer, she would have been struck down by the cart. Laden with such heavy objects and traveling at such a velocity, the ramifications of such an impact were unimaginable. It was utterly terrifying. This world of the novel was indeed fraught with peril, and as a mere supporting character, she frequently found herself confronting such harrowing situations. Ye Wenya, are you alright? Gu Tailin inquired as he sat up, gently patting her back. Were you frightened? I should not have brought you out for a stroll. Ye Wenya trembled slightly, her complexion pale, swallowing hard. I do not blame you. Even without this incident, there would have been another. We must first ascertain who sought to harm me. System. Could it be that this ordeal was yet another scheme orchestrated by Wen Shushu? Apart from that woman, no one else would desire my demise. The system remained unresponsive, as if it were lifeless. Ye Wenya, too preoccupied to dwell on the system's demeanor, harbored genuine suspicions regarding Wen Shushu's involvement. Whether in the original text or within this fractured narrative, Wen Shushu had always sought her life. Gu Tailin's eyes glimmered with a ruthless intensity as he cradled Ye Wenya back to the hospital room, instructing the bodyguards to alert the authorities and handle the remaining matters. He gently placed Ye Wenya upon the hospital bed and took out his phone to message Liang Yidong, requesting him to investigate whether the cart incident was indeed orchestrated by Wen Shushu. Should it prove true, he would ensure that the woman comprehended the consequences of her actions. It's all right now, he soothed gently. From now on, wherever we go, let the bodyguards assess the surroundings first to avert any issues. Wrapped in her blanket, Ye Wenya still felt an unsettling chill throughout her body. There were myriad ways to cause harm. She compelled herself to gradually regain her composure. Gu Tailin, thank you once again for saving me. Gu Tailin refrained from uttering anything inappropriate at such a moment. He affectionately ruffled Ye Wenya's hair. Do not dwell on it too much. Instead, focus on how to deal with those who wish to harm you. At his words, a fierce anger ignited within Ye Wenya's gaze. It can only be Wen Shushu who seeks to harm me. Given my status, few would dare to treat me this way. Except for Wen Shushu, that woman has always regarded me as a thorn in her side, relentlessly plotting my downfall. In the original text, I was the malicious supporting character, while Wen Shushu, as the protagonist, persistently targeted and schemed against me. Moreover, regardless of how vile or reprehensible her actions were, they were always deemed justified. Even by the readers and all other characters in the novel, while I was perceived as being in the wrong. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Gu Tailin's eyes. When Shushu has been living too comfortably of late, she must learn the distinction between right and wrong. I will handle this matter. You focus on your recovery, and should anything arise, simply call me. I assure you, I will be there in an instant. Ye Wenya shot him a sidelong glance. I do not need you to accompany me. Your presence, like that of a wolf, only makes me more anxious. She would not forget the things he had done to her. Gu Tailin chuckled softly. I am but a ravenous wolf, always eager to devour you. Just as Ye Wenya was about to retort, she received a call from her brother. Brother, why are you only calling me now? She pouted, her tone sulky and petulant. This sight ignited a surge of frustration within Gu Tailin. Merely witnessing Ye Wenya in such a state was unbearable, and he loathed the prospect of enduring it longer. He could not fathom how much longer he would have to tolerate it. It is my fault. I have been preoccupied with company matters and failed to check in on our Wenya in a timely manner, Yi Tsong said, removing his glasses to rub his weary brow. Ye Wenya was not the original character. She would not merely concern herself with her own affairs. She was merely indulging in a bit of petulance. Brother, what has happened at the company? From your voice, it seems you have not rested all night. This will not do. Not do. You promised me that you would take care of yourself no matter how busy you became. Yi Tsong chuckled lightly. Do not worry. I managed to rest for a while. His tone then grew colder, laced with an icy edge. It is Fu Liqing. She is attempting to short sell our company. But our technical staff discovered her plot and reported it to me. Fu Liqing's methods are utterly clumsy. She did not even bother to conceal her intentions. And the staff easily traced it back to her. I suspect she has been incited by Wen Shushu. Fu Liqing would not possess the wit to execute such a scheme on her own. Ye Wenya was acutely aware of the dangers of short-selling a company. She recalled that a similar incident had transpired in the latter part of the original text, also instigated by Fu Liqing. who had masqueraded her actions under the guise of righteousness, garnering the approval of countless individuals. This incident had precipitated the downfall of the Ye family, embroiling both her and her brother in a myriad of troubles. "Brother, have you managed to handle this situation?" Yi Tsong reassured her not to fret. He had already dealt with it. "Just sit back and await the unfolding drama. How are you faring? Have you suffered any aftereffects?" Ye Wenya explained her condition and cautioned her brother to remain vigilant. She needed to devise a method to sow discord between Wen Shushu and Fu Liqing, thus depriving Wen Shushu of such a valuable pawn. But what stratagem could she employ? Before Ye Wenya could formulate a plan, she learned from Gu Tailin that Wen Shushu, Mu Gaoyuan, and Fu Liqing had been summoned to the local police station, facing charges of attempted murder and corporate sabotage. Initially, Ye Wenya had intended to visit the police station to take a statement, hoping to exploit the situation to drive a wedge between the three. However, Gu Tailin had acted more swiftly than she could have anticipated. "Do you mean to say that Wen Shushu has shifted all blame onto Fu Liqing and Mu Gaoyuan, even producing evidence to implicate them?" Ye Wenya inquired, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded Gu Tailin. Gu Tailin served her a generous portion of food and ladled soup into her bowl. "Eat more, you've lost weight recently and need to take care of yourself." This case was monumental. No one would come to Wen Shushu's aid. If she did not act accordingly, she would be utterly ruined. Furthermore, I suspect she had meticulously prepared this plan in advance, ready to cast Fu Liqing and Mu Gaoyuan as scapegoats at any moment. Ye Wenya exclaimed with excitement. "Will Fu Liqing and Mu Gaoyuan face imprisonment for this?" Leaning closer, Gu Tailin replied, "If you can win my favor, I shall find a way to ensure that Fu Liqing and Mu Gaoyuan are convicted, and furthermore, to compel them to testify against Wen Shushu." Chapter 51. The young master grows distant from Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya's smile vanished in an instant. "If you choose not to speak, I shall seek my brother's assistance regardless." Gu Tailin clicked his tongue. "Could you not grant me a sliver of opportunity?" Ye Wenya expressed her firm resolve to offer Gu Tailin not even the slightest opportunity. "I am no fool to follow the female lead strategy of nurturing a backup." In the original narrative, the heroine exhausts all means to ensure Gu Tailin and Mu Gaoyuan become her mere backups, coercing both to remain unmarried and childless, allowing them to love only her. Gu Tailin pinched her cheek, a glint of sharpness flickering in his gaze. He needed to devise a method to swiftly ascertain whether this realm resembled that of a novel, thereby formulating a better plan. The crux of the matter lay within the system. This system resided with Ye Wenya, and he pondered if there existed a way to transfer it to himself. He would consult the technical personnel regarding this matter another day. As they dined and conversed, Ye Wenya received a call from Mu Gaoyuan.
"Monsieur,
please grant Shushu a reprieve. I am willing to acquiesce to any of your conditions." Mu Gaoyuan's demeanor was overshadowed by gloom, his tone subdued. Ye Wenya dabbed her mouth with a napkin, leaning back in her chair, and scoffed. "Mu Gaoyuan, what qualifies you to plead for my mercy towards Wen Shushu? You hold no value to me. Childhood friends are merely childhood friends." In the original tale, the childhood friend repeatedly took the blame for the heroine, convinced that he was the one she loved most, all the while oblivious to the fact that she was exploiting him from the very beginning. Initially, when he was financially struggling, she paid him no heed, but once she attained wealth, she approached him, seeking his assistance to break into the entertainment industry, promising to marry him once she succeeded. And what transpired? The heroine swiftly turned her affections to Fuyu, using the childhood friend as a scapegoat. Both previously and currently, she has shifted all blame onto him, presenting evidence that clearly indicates her premeditated intentions. It is only the lovesick childhood friend who foolishly believes he is the one she cherishes, while in reality, throughout the entire novel, he remains nothing more than her backup and scapegoat. Hearing this, Mu Gaoyuan's grip tightened, disbelief mingling with a nagging voice in his mind compelling him to accept the truth. After his rise to affluence, the once indifferent Shushu suddenly invited him to dinner, claiming it was a gathering of classmates. Subsequently, she began to contact him frequently. At that moment, he believed his fortunes had turned and supported her in every endeavor. However, whether he approached the subject directly or indirectly regarding their relationship, she always evaded him with excuses. Each time she sought him out, it was for a specific purpose, either to extract money from him or to enlist his help with various matters. Coupled with the two scapegoat incidents, it became abundantly clear to him that Shushu had only ever viewed him as a tool, devoid of any genuine affection. Had there been even a trace of sincerity, she would not have prepared evidence in advance. "Shushu will marry me," she promised, he suddenly declared, as if addressing Ye Wenya while simultaneously reassuring himself. Ye Wenya replied with a light mockery. That is your affair. I would gladly see you bound to enshushu for eternity. However, this marks your second offense in aiding her against me, and do not presume it will be as effortless this time. With that, she ended the call and reached out to a friend within the upper echelons of society, requesting assistance in expelling Mu Gaoyuan from the United States. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. With the aid of her friend, Mu Gaoyuan was expelled from the country that very day, burdened with exorbitant compensation that left him in crippling debt, even owing the fare for his flight back home. At this juncture, Shushu not only failed to appear but also sent a message warning him against seeking her out again, asserting that they shared no relationship. Due to the severe blow to her burgeoning career, she was subsequently shelved by her agency, stripped of all engagements, her photos and videos removed from websites, and her accounts frozen. As Mu Gaoyuan sat on the flight back home, his face etched with anguish as he gazed out the window. He came to a stark realization. Shushu had never regarded him with anything but utilitarianism, devoid of any genuine affection. He buried his face in his hands and wept silently, reflecting on how he had harbored feelings for Shushu since middle school, devotedly yearning to be with her. Even after she became involved with Fuyu, he chose to remain by her side, protecting her. Yet all his efforts culminated in Shushu's heartless abandonment, simply because he had ceased to hold any value for her. How ludicrous! On the day Ye Wenya was discharged from the hospital, it was Gu Tailin who came to escort her, flanked by bodyguards. As they prepared to board a private jet back to their homeland, Gu Tailin carried her luggage, shielding Ye Wenya as they made their way to the parking lot. Shushu had cunningly ensnared a local tycoon, and their affair was blossoming. The tycoon even introduced her to his circle of friends. Ye Wenya was hardly surprised and remarked, "System, you still claim that Shushu is not the heroine? Look at how she is treading the path of the lead. Can an ordinary person achieve such rapid success? She has swiftly aligned herself with a wealthy man." System 001 responded somewhat dejectedly. "Host, the branching storyline has progressed to 28%. Please interact more with the primary antagonist." Furthermore, the emotional value between the male and female leads has rebounded to 50%. Ye Wenya halted her steps. "System, this is good news, so why the discontent? Is something amiss?" System 001 sighed. I cannot divulge. Host, I merely hope you can swiftly complete one of these two storylines, so I can fulfill my task. You have no idea how close I am to crashing."
Ye Wenya, contemplating Gu Tailin beside her,
chose not to continue the conversation with the system and instead inquired of Gu Tailin. How did Shushu manage to ensnare the tycoon? Did she approach him directly? Gu Tailin felt a tinge of regret that Ye Wenya had ceased her dialogue with the system. He wished to glean more information through it to satisfy his own curiosity. When Shushu arrived in the United States, she had already investigated the local wealthier gentlemen known for their lecherous tendencies. Initially, with her career flourishing, she refrained from any overtures. Now that her situation had deteriorated, she resorted to seducing a notorious playboy tycoon. Ye Wenya regarded him thoughtfully. "System, I must say, had I not confirmed that the primary antagonist truly harbors no feelings for the heroine, I would be led to believe he was rekindling his affections for her based solely on his statements. Why doesn't he, the primary antagonist, stir things up with the heroine? Shushu possesses considerable talent. Few could accomplish what she has." Gu Tailin's forehead pulsed with veins, and he playfully smacked her backside, finding it rather springy.
Ye Wenya gasped,
Staring at him in disbelief. "You lecher." Just as she was about to retaliate against Gu Tailin, a woman suddenly rushed forward and shoved her forcefully. Chapter 52. Fu Liqing becomes an adult star. Ye Wenya stumbled, on the verge of falling, when she was caught by Gu Tailin, who wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from crashing down. "Did you twist your ankle? Were you frightened?" Ye Wenya waved her hand to indicate she was unharmed, then retaliated with a heavy slap across the face of the one who pushed her. "Fu Liqing.
Fu liking.
Has water infiltrated your brain?" Fu Liqing glared at her with contempt but, wary of Gu Tailin's presence, refrained from any further action. "Ye Wenya, you are exceedingly cruel. How could you betray Shushu, who has always had your best interests at heart, and cause her such suffering? I assure you, I will not let this go. Do not think that with the backing of the Yi family and Gu Tailin, you can act with impunity. There is justice in this world." Ye Wenya surmised that it was when Shushu who had bailed Fu Liqing out and incited her to confront her. "Justice?
Fu liking.
How can a woman devoid of moral integrity utter such words? You intend to assist when Shushu? Very well, I shall ensure that you assist her thoroughly, and I hope you will continue to regard her as a deity until the very end." Fu Liqing contemplated making a move, but was met with Gu Tailin's frigid gaze. Akin to ice. She recoiled several steps, her confidence waning. Ye Wenya, your triumph will not last long. I have begun gathering evidence of your misdeeds. And when the time comes, I shall ensure you spend a lifetime behind bars. Ye Wenya regarded her with the condescension reserved for fools, retorting sarcastically. I wonder which one of us will end up imprisoned in the end. Your research over the years has certainly been tainted, hasn't it? If not for the Fu family smoothing your path, do you think you could have lived in peace? I will ensure the truth comes to light. A fleeting flicker of panic crossed Fu Liqing's face as she lunged to silence Ye Wenya. You vile creature, I shall tear that mouth of yours apart. Yet, before Ye Wenya could react, Fu Liqing was sent flying by a kick from Gu Tailin, only to be subdued by a bodyguard pinning her to the ground. Gu Tailin, are you out of your mind? Fu Liqing struggled futilely, cursing him. You could have chosen the admirable Shu Shu, yet you opted for a hypocritical, malicious, and selfish woman like Ye Wenya. Gu Tailin regarded her with cold indifference, his gaze akin to a rat scurrying through a stinking gutter, seeing your fondness for your Shu Shu. I shall ensure you assist her well. He gestured for the bodyguards to drag Fu Liqing away and pulled out his phone to send a message to Liang Yitong. If Fu Liqing is so eager to help Wen Shushu, then let her assist her thoroughly. At Wen Shushu's residence, a quaint villa, in the living room, Wen Shushu placed 2 contracts before Fu Liqing, smiling warmly as she said, Liqing, please sign these contracts. They will greatly aid me. She affectionately grasped Fu Liqing's hand, adding, thanks to your support, my marriage with your brother is intact. Otherwise, Ye Wenya would have caused our divorce long ago. Joyce had promised that if she could make Fu Liqing a star, she would no longer be sidelined and would assist in introducing clients to her. Most importantly, her account would be unfrozen, granting her the funds she needed. Fu Liqing, trusting and fond of Wen Shushu, signed the contracts without even glancing at them, affixing her personal seal. Shushu, you shouldn't be so kind to Ye Wenya. That venomous woman clearly shows no restraint. Wen Shushu replied dismissively with a few ahas, then messaged Joyce to expedite bringing people to help Fu Liqing, ensuring she wouldn't be sidelined and could continue her path as a star. While Fu Liqing was still advising Wen Shushu, Joyce arrived with a group, dragging Fu Liqing into a room for grooming. What are you doing? Let go of me. Fu Liqing cried, restrained by 2 burly men, unable to break free. Shushu, please save me. Wen Shushu entered with a smile, concealing her jealousy behind a facade of gentleness. Liqing, you promised to help me, and now is your time to fulfill that promise. You know Joyce is my manager. He very much wishes for you to become one of his artists, which is why I facilitated your signing of the contract. She waved the contract in her hand. You wouldn't forget the contract you just signed, would you? A thunderous disbelief struck Fu Liqing as she stammered, Shushu, what strange things are you saying? How could I become a star? You know I am a researcher. I cannot be a star. Her reaction brought immense satisfaction to Wen Shushu, who feigned concern. Liqing, I am only looking out for you. Just look at your current situation. Without the Fu family as your support, the funding from various research institutes has dried up, rendering you unable to conduct your research. If you pursue the path of a star, not only will you earn substantial money, but you may also secure investors for your research. Witnessing her insincere concern, Fu Liqing struggled even harder, exclaiming, Shushu, I do not want to become a star. You promised you wouldn't let me. She could not believe that the Shushu she had always known would betray her in such a manner. When Shushu, growing impatient, stated, Liqing, you have already signed the contract. If you refuse to become a star, you will owe a compensation of 20 billion. Do you think you can afford that? Fu Liqing opened her mouth to protest. But as the reality of her situation hit her, that she was no longer a member of the Fu family and lacked substantial funds, she realized she could not possibly pay such an amount. Ultimately, she was forced by Joyce and his team to partake in a series of scandalous photos and videos, with Joyce announcing that he would take her to a specialized venue for further shoots the next day, demanding her punctuality. When Shushu crouched before Fu Liqing, a bitter sigh escaping her lips, Liqing, it is not my intention to compel you into this. Without a support system, Ye Wenya will destroy you. She lamented. It is my fault for lacking ability alongside your brother. If we were competent, I would not have to resort to this. It is all my fault. Fu Liqing endured unimaginable torment as Joyce directed her to pose provocatively, often in scant attire or completely undraped, exposing her without reserve before a leering audience. Hearing this, Fu Liqing's face contorted with rage. Ye Wenya, I shall not let you escape unscathed. You have brought me to this wretched state, and I will ensure your demise.
Satisfied.
When Shushu advised, Li Qing, do not act foolishly. Ye Wenya has the Yi family and Gu Zong to protect her. You are no match for her.
Fu liking.
Consumed by resentment and hatred, redirected all her grievances towards Ye Wenya, disregarding Wen Shushu's warnings, she was resolute in her vow to not let Ye Wenya go unpunished. Chapter 53. 3 men surrounded Ye Wenya. Just back in the capital, Ye Wenya learned from a friend in America that Fu Liqing had become a star under Joyce's management. Bound by an indefinite contract, instantly recognizing Wen Shushu's scheming at play, she nudged Gu Tailin beside her. When Shushu has resurfaced, she has sold Fu Liqing to Joyce as a lifelong star to secure her own release from obscurity. Gu Tailin replied nonchalantly, I arranged that. Originally, Joyce had no intentions of involving Fu Liqing. Even though she has been cast out of the Fu family, she still carries their surname, and Joyce would not act unless absolutely necessary. However, Fu Liqing's arrogance compelled him to intervene. Ye Wenya expressed her disappointment. I had intended to execute this plan.
You beat me to it.
With this incident, it will be far easier to sow discord between Wen Shushu and Fu Liqing. This affair would undoubtedly remain a thorn in Fu Liqing's side. No matter how indifferent she pretended to be, the issue would resurface at the opportune moment. Gu Tailin tousled her hair, teasing, perhaps you should have acted more swiftly. Just as Ye Wenya was about to retaliate, 3 men appeared before her, their brows furrowed in concern. Brother, what is the situation with Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan? She approached, linking her arm through her brother's, questioning whether these two were once again aiming to defend Wen Shushu. Yi Tsong shot a cold glance at Gu Tailin, softly addressing his sister. You need not concern yourself with these 3. They are outsiders and do not warrant your attention. Allow me to take you home to rest. Dissatisfied with being treated as an outsider, Gu Tailin walked alongside Ye Wenya. Brother-in-law, your words sting. Ye Wenya fiercely stepped on his foot, glaring at him like a fierce deity. Gu Tailin dared to utter another word, and I assure you, you shall live your life as a eunuch. Gu Tailin felt a sharp pain in both his abdomen and foot. Ye Wenya, your heart is far too ruthless.
Ye Wenya brandished her fists.
I could be even more ruthless. Would you care to test that? Before Gu Tailin could respond, Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan approached.
Ye Wenya.
I wish to discuss the matter of remarriage. Do you have a moment? Ye Wenya, I have some questions for you. I wonder if you might be available? Ye Wenya was exceedingly vexed, casting a frosty glare at Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan. Fu Yu, I will not remarry you. Abandon that hope.
Mu Gaoyuan.
I have nothing to say to you. Please depart as far as possible. Fu Yu stepped forward, his tone urgent. Ye Wenya, I acknowledge that I have erred greatly in the past, but I have changed. Cannot you grant me another chance? Ye Wenya gestured for her brother not to intervene. She regarded Fu Yu with disdain. You have changed? Your words are truly repugnant. Your so-called transformation stems from the realization that Wen Shushu is not as you imagined, unable to provide you with benefits, thus preventing your return to the Fu family, where you could continue your reign as its master. She meticulously dismantled Fu Yu's true intentions. When you were the powerful figure in the Fu family, you did not display this facade. Back then, you wielded your power to coerce me into divorce and demanded that I acknowledge myself as the mistress. Fu Yu clenched his jaw, fists tightened. Ye Wenya, you know all too well why I acted that way. I was compelled to do those things. I do not truly love Wen Shushu. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya's suspicions deepened. System, can you investigate whether Fu Yu has discovered something? System 001 responded that it was impossible. He is, after all, the male lead. How could I obtain such information? However, judging by his words, he may indeed be aware of something. Could this be the reason for the plot's breakdown? Gu Tailin and Mu Gaoyuan exchanged cryptic glances at Fu Yu. Ye Wenya also pondered the possibility that the narrative had completely unraveled, resulting in these characters deviating from their prescribed roles. For instance, Gu Tailin, who was meant to cling to the female lead, was now persistently pursuing her.
Fu Yu.
I do not care why you were with Wen Shushu. Initially, you inflicted countless harms upon me to be with her, and now you wish to remarry me? You must be dreaming. Fu Yu's gaze fixed intently on her. Ye Wenya, will you truly not grant me a single opportunity? If you refuse even that, I will have to speak words better left unspoken. Ye Wenya's heart tightened. Did Fu Yu truly know something? Was he about to unveil the narrative secrets? Maintaining a facade of composure, she coldly laughed. Fu Yu, look at you. Still so despicably shameless. At this juncture, you do not seek to court me through honorable means, but rather resort to underhanded tactics to coerce me into compliance. Is such a person even worthy of being the male lead? I truly question the author's judgment in portraying this detestable character as a romantic hero, depicting him as deeply affectionate and admirable. Fuyu's expression hardened like ice.
Ye Wenya.
Fuyu, you do not truly love my sister, Yi Chong interjected, adjusting his glasses, a smile devoid of warmth. You merely wish to exploit my sister to regain your position in the Fu family, allowing you to continue pursuing your ambitions. And do not forget, you remain married. Gu Tailin seized the opportunity to mock. Fuyu, you are indeed a habitual offender of infidelity. First, you cheated with Wen Shushu, claiming her as your true love. Now that you have seen her true nature, you wish to cheat with Ye Wenya. What do you think you are? Mu Gaoyuan lowered his gaze, filled with anguish. The more he contemplated the past, the clearer it became that Shushu had never harbored genuine feelings for him. She had always viewed him as a tool for her own schemes. Fuyu did not deny this. I wish to return to the Fu family, but I genuinely want to remarry Ye Wenya. I will resolve the divorce matter promptly. I will not allow Ye Wenya to bear any tarnished reputation. Not only did Ye Wenya disbelieve him, but no one present shared his faith. She had no desire to waste her breath on such a character, stating coldly, Fuyu, you cannot even manage your own affairs. What right do you have to plot against me? Do you think your current life is too comfortable? Or do you believe I will not take action against you? Yi Chong promptly contacted his assistant, Luo Chun, instructing him to assign more tasks to Fuyu, ensuring he would have no time to trouble Ye Wenya further. Subsequently, Ye Wenya and Yi Chong exited the airport, while Fuyu was halted by bodyguards.
Ye Wenya.
If you have time, I wish to discuss something with you. Mu Gaoyuan appeared weary and haggard. There are matters I wish to understand, and only you possess the knowledge. Ye Wenya found this odd, but thought it prudent to resolve this childhood friend's issues, thereby reducing Wen Shushu's support. She gestured towards a nearby cafe, suggesting they converse there. The group made their way to the cafe, requesting a private room. Ye Wenya lifted her coffee cup for a sip and, with a hint of indifference, inquired of Mu Gaoyuan, "What is it you wish to ask me?" Chapter 54. The diverging plot relates to the main antagonist. Mu Gaoyuan paid no mind to Gu Tailin and Yi Chong's presence. He gazed down at the coffee cup before him. I wish to ask Messi, does Shushu truly harbor no feelings for me? Has she never liked me? I have liked her for over 10 years, ever since middle school. At that time, she was the belle of our school, beautiful and academically gifted, admired by many. Ye Wenya crossed her legs and leaned back in her chair, pointing to where his heart lay. Isn't the answer already clear to you? You merely desire for me to shatter your last flicker of hope, providing you with a justifiable reason to redirect your anger towards me. Mu Gaoyuan shook his head, interrupting her, no. I once believed that, but after the incident in America, I no longer think that way. I simply cannot comprehend. Has all these years of affection been a facade? He gazed at his hands. For so many years, I have stood by Shushu's side, engaged in the most intimate of acts, only to ultimately realize that she feels nothing for me. All of it was merely to gain something from me. He chuckled bitterly. Isn't it laughable? She would sell her body for profit, engaging in the most intimate actions while scheming against me. He had always believed that Shushu acted out of necessity, convinced that she would one day return to him, becoming his wife. Ye Wenya felt no sympathy for Mu Gaoyuan. Rather, she believed he deserved it. You know the truth, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. In your eyes, no matter how promiscuous Wen Shushu is, she will inevitably return to your side. In the original text, Wen Shushu exploited Mu Gaoyuan's psychology to manipulate and calculate against him. She was acutely aware of how much he liked her, and she shamelessly reveled in his devotion, taking pride in her allure, convinced that everyone would fall at her feet. At this moment, Mu Gaoyuan had come to a profound realization. He should have awakened to the truth when Shushu unhesitatingly decided to become an adult film star. If she possessed even a modicum of shame, she would never have chosen to pursue such a path for the sake of profit. From beginning to end, he had merely been a pawn in Shushu's game. She had never contemplated marrying him, and everything had been orchestrated to deceive him into sacrificing for her. Ye Wenya reveled in his misfortune, congratulating him on being discarded by Wen Shushu once his utility had expired. Moreover, Wen Shushu had returned to her previous profession, having cleverly maneuvered Fu Liqing into becoming an adult film star under Joyce's label. Mu Gaoyuan widened his eyes slightly, tilting his head back in disbelief. She was merely using Fu Liqing as well. So, who had she ever been sincere with? Had she ever harbored genuine feelings for Fuyu? Ye Wenya did not respond. Departing with Gu Tailin and Yi Kong, Mu Gaoyuan sat there for a long time, reflecting on the reality that Shushu was never sincere with anyone. viewing everyone merely as tools for her benefit. In her heart, only her own self-interest and profit mattered. For her own sake and gain, she was willing to sacrifice everything and engage in any deed. Fuyu, you too are a pitiful soul, for you are no better off than I am. He closed his eyes, allowing tears to cascade down his cheeks. Meanwhile, Ye Wenya and Ye Tsong returned home, accompanied by the ever-persistent Gu Tailin.
Ye Wenya.
Hands on her hips, glared at Gu Tailin. What do you mean by this? Gu Tailin leaned closer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I mean to get closer to you. The question is, will you allow me to? Ye Wenya's heart raced uncontrollably. With a cold expression, she forcefully pushed the man before her away. Stop being lewd in front of me. I have no interest in you, so kindly keep your distance.
Help.
Faced with such an extraordinarily handsome man as advances, I can hardly resist, even though I claim to have no feelings for Gu Tailin. The smile on Gu Tailin's lips widened. He glanced at the silent Ye Tsong, uncertain of his thoughts, and chose to disregard him. I only wish to linger by your side and deepen our connection. As Ye Wenya was about to summon security to expel him, the excited voice of System 001 echoed in her mind. Host. I have just learned that the diverging plot is connected to you and the primary antagonist. This means that the more you interact intimately with the main antagonist, the quicker the diverging plot will progress to 100%. Host, you must exert yourself. Ye Wenya's face paled as she cast a particularly suspicious glance at Gu Tailin, but spoke to System 001. System, confess your true purpose. Initially, you said you wanted to facilitate the romance between the leads, and now you want me to seduce the main antagonist. System 001 responded weakly. Host, didn't I already inform you? My true intentions cannot be disclosed at this moment. As long as you complete the task of bringing the leads together, or advance the diverging plot to 100%, I will reveal everything to you. By now, Ye Wenya had come to understand one crucial fact. It was likely that she had been transported into this morally questionable novel, becoming the original character not by chance, but by the machinations of the system. As for why the system had targeted her and what it aimed to accomplish, it was too soon to say. But it seemed to pose no threat to her or her family. System, I offer you two choices. Either you obediently disclose your purpose, or I will create chaos. If I create chaos, the consequences could be dire, and you will be unable to fulfill your task. Ye Wenya was intent on pressing the system further. But Gu Tailin's advances forced her to kick him away in frustration. Do you believe I won't chop off your hands? Gu Tailin raised his hands in mock innocence. As long as you like, you can chop them off any time, but you must ensure I am taken care of for life. Before Ye Wenya could retort, Ye Tsong intervened. Wenya, let me handle this. Ye Wenya shot a furious glare at Gu Tailin before retreating to her room. After she left, Gu Tailin settled beside Ye Kong. He offered Ye Tsong a cigarette and lit one for himself. I can guess what you wish to discuss with me. Taking a puff, he lounged casually. Ye Tsong, after knowing each other for so many years, do you see me as one of those playboys? Ye Tsong smiled gently, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. It is precisely because I know you that I do not wish for my sister to be involved with you. The Ye family lacks neither wealth nor status. My only sister deserves the very best. Moreover, considering the pain she suffered from a previous marriage, I am even less inclined to see her step into that realm again. Gu Tailin nodded in understanding. So you have no faith in me? Ye Tsong replied, it's not a lack of faith in you, but a lack of trust. Are you certain that your feelings for Wenya are genuine? Chapter 55. Does Gu Tailin truly like Ye Wenya? Gu Tailin turned to look at him. What do you mean by that? Ye Tsong adjusted his glasses, his smile cool. As an observer, it is clear to me that you harbor a subtle attraction toward Wenya, but it has not yet blossomed into true affection. Your interest seems more superficial. You have always been like this. Whenever something piques your interest, you pursue it relentlessly. Once your interest wanes, you discard it or destroy it. Gu Tailin scoffed lightly. Are you so certain that I lack romantic feelings for you, Wenya? I am quite certain. Ye Tsong pointed at his eyes. The way you look at Wenya lacks romantic sentiment. It is merely the gaze of someone intrigued by another. Gu Tailin instinctively touched his own eyes. So, that's why you were standing there observing me. Ye Tsong, you are still the same. I despise your hypocritical demeanor. Ye Wenya, Fuyu, and Ye Tsong had grown up together, and though Ye Wenya had joined later, he knew Ye Tsong well enough to see the duplicity and ruthlessness beneath his gentle facade. Thank you for the compliment. Ye Tsong lit his cigarette, draping one arm over the back of the sofa. Gu Tailin, I hope you will let go and cease troubling my sister. She has no feelings for you. Gu Tailin replied nonchalantly, but I do not wish to let go. It's rare to encounter someone so intriguing. How could I possibly release my grip? Yi Tsong's expression turned cold, his tone menacing. Gu Tailin, if you persist in this manner, I will take action against you and the Gu family. Gu Tailin shrugged indifferently. Do as you please. I still want Ye Wenya. Yi Tsong, fully aware of Gu Tailin's character, pressed further. Just tell me. What will it take for you to leave my sister alone? He was concerned that if matters escalated, Gu Tailin might inadvertently harm Wenya, as he often acted recklessly. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Gu Tailin replied playfully, Didn't I just say? I won to let go. Big brother-in-law, you need not worry. I would never harm Ye Wenya. With her personality, if I dared to do anything to her, she would surely retaliate fiercely. He chuckled to himself. Yi Tsong gripped his collar, his gaze fierce. Gu Tailin, you seem to think highly of yourself. I'll say this one last time. Stay away from Wenya. Gu Tailin raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. I have always regarded myself highly. Yi Tsong narrowed his eyes, signaling for security to throw Gu Tailin out. Gu Tailin, unceremoniously discarded at the entrance by his bodyguard, clicked his tongue in frustration. To pursue Ye Wenya, he must first contend with Yi Tsong. A formidable obstacle, for Yi Tsong was an ardent brother who doted on his sister. Upon learning of her brother's conversation with Gu Tailin, Ye Wenya resolved to heed his advice and maintain a distance from him, avoiding any confrontation whenever possible. The primary antagonist was a madman, and she lacked the means to contend with such a lunatic. Do not fret, brother. Before I step out, I will ascertain whether Gu Tailin is around, she assured him. Yi Tsong gently ruffled her hair, lamenting, It is I who have failed to protect you properly. Although I am perplexed as to how you caught Gu Tailin's attention, remember to avoid direct conflict with him at all costs. He is indeed capable of anything. Ye Wenya nodded fervently, reminiscent of a chick pecking at rice, determined to keep her distance from the principal antagonist to evade his incessant schemes against her. Yi Tsong sighed in relief, grateful for Wenya's compliance. He shuddered to think of the chaos that might have ensued had she been as rebellious as before. By the way, Wenya, old Madame Fu has been discharged from the hospital. You should visit her tomorrow, he urged. Ye Wenya inquired about old Madame Fu's condition. Brother, how has old Madame Fu been these days? Yi Tsong sighed. How well can she be? Her grandchildren are of little use, and she must tirelessly manage the family and the company while also painstakingly selecting a successor. Make sure to spend quality time with her. She has always cherished you. Ye Wenya felt a pang of sympathy for old Madame Fu, recognizing that her life had been far from pleasant, both in the original narrative and the current unfolding events. Much of the blame lay with the author. The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, at the Fu residence. Grandma, I'm here. Ye Wenya entered the living room with a radiant smile, only for it to falter upon the sight of a certain individual.
Gu Tailin.
What are you doing here? This is absurd. I've been avoiding Gu Tailin, yet here he is. Gu Tailin shot her a frosty glance and scoffed. Why shouldn't I be here? This is the Fu family, not the Yi family. He was well aware that this woman was intentionally evading him. She had quite the audacity. In response, Ye Wenya set down her gifts and turned to leave, only to be seized by Gu Tailin, who gritted his teeth. Dare to run? I'll break your legs.
Slap.
Ye Wenya delivered a sharp smack to his head, retorting fiercely. Breaking your legs would be more appropriate. Gu Tailin, with a playful grin, hooked his foot around her waist, teasing, Come now, if you break my legs, I can then cling to you. Ye Wenya was on the verge of exasperation. She pushed Gu Tailin away, visibly irritated. Gu Tailin, you are truly bothersome. Can you please keep your distance? Gu Tailin noticed her genuine anger, his expression shifting slightly. Why are you angry? Shouldn't I be? Ye Wenya struggled to comprehend his thought process. We are merely friends. What gives you the right to impose on me? Why do you presume I am yours? Is it merely your desire to act this way? You are utterly ridiculous. I am not your puppet to manipulate as you please. Gu Tailin leaned closer, his tone menacing. You don't wish to be with me? Ye Wenya felt a shiver run down her spine but stood her ground. I have told you many times that I do not want to be with you. I wish to live my life as I see fit. As she perceived Gu Tailin's intentions, she quickly sought refuge with old Madame Fu, who had just descended the stairs. Grandma. Old Madame Fu glanced between Gu Tailin and Ye Wenya, asking, Wenya, what is the matter? Grandma. Gu Tailin is behaving like a lunatic, forcing me to be with him against my will. Ye Wenya pouted, clearly displeased. Old Madame Fu gently patted her, assuring her, Leave this matter to me. Ye Wenya felt uncertain about whether old Madame Fu could resolve the situation, but there was hope. Gu Tailin held great respect for her. Old Madame Fu gestured for both Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin to sit on the sofa.
Tailin,
What are your thoughts? She inquired directly. Gu Tailin, with a sincere expression, replied, Grandma, I wish to be with Ye Wenya. Old Madame Fu neither expressed anger nor surprise, maintaining her calm demeanor. What you refer to as wanting to be with Wenya, what does that entail? Chapter 56. Gu Tailin could not fathom why Ye Wenya harbored disdain for him. He paused, perplexed by old Madame Fu's question. What does Grandma mean by that? Old Madame Fu, exuding elegance, reiterated, when you say you want to be with Wenya, which form of being together do you mean? There are many variations of togetherness. Now understanding. Gu Tailin did not respond to old Madame Fu but furrowed his brow in contemplation. Which kind of togetherness? There are indeed various forms? Old Madame Fu refrained from interrupting him, instead casting a loving gaze at Ye Wenya. Wenya, what are your feelings towards Tailin? Ye Wenya glanced at the principal antagonist and huffed, I detest him. I truly dislike him. In some respects, Gu Tailin bore a resemblance to Fuyu. Both had forced her into unwelcome situations. Fuyu had compelled her to divorce, while now Gu Tailin insisted on being with her and had ulterior motives. Gu Tailin stared at her, taken aback. Old Madame Fu tenderly stroked Ye Wenya's head. Wenya, have you thought this through? Ye Wenya nodded emphatically, Grandma. After the divorce, I have come to a clear decision. I will never marry again nor develop feelings for anyone. I wish to live comfortably on my own. Perhaps with a few handsome companions. I do not require heirs or to inherit any family business. I only need to avoid doing anything inappropriate. Old Madame Fu felt a surge of compassion for her and grew increasingly dissatisfied with Fuyu, had it not been for Fuyu's transgressions. Wenya's heart would not have been so thoroughly shattered. It is good that you have made up your mind. If Tailin behaves inappropriately towards you in the future, seek me out, and I shall deal with him. Ye Wenya playfully replied, Only Grandma treats me well. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Old Madame Fu cast a disapproving glance at the visibly displeased Gu Tailin. Do you have anything to say? Gu Tailin rubbed his temples. Grandma, this is a matter between Ye Wenya and me. Old Madame Fu interjected, there is never such a thing as a matter solely between two individuals. The most crucial aspect is that it has always been one-sided. Just because you wish to be with Wenya does not mean she must reciprocate. Nor does it imply that your manipulations will win her over. Ye Wenya gave her grandmother a thumbs up. Grandma is truly wise. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the principal antagonist's nature was precisely as it appeared. In the original narrative, Gu Tailin had descended into madness when he could not have the female lead, creating chaos and engaging in numerous conflicts with the male lead, much to old Madame Fu's chagrin. Gu Tailin pursed his lips, his handsome features darkening. Tailin, I have watched you grow since childhood. How could I not know your temperament? Old Madame Fu sighed. You have always been like this. Anything that piques your interest, you will pursue relentlessly, and if you cannot have it, you will seek to destroy it. Just as you once vowed to seize control of the Gu family. You eventually did. Yet not long after, you lost interest, claiming it was meaningless. Tailin's upbringing had not been ideal. With parents who were rather erratic and a family embroiled in fierce power struggles, it was no wonder he had developed such a disposition. Gu Tailin lounged nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Grandma, I genuinely wish to be with Ye Wenya. Upon observing his demeanor, the matriarch, Lady Fu, discerned his intentions. If you wish to be with Wenya, you must first clarify what that entails. Do you desire her to be your lover, your girlfriend, or merely a fleeting amusement when it piques your interest? Gu Tailin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting towards Ye Wenya. She grimaced, unabashedly revealing her disdain for him. System, is there truly no way for the primary antagonist to relinquish his hold on me? If you assist me, I shall help you fulfill your task. What say you? System 001 side. Host, the divergent plotline has regressed by 15%. If you truly wish for the primary antagonist to abandon you, you must cultivate a greater aversion towards him. Perhaps then it may succeed. He used the word perhaps. Yet observing the primary antagonist's current disposition, it was evident he would pursue the host as aggressively as depicted in the original narrative. The thought thrilled her. Witnessing the domineering lead's fervor towards the host invigorated her spirits. Ye Wenya's eyes sparkled with mischief as she schemed on how to incite Gu Tailin's hatred for her. From now on, I shall adopt a demeanor of disdain towards Gu Tailin, hurling insults at him to see how long he can endure it. Gu Tailin nearly laughed in irritation. Grinding his teeth, it was his overly accommodating nature that emboldened Ye Wenya to harbor such notions. Grandma Ye Wenya is, after all, the daughter of the Ye family, This is not a whimsical fancy. I intend to marry her. Ye Wenya's expression shifted to one of shock as she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Gu Tailin, what gives you the right to utter such words? Enraged, she seized a fruit platter from the coffee table and hurled it at him. What do you think you are? Just because you claim you want to marry me? Must I be grateful and comply? The very thing I loathe is men like Gu Tailin, who presume that whoever they fancy must reciprocate their affections. After living for decades, I have never encountered such repugnance. It dawned on Gu Tailin that he had truly angered Ye Wenya. Her disdain was genuine, not merely playful banter. This realization stirred discomfort within him. Had he not treated her well enough? Why did she harbor such animosity towards him?
Ye Wenya.
Why do you treat me this way? He rose, casting a shadowy gaze upon her. Ye Wenya, almost speechless with fury, retorted, Gu Tailin, do you even have the audacity to question why I treat you thus? If you were in my position, subjected to a woman's whims and coerced into marriage, would you find joy in that?
Mu Tailin's lips twitched.
Ye Wenya, unwilling to engage further, settled down to converse with Lady Fu, choosing to ignore Gu Tailin as though he were invisible, lest he incite her wrath further. Grandma, I'll cook lunch today, preparing your favorite steamed sea bass. Lady Fu's face crinkled with delight. Wonderful. Today, Grandma shall indulge in the delectable steamed sea bass crafted by our Wenya.
Ye Wenya patet her chest.
Raising her chin slightly, rest assured, Grandma, I excel at making steamed sea bass. Prepare to feast. Lady Fu's laughter grew heartier. Ye Wenya linked arms with her, cheerfully coaxing her spirits. Observing the blissful and carefree Ye Wenya only deepened Gu Tailin's unease. When had she stopped exhibiting such warmth in his presence? When had her disdain for him begun? He never intended for her to dislike him. Ye Wenya regarded his gaze as if it were mere air. And as she prepared to stroll with Lady Fu in the garden, a servant approached, announcing that Fu Yu had arrived and requested a conversation with Ye Wenya. Chapter 57. Fu Yu is utterly insufferable. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya immediately comprehended the purpose of Fu Yu's visit and turned to Lady Fu to report, Grandma, Fu Yu wishes to divorce again. He claims he was mistaken and desires to remarry me. He wants me to be the third party while he is still married. Lady Fu was genuinely taken aback by Fu Yu's audacity, her expression turning serious. He seeks to remarry you only to regain his standing in the Fu family, Wenya. Do not acquiesce to his demands. Ye Wenya clenched her fists, her voice brimming with indignation. I would never agree to that. If he dares approach me again, I shall deal with him decisively. Lady Fu offered no opposition. Wenya, ensure you are accompanied by several bodyguards when you go out. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Gu Tailin, especially a girl as exceptional as you is prone to being targeted by predatory wolves. Bring along a few bodyguards. And should you encounter any ill-intentioned wolves, let them deal with them severely. Ye Wenya noticed Gu Tailin shiver at her words, yet she smiled brightly and agreed. I shall heed Grandma's advice. From now on, whether it's Gu Tailin, Fu Yu, or Mu Gao Yuan, whoever dares to entangle me shall face the wrath of my bodyguards. Grandma, let's take a stroll in the garden. She guided Lady Fu towards the garden, paying no mind to the trailing Gu Tailin. Upon their arrival, they were unexpectedly greeted by Fu Yu standing just outside the railing.
Ye Wenya siket ekasperatedli. System.
Why is it that I, not even the protagonist, seem to be cursed with the protagonist's fate? Such occurrences should befall the heroine. I, as the scheming antagonist, ought to be the one confronting her.
Grandma.
Fu Yu temporarily disregarded Ye Wenya's thoughts and addressed Lady Fu. Grandma, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Please forgive me. And I assure you, I will not err again. Lady Fu's expression remained indifferent. There is no need for such words. I have lived long enough to understand your motivations for seeking forgiveness. Moreover, do not pursue Wenya any longer. She will not remarry you. The consequences of your actions are burdens you alone must bear. Fu Yu's countenance darkened with pain. Grandma, I truly understand my errors. I do not deny my selfishness, but I genuinely recognize my faults. Lady Fu retorted with derision. No, you do not truly understand. Rather, you are willing to acknowledge your mistakes. Because when Shu Shu is not as you envisioned her, and you can no longer return to the Fu family, had things unfolded as you wished, you would never have come to such realizations. I have often advised you. Did you ever truly comprehend? Fu Yu's gaze suddenly fixed on Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya knows the reason. Grandma, I did not intend to act this way. Ye Wenya is aware of the underlying reasons. Ye Wenya's brow twitched violently, further confirming her suspicion that Fu Yu might know something. As for what he knew and to what extent, that remained uncertain. Fu Yu, are you unwell? Why do you engage in such behavior? How could I possibly know? Do not implicate me in your affairs, she retorted coolly. Fuyu wished to reveal the truths concerning the system and the narrative, but refrained due to Gu Tailin's presence.
Ye Wenya.
I desire to speak with you privately regarding your significant changes, and some remarks you often make, which I believe you would prefer others not overhear. Some remarks I often make? Ye Wenya narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by that? Very well. I shall indulge you in a private conversation to uncover your intentions. She instructed the servant to allow Fuyu entry. In the garden, a table and 2 chairs were arranged, adorned with refreshments. Ye Wenya took a sip of the red tea, showing no inclination to speak. From the current circumstances, it is evident that Fuyu possesses some knowledge, though the source of his information remains unclear. He gazed intently at her, his hands gradually tightening. I regret it. Ye Wenya responded with a casual "oh." Fuyu felt a surge of discomfort. Ye Wenya, you are well aware that something is amiss with me. Why did you not inform me? Ye Wenya slammed her teacup onto the table, a cold sneer gracing her lips. Did I not remind you? Did I not present evidence? Yet how did you respond? It's truly laughable that you dare utter such words. Fuyu was momentarily taken aback. Recalling how Ye Wenya had repeatedly urged him to avoid a relationship with Wenshushu, asserting that her affection was not genuine, but rather a pursuit of his status and wealth, even providing numerous instances of her misdeeds. At that time, not only did he refuse to believe her, but he had also scolded Ye Wenya, accusing her of trying to frame Wenshushu. Then you should not have divorced me. Ye Wenya raised her hand and splashed the red tea across his face, her eyes glinting with cold fury. Fuyu, how dare you place the blame entirely on me? She articulated each word with precision. It was you who insisted on the divorce. I acquiesced to your wishes, and now you have the audacity to reproach me. It is utterly absurd. Without waiting for Fuyu to respond, she continued. If I had clung to you, would you have reconsidered? Would you have uncovered Wenshushu's true nature? No, you would not. You would have merely taken advantage of my affection, calculating and exploiting me. Step by step encroaching upon my family, bringing ruin to my brother and me. All the questions Fuyu had intended to voice evaporated upon hearing her words. He had once grasped Ye Wenya's innermost thoughts, aware of the consequences of her refusal to divorce. I simply do not understand why you would treat me this way. Ye Wenya felt no sympathy for him, believing he deserved it. It is not that anyone is treating you this way, it is the choice you have made. Regardless of external factors, you are ultimately the one who makes the decision. In the past, when so much evidence was laid before you, did you ever believe it? Did you heed the warnings about Wenshushu's true character? Fuyu struggled to articulate a response. As Ye Wenya had pointed out, he had disregarded the abundant evidence, allowing himself to be misled by Wenshushu's tearful facade, convinced that Ye Wenya was plotting against her. He wiped the tea from his face and implored, Ye Wenya, would you grant me another chance? This time, I will cherish you sincerely. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Wenya rejected him, her gaze icy. I will not afford you any opportunity. I have stated from the very beginning that a good horse does not return to the pasture. I have stumbled once with you. How could I possibly consider reuniting? Fuyu was overwhelmed with regret. Ye Wenya, I was blinded before. Please, grant me one last chance. I assure you, he continued. This time I will treasure you and not repeat my past mistakes. Ye Wenya still turned him down. Fuyu, your desire to rekindle our relationship is insincere. It is one thing for your motives to be questionable, but for you to wish for me to be your mistress is thoroughly repugnant. Your infidelity with Wenshushu during our marriage was already disgusting enough. Now you wish to cheat with me while I am still married? What a delusional fantasy you entertain. Chapter 58. Ye Wenya's words were disconcerting. Fuyu retorted, Ye Wenya, I never thought that. Ye Wenya raised her hand to interrupt him. You may not have thought it, but your actions speak otherwise. To you, as my ex-husband, who was once the object of my affection, I should simply comply with your request for remarriage and selflessly prioritize your needs. Fuyu leaned forward slightly, repeatedly asserting that he had never contemplated such a thing. I do not deny that I wish to return to the Fu family through you, but I never intended to exploit you in that manner. Ye Wenya, however, held no belief in his words. Fuyu, you need not attempt to placate me with sweet talk. From the moment I became aware, I understood the kind of person you truly are. Even if you speak in eloquent terms now, I will not remarry you.
Suddenly, Fuyu remarked.
Was it that thing that revealed everything to you, leading to your awakening? That thing? Ye Wenya's expression darkened. I do not comprehend what you're referring to. It was your betrayal that shattered my heart, prompting my clarity. System, has the male lead become aware of your existence? His words suggest he may know about you, which is quite alarming. System 001 felt a hint of panic. Surely not? My existence is known only to you. As long as you do not expose me, no one here will be aware of my presence. Could it be that Fuyu is deceiving you? Ye Wenya scrutinized Fuyu's expression. System, do you think the male lead appears to be deceiving me? Given his previous statements, I have reasonable grounds to suspect he is aware of you and this narrative world. Is there no way for you to investigate further? System 001 sighed. I am merely a system designed to assist in task completion, lacking the capability to conduct such inquiries. Ye Wenya silently cursed the useless system, realizing she should not have sought its help. This system was of no value aside from concealing its true purpose. Ye Wenya, you are aware of how you came to your senses, and so do I. Upon hearing Fuyu's words, Ye Wenya's expression remained unchanged. If you truly understood how I became enlightened, would you still be foolish enough to marry when Shushu?
Fuyu.
You need not attempt to manipulate me with such words. I will not fall for it. Just as Fuyu was about to mention the system, he noticed Gu Tailan approaching and swiftly altered his statement. Ye Wenya, are you truly intent on being with Gu Tailan? Before Ye Wenya could respond, Gu Tailan's voice, laced with a smirk, came from behind. What does Ye Wenya's choice to be with me have to do with you, her ex-husband?
Bu tailin stut beside Ye Wenya.
Casually resting a hand on the back of her chair, casting a cold glare at Fuyu. You, her former husband, are always gazing at what others possess, while neglecting your own plate. Ye Wenya agreed with that sentiment, a hint of sarcasm gracing her features. Fuyu took a deep breath, silently reminding himself not to succumb to anger. In the past, Ye Wenya had cherished him deeply, and he could not fathom that she harbored no lingering affection. Ye Wenya, I will expedite my divorce, hoping that by that time you will consider remarrying me. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya raised her teacup and smashed it against his head. Are you mentally unwell? Seek treatment, and cease bringing calamity upon me. Damn it. I must have committed too many sins in my past life to be entangled with a beast like you. The impact was significant, leaving a bump on Fuyu's forehead. Yet Ye Wenya felt no remorse, believing she had been too lenient. Had it not been for the prohibition against killing the male lead, I would have certainly done so. What a delusion to think oneself the protagonist of this narrative, expecting all women to revolve around him. Does he possess the physique and vitality to warrant such attention? Gu Tailan nearly burst into laughter, his gaze softening as he regarded her. Truly, Ye Wenya had a way with words. Fuyu's expression darkened considerably. He yearned to demonstrate that he was indeed in good condition. Ye Wenya, I know you harbor considerable resentment toward me, which is why you treat me this way. Ye Wenya felt utterly disgusted, pointing at Fuyu as she questioned Gu Tailan. Are all men this self-absorbed? Is my rejection not clear enough? Why would he utter such narcissistic remarks? Gu Tailan vehemently protested his innocence, insisting, please do not conflate me with the likes of Fuyu. My devotion to you is unwavering. I have never pursued other women. Unlike Fuyu, who often gazes at what is in the pot while eating from his bowl. Ye Wenya rolled her eyes dramatically, dismissing them both with a retort that they were of the same ilk, before retreating to the living room. Gu Tailan intercepted Fuyu, who attempted to follow her. With one hand nonchalantly tucked into his pocket, he declared, Fuyu, let me enlighten you. Grandmother has said that the more you entangle yourself with Ye Wenya, the less likely she will allow you to return to the Fu family. Having lived a long life, Grandmother has encountered a myriad of people and navigated countless schemes. Can she not discern your true intentions?
Fuyu drew closer.
His eyes cold and menacing. Gu Tailan, remember this. Ye Wenya will remarry me. Do not persist in your harassment. Gu Tailan's gaze turned icy as a frozen lake. Are you certain? Fuyu wished to assert his certainty, but the words faltered on his lips. He was acutely aware that Ye Wenya had no intention of remarrying him. She truly wanted nothing to do with him. Gu Tailan softened his demeanor slightly. Fuyu, for the sake of our decades-long friendship, I advise you, if you wish to return to the Fu family, it is best to pursue the right path. Fuyu scoffed. What right do you have to lecture me? Do not forget how you seized control of the Gu family from your father. Gu Tailan suddenly erupted in laughter, a peculiar sound tinged with self-mockery. Fuyu, I believe I have come to understand you. He ceased his laughter, regarding Fuyu with the gaze of a stranger. From this moment forth, we are no longer friends.
Fuyu.
Mark my words, should you dare to inflict any further harm upon Ye Wenya or coerce her into remarrying you, I will ensure you lead a life of unrest. I am not jesting. Fuyu discerned the seriousness in Gu Tailan's demeanor. You would go to such lengths for Ye Wenya? He scoffed. You truly overestimate your importance. With that, Gu Tailin turned and returned to the living room. Fu Yu attempted to follow but was intercepted by a servant who escorted him out of the Fu residence. Standing at the entrance, Fu Yu cast a shadowy glance at the Fu family home, beginning to suspect that the system was at play. All the peculiarities began when he could hear Ye Wenya's innermost thoughts, coinciding with his discovery of the system's existence. He needed to uncover the nature of this system, what its intentions were, and why it acted thus. However, before that, he must secure a divorce. Only then could he hope to remarry Ye Wenya. Fu Yu dialed Wen Shu's number, once again broaching the subject of divorce. I expect you to return to the country swiftly for our divorce. Otherwise, the evidence I possess will be sent to certain parties. Chapter 59. The System Swore. When Shu initially intended to placate Fu Yu casually, but upon hearing his words, she leapt to her feet.
Darling, what do you mean by that?
What evidence could he possibly have against her? She pondered for a moment, unable to conceive what Fu Yu might possess. Could it be that he was threatening her? Fu Yu replied coldly, regarding her past clandestine activities, some are linked to homicide. If this evidence reaches the authorities, you could be extradited back to your home country. You have two options: return to divorce me, or I will hand over this evidence to the police. When Shu seethed with anger. What a despicable Fu Yu you are. After all I have done for you, you treat me this way. Darling, why would you slander me? I have not committed those acts. I know you wish to divorce me to remarry Miss Yi. I will grant you that, but please, do not be so cruel. Fu Yu had long seen through her facade and would not be deceived any longer. When Shu, my decision to divorce you has nothing to do with Ye Wenya. The moment I recognized your true character, I resolved to end our marriage. I should never have married you in the first place. This was his penance for insistently divorcing Ye Wenya to be with Wen Shu, resulting in his current plight of being cast out from his family and abandoned by friends. When Shu's sobs grew more pitiful. Darling, you need not resort to such theatrics. I can see through you. Fu Yu impatiently interrupted her, hurry back to finalize the divorce. When Shu halted her tears in an instant, a sinister smile creeping onto her face. Fu Yu, you are truly repulsive. You think you are such a catch? Back then, when I merely flirted with you, you willingly climbed into my bed, professing your love and intent to marry me after divorcing Ye Wenya. Would I have willingly become your mistress otherwise? Her words stabbed into Fu Yu's heart. Do you not remember how many times you hurt Ye Wenya just to be with me? Do you truly believe she would ever remarry you? Especially now that President Gu is pursuing her, she is not foolish enough to return to you. Fu Yu's face darkened. When Shu, you are the one who pursued me relentlessly, prompting my actions towards Ye Wenya. When Shu laughed derisively. Fu Yu, as the saying goes, it takes two to tango. If you had not entertained thoughts of infidelity, I could have tempted you to no avail. Furthermore, I will not agree to a divorce. If you have the gall, file for it. I have plenty of time to drag this out. Ye Wenya made me a mistress. I intend for her to experience the same fate. In that moment, Fu Yu fully grasped Wen Shu's true nature. He regretted not heeding his grandmother's and Ye Wenya's warnings, stubbornly choosing to be with Wen Shu. Then I will indeed present this evidence to the authorities. Wen Shu's heart tightened, but her tone remained unchanged. Go ahead and present it to the police.
Coincidentally,
I have evidence that proves you were an accomplice. You will not escape. Fu Yu was taken aback. You have such a contingency planned? When Shu abruptly hung up the phone. The moment she resolved to elevate herself, she had begun gathering various useful information and evidence to protect herself. Fu Yu clenched his phone tightly, contemplating how he might secure a divorce from Wen Shu. Only through divorce could he hope to remarry Ye Wenya. At a research institute, Gu Tailin, guided by a researcher, headed towards the laboratory. His purpose for visiting was to investigate the system. The system should resemble a form of robotics, though he was uncertain if it could be deciphered. Upon arriving at the lab, he seated himself and, holding a tablet, listened to the researcher's explanations. If you wish to study an intelligent system akin to robotics, current technology can indeed facilitate such research. However, for more advanced and intelligent systems, it depends on the specific aspects. Not all can be developed. Gu Tailin examined the information on the tablet and inquired, what if it were a self-aware intelligent system? Could that be researched? The researcher replied that it could not. Current technology was incapable of such advancement. Ordinary intelligent systems could be created, but not those with consciousness. Gu Tailin lightly drummed his fingers against the armrest of his chair, his brow furrowed. This meant that the system was not of this world. What was its purpose for coming here? What did it hope to achieve by utilizing Ye Wenya? Is there a method to interfere with such an intelligent system?
Gu Tailin asked.
The researcher responded, interference is indeed possible. However, the extent of interference would vary based on the specific circumstances. Gu Tailin placed the tablet on the table. Do you have any instruments that can cause interference? The researcher handed him a palm-sized spherical device and elaborated on its usage. Gu Tailin was eager to test whether this interference device would be effective.
Consequently, he sought out Ye Wenya.
At that moment, Ye Wenya was ensconced in a VIP room at an exclusive club, meticulously selecting suitable handsome men as per her brother's arrangement. 20 dapper suitors stood before her, akin to a royal selection of consorts. As she perused the information on the tablet, she carefully evaluated her options, dismissing those who gazed at her with fervent eyes and ulterior motives. While she had no qualms about spending a little money on these attractive men, she was resolute in not allowing herself to be manipulated or exploited. "Excuse me," she began, but was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Turning her head, she was displeased to see Gu Tailin. "Gu Tailin, this is a private room. Do you have no sense of decorum?" Gu Tailin cast a cold, piercing glance at the handsome men, striding towards Ye Wenya. "You seem to be enjoying yourself, selecting suitors here. Have you forgotten about me?" Ye Wenya rested her head on one hand, regarding him with a playful expression. "What is this? Does Mr. Gu wish to join the ranks of these handsome men for my selection?" Gu Tailin leaned closer, his tone suggestive. "How about we discuss the selection process in private? You might find it quite intriguing." He revealed the device from his pocket. Ye Wenya instinctively moved to the side, attempting to distance herself from him. "I am not interested in you. Please do not disturb me." Gu Tailin straightened, his gaze fierce as he addressed the remaining handsome men. "Why are you still here? Get lost if you don't want to face the Gu family's wrath." A few of the suitors, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hurriedly made their exit. The rest hesitated, casting eager glances at Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya slammed her hand on the table in anger. "Gu Tailin, you are going too far." At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, System 001 exclaiming, "Host, Gu Tailin possesses a device that can disrupt intelligent systems. He can't possibly know of my existence, can he?" Ye Wenya's expression shifted slightly, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she scrutinized Gu Tailin. "System, are you certain? Could it be that Gu Tailin is wielding a device to trap me here?" System 001 lamented, "Host, although I may have my flaws, I am a highly intelligent system, and I wouldn't mistake this. I am at my wit's end. How did the male lead and the primary antagonist discover these matters?" Ye Wenya pondered this, but was too preoccupied with her argument with Gu Tailin. Gu Tailin took a long, assessing look at her before confronting the remaining handsome men, kicking them out one by one. "If you don't want to be targeted by the Gu family, leave now. My temper is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing the name Gu family, the men hastily departed, abandoning any thoughts of pursuing Miss Yi, wary of provoking the Gu family.
Gu Tailin.
Ye Wenya's anger was palpable. Gu Tailin returned to her, his gaze dangerously intense. "Ye Wenya, you know I am a man of temper and authority. Therefore, you should obediently refrain from any defiance." With a swift motion, Ye Wenya slapped him hard across the face, her voice icy as she retorted, "Gu Tailin, do you think that being the head of the Gu family grants you the right to do as you please with me?" Gu Tailin ran his tongue along the inside of his cheek, suddenly breaking into a wild, unsettling laugh. This laughter sent Ye Wenya recoiling, her heart racing as she mentally pleaded with the system. "System, is the main antagonist losing his mind? His laughter is truly spine-chilling." System 001 sighed heavily. "This is the true nature of the primary antagonist. Have you forgotten the lengths he went to for the female lead? Host, I advise you to avoid provoking the maximum antagonist. There's a reason he holds that title. Ponder it deeply." Ye Wenya felt an overwhelming urge to berate the system. "You useless piece of scrap. Can't you think of a solution? If something happens to me, I wonder how you will fulfill your mission." As she caught sight of Gu Tailin's ominous gaze, every hair on her body stood on end. In that moment, she truly comprehended why this man was the ultimate antagonist. He was utterly terrifying. System 001 remarked, "If I had a means, I would be begging you to complete your mission swiftly. Host, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Either hasten to complete your mission or submit to the maximum antagonist. Perhaps, if you comply, he will eventually grow bored and release you." Ye Wenya wanted to curse the system but found herself unable to concentrate as Gu Tailin approached, casually grabbing a chair. "Gu Tailin, what do you intend to do?" He stood 3 paces away, leaning slightly as he regarded her. "Ye Wenya, my temper is not to be trifled with. Are you threatening me? Ye Wenya's grip on the chair tightened, her face pale. Gu Tailin, your behavior is utterly repugnant, more so than Fu Yu. At least Fu Yu was straightforward. He wouldn't resort to such tactics to coerce me. Unlike you, who, relying on your madness and the power of the Gu family, seeks to impose your will upon me. Gu Tailin suddenly inquired, is this why you despise me? Ye Wenya replied without hesitation, yes. Gu Tailin, I've told you before, I am not your puppet, nor your toy. I will not simply comply with your whims. Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin gripped her face with one hand, his gaze slightly possessive. You despise me? That's preferable to your indifference. Ye Wenya genuinely realized that he was a complete madman, angrily swatting his hand away. You are truly insane. Gu Tailin took a seat, crossing his legs as he observed her. Indeed, I am unhinged, so it is best for you not to defy me. Should you oppose me, I cannot predict what I might do. Ye Wenya inhaled deeply, striving to remain calm. Gu Tailin, let us discuss this rationally. Gu Tailin seemed to anticipate her intentions. Give up on that thought. I will not relinquish you. Finally, Ye Wenya could no longer contain herself, raising the chair to strike him. Just because you say you want to give up on me, does that mean I must be with you? What do you think you are? With all her strength, she brought the chair down upon him, breaking the skin on Gu Tailin's forehead and drawing blood. He noticed the crimson trickling down and absent-mindedly wiped it away, suddenly breaking into a low, amused chuckle. Ye Wenya, the more you act this way, the more determined I am not to let you go. In this mundane life of mine, encountering someone as fascinating as you is a rarity. How could I possibly let you slip away?
Ye Wenya clutched her aching chest,
Nearly exasperated to the point of death by the maximum antagonist's antics. What on earth was wrong with the author of this book for crafting such a villain? It was utterly vexing. System. Erase Gu Tailin's memory of me, make him perceive me as an ordinary individual. I know you possess that capability, and you must not say you cannot. System 001 murmured, I possess such abilities, but the question remains, are you truly willing to proceed in this manner? Erasing the primary antagonist's memories could lead to unforeseen consequences, potentially adversely affecting both you and the Yi family. Ye Wenya, however, could not afford to ponder such matters. Given the current circumstances, do I truly have a choice? If I continue to be entangled with the primary antagonist, I may very well lose my life. I am not the heroine blessed with the fortune to turn calamity into safety. Suddenly, a tall and menacing figure loomed over her, and before she could react, Gu Tailin pinned her against the wall, kissing her fervently. With a muffled whimper, Ye Wenya struggled fiercely, even biting his tongue. Yet, Gu Tailin showed no sign of relenting, holding her firmly in place. Ye Wenya, I could never forget you, he whispered ominously in her ear. A tremor coursed through her heart. What did he mean by that? Did he know of the system's existence? Was she overthinking, or was he warning her? What do you mean? Gu Tailin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with his thumb, his words laden with meaning.
Ye Wenya.
I shall say this once more. It would be wise for you to refrain from actions you ought not to undertake. For I cannot predict what I may become capable of. Let me go. Ye Wenya silently implored the system. System, swiftly erase Gu Tailin's memories, hurry. System 001 emitted a crackling sound. Host, the device in Gu Tailin's pocket has a minimal effect on me. For now, I am unable to erase his memories. Any attempt to act under these circumstances could jeopardize your safety. It remained unclear whether the device's proximity, the narrative's unraveling, or the task's stagnation contributed to its limited efficacy. Chapter 61. Ye Wenya pressed Gu Tailin for a promise. Upon hearing his words, she kicked him vehemently several times. Did you not hear me? I said to let me go. Why should I? Gu Tailin inched closer with a mischievous grin. Ye Wenya, no one is coming here. Shall we continue? Realizing his seriousness, Ye Wenya shook her head vehemently.
No.
Gu Tailin, you cannot coerce me into such actions. Do not compel me to harbor hatred towards you. Perhaps the word hate struck a nerve, or perhaps Gu Tailin recalled something. He suddenly released her and lit a cigarette. Is this how easily I can make you detest me? Ye Wenya retreated, coldly laughing. Indeed, I find you exceedingly detestable. Initially, I considered you a friend. Yet what have you done? You treated me as a mere plaything, doing as you pleased while meddling in all my affairs. What audacity! Gu Tailin pinched the device in his pocket, taking a drag from his cigarette. At that time, you were willing to be with Fu Yu.
Why can you not choose me now?
It appeared the device was effective, albeit insufficiently powerful. He needed the researchers to enhance it to obliterate the system. Understanding that reasoning with the primary antagonist was futile, Ye Wenya proposed a condition. If you can accomplish one task, I might consider being with you. Gu Tailan sensed something amiss but asked, "What do you propose?" Ye Wenya extended a finger, a wicked smile adorning her face. "I will arrange for you to be with a woman who fancies you. You must endure whatever she does to you for a month. I mean anything, including her attempts to sleep with you, just as you have done to me. Should you succeed, I shall contemplate a relationship with you." Gu Tailan nearly choked on his smoke, glaring at her. "You are doing this intentionally." Ye Wenya crossed her arms, coolly replying, "I am not being malicious. I merely wish for you to experience what it is like to be at the mercy of another, especially one of the opposite sex, to prevent you from continuing to torment me under the guise of affection. Will you accept?" Gu Tailan gritted his teeth. "Am I truly so pathetic? Or do you wish to remarry Fuyu?" Ye Wenya had no desire to delve into such matters with him. "Just answer the question. Will you agree? If not, please refrain from pursuing me further. My feelings for you are solely disdain." Gu Tailan could not comprehend why she would reject him.
Why?
"You were once so persistent with Fuyu." Ye Wenya finally grasped the crux of the issue, feeling thoroughly exasperated. "In the past, I was foolish, believing that such behavior would lead to true love. Look where it ended up, divorce and a proposal for reconciliation from a scoundrel. My life has been miserable enough. I do not wish to add you to the mix." Taking a deep breath, she added, "Think carefully. If you insist on making a scene, I shall disregard our years of friendship." With that, she exited the room briskly, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Gu Tailan dialed Fuyu's number. "Meet me for a drink." In a top-tier members-only bar, within one of the private rooms, Gu Tailan poured himself a drink and inquired, "When Ye Wenya was relentlessly pursuing you, how did that make you feel?" Fuyu glanced at him, understanding. It was quite repulsive, extremely irritating. At times, I wished for her to vanish from this world. However, her actions did not rival yours. Most importantly, her feelings for me were genuine, unlike your obsessive possessiveness. Gu Tailan downed his drink in one go, scoffing. "Am I truly so possessive?" Fuyu replied indifferently, "If that is not possessive, then what is? You know better than anyone that your feelings for Ye Wenya are merely a fraction of genuine affection, far more rooted in interest. Growing up in such a family, you had to be clear-headed. Is that so?" Gu Tailan rubbed his thumb across his lips, laughing. "Ye Wenya is rather amusing now. How could I possibly allow her to be with someone else?" Fuyu was all too aware that advising him was futile. The more he urged Gu Tailan, the more obstinate he became. "I will not let go." He raised his glass in a toast to Gu Tailan. Just as Gu Tailan was about to speak, a knock resounded at the door. It was Yi Tsong, who entered and seated himself beside them. "Gu Tailan, what trouble have you stirred up with my sister this time?" Gu Tailan poured himself another drink, discarding his cigarette onto the coffee table and lighting another. "It's merely a failed pursuit. You know your sister's temperament." Yi Tsong suddenly erupted, pinning Gu Tailan down on the sofa, his gaze fierce. "Merely? My sister, whom I hold dear, is someone you can toy with at your leisure? Do you think I lack temper?" Fuyu remained silent, sipping his drink. The three of them had always resolved their conflicts independently, resorting to physical confrontation if necessary, without involving family. Gu Tailan, unusually restrained, pushed Yi Tsong away. "I've told her countless times to be with me. Just because you want her to be with you, does that mean she must be grateful and comply?" Yi Tsong interrupted, his voice harsh. "Gu Tailan, my sister is a person, a living being. Do you treat her as such?" Before Gu Tailan could respond, Yi Tsong continued, "No. To you, being with my sister is her greatest honor, and she ought to be grateful and willing to endure anything you subject her to." Gu Tailan furrowed his brows. "Why do you misunderstand me like this? I wish to be with Ye Wenya. I have never entertained any other thoughts." Yi Tsong scoffed. "Gu Tailan, having grown up together, I understand your character all too well. If you genuinely loved my sister, you would not act in such a manner. Do you recall the thrush you kept as a child? How did you treat that thrush?" Gu Tailan was puzzled by his words. Why bring that up? When he was 6 or 7, he had indeed cared for a thrush, which he adored. But it didn't last long before his father, claiming that playthings lead to a loss of ambition, had it killed. Yi Tsong adjusted his suit. "You were exceptionally kind to that thrush, personally attending to its every need, even caressing it with utmost caution. Back then, you expressed that you truly loved the thrush. And that was genuine affection. To genuinely love someone is to be unwilling to inflict any harm upon them, to avoid causing them anger, and to spare them even a single tear." It is indifference that allows for wanton cruelty. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Fu Yu. Chapter 62. How dare these two engage in such actions? Yi Tsong's words rendered both Gu Tailin and Fu Yu silent, each acutely aware of how many times they had provoked Ye Wenya's anger or caused her sorrow. Yi Tsong glared coldly at Gu Tailin and Fu Yu. The affection you speak of is merely built upon self-interest. Fu Yu, you wish to remarry in order to re-enter the Fu family and continue exploiting my sister. Gu Tailin, you seek to prove yourself, believing that anyone you desire is within your grasp. Gu Tailin and Fu Yu remained reticent. Yi Tsong paid no heed to their silence. Out of decades of friendship, I will warn you both one last time. Keep your distance from my sister. She is not interested in either of you. She can find a man who truly meets her standards.
With that, he turned and left.
Gu Tailin exhaled deeply, a hint of irritation surfacing. Yi Tsong truly dotes on his sister. Ever since childhood, anyone who dared to anger Ye Wenya or bully her would face Yi Tsong's wrath. Fu Yu raised his glass and took a sip, feeling a bittersweet pang within, yet more pleased than not. Gu Tailin, if I cannot have Ye Wenya, neither shall you. With your temperament, she could never be with you. Gu Tailin shot him a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. There's no need for you to say such things. No matter what you say, I will not give up on Ye Wenya. Moreover, compared to me, she despises you even more, and will certainly not remarry you. With the things you've done, any girl with a shred of integrity would never consider marrying you again. Fu Yu's expression darkened, a scoff escaping his lips. And how are you any better? With your actions, Ye Wenya will only grow to loathe you more. Suddenly rising, Gu Tailin strode towards the exit, his deep, dark eyes glinting with a resolute light. Ye Wenya can only be mine. Perhaps it was Yi Tsong's words that allowed Ye Wenya to enjoy a few peaceful days. One day, as she was about to visit a trendy eatery, she received a call from a friend in the United States who informed her about Fu Liqing's recent circumstances. Shooting that sort of film? I'm quite surprised. Is Fu Liqing willing? She found it hard to believe, as Fu Liqing was a proud individual, having once been part of the Fu family. Even if forced into the life of an adult film star, she would not resort to such a venture. Her friend scoffed. What choice does she have? She's being blackmailed by Joyce with photographs and videos, compelled to shoot that kind of film. That's not why I called, though. I wanted to inform you that Fu Liqing has been tarnishing your reputation. She's been associating with Wen Shushu, spreading malicious rumors about you at various parties, claiming that you stole everything from Wen Shushu and labeling you a mistress, causing quite a stir. Ye Wenya immediately recognized the source of this scheme. A cold smile curling her lips. Sister, hasn't Wen Shushu been living quite comfortably these days? Her friend, clearly disdainful, replied, she's been flirting with several wealthy men, living quite lavishly. I've heard she even tried to introduce Fu Liqing to these rich men, seemingly aiming to leverage Fu Liqing for greater gain. But Fu Liqing firmly rejected her, leading to quite a scene. An idea struck Ye Wenya, sister. How are those wealthy men related to your family? Quite well. What are you thinking? Just what you're thinking. With Wen Shushu's actions, how can those men's wives simply let this slide, don't you think? Her friend burst into laughter. Don't worry, sister. I assure you, I will handle this matter for you, ensuring that both Wen Shushu and Fu Liqing have no more peaceful days. I have long been displeased with those two women, thinking they can do as they wish simply because they've become adult film stars. Ye Wenya expressed her gratitude before hanging up. As she stepped outside her front door, she spotted Gu Tailin approaching, his brow furrowed. Why was the primary antagonist coming to her house? Gu Tailin noticed her displeasure and sighed inwardly. Wen Shushu is at the Fu residence. Ye Wenya was taken aback. When did Wen Shushu return? What is she doing at the Fu family? As she spoke, she hastened towards the direction of the Fu family home. Gu Tailin walked beside her, his gaze fixed upon her. Wen Shushu returned with Fu Liqing, reportedly seeking to gain the forgiveness of the old lady Fu and to reintegrate Fu Liqing into the family. However, I suspect her true intention is to seduce the heir of the Fu family. The old lady is preparing to select two heirs to work at the Fu group, assessing who is more suitable to inherit the family fortune. Ye Wenya felt a wave of nausea wash over her. What audacity! She hasn't even divorced yet. And she's been so unfaithful, and now she wants to seduce the heir of the Fu family. I am certain Wen Shushu's next target will undoubtedly be the primary antagonist. With her temperament, she naturally believes that all men should revolve around her, obediently following her commands. Gu Tailin narrowed his fierce black eyes, knowing of a perfect place for a woman like Wen Shushu. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, In the living room, old lady Fu sipped her tea, ignoring both Wen Shushu and Fu Liqing. When Shushu exchanged glances with Fu Liqing, her eyes greedily scanning the opulent surroundings of the Fu household, filled with avarice and schemes. If it weren't for that old hag, she would have long been the matriarch of the Fu family. Everything here should rightfully be hers. Grandmother, Fu Liqing sobbed dramatically, I know I was wrong. I promise to obediently listen to you from now on. Please let me return, all right? Only after losing the Fu family's support did she truly realize that everything she once had was not earned through her own efforts, but rather afforded by the Fu family, allowing her to enjoy such a comfortable life. The old lady Fu set down her teacup, her tone icy. Is that all you two wish to say? Old lady Fu. When Shushu replied with a gentle smile, you have only 2 grandsons. My husband has been so mistreated by you that he refuses to acknowledge you. Do you truly wish for Liqing to become the next for you? If that were the case, you would truly be left all alone. The vast fortunes of the Fu family should be passed to your own grandsons, no matter how well an outsider behaves. They are still outsiders and will never genuinely care for you. Old lady Fu abruptly splashed her tea into Wen Shushu's face, mocking. Is that enough to clean your filthy mouth? You think you can play tricks like this in front of me? What do you think you are? Wen Shushu shrieked as she sprang to her feet, hastily attempting to wipe the red tea from her attire. A limited edition ensemble she had just donned for the first time. Grandmother. Fu Liqing glared at the matriarch, her fury palpable. Sister Shushu has been entirely devoted to you. If you choose to remain ungrateful, that is one matter, but to treat her in such a manner is utterly excessive. She sighed, realizing she was witnessing the epitome of shamelessness. At that moment, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan strode in briskly. Chapter 63, Sowing Discord Between Fu Liqing and Wen Shushu. Ye Wenya immediately assessed the condition of the elder matriarch. Grandmother, have you been mistreated? Let us not dwell in anger, for it serves no purpose. She continued. Leave the ensuing matters to me. Fu Leofuren, with a benevolent smile, reassured her, I am unharmed. Exercise caution. These 2 women are not to be trifled with. If it becomes necessary, do not hesitate to call upon the bodyguards. Ye Wenya acknowledged her with a nod and turned her icy gaze toward Wen Shushu and Fu Liqing. How dare you both show your faces before grandmother? Fu Liqing, wary of Gu Tailan, seethed with rage, exclaiming, Ye Wenya, this is my Fu family. You ought to leave at once. With a quick glance at the distracted Wen Shushu, Ye Wenya slapped Fu Liqing across the face. Your Fu family?
Fu Liqing.
Do not presume that your surname grants you the right to claim kinship with the Fu family. Understand this clearly. You have long been expelled from the Fu household, and all that pertains to the Fu family is of no consequence to you. As for me, I have the matriarch's blessing to make decisions regarding the Fu family. Upon hearing this, Fu Liqing's countenance darkened, as if she had swallowed something bitter. Ye Wenya, you remain as venomous as ever.
Today,
I shall unveil your true nature to grandmother.
Ye Wenya klapped her hands smokingly. Wonderful.
I eagerly await your attempts to reveal my true self. She gestured theatrically. Please, commence your performance. Fu Liqing, do not disappoint me. I am keen to witness the grand spectacle.
Fu Liqing, exuding confidence, addressed Fu Laofuren, grandmother.
My brother and sister Shushu find themselves in this predicament solely due to Ye Wenya's machinations. Fu Leofuren received the documents handed to her by the steward and tossed them before Fu Liqing. Review these documents before you speak.
Fu Liqing,
believing them to pertain to Ye Wenya's nefarious deeds, eagerly picked them up. However, as she discerned the contents, her complexion drained of color, disbelief etched on her face. Impossible. Sister Shushu has always been so kind to me. She would never do this. When Shushu seized the documents, her head spinning at the revelations within.
How could this be?
She had been covertly operating under Fu Liqing's name, manipulating her, and all of it had been uncovered by Fu Leofuren. Liqing, these are fabrications, she began, but was cut off by Ye Wenya, who interjected when Shushu, is it not true that you orchestrated Fu Liqing's descent into becoming a star of ill repute? With a few taps on her phone, she played an audio recording. Mr. Joyce, I am willing to use Fu Liqing as a pawn. Please do not continue to keep me under wraps. I am aware you wish to make Fu Liqing a star, and I can arrange for her to sign an open-ended contract, making her entirely at your disposal. When Shushu, are you certain you can ensure Fu Liqing becomes one of my artists? You know I despise deceit. Rest assured, Mr. Joyce, I have Fu Liqing completely under my control. She will believe whatever I say, and I guarantee her transformation into your artist. Moreover, Fu Liqing is still untarnished, which will fetch a handsome profit. Very well. If you can secure Fu Liqing as my artist, I will no longer keep you hidden and will even provide you with resources for your resurgence. Ye Wenya watched as Wen Shushu lunged for her phone, darting behind Gu Tailin. In that moment, she heard Wen Shushu's tearful lament. Miss Ye, why do you wish to harm me so? I have never done such a thing. This is all fabricated. Ye Wenya leaned out as she witnessed Wen Shushu being kicked aside by Gu Tailin. She promptly dialed Joyce's number, putting it on speaker. Joyce, this is Ye Wenya. I wish to ascertain whether Wen Shushu approached you with the intention of plotting Fu Liqing's ascent to stardom, seeking to escape her own obscurity. Joyce, lacking the courage to withhold the truth, replied, Greetings, Miss Ye. Indeed, it was Wen Shushu who approached me, scheming for Fu Liqing to become a star. She expressed her desire to see Fu Liqing become infamous, jealous of the advantages Fu Liqing had enjoyed since childhood, wishing for her to be scorned by all. The films and photo shoots Fu Liqing is involved in, along with the wealthy patrons, were orchestrated by Wen Shushu, with little to do with me. Thank you. Ye Wenya concluded, hanging up. She turned to the dazed Fu Liqing, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Fu Liqing, your beloved sister Shushu is truly devoted to you. Not only is she seeking fame for herself, but she is also dragging you down, aiming to make you a pariah. Fu Liqing was so stunned that her expression became blank. She mechanically turned her head to look at Wen Shushu, her mind buzzing. The suffering she had endured was not the result of Ye Wenya's doing, but rather the machinations of Sister Shushu? Why? After a long pause, she hoarsely inquired, Why? Wen Shushu, secretly loathing Ye Wenya, feigned innocence. Liqing, I truly did not engage in such actions. Do not listen to their slander. I have been nothing but good to you. How could I possibly wish you harm? What a betrayal from Joyce. She would not forget this transgression. Fu Liqing's clouded mind began to clear. Could Joyce's words truly be false? Liqing, Joyce is merely an ordinary man. He dares not defy Miss Ye, Wen Shushu observed, casting a fearful glance at Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya smirked. Fu Liqing, do you remember how you signed that contract? If your sister Shushu truly cared for you, would she have designed a contract without an expiration date? Would she have introduced you to those older men? Furthermore, how did your photos and videos circulate so widely? It was all thanks to your sister Shushu, who spent money to ensure they spread throughout the country. With each revelation, Fu Liqing's perception of Wen Shushu began to shift. Was this truly the same Sister Shushu who had shown her kindness? Why would Sister Shushu wish to harm her? Sister Shushu, what have I done to deserve your betrayal? She cried, heartbroken. Ever since I met you, I have helped you with everything you needed, even in dealing with Ye Wenya. Yet you have repaid my kindness with this. Wen Shushu wept pitifully. Liqing, I understand that as an outsider, my words may hold little weight. I admit our meeting was orchestrated by me, but I assure you I have never wished you harm. If I truly aimed to harm you, would I have advised you to return to the Fu family? Now. Her only useful piece on the chessboard was Fu Liqing. She could not afford to lose her. Fu Liqing's allegiance began to sway toward Wen Shushu. But after hearing Ye Wenya's words, her gaze toward Wen Shushu transformed. Did you genuinely wish for Fu Liqing to return to the Fu family? How many disparaging remarks have you made about Fu Leofuren and the Fu family in front of Fu Liqing? How did you present the idea of bringing Fu Liqing back? Chapter 64. Ye Wenya's mind was a labyrinth of thoughts. With a gaze full of cold intensity, Ye Wenya scrutinized Wen Shushu, arms crossed, standing firm. Surely, Wen Shushu does not believe that by acting in this manner, Gu Tailin will come to her aid? Or does she possess a hidden strategy? I must tread carefully. Gu Tailin gently nudged her aside, cautioning, keep your distance from women like Wen Shushu, lest you find yourself ensnared and manipulated without even realizing it. Ye Wenya lifted her gaze to him. Before she could utter a word, she spotted Wen Shushu dashing towards Gu Tailin, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I knew it. Wen Shushu will undoubtedly try to seduce Gu Tailin. I wonder if her aura as the heroine will have any impact. I truly wish to witness Gu Tailin going mad for Wen Shushu. That way, he would cease his relentless pursuit of me. Gu Tailin, overhearing her innermost thoughts, pinched her waist, bemused by her persistent intent to pair him with Wen Shushu. How vexing. Gu, you know my character well. I would never stoop to such behavior, Wen Shushu declared, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at Gu Tailin, pleading for his support. She was resolute in her desire to usurp everything from Ye Wenya, be it her beloved man or her family fortune, to right the wrongs she had endured. Gu Tailin did not even cast a glance at Wen Shu. Instead, he lowered his gaze to Ye Wenya. Did you not hear me speaking to you? Ye Wenya wished to distance herself from him and Wen Shu. But as she attempted to move, Gu Tailin blocked her path. His tone was devoid of jest. One more step, and you will face the consequences. Ye Wenya tugged at his face in frustration, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Gu Tailin, keep your distance. The farther, the better. I harbor no feelings for you. Do you understand? I should have employed every means to pair the greatest antagonist with Wen Shu from the outset, letting these two calamities torment each other. Just as I am currently being pursued by the greatest antagonist. Just as Gu Tailin uttered a denial, he heard System 001 addressing Ye Wenya. Host. The divergence in your storyline with the greatest antagonist has suddenly progressed to 20%. Confess, have you developed feelings for him?
Nu Tailines mod instant brighter.
As he swiftly dismissed Wen Shu, his expression softening as he regarded Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya froze momentarily, gradually becoming as rigid as a statue, then slowly crumbling away. She had not quite grasped what the system had just said. System, could you repeat that? Are you malfunctioning? How could I possibly have feelings for the greatest antagonist? I am not the type to chase after a heartthrob. My mind is not unhinged. System 001 cleared its throat twice, but host, your storyline with the greatest antagonist has indeed advanced, indicating an increase in your intimacy with him. Keep it up. I have faith that you will complete your mission in no time. Ye Wenya was fuming, shoving Gu Tailin away and glaring at him with gritted teeth. What the hell is going on? Why has the plot with the greatest antagonist progressed so much? It had all been regressing and now it has surged forward? I cannot help but suspect that the greatest antagonist is intent on courting me.
No.
I do not wish to entangle myself with the greatest antagonist. I merely want to gaze upon handsome men. Gu Tailin, unable to articulate anything further, turned to Wen Shu and Fu Liqing, his expression cold. Are you not leaving? Wen Shu shot a glance at Ye Wenya, then seized Fu Liqing's hand and fled. Next time, she would surely make Gu Tailin fall for her. Gu Tailin nodded at the elderly Mrs. Fu, forcibly leading Ye Wenya into the garden. After struggle, Ye Wenya finally shook off his grip, her voice raised in anger. Gu Tailin, could you show me a modicum of respect? I absolutely detest your coercive behavior. Gu Tailin leaned closer, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. If I were truly forcing you, do you think you would have the strength to stand here? Understanding dawned on Ye Wenya, her mind screaming. The greatest antagonist is teasing me again. This scoundrel, relying on his good looks to provoke me. I absolutely refuse to fall for it. Gu Tailin, do you believe I could find someone to incapacitate you? Gu Tailin leaned in closer, his smile deepening. I would prefer it if you were the one to come and do it. Trust me, I assure you will find satisfaction.
Ye Wenya, firiktenet, boltet away.
Internally lamenting to the system. System, I think I just felt it. Gu Tailin truly is capable of leaving the heroine in a daze. He is extraordinarily exceptional. System 001 replied cheekily. Host, the thoughts swirling in your mind are rather inappropriate. Let me tell you, the greatest antagonist is indeed formidable in that regard. And he has a plethora of tricks up his sleeve. Hence, the heroine enjoys being with him the most.
Ye Wenyas gazet towards Gu Tailin shifted.
Her mind flooded with tantalizing images from the steamy novels she had perused. She touched her nose, clearing her throat. Thankfully, she was not so overwhelmed as to bleed from her nose. Why on earth did you not share such exciting material with me? You are quite inconsiderate. Later, you must show me how the greatest antagonist torments the heroine. System 001 chuckled. Host, after seeing that, are you not afraid of your passions flaring too high? You do not have a boyfriend to help cool you down. Just as Ye Wenya claimed, she could find a handsome man to accompany her. Gu Tailin pressed her backward step by step. The imposing, dangerous silhouette of the man loomed over her, enveloped in an unmistakable air of intimacy, as though he could dismantle her at any moment. Gu Tailin, what are you up to? System, I must tell you upon seeing Gu Tailin now, I do not think of him as the ruthless and malevolent greatest antagonist. Rather, I am reminded of his formidable prowess in other areas. This is too much. The images in my mind are overwhelming. Gu Tailin leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Ye Wenya's ear, his voice low and suggestive. I have a matter of great importance for which I would like your assistance. The heat of his breath tingled against her ear, causing it to flush a vibrant red. His seductive tone sent electric shivers down her spine. She felt herself weakening, swallowing hard as she replied, I cannot assist you with that. Perhaps you should seek someone else? Gu Tai-lin playfully twirled a lock of her hair around his finger, kissing it gently. No one but you can help me with this. Ye Wenya appeared irresistibly adorable in that moment, so much so that he felt an overwhelming urge to tease her mercilessly.
No, no.
Ye Wenya yanked her hair back, pivoting to flee. But Gu Tai-lin would not grant her such an opportunity, pulling her into his embrace. Where do you think you're going? In that fleeting moment, Ye Wenya's mind whirled with various risque scenarios. Gu Tai-lin, release me. Do not be excessive. I am not a mere toy in your hands. Chapter 65. These two actually came to find her together. Gu Tai-lin, upon hearing her words, reflecting on the events that had transpired, genuinely did not wish to force her any further. I do not wish to coerce you. I merely desire to have a conversation. He pinched Ye Wenya's rosy cheek, teasing, with such a flushed face, are you not harboring feelings for your brother? Ye Wenya could barely tolerate his playful tone, pushing him away. Nonsense. What kind of handsome man would I not desire? Why would I covet you? I must be out of my mind. Gu Tai-lin mused to himself, if I could not hear your thoughts, I might have been deceived. You do not covet your brother. Yet why is your face so flushed? And why do you look at me with such bashful eyes? Ye Wenya was unwilling to engage further with this scoundrel. I shall reiterate for the last time, I harbor no feelings for you, so please cease your misguided affections. With that, she turned to leave, only to be intercepted by Gu Tai-lin. As they were caught in a prolonged entanglement, Ye Wenya received a call from Mu Gaoyuan. Miss Ye, I wonder if you have a moment to converse? Ye Wenya bared her teeth in a glare at Gu Tai-lin, silently warning him against any further antics. Yes, speak. She replied to Mu Gaoyuan. Mu Gaoyuan was seated in a rather ordinary one-bedroom apartment, smoking a cigarette. Shu Shu just called me, he said. Without needing to ponder, Ye Wenya could surmise the reason behind when Shu Shu's call. Was she urging him to confront her or to assist her in plotting against Gu Tai-lin? Both, Mu Gaoyuan replied, his heart heavy with pain. He tilted his head back. Shu Shu mentioned that her previous decision to block me was coerced by you. Now, she has returned secretly to the country to seek me out and asked me to meet her at a hotel. She also claimed that you manipulated Mr. Gu into doing something dreadful to her, and she was weeping uncontrollably on the phone. After all that has transpired, I have truly come to see Shu Shu's true nature. She only remembers me when she is in need. He interpreted Shu Shu's insinuations as a plea for vengeance against Ye Wenya and a desire to reclaim Gu Tai-lin. Ye Wenya was not surprised by Mu Gaoyuan's actions. Are you telling me all this in hopes that I will spare when Shu Shu? Not at all, Mu Gaoyuan said, leaning wearily against the back of the sofa, his gaze vacant. I wish to ask Miss Ye to inquire if Shu Shu ever regretted her manipulative ways with me. Ye Wenya scoffed. Are you still unwilling to let go? Mu Gaoyuan did not deny it. I am unwilling. I want to know if Shu Shu ever had the slightest bit of genuine affection for me, or if there was any hint of remorse. Ye Wenya found it incomprehensible, perceiving Mu Gaoyuan as utterly foolish. What difference does it make if you know? Will you rekindle your romance with Wen Shu Shu? No, I intend to let go completely. Mu Gaoyuan's eyes sharpened with focus. Regardless of whether the outcome aligns with my desires, I will genuinely release her. From the moment I was sent back to my country, I understood that I would no longer be with Shu Shu. Even if I could provide what she desires, she would never be content to be with me alone. At this juncture, he added, I learned that after leaving the Fu family, she had a fierce argument with Fu Liqing before seeking out Fu Yu. She spent nearly 2 hours with Fu Yu and returned to the hotel looking quite radiant. Ye Wenya merely clicked her tongue, and her mind echoed with the system's commentary. Host, the emotional bond between the male and female leads has risen to 35%, attributed to the female lead's intimate encounter with the male lead. Indeed. The method for enhancing their connection lies in the bedroom. Observe how the female lead caters to the male lead's comfort. Distaste contorted Ye Wenya's features as she addressed Mu Gaoyuan. Should the opportunity arise, I will inquire with Wen Shu Shu on your behalf. System. Do you have any means to rekindle Fu Yu's affection for Wen Shu Shu? That scoundrel revolts me. He professes a desire to remarry me while simultaneously sharing a bed with Wen Shu Shu. The system replied it was incapable of such a feat if I had a solution. Would I still be imploring you to complete the task promptly? Ye Wenya was thoroughly exasperated. This system, aside from concealing secrets and causing disturbances, was utterly useless. She needed to devise a strategy to ensnare Fu Yu and Wen Shu Shu, thereby ensuring Fu Yu would no longer be a source of disgust for her. That day, at a members-only bar, Yi Tsong ambled towards the private room where his friends awaited, one hand casually tucked into his pants pocket. Along the way, he inadvertently spotted a familiar face, Wen Shu Shu. He halted, scrutinizing her surroundings, and instantly grasped why she was there. The man beside her was one of the heirs chosen by the matriarch of the Fu family, and he was among the most likely candidates to inherit the family fortune. However, the man seemed indifferent to Shushu, who was shamelessly attempting to engage him. Yi Tsong snorted softly. Indeed, both Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan were blind to have an interest in such a woman. He chose not to intervene, and continued toward his friend's private room. Upon reaching the door, he encountered Qining. "Ah, it's Mr. Yi," she said, approaching with a charming smile. "Are you here to meet friends?" Yi Tsong offered a distant, polite smile, indeed. "Have you seen Wen Shushu?" Qining inquired, seemingly oblivious to his aloofness. "She is with one of the heirs of the Fu family," having approached him uninvited, insinuating an extraordinary relationship. Most distasteful was her demeanor. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Tsong opened the door to the private room and stepped inside. "Mr. Yi," Qining called out, but he ignored her, shutting the door firmly behind him. Frustrated, Qining stamped her foot. She had hoped to engineer a chance encounter with Yi Tsong upon learning of his presence, only for it to result in this. It seemed she would have to start with Ye Wenya instead. At the Yi residence, in the warm room, Ye Wenya was leisurely strolling when a servant approached her with news that Fu Liqing and Qining had arrived in succession. These two had conspired together? Ye Wenya was intrigued. "Please invite them in, and prepare some refreshments." Soon, the servant returned with Qining and Fu Liqing in tow. Ye Wenya regarded the impeccably dressed Qining and the visibly haggard Fu Liqing before inviting them to sit. "I wonder what brings you both to see me?" Qining gestured for Fu Liqing to speak first. "I encountered Miss Fu at the entrance and noticed she seemed troubled, as though she were facing some difficulties." Fu Liqing stared blankly at Ye Wenya for several seconds, her lips moving silently before she finally asked, "Ye Wenya, is Shushu truly such a terrible person?" Ye Wenya raised an eyebrow, her tone unhurried. "Your inquiry is futile. It depends on your perspective. A person I deem unworthy may appear virtuous in your eyes." Qining seized the opportunity to interject, "Miss Fu, do not allow Wen Shushu to deceive you any longer. She has been exploiting you from the very beginning." Chapter 66. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin are no longer friends. Fu Liqing did not respond with the anger she once would have. Instead, she offered a bitter smile. "I cannot fathom how Shushu has become this way." Ye Wenya remained silent, while Qining adopted a sympathetic demeanor. "Miss Fu, it is not that Wen Shushu has changed. She has always been this way. Have you not seen the revelations circulating online? They are all true. Wen Shushu is a woman who will stop at nothing for her own benefit, and she has always viewed you as a means to an end." Fu Liqing still seemed reluctant to believe it, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Ye Wenya, as if seeking reassurance.
Ye Wenya.
"You did not steal Shushu's boyfriend, did you?" Ye Wenya responded with a light mockery. "Fu Liqing, it appears you have forgotten that I was still your brother's legal wife at that time. It was Wen Shushu who brazenly climbed into your brother's bed to become the mistress. Does she truly believe that her so-called true love exempts her from the laws and morals? Only someone devoid of any principles, like you, would believe that true love surpasses law and ethics." Fu Liqing opened her mouth to retort, yet the words failed to materialize. Indeed, no matter how eloquently Shushu speaks, the undeniable truth remains that she, alongside her brother, cannot alter the fact that she is, in essence, the third party. Ye Wenya continued, "If Wen Shushu genuinely harbors feelings for your brother, I would extend my blessings to them. However, what has Wen Shushu done? While she entices your brother, she simultaneously engages with Mu Gaoyuan and other men. How many men has she shared her bed with? Not to mention the previous suitors, just in America alone. The number of men she has entertained is clearer to you than to me." Upon hearing this, Fu Liqing recalled Wen Shushu's actions in America, sinking helplessly to the ground. Why did Shushu have to resort to such deeds? Ye Wenya, disinclined to engage further with someone lacking in moral compass, decided to have the servants escort Fu Liqing and Qining away. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Tailin and Yi Tsong approaching in succession, causing her brows to furrow in discontent. What on earth? Why is the arch-nemesis dressed so flamboyantly today? Is he attempting to strut like a peacock before several women, aspiring to be the male siren? Today, Gu Tailin donned a patterned leisure suit, with the top two buttons of his shirt undone, revealing his defined collarbones. Exuding a sense of reckless charm, his mischievous smile was particularly alluring. He approached Ye Wenya, playfully flicking her forehead. "Have you noticed how exceptionally handsome I am today? Have I captivated you?" His sole intent was to entice Ye Wenya. The rest of the onlookers were of no interest to him. Just as Ye Wenya was about to glare at him, she saw Qining darting towards her brother, momentarily forgetting her grievances with Gu Tailin, standing with crossed arms, eager to observe. Yi Zong. Qining presented her most charming demeanor, smiling sweetly at Yi Zong. I apologize for the interruption. I am here to discuss something with Miss Yi, and will take my leave shortly. Yi Zong adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp glint. Miss Qin. In the future, please refrain from approaching my sister for any matters. I do not wish for her to associate with individuals of questionable character. Qin Ying's smile faltered for a fleeting moment. Yi Zong, you jest. The more difficult Yi Zong was to conquer, the more determined she became to prove her worth, wishing to trample those who looked down upon her beneath her feet.
Ye Kong scoffed lightly. Ving Ying.
Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your sordid past and questionable methods? Do you think I would be as foolish as Fu Yu, ensnared by a mere actress, desperately seeking to marry her? Qin Ying's complexion paled, unable to meet Yi Zong's piercing gaze. It dawned on her that Yi Zong was acutely aware of everything, including her dark history. Yi Zong, she began, but Yi Zong raised his hand to interrupt her, his impatience evident. If you do not cross my boundaries, I shall not take action against you. However, should you overstep, your fate will be far worse than when Shushu's. With that, Qining fled in a panic. No longer daring to pursue Yi Kong, he cast a cold glance at Fu Liqing before turning to Ye Wenya, adopting a gentle demeanor. Wenya, please ensure individuals like her do not enter our home. They will taint our family's atmosphere. Ye Wenya obediently acquiesced, pointing at Gu Tailin. Brother, you must not let him in either. Gu Tailin, you lunatic. Why did you bite my finger? She exclaimed, glaring at him, her hand clasped protectively around her injured digit. System, please check on the arch-nemesis. I suspect he may have a mental disorder. How else could this lunatic bite my finger? Gu Tailin, with one hand in his pocket, replied with a chilling smile. Say that again, and see if I don't make you regret it. Ye Wenya retreated behind her brother, peering out. Gu Tailin, do you believe I wouldn't incapacitate you if given the chance? What are you so proud of? Is it merely your madness that gives you confidence? Gu Tailin. Yi Zong's voice held a warning. Gu Tailin raised his hands, a playful grin on his face. All right. This time it's my fault. But it was Ye Wenya who provoked me. Did I say anything wrong? This is my house. Ye Wenya emphasized the words my house with derision. Gu Tailin. You don't think you can consume my family, do you? You are deluding yourself. I only wish to devour you whole, Gu Tailin declared.
Ye Wenya.
I have claimed you. There is no escaping your fate. Ye Wenya signaled to her brother that she needed no assistance. Standing tall and confronting Gu Tailin with a cold glare, from this moment forth, we are no longer friends. Kindly vacate my home. This time. Ye Wenya spoke with an unsettling calmness. Gu Tailin's smile faded, his expression darkening. What did you say? I said. Ye Wenya enunciated each word clearly. We are no longer friends. Please leave my home. I despise you. Utterly and completely. Your very words and actions repulse me. Gu Tailin's smile vanished entirely. His countenance shadowed as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed across Ye Wenya's face. You detest me? Ye Wenya stood resolute. Indeed, I do. More than I despise Fu Yu.
Why?
Gu Tailin stepped forward. Yi Zong intercepted him, his gaze as frigid as a deep pool. Keep your distance from my sister. Gu Tailin, how dare you ask why? It is absurd. Ye Wenya exclaimed, her anger bubbling over into laughter.
System.
How can Gu Tailin have the audacity to ask such a question? He treats me as his plaything, free to act as he pleases while believing himself to be deeply affectionate. If he truly had any competence, he would experience being treated in such a manner by a woman. In Chapter 67, what sort of feelings does he harbor for Ye Wenya? Gu Tailin felt as if a thorn had lodged itself in his throat, both painful and suffocating. I protect you, while Fu Yu treats you poorly.
No.
You do not protect me. You merely wish to keep me as your toy under your control. Ye Wenya coldly interrupted him. Fu Yu is straightforward in his cruelty. He does not profess love while treating me as an object. System. I now comprehend perfectly why the heroine is so terrified of the arch-nemesis, refusing to marry him at all costs. She sees clearly that his feelings are not genuine. They stem solely from possessiveness and interest. Gu Tailin's lips moved as he contemplated. Was it merely his possessiveness and interest that drove him to desire Ye Wenya? A voice within him echoed in agreement.
Ye Wenya.
Will you not grant me even a single chance? Ye Wenya remained silent, gesturing towards the door in a dismissive manner. Gu Tailin wished to say more, But Ye Wenya had already turned with Yi Tsong, leaving him no opportunity to speak. As he stepped outside the Yi residence, uncertain of his next move, Gu Tailin heard Fu Liqing's voice. Gu Tailin, do you truly have feelings for Ye Wenya? Gu Tailin instantly reverted to his usual demeanor, though frustration lurked beneath the surface of his eyes. What do you mean? Fu Liqing, somewhat apprehensive of him, continued, if you truly care for Ye Wenya, would you be willing to harm her? When one genuinely loves another, they would never wish to cause them even the slightest pain or provoke their anger. From my perspective, your interest in Ye Wenya's is akin to teasing stray cats and dogs on the street. You indulge them with affection and delightful treats when you are in high spirits, only to kick them away or even send them to their demise when displeased. Gu Tailin wished to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. He merely uttered, you actually support Ye Wenya's? Fu Liqing was equally taken aback, perhaps due to her recent clarity of thought. Gu Tailin, you should maintain your distance from Ye Wenya's. Ever since childhood, you have never truly cherished anyone or anything, nor will you ever. In your world, there exists only possession and manipulation. One cannot entirely blame Gu Tailin for this disposition. Having grown up in such a familial environment, it is remarkable he has not deviated further. He lit a cigarette, gesturing for her to continue. Fu Liqing tilted her head towards the sky and sighed. In certain respects, you bear a striking resemblance to Shu Shu. Both of you are self-serving and selfish. You are capable of anything for your own benefit, indifferent to the suffering of others. Gu Tailin paused in his smoking, retorting coldly, I am not like when Shu Shu. Fu Liqing shook her head. No, fundamentally, you are the same as Shu Shu. Gu Tailin, you are well aware that your actions inflict pain upon Ye Wenya's, yet have you ever ceased?
No.
Your thoughts are perpetually consumed by the amusement you derive and your desire to wholly possess Ye Wenya's. Am I correct? Gu Tailin fell silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Gu Tailin, just now, witnessing your treatment of Ye Wenya's reminded me of what Shu Shu has done to me. Fu Liqing remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Though your methods may appear distinct, they are fundamentally the same. It is merely that Shu Shu excels at calculating while masquerading under a guise of gentleness. Growing increasingly agitated, Gu Tailin inquired, why are you telling me all this? Are you seeking my assistance? Fu Liqing candidly replied, I wish for your help in resolving my situation as an adult film star. I no longer wish to continue in that line of work, yet I have numerous photos and videos in Joyce's possession. At times, she found it incomprehensible how Shu Shu could stoop to such depths. Gu Tailin acquiesced, if you engage in any further actions against Ye Wenya's, you are aware of the consequences. Fu Liqing looked deeply into his eyes. I will not. I have gained clarity over the past few days. She had also uncovered much about how Shu Shu had exploited her name to perpetrate various malicious deeds. The more she unearthed, the more horrified she became, realizing that the true villain was Shu Shu, not Ye Wenya's. Gu Tailin nodded, glancing back at the Yi residence before taking his leave. Fu Liqing exhaled a heavy sigh, only to receive a call from Wen Shu Shu. Liqing, are you still angry with me? Wen Shu Shu's tone was deceptively gentle, her eyes glinting with calculation. Liqing, you know my character. We are such good sisters, how could I ever harm you? For the time being, she could not allow Fu Liqing to escape her control. Suddenly, Fu Liqing smiled. Sister Shu, I have spoken with Joyce and learned quite a few things. She continued, Sister Shu, I am quite useful, am I not? When Shu Shu abruptly straightened, her tone shifting unnaturally. Liqing, you know Joyce fears Ye Wenya's. That is why he said what he did. Is he being threatened by Ye Wenya's? Fu Liqing interjected, Sister Shu, I may be somewhat naive, but I am certainly not foolish. I have uncovered a great deal over the past few days. Sister Shu, out of respect for our past friendship, I will overlook these matters. In the future, you should tread carefully. I wish to sever all ties with you. With that, she hung up. When Shu Shu, furious, smashed her phone, her expression akin to one who had swallowed a fly. How dare Fu Liqing speak to me in such a manner? What does she think she is? Unbeknownst to her, ever since Ye Wenya ceased pursuing Fu Yu and agreed to divorce, things had spiraled into chaos, leaving her in her current predicament. Ye Wenya's. She bit her finger, contemplating how to eliminate Ye Wenya's. She felt that if she could eliminate her, she would finally attain the life she desired. The question remained, how could she orchestrate Ye Wenya's demise? After much contemplation, she considered the elder Mrs. Fu. If she could achieve multiple objectives with one strike, she could resolve everything in one fell swoop. She needed to meticulously devise a plan that would not only deal with Mrs. Fu, but also eliminate Ye Wenya's and Fu Liqing, while ensuring that Fu Yu, Gu Tailin, Yi Tsong, and Mu Gaoyuan would remain utterly devoted to her. Unaware of any of this, Ye Wenya's had blocked all of Gu Tailin's contacts, preparing to travel abroad for a while, intending to return later to avoid further harassment from him. Just as she was finalizing her arrangements to board a private jet, she received a link from a friend regarding Wen Shushu. The contents of the link instantly lifted her spirits, which had been dampened for 2 days. Chapter 68. Who Kidnapped Fu Liqing? The link contained several photographs of Wen Shushu, showcasing her battered visage, with a bruised face and her clothing stripped away. Displayed like an object on the ground, every part of her distinctly visible. There were also images of her in bed with several wealthy businessmen engaged in dubious activities. Her expression one of enjoyment, the content decidedly explicit. As Ye Wenya scrolled down to the comments, she found the responses polarized.
Ugh.
I almost regurgitated my last meal. Wen Shushu truly cannot change her ways. Not only is she a married woman flirting with men, but she also sleeps with married men, and her antics are just appalling. I truly do not understand why Fu Yu insists on marrying such a woman. Is there not a single decent woman left in the world? Wen Shushu is genuinely despicable. Just look at her enthusiasm with those men. But I must admit, she is quite audacious and knows how to let loose. Brothers, I have saved all the photos. If this leak disappears, feel free to come to me for the pictures. At that point, we can organize a group to enjoy Wen Shushu's company. Ye Wenya's replied to her friend, acknowledging her involvement in the matter. Had it not been for Wen Shushu using Fu Liqing to plot against Mrs. Fu and her, she would not have acted at all. After securing her phone, she prepared to leave when a servant informed her that Mu Gaoyuan had arrived. Although puzzled, she instructed the servant to let him in. In the living room, Ye Wenya's noticed that Mu Gaoyuan appeared slightly thinner, yet well-groomed, which surprised her. She had assumed he would be despondent, yet he seemed to have rallied quickly. You have come to see me. Is there something you need? Mu Gaoyuan produced a stack of photographs from his pocket, placing them on the coffee table. These are the photos Wen Shushu sent me. She hopes I can assist her one last time by posting these online and sending them to gossip magazines. He added, all these photos are about you. They are fabricated. Ye Wenya's could surmise the nature of the photos that Wen Shushu had sent to Mu Gaoyuan. As she picked up the photographs one by one, a chill began to envelop her features. How extraordinary of Wen Shushu to concoct such images in her attempts to scheme against me. The key point is that she has utilized you as well. If an incident were to occur, Wen Shushu would undoubtedly place the blame squarely upon your shoulders, harboring the illusion that you still possess the same affections for her as before, believing you would shoulder this burden. The photographs in question are utterly disgraceful, including images of her with numerous men. This illustrates the depths of Wen Shushu's malice, as she would go to such lengths to ruin her enemies.
Mu Gaoyuan spoke bitterly,
lamenting his past naivety when he believed that Wen Shushu would ultimately choose to be with him and that his unwavering devotion would bear fruit. Now, however, he has seen through her true nature and feels no inclination to assist her. Ye Wenya ignited the photographs with a lighter and let them fall to the ground, remarking, You have done me this favor. What is it that you wish for me in return? The childhood sweetheart may elicit pity, but he is not deserving of sympathy. In the original text, he committed numerous heinous acts for Wen Shushu, continuously plotting against both myself and the Yi family, even orchestrating our family's downfall. Mu Gaoyuan pressed his lips together in silence. Initially, upon discovering he could hear Ye Wenya's innermost thoughts, he contemplated revealing this to Wen Shushu. Eventually, he decided to use this information as leverage, believing it would hasten his conquest of her heart. Ironically, this secret only served to unveil her true character. I require a sum of 1 million, he stated. In return, I shall grant you half of the original shares. Ye Wenya produced a check for 2 million and handed it to him. No need, he replied. I possess ample assets and have no interest in your trifling sum. In the original narrative, Mu Gaoyuan's company ultimately became Wen Shushu's property as she deceived him with flattery, securing the company and all its assets as a gift. While he willingly played the role of her subordinate, Mu Gaoyuan held the check, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Even if he were oblivious to Ye Wenya's thoughts, his fate would ultimately be grim, for Wen Shushu had never harbored a shred of affection for him. He was merely a tool for her exploitation. Miss Yi, thank you, he said as he rose. I must caution you to be wary of Wen Shushu. She has inflicted numerous grievances upon you, and with her disposition, she will undoubtedly seek to manipulate you further. I advise against venturing far from home for the time being, as you may become an easy target for her schemes. Farewell. Ye Wenya cast a glance at his departing figure, pondering his words and deciding to postpone her travel plans. Mu Gao Yuan's observation rang true. She was indeed vulnerable to manipulation outside. As she instructed her servant to organize her luggage, she was interrupted by a call from the matriarch, Madame Fu. Li Qing has been kidnapped. The abductors have contacted me. Ye Wenya's heart raced at the gravity of the situation. Do not fret, grandmother. I shall come immediately. After hanging up, she rushed to the Fu residence, only to find Gu Tailin seated on the sofa, his brow furrowed. Grandmother, she said, taking a seat beside Madame Fu. What exactly transpired? What are the kidnappers' demands? Madame Fu maintained her composure, rubbing her temples. The kidnappers have two demands: 20% of the Fu family's shares. And you must bring the relevant documents to the location they specify. This is why I called you. Ye Wenya recalled the original narrative. In the original, it was when Shu who was kidnapped, a scheme she orchestrated to deliver a devastating blow to me. This incident resulted in an overwhelming wave of online abuse directed at me, further worsening the already precarious situation for the Yi family. Could it be that when Shu is behind this as well? Grandmother, have you discovered how Fu Liqing was abducted?
Madame Fu nodded.
She was taken from the hotel parking lot. The kidnappers wore helmets, obscuring their identities, and acted swiftly, abducting her within seconds. I suspect this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. It may very well be directed at you. Ye Wenya's eyes narrowed with cold resolve. Is grandmother suspecting when Shu? Madame Fu's stern expression affirmed her suspicion. She is the most likely culprit. However, I have checked, and she took a flight back to the United States last night. If this abduction is indeed connected to her, she could easily evade repercussions from abroad. Just as Ye Wenya was about to respond, she heard Gu Tailin's voice. Grandmother, determining whether this is when Shu's doing is not particularly challenging. Ye Wenya and Madame Fu turned to him. Gu Tailin crossed his legs, propping himself up with one arm. We simply need to refrain from complying with the kidnappers' demands and closely observe when Shu's every move. Should she be involved, she will undoubtedly exhibit signs of distress upon realizing that events have not unfolded according to her plan. Chapter 69. Gu Tailin was uncomfortable with the current situation.
Yeah.
Suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, Grandmother, Gu Tailin's suggestion is quite astute. However, Fu Liqing may be in grave danger. We cannot ascertain what the kidnappers might do to her. Given when Shu's malicious nature, she could very well instruct the kidnappers to torment Fu Liqing, capturing numerous photos and videos in the process. A tactic she excels at using against those she deems adversaries. In the original text, Gu Tailin had also been ensnared by Wen Shu on several occasions as her accomplice. Gu Tailin, hearing this, sent a message to Liang Yidong, instructing him to arrange for Wen Shu to be taken to a designated location, one he had specifically prepared for her. Grandmother, until the kidnappers obtain what they desire. They will not harm Fu Liqing. She may endure some hardship, but ultimately, this will serve her well, preventing her from being so easily deceived in the future. As for the suffering Fu Liqing may face, she brought it upon herself for placing her trust in a woman like Wen Shu and repeatedly aiding her.
Madame Fu sighed.
Then we shall proceed, as Tailin suggests. Ye Wenya, observing her grandmother's worried and anxious demeanor, grasped her hand. Grandmother, Fu Liqing will be fine. We will certainly rescue her. I genuinely empathize with my grandmother, who has shown such kindness to Fu Yu and Fu Liqing, raising them with care. Yet how do these siblings repay her? Even Gu Tailin ultimately treated her poorly. One after another, they are all ungrateful. But thankfully, I have severed ties with Gu Tailin. His fate is of no concern to me henceforth. Gu Tailin's forehead pulsed with tension, a storm of emotions brewing within him, feeling somewhat unsettled. It appeared that Ye Wenya's disdain for him had reached new heights. Grandmother, please retire to your room and rest. I will stay here with Ye Wenya to keep watch. You have been through so much lately. I would be distressed if you did not take care of yourself. Ye Wenya added her encouragement. Grandmother, you should heed Gu Tailin's advice. Please rest in your room. I will inform you immediately of any updates. Regardless of the circumstances, grandmother's health is paramount. Madame Fu patted Ye Wenya's hand before wearily retreating to her room. Ye Wenya's heart ached for her. She took out her phone and called Fu Yu. Come to the Fu residence. Your sister has been kidnapped, and the kidnappers may possibly be Wen Shu. After conveying this information, She hung up and messaged a friend in the United States, requesting assistance in monitoring Wen Shushu's every move, completely disregarding Gu Tailin. Gu Tailin leaned closer, a playful grin on his face. Miss Yi, do you truly dislike me this much? Ye Wenya ignored him, asking the butler to retrieve the surveillance footage for her to examine, hoping to glean some insight. Ye Wenya, can we not have a proper conversation? Gu Tailin's smile faded. Ye Wenya remained unresponsive to him. System, could you possibly silence the main antagonist? He is unbearably annoying, croaking incessantly like a toad, making me want to deliver a punch to his wretched head. System 001 suddenly sighed, followed by another sigh, as if it were on the brink of annihilation. System, are you dying? Congratulations, you are about to be liberated, and I shall no longer be subjected to your incessant prattle. Ye Wenya felt genuine joy. Being free from the system's relentless demands was utterly delightful. System 001 was nearly on the verge of crashing in frustration. Host, do you possess no conscience? I have assisted you so much. What assistance have you rendered? Ye Wenya scoffed. If you truly wish to help, erase Gu Tailin's memories or redirect his affections towards the female lead, Wen Shushu, so I may be left in peace. At that moment, she found herself with Gu Tailin's hand gripping her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze.
Get lost.
Ye Wenya forcefully swatted his hand away, glaring at him with disdain. Gu Tailin felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his expression darkening. Ye Wenya, do you genuinely detest me this much?
Ye Wenya çaklet derisi veli, Gu Tailin.
Do you possess no self-awareness? After all you've done, how could you possibly think I would have any regard for you? Gu Tailin had been pondering his feelings for Ye Wenya over the past few days, yet he remained perplexed. Can we interact like friends? Ye Wenya declared emphatically no. I have already stated that we are no longer friends. Please refrain from pursuing me further. If you could ignore me entirely, I would be immensely grateful. A pang of hurt struck Gu Tailin's heart. He clenched his fists tightly. I was wrong before. I should not have treated you that way. At the time, I was unaware of my actions, yet I still did so to you. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya instinctively stepped back, regarding him with utmost vigilance and suspicion. No way. The main antagonist isn't attempting to play the sympathy card to win my pity and scheme against me, is he? In the original text, he often resorted to such tactics after arguing with the female lead. Gu Tailin, if you genuinely understand your mistakes, please heed my words and keep your distance from me. From now on, do not engage in any actions towards me, and I shall thank the heavens. Gu Tailin rubbed his forehead, contemplating how to alter Ye Wenya's perception of him, wishing she would no longer view him as the Gu Tailin from the novel. How should I articulate myself for you, to believe me? Ye Wenya rolled her eyes dramatically. It is utterly impossible for me to trust you. After growing up together, do you think I do not know you? Your so-called apology is predicated on your continued interest in me. Once your interest wanes, you would be willing to destroy me, ensuring that no one else could have me. System, in the original text, did the main antagonist not intend to destroy the female lead, only to be thwarted by her and the male lead? For heaven's sake, the main antagonist once intended to burn her alive. Such actions are the realm of madness. Gu Tailin repeatedly insisted that it was not the case. However, Ye Wenya remained unconvinced, her gaze growing ever more vigilant and defensive. Gu Tailin felt a sense of defeat. He ran his fingers through his hair and exhaled deeply. Ye Wenya, why can you not believe me this once? This time, I truly will not treat you as I did before. Damn the system, damn this fictional world. He was determined to obliterate both and free Ye Wenya from their influence. Ye Wenya's expression turned sardonic as she extended a finger. Gu Tailin, I have but one question for you, and you must answer me candidly.
Gütelali a cigarette?
Turning his head to observe her. Ask away, I shall respond honestly. Ye Wenya inquired, tell me, what is your motivation for seeking my forgiveness? Chapter 70. The system instructed Ye Wenya to pursue Gu Tailin. Gu Tailin's lips moved, attempting to formulate a response, yet not a single word escaped his mouth. What was his true motivation for desiring Ye Wenya's forgiveness? He desperately wanted her forgiveness, but why could he not articulate the reason? Why was this so?
You see?
You cannot articulate it, can you? A cold smirk graced Ye Wenya's lips, her gaze radiating disdain. Your desire for my forgiveness is merely a guise to manipulate me further. Gu Tailin hurriedly protested. It is not like that. Ye Wenya's eyes glinted with frost. Not like that? Then pray tell, how is it? You have not treated me as a person, disregarding my will and humiliating me at will? Gu Tailin wished to retort, yet the words died in his throat. Prior to this, he had indeed never treated Ye Wenya well, and his attitude had been far from kind. Ye Wenya extended 2 fingers, her tone icy as she declared, "Gu Thailand, I have 2 demands. Firstly, maintain a significant distance from me, and secondly, should we cross paths in the future, treat me as a stranger. If you can comply with these 2 stipulations, I would be exceedingly grateful." I have finally rendered the main antagonist speechless. What a delightful sensation. The most gratifying aspect is that thereafter, I shall have no further dealings with him, ensuring my safety. Gu Thailand bit down on the cigarette, his gaze lingering on her with an enigmatic intensity. "If I were to discern why I seek your forgiveness, would you then forgive me?
Ye Wenya replied dismissively.
If you manage to figure it out, I shall consider granting you my forgiveness. If the main antagonist truly figures it out, I would marry him on the spot." Gu Thailand leaned closer, a peculiar light glimmering in his deep, dark eyes.
"This is what you said."
Ye Wenya, oblivious to any underlying implications, nodded in a perfunctory manner. "Yes, I said that." She brushed Gu Thailand aside, requesting, "Please keep your distance. We are not acquainted." Gu Thailand felt his mood lift slightly. It would not be long before we would become very familiar. He emphasized the word familiar. Ye Wenya regarded him with suspicion, her expression akin to that of someone confronting a lecher. System, does this statement from the main antagonist carry ulterior motives? Am I simply overthinking it? Or is there genuine intent? System 001 lamented. "Host, how am I to know? All I am aware of is that the divergence in your storyline with the main antagonist has regressed to 11%. If this continues, neither of the tasks will be accomplished, and what shall we do then?" Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya's dismal mood evaporated, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Oh my, this is indeed fantastic news. If this continues, the divergence will soon regress to 0%. Merely contemplating it fills me with joy." System 001 exclaimed in exasperation. "Host, did you not hear me? Both tasks will remain unachieved."
"What shall we do then?"
Ye Wenya recalled the secrets the system had concealed. She glanced at Gu Thailand, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, and gently prodded the system. "System, confess your true intentions. Let us lay everything bare. I shall certainly assist you." System 001 replied weakly, "If I were to lay everything bare, would you truly pursue the main antagonist?" Ye Wenya nearly dropped her phone, her eyes blazing with fury. That wretched system. She failed to notice the flicker of amusement in Gu Thailand's eyes, who was discreetly observing her from the corner of his vision. "If you fully cooperate, I might consider pursuing the greatest antagonist. I emphasize consider, not guarantee," System 001 declared. "Then I shan't say anything further. Regardless, should we fail to complete the mission, we shall both meet our demise. I am already dead. For any matters, please burn paper offerings." Ye Wenya's wished fervently to extract the system and crush it. Her gaze lost in thought, she deduced from the system's words that it must fulfill one of 2 plot lines, otherwise, it would face cancellation. Why was it necessary to complete one of the plots? This was a world of novels, revolving around the male and female leads. Logically, the development of their relationship and actions would influence the entire narrative. Yet, given the current circumstances, the protagonists appeared unable to genuinely affect the novel's world. Nor had they caused any negative repercussions. In fact, a divergent plot related to her and Gu Thailand had emerged. The existence of this divergence indicated that the protagonists were not the sole focus of the narrative. Perhaps this divergent plot was of paramount importance. The dilemma was that failing to complete either plot could lead to catastrophic consequences. The narrative might collapse, or worse, all their lives could be lost. In due course, she must engage in a serious discussion with the system. Gu Thailand too pondered the system's statements. He would welcome Ye Wenya's pursuit, yet she was reluctant. Burdened by his past foolishness, the system demanded that Ye Wenya's complete one plot. Failure to do so would result in severe repercussions. Would it lead to the collapse of the narrative world, or the demise of everyone involved? Or perhaps a reset, akin to a game? Gu Thailand lit another cigarette, tilting his head back as he continued to contemplate. If he could converse with the system privately, he would surely devise a way to extract the desired information.
Confronting Ye Wenyas?
He dismissed that notion, certain that such an approach would only render her wary, and she would cease communicating with the system in his presence. Such a course of action would be counterproductive. The two remained silent, each absorbed in thoughts of how to outmaneuver the system. Suddenly, Ye Wenya's heard hurried footsteps approaching, prompting her to glance sideways. She beheld Fuyu, his expression grim as he hastily approached, urgency in his eyes. Ye Wenyas, what on earth is happening? Why has Wen Shushu kidnapped Li Qing? He could hardly fathom that Wen Shushu would resort to such a deranged act, especially given Li Qing's kindness toward her. Ye Wenyas presented the surveillance footage, recounting the incident in detail. Although it was not definitively established that Wen Shushu was the perpetrator, she bore the greatest suspicion. Fu Yu clenched his jaw after viewing the footage. I will call Wen Shushu. He retrieved his phone and dialed her number. As the ringtone neared its end, Wen Shushu finally answered, her tone impatient. Fu Yu, what do you want? Fu Yu, not foolish enough to broach the subject of the kidnapping directly, replied darkly. Where is Li Qing? Wen Shushu's eyelids twitched, but she maintained her composure. How should I know where Li Qing is? After our argument that day, she hasn't contacted me. I've heard she went to find Ye Wenyas. Why not ask her? Just as Fu Yu was about to inquire further, a piercing scream erupted from the other end of the line. What is happening? He demanded urgently. Chapter 71. What has happened to Wen Shushu? Wen Shushu's phone clattered to the ground as she was forcibly dragged away by two burly men. Let go of me. Help.
Fu Yu, come save me.
I'm being kidnapped. Fu Yu, unclear about the unfolding chaos, refrained from offering assistance as he had previously. Wen Shushu, what is happening? Wen Shushu was too distressed to respond, pleading with her captors, please, there must be some misunderstanding. One of the imposing men replied, Joyce has sold you to our boss. From now on, you will work for him until your debt is repaid. $200 million. Wen Shushu felt darkness encroaching upon her vision as she shook her head vehemently. No, this cannot be true. Joyce has no authority to do this. It is illegal. The man showed no sympathy, dragging her to a clandestine establishment. Wen Shushu surveyed the opulent surroundings, a venue exuding an air of superiority, and desperately begged the poised middle-aged woman standing before her. Please, let me go. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Lisa raised her chin with a fan, scrutinizing her as if appraising a commodity. You are not unattractive, and your tears are rather pitiable. Your figure is appealing, and you possess skills in serving others. I dare say the regular clientele will find you quite to their liking. Sister, I urge you to listen carefully. Once you arrive here, you must obey. This is a special establishment. Unless you possess extraordinary abilities or have a benefactor willing to assist you, you will remain here until your debt is settled. Wen Shushu, unwilling to concede, implored, is there truly no other way? The men she would be accommodating might not be inclined to rescue her. And Fu Yu and Mu Gaoyuan lacked the means to intervene. At that moment, she acutely felt the absence of allies and the lack of a powerful supporter. She could not comprehend how her situation had devolved into this. Lisa had encountered many women like Wen Shushu, those who refused to accept their fates. Sister, serving men here is no different from your previous life. The rewards are merely more substantial, and the risks of discovery are minimal. Besides, perhaps you might even attract a good man here. When Shushu began to grasp her predicament, she had no choice. Compliance would allow her to endure in relative comfort. Defiance, however, would render her existence unbearable. I will rely on you, dear sister. I shall uncover who brought me here, and I will not let that person escape unscathed. Fu Yu, with a troubled expression, turned to Ye Wenyas and Gu Tailin. Did you too do something to Wen Shushu? I do not care what happens to her. I only wish to ascertain Li Qing's whereabouts through her. Before Ye Wenyas could respond, Gu Tailin interjected, surprising her with his admission. It was I who acted. With one hand in his pocket, Gu Tailin regarded Fu Yu with an air of arrogance. That woman has been scheming against Ye Wenyas, seeking to seduce me. I merely delivered her to a special establishment in America. I showed her mercy. Had I resorted to my previous methods, I would have confined her to a desolate island for life. In that moment, Ye Wenyas found the greatest antagonist somewhat agreeable, acknowledging his deed as a commendable act. Gu Tailin, noticing her change in demeanor, raised an eyebrow and playfully flicked her forehead. Have you become enchanted by your brother?
Ye Wenyas similet brightly. Her tone stretched playfully.
Oh my, is my dear brother captivated by me? Given my beauty and wealth, it is only natural for you to feel drawn to me. Gu Tailin caught the glint of mischief in her eyes and chuckled softly, finding her demeanor utterly charming. Indeed, Brother Gu is utterly captivated by you. I wonder if you could fulfill his desires? Just as Ye Wenya was about to tease him further, she was interrupted by Fu Yu's cold and furious voice. Enough. Ye Wenya's smile vanished in an instant, and she glared at Fu Yu. You should promptly consult a psychiatrist. Stop causing trouble here. Fu Yu's icy gaze swept over Gu Tailan before settling on Ye Wenya. Do you think I am dead? With a look of utter disdain. Ye Wenya scrutinized him from head to toe. I sincerely wish you were. That way, you wouldn't incessantly harass me, foolishly imagining that I would become your mistress. Fu Yu rubbed his temples, softening his tone. Ye Wenya, I will expedite my divorce from Wen Shushu. Please don't. Ye Wenya recoiled in disgust. You and Wen Shushu seem so affectionate. Just the other day, you were entangled together. How could you bear to divorce her? If it weren't for Mu Gaoyuan telling me, I would have been none the wiser. Fu Yu's expression darkened, his anger directed toward Mu Gaoyuan. This man was quite adept at undermining his relationship with Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya, let me explain. What happened that day is not as you perceive. Ye Wenya merely asked, so that day, you didn't end up in bed with Wen Shushu? Fu Yu was rendered speechless. Ye Wenya turned away, walking off. Rather than squander time here, she would prefer to return home and investigate the kidnapping of Fu Liqing. Hoping to resolve the issue with the lead character, Wen Shushu, Gu Tailan intercepted Fu Yu as he attempted to pursue Ye Wenya, mocking him. What right do you have to pursue Ye Wenya? You are entangled with Wen Shushu, and as her husband, you have long forfeited any claim to Ye Wenya. He continued. Fu Yu, I advise you not to provoke the Yi family, otherwise neither I nor Yi Tsong will spare you. Fu Yu found Gu Tailan quite disagreeable. And what makes you think you have the right to pursue Ye Wenya? You do not genuinely wish to pursue her. You are merely interested in her. Gu Tailan replied lightly, At least I am single, with no emotional entanglements, and I am not straddling two boats. Fu Yu choked back his frustration, clenching his fists tightly. He needed to finalize his divorce as swiftly as possible. Gu Tailan paid him no further mind and headed to the research institute. This institute was entirely funded by Gu Tailan, dedicated to comprehensive research in systems and intelligent machinery, staffed by some of the world's foremost talents. Seated in his office, Gu Tailan perused a report, glancing at the elderly gentleman before him. So, the instrument that was effective last time, after enhancement, could yield results that are 1 or 2 times better. The elderly man adjusted his glasses and nodded eagerly. Indeed, President Gu. However, the specific data can only be confirmed once it is actually applied. Gu Tailan lifted a palm-sized, circular black instrument from his desk, his deep, dark eyes clouded with a chilling intensity. Perhaps he should ask Ye Wenya to test whether it could further disrupt the system. If extracting intelligent machinery from one location was feasible, what were the odds? Chapter 72. Tracing the kidnapper's whereabouts. The elderly man expressed uncertainty, indicating that it depended on the source of extraction. Generally speaking, interference could cause significant damage to intelligent devices. Some smart devices, when disrupted, could cease functioning altogether. Gu Tailan waved the elderly man off, urging him to continue his research as he pondered how to extract the system. Based on the current situation, it seemed that the so-called system might exist within Ye Wenya's mind. If he intended to extract the system, he would need to consider Ye Wenya's safety. Moreover, would his repeated disruptions of the system adversely affect her brain or body? He recalled the last disruption, which appeared not to have caused any negative impact on her health. Yet, relying solely on this point, he could not ascertain whether severe interference would harm her. This thought extinguished any desire he had to test the instrument's capacity to disrupt the system. Until he could confirm that it would not pose a danger to Ye Wenya, he could not proceed with its use. At that moment his phone rang. It was Liang Yitong calling. President, I have traced the vehicle used in the kidnapping of Fu Liqing. It is a cloned vehicle, but it headed towards the northwestern outskirts of the capital. There are many self-built houses in that area, with a diverse population residing there, and the law enforcement is not particularly strict, making it challenging to ascertain whether Fu Liqing is hidden there. Additionally, there is a mountain in the northwest where the kidnappers may have taken Fu Liqing to hide. Gu Tailan propped his head up with one hand, announcing a bounty of 1 million. Whoever could locate Fu Liqing and her kidnappers would claim the entire sum. Those providing concrete and valuable leads would receive a reward of 100,000. Liang Yitong immediately set to work, stating, as the saying goes, money can move mountains. With such a substantial reward, the locals in the northwest will surely be motivated to search vigorously. As Liang Yitong had predicted, once the 1 million bounty was announced, not only did the tenants become frantic in their search, but even the owners of the self-built houses were out looking for Fu Liqing and her kidnappers. Liang Yitong, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, waited at the entrance, with a large photograph of Fu Liqing and images of her kidnappers displayed prominently. A crowd gathered to observe. This car looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Isn't this a Wuling? They're everywhere. How could it not be recognizable? Simply seeing the car is futile. We need to identify the individuals. Perhaps we can recognize who they are. These two kidnappers' physiques seem familiar. I just can't place them. Liang Yitong glanced at his watch. Over 2 hours had passed, and no one had uncovered any clues regarding Fu Liqing's kidnapping. The possibility that the kidnappers had genuinely taken her into the mountains made the search considerably more arduous. Hey, isn't this the second-hand car bought by the Zhang brothers? Suddenly, an elderly man peered at the photo, adjusting his glasses. Yes, it's definitely the Zhang brothers' second-hand car. I distinctly remember that scratch. It was caused by the neighbor's child accidentally damaging it, which caused quite a commotion. Upon hearing this, many people began to recall the incident. Yes, I remember that. The Zhang brothers were so proud after buying that car, bragging to everyone about their new acquisition. A mere second-hand wooling, and they thought they were something special. I remember that incident well. Those brothers nearly killed that child. The police had to get involved. In the end, they only settled after compensating for medical expenses. Otherwise, they would have faced jail time. Weren't the Zhang brothers supposed to return today? I saw them leave in the morning, looking quite pleased, as if they had struck gold. Could it be that they truly committed such a heinous act? Weren't they back for a brief moment? I saw them moving a lot of food and drinks into their car. I was so frightened that I quickly ran away. Those brothers have done so much wrong and are exceedingly ruthless. I wouldn't dare pass by them for fear of being taken advantage of. Hearing all of this, Liang Yitong gathered detailed information regarding the Zhang brothers from those present, then stepped aside to call Gu Tailin and report what he had discovered. When Ye Wenya received the comprehensive details about the Zhang brothers from Gu Tailin, her brow furrowed in concern. If it truly was the Zhang brothers who had kidnapped Fu Liqing, her situation would be dire. She gazed down at the documents. Gu Tailin was indifferent to Fu Liqing's predicament. His sole desire was to ascertain whether it was Wen Shushu who orchestrated the affair, so he could ensure she faced the consequences. I have arranged for bodyguards to trace the route taken by the Zhang brothers, and it is likely they have ventured into the mountains. The area is vast, making it a challenge to uncover Fu Liqing's whereabouts. The more Ye Wenyang perused the documents, the more furrowed her brow became. Have you informed the police? Such matters are best left to them. The Zhang brothers have been troublemakers since childhood, indulged by their parents and grandparents, engaging in petty theft and showing a lack of ambition. As adults, they absconded with the fortunes of several families, selling properties to fuel their gambling habits, leaving a mountain of debt for their relatives while they gallivanted in other provinces. Eventually, their reckless actions led to the demise of their elders, yet they remained unrepentant, even blaming their family for not providing them with more money to squander. After losing their guardians, the brothers became increasingly brazen, committing thefts and harassing young women. After serving a few years in prison, they rented a room in a self-built house in the northwest of the capital, continuing their nefarious activities. The local residents, fearing these ruthless siblings, largely resigned themselves to their misfortune, while those with better means or stronger resolve moved away, leaving only the desperate behind. Gu Tailin remarked that the police had dispatched personnel to conduct a search. According to their estimates, it would take 2 to 3 days to thoroughly search the mountain. I have already had the madam of a special establishment in America relay this information to Wen Shushu, and now we must wait to see if she exhibits any unusual behavior. Ye Wenyang discarded the documents into the trash, a cold smile creeping across her lips. If it turns out that Wen Shushu is indeed behind this, I will employ every means necessary to ensure she is imprisoned. It is one thing for this woman to use such malicious methods against Fu Liqing, but to also covet the Fu family's assets is utterly shameless. In the later parts of the original text, the Fu family's assets are primarily under Wen Shushu's control. At that time, Fu Yu adored her to the point of obsession, believing her words and transferring 90% of the Fu family fortune into her name. Gu Tailin's deep-set eyes glimmered with a chilling light. If it truly is Wen Shushu's doing, do we even need to intervene? Ye Wenyang looked at him, questioning, what do you mean? Chapter 73. Ye Wenyang agrees to coexist peacefully. Gu Tailin leaned against the back of the sofa, his body angled toward her, confirming, it is precisely as you suspect. Once this matter is clarified, neither you nor I can act without justification. It would be most fitting for our grandmother to take action. Ye Wenyang distanced herself from him, her expression neutral. I understand. Thank you for the information, Gu. I will inform my grandmother that you uncovered these details. Gu Tailin pressed his tongue against his gums, softening his tone. Can't we continue to interact as friends? Ye Wenyang maintained a stiff demeanor, apologizing. I'm afraid we cannot remain friends. I wish to be my own person, not a mere plaything in someone else's hands. Gu Tailin recognized the crux of the issue. Even he was uncertain about his feelings toward Ye Wenya, so he could not force her. Rubbing his temples, he exhaled deeply. I assure you, I will not behave in that manner again. Can we continue as friends? Ye Wenya regarded him with suspicion and wariness, her expression one of disbelief. What is your true intention in saying this? Gu Tailin offered a wry smile. I genuinely have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to continue our friendship.
Please trust me this time.
Ye Wenya, still doubtful, moved further away. If you truly wish to amend your ways, then I ask that you respect my space. I would be immensely grateful. Gu Tailin felt a sense of self-inflicted despair. Can we discuss this calmly? Ye Wenya contemplated for a moment, deciding to engage Gu Tailin in a calm conversation to avoid future complications. Very well. Gu Tailin shifted his position to appear more relaxed. I understand that your discomfort stems from my previous actions. I assure you, I will not repeat them nor impose upon you. The condition is that we continue as friends. Agreed? Ye Wenya regarded him with a skeptical gaze, questioning his motives. Is there some ulterior agenda behind your sudden change of heart? Gu Tailin reiterated his lack of ill intent, expressing his wish to ease their relationship. Ye Wenya scrutinized him for a while before formulating a proposal. If you wish to improve our relationship, you must agree to my conditions. Gu Tailin's eyelids fluttered. What are your terms? Ye Wenya extended 3 fingers, her expression serious. First, if you engage in similar behavior again or attempt to coerce me, please act as if you do not know me. Gu Tailin gritted his teeth. Fine. Second, treat me as a human being. I am a living person, not a mere object for your amusement. Please remember this and refrain from treating me as a toy. I will ensure that. Thirdly, your pursuit of me is your business, and I will not interfere. However, please do not use your pursuit as a pretext to infringe upon my freedom or any aspect of my life. Understood? Understood. Ye Wenya, skeptical of verbal promises, printed 2 copies of a contract, demanding Gu Tailin's signature and seal. I know that a contract cannot truly bind you, but I want you to remember that it exists. Gu Tailin felt a slight ache in his jaw. I will adhere to the contract. Ye Wenya dismissed him with a curt, as long as you abide by it, before retreating to her room with 1 copy of the contract. Gu Tailin watched her departing figure, a glimmer of hope igniting in his dark eyes. At the very least, Ye Wenya was willing to engage with him calmly. He lingered for a few seconds before leaving. In her room, Ye Wenya carefully stored the contract away and began conversing with the system. System. It's time we discuss your true intentions. The System 001 replied, I am dead. Please burn paper offerings for me. Ye Wenya couldn't help but chuckle coldly. System, tell me, if I were to deliberately disrupt 2 plot lines, would you really cease to exist?
No.
You would be deactivated, and then you would truly be gone. System 001 sprang up in a panic, pleading, Host, let us discuss this calmly. If anything were to happen to me, you and your brother would not fare well either. Ye Wenya examined her well-groomed hands and replied leisurely. In the original text, my brother and I were never destined for a happy ending. This current idyllic life feels like a free ride. Besides, you know, I was once just a working-class individual. Now that I'm enjoying a leisurely life as a wealthy woman, why would I ask for more? System 001's voice faltered slightly. Host, you see, such a wonderful life as a wealthy woman would be painful to lose. Ye Wenya laughed lightly. Why would I feel pain? Once my brother and I finish our game, the entire narrative world may very well collapse, and perhaps I could return to my original life. Don't you think? System 001 fell silent, having expected the host to be easy to manipulate, able to assist in completing any of the 2 plot lines, but instead found her difficult to handle. Ye Wenya remained unperturbed, fervently shopping on various apps with her phone. The elder sister is never lacking in wealth. She buys whatever she desires without hesitation. Moreover, she believes in seizing the good days while they last, lest she regret it in the future. As she indulges in her shopping spree, the familiar, nasally voice of the system echoes in her mind once more. Host, it is not that I do not wish to inform you, but rather that I am unable to disclose such information. If I were to reveal it, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Ye Wenya, while shopping, coaxingly remarked, System, you have 2 choices. 1, you say nothing and await the failure of both plots, and we shall face the consequences together. 2, you confess honestly, and I will assist you in completing your tasks. We all benefit that way. System 001 hesitated, grappling with the thought that this host could be a tad less astute. Just as Ye Wenya was about to utter more words, a knock resonated at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by her brother, whose smile radiated warmth. "Brother, do you seek my company?" Yi Song affectionately ruffled her hair, then inquired. "I heard from the steward that you've entered into some contract with Gu Tailin. Is everything all right?" Ye Wenya briefly explained the situation surrounding the contract, clarifying, "I do not intend to confine Gu Tailin with it. Rather, I plan to publicly humiliate him should he ever breach it. Do not fret, brother. I will be cautious." Yet, Yi Song could not quell his concern. He sighed, "You have yet to witness Gu Tailin's cruel side. You are aware that there are certain perilous places in this world, and Gu Tailin has sent individuals to such places, with hardly anyone returning alive. Wenyang, try to avoid any conflict with him. His interest in you is merely fleeting." Ye Wenyang acquiesced, urging her brother not to confront Gu Tailin, as dialogue would prove futile. Yi Song, understanding this, replied affirmatively. "By the way, Fuyu just called me. Can you guess what he said?" Chapter 74, The True Purpose of the System. Ye Wenyang needed no guesswork to ascertain Fuyu's message, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Brother, did Fuyu request your assistance in persuading me to agree to a reconciliation?" Yi Song's eyes glinted with coldness as he affirmed, "Indeed." He claimed that he was foolish and made mistakes, but now he has come to realize them. He will divorce Wen Shu at the earliest opportunity and wants me to advise you to remarry him, cautioning you not to be swayed by Gu Tailin. Ye Wenyang felt a wave of disgust wash over her. "I cannot fathom Fuyu's misplaced confidence in believing I still harbor feelings for him. A scoundrel like him is repulsive to even glance at. How could I ever consider remarrying him? I am not the original self who would risk everything for love." Yi Song, reassured by her words, scoffed. "Fuyu wishes to use you as a stepping stone back into the Fu family to reclaim his position of power. If you held no value to him, he would not even spare you a glance, let alone shower you with false kindness." Ye Wenyang was acutely aware of this reality. "Brother, do not worry. I have stumbled and learned my lesson. I will not entertain any thoughts of Fuyu again. Should he call you in the future, feel free to berate him. There is no need for courtesy." Yi Song agreed, and after a brief exchange with Ye Wenyang, he returned to his study to attend to work matters. Ye Wenyang settled onto the sofa in her room, retrieving her phone to play games while addressing the system. "System, have you come to a decision? If you continue to delay, I shall commence the disruption of both plots." System 001 was on the brink of insanity. This host was exceptionally difficult to manage. "Host, shall we reconsider? Our relationship is quite harmonious. There is no need to reach such an impasse, is there?" Ye Wenyang huffed dismissively. "Then there is nothing left to discuss. I shall call Fuyu and instruct him to divorce the female lead immediately. I will grant him one chance to pursue me. I will also assist the female lead in dealing with the principal antagonist, which I believe you would find quite agreeable." System 001 panicked. No. "Host, I was wrong. Please do not proceed like this. I truly comprehend my mistakes." Ye Wenyang tossed her phone onto the sofa, her gaze icy. "And where exactly did you err?" System 001 responded, looking pitiful. "I was wrong in every aspect." Ye Wenyang scoffed lightly. "You dare feel wronged?" System 001 quickly retorted, No, I am not wronged. It is the host who is wronged." Ye Wenyang relaxed, resting her arm on the back of the sofa. "Now, reveal your true intentions. Once we reach an understanding, I may consider aiding you in completing your tasks. If you fail to be forthright, we shall meet our demise together. I am indifferent to such an end, as I intended to conclude this anyway." After several minutes of internal struggle, System 001 finally sighed deeply. "I shall disclose it. Host, it is not that I do not wish to reveal the truth, but if I do, we shall incur the wrath of the main system."
Ye Wenya,
having read numerous novels and watched a myriad of sci-fi films in her past life, understood the system's words. What kind of punishment would we face from the main system? System 001 admitted ignorance. Historically, no system has divulged the truth, so I am unaware of the specific punishments. I only know that speaking the truth incurs penalties. Ye Wenyang stroked her chin thoughtfully and responded calmly. "Begin from the start. We may not necessarily face the main system's punishment." Why is the host so certain? Because the plot of this novel world has already unraveled beyond repair. If the main system intended to punish us, it would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? I suspect the main system's punishment is tied to your ability to complete your tasks. System 001 still found it perplexing, so if I disclose the truth? Ye Wenyang speculated, perhaps it is to prevent the plot from collapsing. Some hosts, upon learning the truth, take unforeseen actions that lead to plot disintegration. First, tell me your true purpose, then we can discuss these matters further. System 001, in a dispirited tone, complied. This is not merely a world of novels. Not a world of novels?
Ye Wenya declaimed.
Recalling her previous assumption that this was a novel world based on the system's assertions. System 001 sighed. It cannot be said that this is not a world of novels. Originally, it was a world of novels, but due to various circumstances, too numerous to enumerate, including the author's deep emotional investment and the characters gaining sentience, the world has evolved into a small, independent realm. The weight of this revelation struck Ye Wenya profoundly. Let me summarize. First, this was originally a novel world, but it has transformed into an independent realm due to various reasons. Second, the author may exist within this realm. Third, the characters possess sentience? System 001 confirmed. The first statement is accurate. The second and third remain uncertain. The main system has assigned me 3 tasks. First, to ascertain whether the author resides in this world. Second, to determine if the characters possess sentience. And third, to restore this small world to its original status as a novel world. Ye Wenya gestured for the system to continue, her expression grave. System 001 elaborated. If the author is indeed present in this world, I must erase a portion of their memories and expel them from this realm. Furthermore, I must eliminate the characters' sentience, compelling them to adhere to the original plot. This novel is a harem story centered around a dominant female lead, lacking in moral depth, however. It is meant to be a narrative, not an independent world. Upon hearing this, Ye Wenya inhaled sharply. If the plot were to unfold as originally written, she and her brother would endure immense suffering, serving merely as stepping stones for the male and female protagonists, ultimately meeting their demise. She would never permit such a fate. I have a few inquiries. Firstly, how can we ascertain whether the author exists within this novel's world? The system 001 had little left to conceal at this point, responding, I possess a form of perception. To date, I have detected no presence of the author and remain uncertain if they have entered this realm. Ye Wenya had previously encountered numerous stories where authors ventured into their own narratives, often becoming malevolent side characters, only to rescue themselves and those around them. Who are the antagonistic female side characters in this world? There is herself, Qining, and many others who are mere cannon fodder, with herself being the most malevolent of all. Yet, in her previous life, she was simply an overworked drone, not an author of novels. This situation is rather complex. We cannot simply approach every woman we meet and inquire if she is aware of this novel, nor can you check each one individually. System 001 dropped a bombshell. The author may be here as a male, not necessarily a female. Chapter 75. Ye Wenya conceived an ingenious plan. A thought struck her regarding Fuyu Gu Tailin and Mu Gaoyuan, 3 remarkably handsome gentlemen. In the original text, these 3 were all enamored with the female lead, when Shu. Might the author have transformed into one of these dashing figures? Just the notion of it thrilled her. She yearned to witness how a cross-dressing gentleman would pursue the female lead and engage in romantic escapades with her. System 001 retorted, Host, during such a serious moment, please cast aside those frivolous thoughts, if you will. Ye Wenya cleared her throat and responded candidly, Oh, but your statement is quite misguided. Consider it. A cross-dressing gentleman employing various tactics to charm the female lead and share tender moments with her. Wouldn't that be captivating? The system briefly entertained that imagery, then gulped. However, the author here might be male. Ye Wenya clicked her tongue. System, the author was originally female. She is merely male here. Just imagine that scenario. Would it not be more exhilarating than a cross-dressing gentleman? System 001 pondered this once more and coughed several times. It is indeed quite stimulating. Host, should we investigate whether Fuyu Gu Tailin or Mu Gaoyuan might be the author? Ye Wenya inquired. Did you not say you had sensed no presence of the author? System 001 explained previously, I did not conduct a thorough examination. At that time, I presumed none of you could be the author and thus did not check. Now, the possibility exists that one of you is the author, prompting a detailed investigation. Ye Wenya contemplated for a moment. In that case, examine everyone except me. You are well aware of my situation. I could not possibly be the author. System 001 complied, suddenly recalling something. Host, we have not been attacked by the main system. This indicates your speculation may be accurate. Therefore, failure to complete the task would result in punishment. Ye Wenya took a sip from her cup, humming softly. You are overly concerned. The so-called punishment is merely a means to intimidate you systems, preventing you from speaking the truth and averting plot deviations. System 001 side with relief. It is fortunate there is no punishment. Host, do you have any further questions? I will divulge all. Ye Wenya had many inquiries. Did you arrive from the interstellar realm? System 001 replied, no, the interstellar realm is merely one of our system's task worlds. We belong to the vast network of 3,000 major worlds and countless minor worlds, with the main system assigning various tasks. Ye Wenya remarked, so, the main system is akin to the heavenly path in a fantasy novel? System 001 clarified, that is not entirely accurate. The main system primarily oversees the conditions of each world, ensuring no deviations or significant issues arise, regardless of the activities of living beings. For instance, in this novel's world, if no problems were to occur, it would remain just a narrative. When significant issues arise, the main system dispatches a system to rectify the situation, restoring it to its original form. Ye Wenya fully comprehended. I have one more question. If I complete the divergent storyline, will my brother and I be spared from becoming mere stepping stones for the male and female leads? As written, System 001 affirmed, from the current circumstances, that appears to be the case. The divergent storyline pertains to you and the main antagonist, requiring you to win over the primary villain. Ye Wenya's eyes sparkled with inspiration. System, have you yet to clarify the specifics of the divergent storyline? Upon mentioning this matter, System 001 felt dejected. I am unsure if the plot here has collapsed too severely, but I have been unable to ascertain the details of the divergent storyline. All I know is it relates to you and the main antagonist. Ye Wenya clapped her hands together, smiling brightly. System, I have an idea that could expedite the completion of the divergent storyline. What clever notion does the host possess? Help the main antagonist turn over a new leaf and become their closest confidant. System 001 was flabbergasted. Host, have you perhaps misunderstood? The divergent storyline concerns your romantic progression with the main antagonist.
Ye Wenya calmly inquired.
Does the divergent storyline explicitly state it must involve a romantic relationship between me and the main antagonist? Is it necessary for us to be together? System 001 found itself at a loss for words. Ye Wenya continued, System, our objective is to elevate the progress of the divergent storyline to 100%. Regardless of the method employed, achieving that goal is what truly matters, is it not? System 001 recognized the validity of her reasoning. The issue remains, how do we advance the divergent storyline to 100%? I perceive the primary antagonist shows considerable interest in you. Ye Wenya stated. Allow me to contemplate how to proceed. Do not fret. I assure you I will assist you in completing the task this time. But you must be ready to assist me at all times. System 001 agreed. As long as it meant fulfilling his task, everything else was negotiable. With a major matter resolved, Ye Wenya stretched languidly, deciding to take her time understanding Gu Tailin before determining how to enhance the progress of the divergent storyline. The following day, shortly after 11 in the morning, while Ye Wenya sat in the living room watching television and pondering how to increase the storyline's percentage, Gu Tailin arrived. Fu Liqing has been rescued, was his first proclamation. Upon witnessing his gleeful demeanor, Ye Wenya immediately understood that Fu Liqing had endured unimaginable hardships. Where is Fu Liqing hospitalized? I must visit her. I cannot allow my grandmother to suffer. System, quickly check whether the main antagonist is, in essence, a female. Gu Tailin's head was filled with question marks, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at her. What was happening with Ye Wenya? Why was she questioning whether he was female? In the public hospital, police were present, and once her condition improved, she would need to provide a statement. Ye Wenya stood up and walked outside, inquiring Gu Tailing about the specifics regarding Fu Liqing. Had Grandma and Fu Yu already left? She regarded Gu Tailing with a curious gaze. Is he truly a master of disguise? I am genuinely intrigued to know whether he is indeed a master of disguise. If he is, that would be quite entertaining. Gu Tailing's forehead throbbed with veins, as he yearned to immediately prove to Ye Wenya that he was unequivocally male. But such a revelation was not feasible at the moment. Fu Liqing had indeed been kidnapped by the Zhang brothers, who, fearing discovery in their rented accommodation, took her to hide in the mountains. Given Fu Liqing's profession as an adult film star, the two had subjected her to continual abuse, even destroying her hands. Ye Wenya halted in her tracks, her delicate features growing cold. The Zhang brothers were more beastly than animals to treat a young woman in such a manner. Had the police uncovered who had instigated the kidnapping of Fu Liqing? Chapter 76. Fu Yu may have developed self-awareness. At that moment, Gu Tailing genuinely wished to set Ye Wenya straight, making her comprehend that he was not a master of disguise, but a veritable man. His handsome visage darkened. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Surely, the system had done something to inspire such misconceptions in Ye Wenya regarding him. One day, he would ensure the system understood the consequences of its actions. When I arrived, the police were still conducting interrogations. He clenched his teeth. Ye Wenya cast him a peculiar glance. System, have you not discovered anything yet? Then let us proceed to the hospital, and we shall inquire with the police later. System 001 responded, Host, please do not rush. It is not that swift. I require thorough examination to ascertain the facts, for missteps would be disastrous. No matter how anxious Ye Wenya felt, there was nothing she could do. She was desperate to ascertain whether Gu Tailing was indeed a master of disguise. This gnawing feeling was unbearable. She and Gu Tailing drove to the public hospital where Fu Liqing was located. Upon their arrival at the ward, Ye Wenya noticed 2 armed police officers stationed at the entrance. After verifying Ye Wenya and Gu Tailing's identities and receiving permission from the elderly matriarch Fu, they were finally allowed inside. Entering the ward, Ye Wenya first laid eyes on the frail figure of the elderly matriarch Fu, alongside the cold and distant Fuyu, and finally on Fu Liqing, who lay unconscious in bed. Fu Liqing's hands were heavily bandaged, her hair shaved, and her face similarly wrapped. Merely witnessing her condition revealed the extent of her suffering. Ye Wenya and Gu Tailing approached cautiously. Grandma, Ye Wenya whispered soothingly, please do not be too sorrowful. At least Fu Liqing is alive. Once this matter concludes, we can send her abroad to recuperate, where no one will know of her past. If necessary, we can arrange for her to undergo plastic surgery and assume a new identity, sending her to a place where she is unrecognizable. The elderly matriarch Fu gently patted her hand, sighing, I worry that this child cannot overcome this hurdle. After being rescued by the police, Fu Liqing was engulfed in extreme collapse and terror. The doctor administered 2 sedatives before she gradually calmed down. She was furious that Liqing had been manipulated by Wen Shushu, intentionally subjected to such trials, yet she never imagined her granddaughter would endure such a harrowing ordeal. Ye Wenya recognized that no matter how much she comforted the elderly matriarch Fu, it would be futile. Thus, she steered the conversation towards the true culprit. Grandma, has the police discovered who instigated the Zhang brothers to kidnap Fu Liqing? The elderly matriarch Fu's sharp, aged eyes ignited with fury, stating that a man had orchestrated their actions, promising them 30,000 yuan afterward, while also instructing the Zhang brothers to torment Liqing at will. A man? Could it not be Wen Shushu? Ye Wenya found this unlikely. Despite Fu Liqing being ostracized from the Fu family, those individuals would only seek to humiliate her. Never inflict such heinous acts. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that if anyone dared to truly harm Fu Liqing, the Fu family would not stand idly by. Grandma, are there any further leads? Has there been any movement from Wen Shushu? No sooner had she spoken than Gu Tailing interjected with his revelations. I just received a message from the madam of a special club. She informed me that upon learning of the police's extensive search for Fu Liqing, Wen Shushu has been making furtive phone calls. On one occasion, she followed and overheard Wen Shushu berating someone for their ineffectiveness, but she did not catch more details. As Wen Shushu hastily ended the call, Ye Wenya was puzzled. If it were indeed Wen Shushu's doing, why would a man be the one instigating the Zhang brothers? Was Wen Shushu arranging for a man to liaise with them? How did she even become aware of their existence? Gu Tailing, with one hand in his pocket, cast a cold glance at the silent Fuyu before addressing Ye Wenya. I have instructed the madam to keep a close watch on Wen Shushu. If it truly is her, she is bound to make a move in the coming days, at which point we shall uncover the entire truth. Ye Wenya agreed. Whether or not this matter was orchestrated by Wen Shushu, they needed to apprehend the true culprit, not only to avenge Fu Liqing but also to eliminate future threats. As she prepared to comfort the elderly matriarch Fu once more, she heard Fuyu's voice and immediately frowned at him. I have already applied for a mandatory divorce through the court. Ye Wenya's face expressed derision, as she scoffed, Fuyu. Even calling you scum would be an insult to scum. Previously, you were so infatuated with Wen Shushu that you insisted on divorcing me. Now, mere months into your marriage, you seek a mandatory divorce, foolishly dreaming of remarrying me afterward. What a delusional fantasy. Should Wen Shushu be found guilty of orchestrating the kidnapping, the court would certainly rule in favor of a divorce between Fuyu and Wen Shushu. Fuyu bit his lip, once again regretting his past actions. At that time, I knew that no amount of words would suffice now. Ye Wenya, Please believe me. This time I will not betray your trust. Ye Wenya felt nauseated to the point of wanting to retch. No, you do not intend to honor me. You merely wish to reap the benefits I can provide. To reclaim your position within the Fu family and regain your status as its patriarch. Were I devoid of such value, would you even glance my way? Spare me your repulsion. Fu Yu, I have made it abundantly clear that I will never remarry you in this lifetime, nor will I ever harbor feelings for you. System. Do you think Fu Yu, the male lead, has a screw loose? He is so self-absorbed as to believe that as the male lead, I, the supporting character, must inevitably fall in love with him again and sacrifice everything for him. System 001 responded, Host, have you never considered the possibility that Fu Yu has developed self-awareness? I have analyzed all circumstances and suspect that Fu Yu has indeed gained self-awareness, coupled with the narrative collapsing as it has, prompting him to desire to remarry you. Self-awareness? The expressions of Fu Yu and Gu Tailing darkened. What does it mean to have developed self-awareness? Were they, as characters in a novel, gaining self-awareness? Should they not possess such consciousness? Ye Wenya, I admit I have entertained such thoughts, but more than that, I wish to be together with you again. Fu Yu earnestly implored. He wished to remain by Ye Wenya's side, to unravel the mysteries surrounding the system and this world of fiction, to comprehend all circumstances, and to return to a normal life. Ye Wenya pondered whether Fu Yu and Gu Tailin had developed self-awareness. With impatience, she addressed Fu Yu. The farther you can distance yourself from me, the better. I fear that I might not restrain myself from slapping you. System. Investigate Fu Yu's situation and check his relationship with Gu Tailin. On another day, I shall seek out Mu Gaoyuan for a discussion. At that time, you can examine him as well. Fu Yu and Gu Tailin's expressions darkened. They would not permit Ye Wenya to approach Mu Gaoyuan. One rival was troublesome enough. They did not wish for another. Chapter 77. Her disappointment in him. Gu Tailin raised his hand to halt Fu Yu, mockingly stating, Fu Yu, could you at least show a modicum of dignity in front of Grandma? Ye Wenya had reiterated countless times that she would not remarry him nor harbor any affection for him. Kindly vacate my vicinity and continue your life with your beloved. When Shushu. Fu Yu harbored a deep-seated disdain for Gu Tailin, feeling an unprecedented loathing. Without Gu Tailin, Ye Wenya would have likely agreed to remarry him long ago. Gu Tailin, how much better are you? Ye Wenya holds no fondness for you either. Moreover, you treat her as a mere plaything, lacking any genuine goodwill. Gu Tailin smirked with a mischievous grin. To be frank, Ye Wenya and I have long reconciled. As for the rest, it is a matter between Ye Wenya and me. And it is not for an outsider like you to meddle. He emphasized the term outsider. Fu Yu shot a fierce glance at Ye Wenya. His voice laced with icy fury. Ye Wenya, did you engage in a liaison with Gu Tailin behind my back? Unable to contain herself, Ye Wenya delivered a swift kick to his most vulnerable spot and followed it with several stinging slaps.
Who do you think you are?
I have no connection to you. Cease regarding me as your possession. She angrily wiped her hands with a tissue, wishing she could immerse them in disinfectant, repulsed by the thought of having touched such a creature. Fu Yu curled up in pain, gasping for breath, trying to alleviate the excruciating discomfort. Stop wiping, Gu Tailin interjected, his tone tender as he gently blew on her reddened hands. Next time, just use hand sanitizer. You need not treat your hands this way for a scoundrel. Ye Wenya glanced at her flushed hands, feeling a twinge of regret for her forcefulness. Just as she was about to berate Fu Yu further, they were interrupted by the stern voice of old Madame Fu. Fu Yu, enough. Rising to her feet, she regarded Fu Yu with profound disappointment. I had hoped that after all your experiences, you would truly understand what you desire and how to act.
Yet.
You not only continue to err but repeatedly engage in such behavior. Fu Yu, is this how I have raised you? Fu Yu longed to explain that his actions were not of his own volition, but rather dictated by the author of this narrative. Yet, such words were unutterable.
Grandma.
I recognize my past mistakes, and I am now endeavoring to make amends. I will strive to be a proper member of the Fu family and genuinely care for Ye Wenya. The chill in old Madame Fu's gaze deepened.
Fu Yu.
Search your conscience and tell me, what is your true intention in pressuring Wenya to remarry you? Is it truly as you claim? When Wenya adored you, you failed to cherish her. Now that she has moved on and discovered her own happiness, you wish to disrupt that once more, insisting on performing actions she abhors. When did you become so self-centered, disregarding the feelings of others? Fu Yu raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Grandma, the situation is not as you perceive. Often, I am compelled to act against my will, and Ye Wenya understands this best. How absurd.
Ye Wenya retorted coldly.
When have you ever been compelled? Were we the ones forcing you to be with Wen Shushu? Did we insist on separating you from her? I have never encountered a more despicable person than Fuyu. The plot of this narrative has long since unraveled, and he is not a victim of circumstance. His every action stems from his own volition.
Now,
He dares to attribute his actions to being out of control. Fuyu struggled to accept this notion, for in his mind, his many misdeeds were the result of the author's design, not his own intention. Ye Wenya, why must I be with Wen Shushu? Before he could finish, Ye Wenya interrupted, signaling Gu Tailin to promptly remove this scoundrel from her sight. One more glance at him would surely make her retch. Gu Tailin forcibly dragged Fuyu away, exchanging a glance with Ye Wenya, urging her to comfort old Madame Fu. Fuyu's actions had repeatedly wounded his grandmother's heart. Ye Wenya poured a glass of warm water for old Madame Fu, soothingly assuring her, please do not be upset. Gu Tailin and I have pledged to care for you for a lifetime. Consider us your own grandchildren. Old Madame Fu's brow furrowed, her sighs escaping uncontrollably. I never envisioned that Fuyu would turn out this way. Sometimes I wonder if my education has been a failure. Ye Wenya shook her head.
Grandma,
This is not your fault. Consider those raised under elite education. Not every one of them turns out well. Some indeed go astray. A person must undergo numerous experiences during their growth. The education from family and peers is crucial, yet each individual possesses their own thoughts and reasoning, influenced by myriad external factors. Thus, this is not your fault. Old Madame Fu lamented. Fuyu's divorce from you is his greatest loss and the most grievous mistake he has made. Wenya, promise me, no matter the circumstances, do not remarry Fuyu. He is far too self-serving and opportunistic. As long as you are of use to him, he will treat you well. Once you lose your value, he will discard you. Ye Wenya nodded in agreement, reassuring her, Grandma, do not be too troubled. Gu Tailin and I are here for you. Old Madame Fu sighed. I must select an heir in the coming days. Initially, I intended to grant Fuyu another chance. However, his actions today have deeply disappointed me, and I have resolved not to give him another opportunity. Ye Wenya felt no sympathy for Fuyu. Instead, she felt a sense of schadenfreude, though she was wise enough not to display it in front of old Madame Fu. Grandma, there is a resting bed. You should lie down for a bit. I will tend to Fu Liqing. She assisted old Madame Fu to the bed, covering her with a blanket. Do not worry too much. Gu Tailin and I are here for you. Old Madame Fu could not cease her sighing, her mind far from restful. She wondered whether the Fu family would withstand her stewardship. She hoped it would not falter. Ye Wenya sat quietly beside old Madame Fu, awaiting Gu Tailin. Meanwhile, Gu Tailin had brought Fuyu to a secure passageway. With a cold gaze, he confronted Fuyu. Fuyu, having grown up together, do you think I do not know you? The moment you uttered that you intended to use Ye Wenya, it revealed your true desire to exploit her, never genuinely caring for her. Your so-called sincerity is predicated on her utility. Remember, it was the Ye family that offered substantial benefits, persuading you to marry Ye Wenya. Chapter 78. Is this an inadvertent confession from Wen Shushu? Fuyu was reluctant to acknowledge this truth, yet he could not deny it, for it was indeed reality. Initially, Yi Tsong had offered vast advantages to ensure that Ye Wenya would marry him, elevating the Fu family to new heights. Gu Tailin approached him, his voice low and suffused with arrogance. Fuyu, I must express my gratitude for your relinquishment, for it has granted me the opportunity to pursue Ye Wenya. Fuyu reached out, intent on seizing his collar, only to be thwarted by Gu Tailin's swift intervention. Adjusting his own collar, he retorted, You lack appreciation.
Uşal çeliş Ye Wenya.
Fuyu's countenance was as frigid as ice. Gu Tailin, must you persist in this manner? Gu Tailin brushed off his attire, a mocking glint in his cool black eyes. Fuyu, you seem to forget one crucial fact. You are already divorced from Ye Wenya. You are merely her ex-husband, devoid of any right to interfere in her affairs. Fuyu had not forgotten. Rather, he chose to deliberately disregard it. Initially, he was elated to marry Wen Shushu, believing in their potential for a lasting union. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh blow. The one who truly cared for him was Ye Wenya. Wen Shushu merely coveted his former status as the patriarch of the Fu family, seeking to ascend by stepping on him.
Gu Tailin.
Do not harbor the illusion that you can win Ye Wenya's affection. She harbors disdain for you.
Gu Tailin twackled softly.
At the very least, I possess the opportunity to be with her. You, however, shall never have that chance. Fu Yu's expression darkened considerably. With a derisive snort, Gu Tai-lin stepped into the hospital room. Had Fu Yu been willing to confront his own faults and amend his ways, he could have returned to the Fu family. Yet, he constantly shifted the blame onto Wen-Shu Shu and this fictional world. Fu Yu stood motionless, his gaze obscured by shadows. Ye Wenya and Gu Tai-lin had tirelessly persuaded old Madame Fu to rest at the Fu residence, and now they sat in chairs, awaiting Fu Liqing's awakening while also anticipating news from the police, hoping to ascertain whether the true culprit was Wen-Shu Shu. To their surprise,
It was Mu Gaoyuan who arrived.
unlike his previous state of despondency and weariness, he now embodied the essence of an elite, exuding vigor and confidence. "Please, take a seat," Ye Wenya urged, her curiosity piqued. "What brings you here? Is it regarding the Fu Liqing case?" System promptly seized this opportunity to scan Mu Gaoyuan. Gu Tai-lin narrowed his sharp black eyes, his gaze towards Mu Gaoyuan distinctly unfriendly.
Mu Gaoyuan, perplexed,
Inquired, "Skin me? Why does Ye Wenya want the system to scam me?" "I have information regarding the Fu Liqing case," he replied.
Upon hearing this,
Ye Wenya immediately invited the detectives stationed in the corridor to enter, explaining the situation. The two detectives, upon understanding, quickly produced their notebooks and pens. "Comrade, please elaborate. Do you have any leads?" one of them queried. Mu Gaoyuan retrieved his phone, flipping through recordings as he spoke. "Just now, I received a call from Wen-Shu Shu. Specifically, it was when I was exiting the police station." The detectives were already aware of the situation. Through the statements of the two kidnappers, they suspected him to be the true culprit and had summoned him for questioning. "You have a solid alibi, and as of now, you are not a suspect," one detective confirmed. Mu Gaoyuan nodded, affirming, "That is correct. After leaving the police station, I received a call from Wen-Shu Shu. Her first words were to question why I would harm Fu Liqing. Listen to the recording I made." He pressed play, and Wen-Shu Shu's tearful voice emerged. "Gaoyuan, why are you so cruel to hurt Liqing? She has done nothing to harm you. She is so kind and good. How could you commit such a malicious act? Wen-Shu Shu, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever harm Fu Liqing? Moreover, how do you know about Fu Liqing's incident while you are in America? Gaoyuan, I know you are afraid of going to prison, which is why you refuse to admit it. The case regarding Liqing has become so public that even from America, I heard about it from friends. Gaoyuan, I will help you, but please do not commit such acts for me again. Wen-Shu Shu, I find you utterly revolting. You lack evidence yet spout such nonsense. Furthermore, I will not do anything for you again. Do not presume."
Gaoyuan, how can you treat me this way?
"Have you forgotten the bond we shared growing up? You promised me that you would always treat me well and help me throughout our lives. I shall ask you this. Is Fu Liqing's case in any way related to you? The moment she encountered trouble, you learned of it and specifically called me. Do you think I still trust you as I once did? Gaoyuan, I understand that you blame me, but I do not hold it against you. This time, I will assist you." The recording concluded. Mu Gaoyuan rubbed his temples, lamenting, "I could not extract more useful information from Wen-Shu Shu. I suspect Fu Liqing's case is her doing. Perhaps she used a voice changer to frame me as a scapegoat. This is not the first time she has resorted to such deceit." A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he reflected on the extent to which he had helped her, even taking the blame for her actions. Now, that woman was resorting to such vile tactics to absolve herself. The two detectives inquired extensively about various details. Meanwhile, Ye Wenya, standing nearby, felt no sympathy for Mu Gaoyuan. Her thoughts were solely focused on how to bring Wen-Shu Shu back. It was now almost certain that Wen-Shu Shu was the perpetrator behind Fu Liqing's case, but with her being in America, extraditing her would not be an easy feat. Just as she was lost in thought, a piercing female scream shattered the air.
Ah!
"Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. You all get away from me. Just go away." Ye Wenya turned sharply towards Fu Liqing, who had inexplicably awakened, trembling and flailing her arms as though faced with unspeakable horrors. "Do not approach me, please. Have mercy. Do not torment me any longer." As the only woman present,
Ye Wenya approached cautiously, speaking softly, "Furiving, ötese alrikt. Ah."
"Do not come closer. Get away from me." Fu Liqing scrambled into a corner, shaking like a leaf in the wind. "Please, do not come any closer. I beg you, do not torment me. All right, I will not approach you. I am stepping back."
Ye Wenya risusuret, carefully retreating.
Just as she reached Gu Tai-lin's side, a flurry of medical personnel burst into the room, rushing towards Fu Liqing. "Quickly, prepare the sedatives. We must calm the patient." the attending physician instructed coolly. The doctors and nurses rushed to restrain the struggling Fu Liqing, ensuring her safety as the head nurse administered the sedative. Let me go. Please spare me. I beg you. Fu Liqing's voice grew hoarse from crying. I can offer you money. Lots of money. Just please, do not treat me this way. Chapter 79. Another awakening of self-awareness? The head nurse injected 2 doses of sedative, gradually lulling the frantic Fu Liqing into a deep slumber. To prevent any self-harming behavior upon awakening, the doctors secured her to the hospital bed. The attending physician addressed Ye Wenya and the others, saying, the patient cannot provide a statement or engage in conversation for the time being. We will enlist the most esteemed psychological experts to conduct an intervention. Whether it will be successful remains uncertain. Given the patient's current state, the chances of success appear slim, and she may endure severe psychological trauma. Ye Wenya's brow furrowed into a shape, her gaze shifting towards Fu Liqing, who lay on the hospital bed. In her heart, she silently inquired of the system, do you possess any means to cure Fu Liqing or enable her to forget those harrowing experiences? The System 001 replied, it is indeed possible, but the issue lies in the fact that even if Fu Liqing forgets this dreadful memory, the horrifying impressions will still linger deep within her mind, leading to an overwhelming fear of men. This method addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. Ye Wenya asked, is it not possible to eradicate it entirely? The System 001 responded, somewhat exasperated. No matter how advanced the technology, one cannot completely obliterate a memory from an individual's brain. It may vanish, but the brain retains an impression of it. Do you wish to assist Fu Liqing? Ye Wenya resolved to consult the elderly Mrs. Fu before making any decisions, as she did not wish for her grandmother to become overly distressed over Fu Liqing. Otherwise, she would remain indifferent to her fate. After leaving the hospital with Gu Tailin, she dialed Mrs. Fu's number, explaining that there existed a method to help Fu Liqing forget her terrifying memories, along with the fact that she would develop a fear of men, among other concerns. Mrs. Fu remained silent for a considerable time, finally sighing. What good does it do if Liqing forgets? As long as she cannot genuinely confront that dreadful incident, she will perpetually inhabit a terrifying world, locking herself away and potentially harming herself. Ye Wenya gently suggested, Grandmother, let Fu Liqing forget this matter, give her a new name, and send her to a quaint town abroad for recuperation. Remaining here will only exacerbate her situation. Mrs. Fu massaged her weary brow, stating, let me consult Liqing for her opinion. This decision must be hers. It is her life, and we cannot decide for her. Ye Wenya felt a pang of sorrow. Grandmother, I will accompany you to the Fu residence. Do not come, Mrs. Fu replied. Fu Yu is guarding the entrance. There was a hint of displeasure in Mrs. Fu's tone, as she suspected he had anticipated her visit, standing at the door to wait for her, hoping to deceive her into believing he had changed. Ye Wenya felt an urge to curse, pondering what kind of scoundrel Fu Yu was, so shamelessly exploiting his grandmother and sister. Why not have grandmother move in with my family? We have a lively household, and it would be more cheerful for her.
MRS. Fu politely declined.
It is best for me to remain alone at home. You and Tailin should visit me when you have time. If she were to move to the Yi residence, Fu Yu would undoubtedly take advantage of her, harassing Wenya daily. Despite her repeated pleas, Mrs. Fu remained resolute about not moving in with her, and ultimately, Ye Wenya entrusted this task to Gu Tailin. I am uneasy about grandmother living alone at home. Devise a way to have her move in with me. Your family has too many complications. Grandmother cannot move in with you. Gu Tailin was acutely aware of the power struggles within his family, despite his control over the situation. No one dared to openly oppose him, yet there were those who would not hesitate to undermine Mrs. Fu or manipulate her against him. Gu Tailin understood the circumstances of his family well. He clicked his tongue, recognizing that the root of the problem lay not with Mrs. Fu but with Fu Yu. Clearly, Fu Yu was using Mrs. Fu and Fu Liqing as stepping stones to reclaim power within the Fu family. He had likely learned Mrs. Fu's intention to identify a true heir and was anxious. He understood that once an heir emerged, reclaiming power in the Fu family would not be as simple for him. Ye Wenya's eyes gleamed with cold determination. How can Fu Yu be such a heartless and malicious being when it is grandmother who raised him? Gu Tailin pondered whether this was linked to the system's mention of characters gaining autonomy and the narrative collapsing. He had been friends with Fu Yu for decades and knew him well. He could not fathom him being so selfish and wicked. The specifics of Fu Yu's situation were not paramount. Their immediate concern was to resolve Fu Liqing's case and apprehend Wen Shushu.
Ye Wenya invited.
Do you have a way to bring Wen Shushu back? This woman is truly malevolent. After Fu Liqing assisted her countless times, she repaid her with such cruelty. Reflecting on it now, had I not torn the plot, it might have been me facing such a fate. The aggressors would have been Fu Yu, Gu Tailin, and Mu Gaoyuan, who would go to great lengths to please Wen Shushu. Gu Tailin, upon hearing her words, felt an overwhelming relief that Ye Wenya had deviated from the original plot. I will arrange for someone to bring Wen Shushu back. Before he could finish, his phone rang. It was Lisa, the madam of a special establishment in America. Mr. Gu, someone has just taken Wen Shushu. It's one of the local ruffians. They claim their boss has taken a liking to her. Gu Tailin's brow furrowed as he coldly inquired, what happened? Lisa explained. I inquired. And it appears that Wen Shushu proactively sent her photos to the customers she accompanied, seeking a powerful ally. Given the current situation, I cannot retrieve her. That ruffian is notoriously ruthless. As long as he favors Wen Shushu, she will be safe in that area. Gu Tailin was somewhat familiar with the American landscape and knew that often, even the police could do little against such ruffians. Keep a close watch on Wen Shushu. Inform me immediately of any developments. After hanging up, he relayed the situation to Ye Wenya. She admired Wen Shushu's audacity, her eyes widening slightly in disbelief. At this point, she can still turn her fortunes around and charm a big shot? System, do you think it is possible that Wen Shushu might be the author? Perhaps one day when we arrive in America, you could scan her. System 001 also suspected Wen Shushu may be the author. Indeed. We should scan her when we arrive in America. Her situation is too peculiar. I suspect she has developed a sense of autonomy. Regardless, we must investigate thoroughly. If she truly has gained autonomy, it must be eradicated. Gu Tailin abruptly halted, a flicker of intensity passing through his gaze. The system intended to eliminate characters that had gained autonomy from the narrative? Ye Wenya, how about we plan a trip to America together? Perhaps we can manage to bring Wen Shushu back. He needed to keep a close eye on the system. Chapter 80. Ye Wenya could not allow the system to erase autonomy. Ye Wenya had not contemplated going to America alone to find Wen Shushu, but she had never considered accompanying Gu Tailin either. I will be going to America with my brother. You must stay here to care for grandmother. Gu Tailin, aware of her intentions, leaned closer with a mischievous smile. Are you certain your brother will be as useful as I am? I know many people in America who could assist you greatly. Ye Wenya lowered her eyelids, lightly retorting, as long as there is sufficient money. My brother and I can find numerous people to help us in America. We might even convince that ruffian to hand Wen Shushu over to us. Gu Tailin found himself at a loss for words. As Ye Wenya pointed out, with enough money, she and Yi Tsong could accomplish much in America without needing his assistance. He cleared his throat, earnestly recommending himself. Consider this. Having more men around you would ensure greater safety in America. You are aware of its instability.
Ye Wenya carefully interrupted.
Mr. Gu, my family employs many bodyguards. If that is insufficient, I can hire mercenaries in America. They would be far more formidable than you. Gu Tailin was once again rendered speechless. As Ye Wenya prepared to stride ahead, she suddenly recalled something, halting her steps to look at him. Do you need me to accompany you to the United States? Gu Tailin patted his chest, exuding an air of capability. Despite the prowess of mercenaries, there are matters in which I surpass them. Wouldn't you agree? Ye Wenya rolled her eyes dramatically, retorting, I see now what it means to sell one's own produce. Mr. Gu, I wanted to inform you that a charity auction is taking place in a couple of days. Would you care to join me? Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin's thoughts drifted to the notion of a date, his dark eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely. I shall arrive punctually at the Gu residence to escort you. Ye Wenya mused to herself that even the arch-villain possessed a hint of kindness. All right then, let us settle on that, but please do not fail me. With that, she waved goodbye and departed. Gu Tailin, in high spirits, watched her retreating figure. As soon as she drove off, he hastened to the nearest luxury menswear boutique, acquiring every item he could wear, clothes, shoes, and more, having them all delivered to the Gu residence without even trying them on. The store was closed to all but him. After settling the payment, Gu Tailin intended to return to the office to manage his work. Suddenly, he remembered he ought to select a few dresses for Ye Wenya, leading him to a women's clothing store. The luxury women's boutique promptly shut its doors, with all sales staff attending solely to him. Gu Tailin meticulously chose a selection of attire, which was then delivered to the Yi residence. Thus, when Ye Wenya beheld the mountain of assorted women's clothing, she stared in bewilderment at her brother, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in work. Did you buy these for me? Yi Tsong, in a bemused tone, replied. Some wild man named Gu bought these for you, claiming they were for the charity auction in 2 days. Having just sent away a wild man named Fu, another named Gu appeared on the scene. Should one commend his sister's charm with men, or lament the fact that she was not lacking suitors? Ye Wenya was perplexed. What is this? Gu Thailand bought me so many clothes? Do I even need them? Yi Tsong was at a loss for words, unsure where to begin his critique. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, Sister, when Gu Thailand buys you clothes, is that your foremost concern? What else could it be? Just as Ye Wenya was about to articulate further, the voice of System 001 echoed in her mind. She swiftly declared, Brother, you handle these clothes for me, and dashed back to her room. System, tell me, have the scanning results for Gu Thailand and the others come through? Do reveal whether the author is among them. System 001, detecting the excitement in her tone, suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Fu Yu and Gu Thailand. Both men wished to be with the host. Yet she seemed more inclined to witness their dramatic encounters or fantasize about them as dashing gentlemen, never harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Host, none of the three are the author. However, Fu Yu and Gu Thailand have developed a modicum of independent awareness. Ye Wenya was greatly disappointed, letting out a long sigh. I had hoped the author would be among Gu Thailand, Fu Yu, and Mu Gaoyuan, which would allow me to see the dashing gentleman. What a pity. System 001 felt as though the entire machine was in agony. Host, please behave normally and refrain from dwelling on such peculiar notions, all right?
Ye Wenya'yı 클릭할 통고.
System, as a machine, you cannot fathom the joys of being human. Never mind, let us get back to business. Since Gu Thailand and Fu Yu have gained some independent awareness, do you intend to erase this awareness, or what is your plan? System 001 had not yet formulated a plan. According to protocol, Fu Yu and Gu Thailand's independent awareness should be erased. However, the pressing issue is that we have yet to locate the author, and without that, we cannot restore normalcy to this narrative world. I cannot guarantee that erasing Fu Yu and Gu Thailand's awareness will prevent them from developing it anew. Ye Wenya pondered for a moment and shared her thoughts. System, perhaps we should refrain from erasing Fu Yu and Gu Thailand's independent awareness for now. Completing the plot and finding the author is our primary objective. Wouldn't you agree? System 001 acknowledged. Those 2 points are indeed paramount. Once we resolve them, their independent awareness will dissipate without my intervention. Ye Wenya's expression grew contemplative as she devised a plan to protect both herself and her brother. Then let us first locate the author and fulfill the plot. System, can you discern the general direction of the author? System 001, flustered, replied, If I knew the author's general whereabouts, I wouldn't require your assistance. I only know that the author is likely a significant character within this narrative. Ye Wenya considered the myriad characters in the novel but could not pinpoint who might be the author, realizing that the sheer number of characters made it difficult. Under the current circumstances, even a minor character could potentially be the author. System, how about we scan individuals we encounter one by one? This seems to be our only viable option at present. System 001 recognized this as the only feasible strategy, feeling as though the entire system was on the verge of collapse. This was the first time it had encountered such a maddening task despite having completed numerous missions before. Ye Wenya slumped on the sofa, contemplating how to outmaneuver the system to achieve her goals. If her and her brother's independent awareness were erased or vanished, the world would revert to the original plot. She could not permit such an occurrence. The dilemma was that she could not handle the system alone. She needed assistance. Who could she enlist for help? Chapter 81. Ye Wenya contemplated revealing everything to her brother. Reflecting on the people around her, she considered Gu Thailand. Absolutely not. If he were to learn of the system and the narrative world, one could only imagine what reckless actions he might undertake. As for Fu Yu, he would undoubtedly exploit this knowledge to blackmail her. Mu Gaoyuan was also out of the question. Her brother seemed like the most suitable choice. Yet if she divulged the existence of the system and the narrative world, the system would become aware, and her plans would unravel. What method could she employ to evade the system, while confiding in her brother about the system and the narrative world? As she contemplated this, she received a phone call from Qining. Miss Yi, I hope I'm not interrupting you, Qining said, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, neither overly flattering nor excessively warm. I just received a call from Wen Shu, who invited me to the United States for a gathering, claiming she wants to introduce me to some resources there. I know her well enough to discern her ulterior motives. I specifically had a friend in the U.S. inquire about this matter. And it turns out Wen Shu has been entangled with a local bigwig, planning to host a banquet and invite numerous guests. Surely, She is aware that this gathering serves as a display of her status and a scheme against those with whom she has grievances. She has held similar banquets before when she was at the height of her power, and each time, something transpired. Ye Wenya sat up, her tone indifferent. What is your purpose in sharing this with me?
I prefer directness over circumlocution.
Despite her jealousy of Ye Wenya, Qin Ing dared not reveal her feelings. I merely wish to caution you, Miss Yi. Given Wen Shushu's character, it is highly likely she will extend an invitation to you for this banquet. I have heard that the local tyrant is notoriously ruthless, relishing in the torment of women by offering them to his subordinates for amusement. Ye Wenya stated, I understand, before abruptly ending the call. As soon as Wen Shushu connected with the local tyrant in America, she announced her intention to host a banquet, presumably to curry favor with the tyrant and perhaps to scheme against others. She had barely tossed her phone onto the sofa when it rang again. It was Wen Shushu calling. Miss Yi, I am hosting a banquet in America in 3 days. I wonder if you will be available to attend? We have had numerous misunderstandings in the past, and I wish to resolve them at this gathering. This banquet would surely ruin that wretched Ye Wenya's and bring down the Yi family. Ye Wenya's was tempted to pry open Wen Shushu's skull to see if her mental architecture differed from that of ordinary people. After all, Wen Shushu had suffered so many setbacks at her hands, yet here she was, plotting against her once more. 3 days won't work. I have a prestigious charity auction to attend the day after tomorrow. Only the most prominent figures from around the world can participate in this event. Her simple words seemed to grind Wen Shushu into the ground, stripping away her so-called glamorous facade.
Ah, I see.
Shall I then reschedule? My banquet is primarily intended to mend our differences, Miss Yi. How does 5 days from now sound? Ye Wenya's had already planned a trip to America, and she smiled enigmatically at the suggestion. Very well, I shall certainly attend Miss Wen's banquet and see who is protecting you. When Shushu felt a shiver run down her spine, she repeatedly reassured herself, It's fine, it's fine. I have the local tyrant to protect me. A mere Chinese girl cannot harm me. Miss Yi truly has a penchant for jest, when Shushu replied. Let us agree on this.
Sudenli, Ye Wenya interjected, Miss Wen.
Do you suppose the Chinese police might collaborate with American authorities to extradite you back to your homeland? Given your transgressions, you would certainly face life imprisonment, if not the death penalty. When Shushu felt weak all over, yet she did not believe she had done anything wrong. The fault lay with others, those who harmed her, compelling her to retaliate. Miss Yi, please refrain from making such reckless statements. I have committed no crimes. China has no jurisdiction over me. Ye Wenya's let out a humorless laugh. Miss Wen, you may not yet be aware, but Mu Gaoyuan recorded your call to him and has informed the police. You are now a prime subject of their investigation. Do take care to conceal your tracks, lest the police catch wind of your misdeeds. If they do, your fate will be sealed. With a pale complexion, when Shushu hung up the phone, pacing nervously as panic set in. What should she do? It was all that vile Gaoyuan's fault. She had treated him well and always considered his interests, yet he betrayed her so. Surely, it was that despicable Ye Wenya's who seduced Gaoyuan, otherwise, he would not have turned against her. She needed to devise a plan to teach Ye Wenya's a lesson. How could she possibly do that? Just then, a news report on the television regarding the Yi Group's branch in America caught her attention. Surely, this could provide her the leverage she needed against Ye Wenya's. On the evening of the charity auction, Gu Tailin arrived punctually to escort Ye Wenya's. She descended the stairs in a simple yet elegant lavender evening gown, carefully adjusting her hair and checking her reflection. With her shoulder-length hair difficult to manage, she opted for a light makeup look, eschewing the makeup artist's more elaborate techniques. Tonight, she was not the star of the show but rather the companion of Gu Tailin, and she must not overshadow him. Once she was ready, she heard Gu Tailin's compliment, You look stunning tonight. Ye Wenya's offered a faint smile of gratitude. If I didn't look good tonight, that would be quite unfortunate, for my brother has hired the finest makeup artist to prepare me. Gu Tailin extended his right arm with a laugh. I misspoke. I should have said you look far more beautiful than usual tonight. Ye Wenya's did not take his arm but quickened her pace. Let us go, Mr. Gu. They arrived at the venue of the charity auction, situated in a private estate. After presenting their invitations, they entered side by side. Inside, Ye Wenya's was met with a throng of elegantly dressed guests, clustered in groups engaged in conversation. The moment she and Gu Tailin appeared, they became the center of attention, with numerous guests flocking to converse with them. Miss Yi, you look absolutely beautiful tonight. I envy your figure and beauty. I had no idea Mr. Gu's companion tonight was Miss Yi. What a perfect match. Ye Wenya's and Gu Tailin adeptly navigated the compliments. exchanging light banter with ease. Amidst the jovial chatter, one guest suddenly interjected, "Mr. Gu, Miss Yi, are you aware that when Shu Shu is hosting an extravagant banquet in America? I've heard she has invited everyone she knows." At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned toward the speaker, who seemed oblivious to the faux pas of mentioning when Shu Shu in front of Ye Wenya's. Ye Wenya smiled slightly, her gaze cold as she regarded the guest, silently questioning why they would utter such words. To her, when Shu Shu was nothing more than a trifling insect, and the attendees were all prominent figures who had not deigned to discuss her. For those of genuine stature, even acknowledging a woman like Wen Shushu was beneath contempt. Realizing the gravity of his blunder, the guest stammered, "I merely heard of the grievances between Miss Yi and Wen Shushu and thought to caution you to stay vigilant, as she has recently gained favor with a local tyrant in America." Ye Wenyas chuckled softly, prompting several guests to mock the speaker. What sort of bribes has this man taken from Wen Shushu to speak so foolishly? What does it matter if a local tyrant is enamored with a woman like her? She is merely a plaything, destined to be discarded once the novelty wears off. No one would be foolish enough to confront Miss Yi for someone like Wen Shushu. Wen Shushu seems to think that her previous entanglement with Fuyu allows her to scheme against Miss Yi once more. I must admire her audacity for courting disaster to such an extent. The guest's face flushed with embarrassment as he fled, covering his face. Ye Wenyas dismissed him entirely, recognizing him as nothing more than a clown attempting to provoke her into a public display of indignation. Is the charity auction about to commence? We should proceed. We mustn't allow irrelevant individuals to disrupt the proceedings, she remarked cheerfully. Her words rekindled the lively atmosphere, and no one dared to mention Wen Shushu or related matters again. When the charity auction commenced, Ye Wenyas and Gu Tailin occupied the central seats, flanked by empty spaces. As she surveyed the auction items, she leaned in to converse quietly with Gu Tailin. "Mr. Gu, this is a charity auction. With your wealth, why not bid on a few items? My intention is to guide the ultimate antagonist towards the path of a commendable youth, allowing him to comprehend the compassion and benefits of socialism, thus facilitating the swift conclusion of the narrative." Gu Tailin felt the veins on his forehead pulsating vigorously as he clenched his molars. He had presumed that Ye Wenyas was attending the auction with the intention of a date, only to discover that this woman harbored such ulterior motives. He inhaled deeply, reassuring himself that Ye Wenyas would never entertain such thoughts. It must be that infernal system that had influenced her. It appeared imperative to expedite his research on intelligence systems and resolve the issue promptly. "Is there anything you desire?" he inquired. Ye Wenyas shook her head, asserting, "I lack for nothing. If I needed something, I would procure it myself without your assistance." The ultimate antagonist must be saying this in an attempt to manipulate me. I shall not be deceived. However, why hasn't he made a bid yet? Could it be that he possesses no semblance of kindness? Gu Tailin was on the verge of exasperation, yet he maintained his composure. He would settle the score with Ye Wenyas later. "Bid on whatever you find appealing." "I have never shown interest in such matters," he stated. In pursuit of her own agenda, Ye Wenyas mustered her spirits to select items for bidding. "What do you think of this double-sided embroidery? I find it rather exquisite." Upon hearing this, Gu Tailin raised his bidding paddle. The moment he did, no one dared to raise theirs. None wished to offend the esteemed heir of the Gu family. Setting aside Gu's elevated status, his reputation alone deterred any confrontation. "Did you not just engage in a fierce bidding war? Why have you all fallen silent upon Gu Tailin's bid?" Ye Wenyas remarked, finding the ensuing auction rather dull. Had she known, she would not have brought him to this charity auction. How tedious. System, has there been progress in the diverging plot?" System 001 responded excitedly. Host, the diverging plot has progressed to 18%. Your method is indeed effective. Please continue your efforts, and we shall strive to complete the task swiftly, ensuring mutual benefit for all. Ye Wenyas felt elated upon hearing this. "I have always told you to heed my advice. Look, by following my guidance, the diverging plot is advancing rapidly, is it not?" System 001 expressed admiration. "Host, you truly are remarkable. You must continue your diligence, for the completion of the diverging plot relies on you." Ye Wenyas raised her head proudly, her smile radiant as the morning sun. Once the diverging plot was completed, she could devote herself to other pursuits. Her joy and pride dissipated any irritation Gu Tailin felt, his thin lips curling into a mischievous smile. In light of Ye Wenyas' happiness, he decided not to hold her accountable for the events of the evening. After the auction concluded, Gu Tailin escorted Ye Wenyas back to the Yi residence.
Ye Wenyas.
You must accompany me to the next banquet. This time, I accompanied you to the charity auction, he said, leaning against the doorframe with a playful grin. Ye Wenya rolled her eyes, declaring with feigned seriousness, "Your statement is inaccurate. It was I who accompanied you. Just look at how much your reputation has soared due to this auction. The Gu family and Gu Corporation stand to gain significantly from this. And you ought to be grateful to me," she asserted. Gu Thailand chuckled heartily. "Indeed, I should express my gratitude. Therefore, from this moment forth, I shall sincerely thank you." Ye Wenya's brows twitched ominously, sensing an ill omen. "Gu Thailand, you wouldn't dare repay kindness with malice, would you?" Gu Thailand laughed even more merrily. "Who would dare repay kindness with malice? Are you not afraid I might retaliate? Look behind you. A certain brother is glaring at me with a menacing gaze, as if to say that one ill word from me could result in my demise." Ye Wenyas turned to her brother behind her, smiling as she linked her arm with his. Brother, you don't seem to be in good spirits. Has something happened?" she inquired with concern. Yi Tsong patted her head. "I would never conceal significant matters from you. Our subsidiary in the United States has been acquired at zero cost by a group of individuals. I have investigated, and they are subordinates of Wen Shushu, likely related to her." Ye Wenya's smile vanished instantly, her eyes flashing with cold determination. It seemed that Wen Shushu had grown too comfortable in recent days, daring to encroach upon their family as subsidiary. "Brother, what are your plans?" "I'm scheduled to travel to the United States soon. Allow me to handle it." Yi Tsong was apprehensive, guessing her intentions and feeling uneasy. "When Shushu harbors a deep-seated hatred for you, if you go to the United States, she will undoubtedly scheme against you." Chapter 83. She could not articulate everything about this world. Ye Wenyas had anticipated these concerns and reassured him, "Brother, even the local tyrants have their superiors. Moreover, when Shushu acted without permission to meddle with our subsidiary in the United States, will the local tyrants let her off lightly?" The Yi family was a formidable entity abroad. No matter how powerful those local tyrants were, they would not dare to confront the Yi family directly. Only when Shushu mistakenly believed that by allying with a local tyrant in the United States, she could act without consequence. Yi Tsong remained unconvinced and was preparing to further caution his sister when he overheard Gu Tailin's declaration. "I will accompany Ye Wenyas to the United States to address this matter. What do you think?" Yi Tsong adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp glint. "You accompanying my sister to the United States makes me even less at ease. Compared to Wen Shushu, you are the greatest danger." Gu Tailin's lips twitched in disbelief. "Yi Tsong, is that truly what you think of me? I pose no threat whatsoever. I am a perfectly good person, not dangerous in the slightest. Please do not speak so carelessly, or it may lead Ye Wenyas to misunderstand my intentions." Yi Tsong scoffed. "Have you forgotten what you have done to Wenyas?" Gu Tailin rubbed his forehead. "I have already corrected my ways. You claim to have changed. Who would believe you?"
With that,
Ye Wenyas pushed him out and shut the door. Gu Tailin knocked on the door. "Ye Wenyas, you cannot treat me this way. Who discards someone after using them?" Ye Wenyas ignored him entirely, pulling her brother into the study to lay her cards on the table. "Brother, I need to tell you something of utmost importance." She took a deep breath and picked up a pen and paper, intending to write about the world of the novel. However, her hand felt as if it had stiffened, rendering her unable to write a single word. "Brother," here, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. No matter how hard she tried to articulate the matters relating to the novel's world, she could not bring herself to do so. Could it be that she was incapable of speaking about anything pertaining to this world? Reflecting on the events since her arrival, Ye Wenyas realized that she had never mentioned the novel's world to anyone. She had only contemplated it internally, and thus had been unaware that discussing it was prohibited. Why could she not speak of it? Considering the circumstances outlined by the system, she swiftly understood the reasoning behind the silence. It was likely to prevent the characters of the novel from being influenced by the truth, thereby altering the plot and its characters. "Wenyas, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Yi Tsong inquired, gently feeling her forehead, filled with concern. "Shall I summon the family doctor?"
Ye Wenyas vavet her hand dismissively.
Sinking into the chair as she said, "I'm not unwell. I was merely lost in thought." "Brother, will you be handling matters at the branch in America?"
Ye Kong,
Reassured that his sister was fine, replied, "There's no need for me to intervene. The staff at the branch will manage everything appropriately." Ye Wenyas acknowledged with an "oh," lingering in the study for a while before retreating to her room. Lying on her grand bed, she pondered how to confront the impending erasure of her and her brother's autonomy by the system. Given the current situation, it seemed she alone would have to face this challenge. But how could she prevent the system from erasing their consciousness? The system had 3 tasks: to find the author of this novel and expel her from its world, to eliminate all characters who had developed autonomy, and to restore the novel's world to normalcy. She could assist the system with the latter 2 tasks, but the first was a more complex matter. The crux of the issue was that even if she negotiated terms with the system, it could silently strip away the autonomy of all characters at any time. What could she do to instill fear in the system, preventing it from erasing the character's consciousness? Feeling overwhelmed, Ye Wenya picked up her phone to scroll through Weibo to lighten her mood. While browsing, she stumbled upon a trending topic about a novel character and instinctively clicked to read more. Upon finishing the content, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She believed she had devised a brilliant plan. Her grip on the phone tightened, and a smile spread across her face. What a splendid idea! Compared to any other approach, this one was the most advantageous. With this weight off her mind, she felt invigorated enough to indulge in her game, spending tens of thousands on various outfits and items. Life was delightful with money. She could buy whatever she desired and spend freely in the game. The next morning, while packing for her trip to America, Ye Wenya received a call from Fuyu. Fuyu, you're really bothersome. Could you refrain from calling me? She regretted removing his contact from her blacklist. It was a moment of folly when she thought to film him at Wenshushu's banquet. Fuyu adjusted his tie, his voice laced with a hint of relief. I just had a forced divorce with Wenshushu.
Ye Wenya laughed in frustration.
Just as she was about to retort, the system's voice echoed ominously in her mind. Host. This is bad. The emotional value between the male and female leads has plummeted to 0. There's no possibility of salvaging it now. Ye Wenya rubbed her aching temples, responding irritably, so what if it drops to 0? We're not completing that task. We're focusing on branching the plot. Why the rush? The system snapped back to reality, right? The emotional value between the leads is irrelevant to our task. Their situation does not affect us at all. I was just startled to learn of this.
Ye Wenya,
uninterested in the system's panic, snapped at Fuyu. I've told you before, if you're mentally unwell, seek help from a specialist and stop dragging me into your problems. If you want a divorce Wenshushu, go ahead. I have no interest in it. Fuyu longed to inquire about the branching plot but refrained. As he smoked, worry etched on his face, he said, the police have found significant links between Li Qing's case and Wenshushu, which is why I could divorce her.
Ye Wenya,
I'm single now. Ye Wenya was seething, nearly at a loss for words, and shouted, get the hell away from me. I don't need men. And I won't go back to you. Don't overestimate your worth. She warned him, if you utter similar words again, I will ensure you spend a lifetime on a secluded island. I can follow through. Fuyu, with a bitter tone, pleaded, Ye Wenya, can't you give me another chance? Ye Wenya took deep breaths to calm herself, reminding herself that engaging with such a person was not worth her energy.
Fuyu,
what right do you have to ask for another chance? Chapter 84. Ye Wenya felt no sympathy for him. Fuyu increasingly regretted forcing Ye Wenya to agree to the divorce. Had he acted differently, they could have led a happy life together. I know you hate me, he began, but was interrupted by Ye Wenya's derisive laughter. Fuyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Hate is predicated on love. I don't like you. So how could I possibly hate you? To me, you're merely an annoying acquaintance. Please stop inflating your own worth. Fuyu's mind buzzed, his mouth moved. But no words emerged. He had always assumed Ye Wenya harbored some feelings for him, but now he realized he was delusional. Ye Wenya had no desire to engage further with him, and just as she was about to end the call, she received one from the matriarch of the Fu family. She hurried to the hospital to visit Fu Liqing's ward. Upon arrival, she noticed Gu Tailin was also there, giving him a slight nod before approaching the matriarch.
Grandma,
she greeted, casting a brief glance at Fu Liqing, who appeared hollow, her eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling. The matriarch looked a bit worn. Forcing a smile as she said, Wenya, Liqing wishes to forget that dreadful memory. Please assist her one last time. As Ye Wenya was about to respond affirmatively, Fu Liqing suddenly sprang up, like a zombie rising, and knelt before her, startling her. If not for the nearby equipment, she might have believed Fu Liqing had transformed into a zombie. Ye Wenya, I beg you, please help me. I regret it. I truly regret it. I should not have ignored your advice and trusted Wenshushu so blindly. She had learned from her grandmother about the situation and was horrified to discover the depths of Wenshushu's malice. Not only had she orchestrated a kidnapping against her, but she also sought to exploit her for the Fu family's assets while scheming against Ye Wenya. Wenshushu was truly terrifying. Ye Wenya felt no sympathy for Fu Liqing. her gaze growing cold. Although Fu Liqing appeared pitiful now, in the original text, she had been complicit in the suffering of the original protagonist and others, showing no mercy when it mattered. I am only helping you this once to spare my grandmother further worry. From now on, whether you rise or fall has nothing to do with her, and please do not burden her with your troubles again.
Fu Liqing wept. I am so sorry, truly sorry.
I was foolish and naive, believing when Shushu was good, and assisting her in doing so many terrible things. Now I am reaping the consequences. Ye Wenya, unwilling to see the matriarch suffer any more sorrow, consulted with the system before going to the water dispenser, pouring a cup of water, and offering it to Fu Liqing. Drink this. It will help you forget that horrific memory. After this, no one will come to your aid. Fu Liqing clutched the last vestige of hope, devoid of any doubt, and lifted the cup to her lips, draining it in one swift motion. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, embodying her profound anguish. Ye Wenya gently massaged the old matriarch, offering soft reassurances. Grandma, please take care of your health. Upon witnessing Fu Liqing succumb to slumber, the old matriarch could not suppress her sighs, lamenting the cruel fate that had befallen them. Ye Wenya understood all too well that mere words would not truly console the matriarch. The troubles brought by Fu Yu alone were ample cause for concern. And now Fu Liqing's predicament added to the burden. At that moment, Gu Tailin leaned closer, whispering in a tone meant only for their ears. Fu Yu is at the door of the ward. Just when Fu Liqing mentioned she was suffering retribution, he appeared. Perhaps her words struck a chord within him. He has been standing there, casting a peculiar gaze, without entering. Ye Wenya had indeed failed to notice Fu Yu's presence. Narrowing her eyes, she resolved to disregard the scoundrel. Before coming to the hospital, she had received a call from him, during which he brazenly claimed to have initiated a divorce, implying a desire to reconcile. How audacious of him! Suddenly, a memory surfaced. After several quarrels with Wen Shushu, Fu Yu would deliberately seek her out, feigning intimacy to provoke Wen Shushu. In the end, the despicable man and the shameless woman reconciled, while she endured their machinations and torment, becoming the villainous mistress. Gu Tailin's dark, brooding eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as he regarded Fu Yu, his gaze laced with menace.
Fu Yu froze,
his heart heavy with bitterness as he looked at Ye Wenya. Why was he so foolish? He had forsaken the one who truly cherished him, opting instead for a woman like Wen Shushu, all the while refusing to acknowledge his own faults, bringing himself to such a woeful state. Now that he realized his mistakes, would she grant him another chance? That look in his eyes made Ye Wenya feel as if she were being scrutinized by a decaying toad, nearly inducing her to retch. She chose to ignore Fu Yu, wishing to shield the old matriarch from his presence, allowing her a moment's respite. Wenya, you and Tailin should return. I can keep watch here, the old matriarch insisted, summoning her strength. You both can help me keep an eye on the heir I have just selected. If he falters in any way, please inform me. Neither Ye Wenya nor Gu Tailin were surprised by the emergence of a new heir in the Fu family. The matriarch had long been in the process of selecting one, and it was only natural that a decision had now been made. Grandma, who is the new heir? Ye Wenya inquired with curiosity. It is that child, Fu Bo, the old matriarch replied. Ye Wenya could not immediately recall who Fu Bo was, but Gu Tailin knew him well enough to shake his head subtly at her. Realization dawned on her, and she softly reassured, rest assured, Grandma, Gu Tailin, and I will support Fu Bo. The old matriarch felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she patted Ye Wenya's hand. You and Tailin should have a meal with Fu Bo when you have the time. He has only managed a small branch of the family business before. He has much to learn about overseeing such a large family and corporation. Despite her past experiences, Ye Wenya felt ill-equipped to assist Fu Bo in this regard. She turned to Gu Tailin, the head of the Gu family, for support. Gu Tailin playfully pinched her cheek, smiling at the old matriarch. Rest easy, Grandma.
I shall mentor Fu Bo appropriately.
Just don't be too tender-hearted when the time comes. You know my methods. The old matriarch acquiesced to Gu Tailin's approach, allowing him and Ye Wenya to take their leave. As they exited the ward, Ye Wenya and Gu Tailin deliberately avoided acknowledging Fu Yu, intent on finding Fu Bo for a discussion. However, Ye Wenya was suddenly halted by Fu Yu's grip. Ye Wenya, can we talk? Fu Yu's eyes were filled with sorrow as he gazed at her. Ye Wenya wrenched her hand free, her expression frosty as she advanced without uttering a word to him. Fu Yu attempted to pursue her, but Gu Tailin obstructed his path, hands in his pockets, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips.
Fu Yu.
If I were in your position, I would refrain from pestering Ye Wenya. Remember this, when a woman no longer harbors feelings for you, she will only be filled with endless disdain, even refusing to glance your way. With that, he hastened to catch up with Ye Wenya, draping an arm around her shoulder. Shall we take a private jet to the States tonight? Let us have a chat with Fu Bo. He seems promising. Ye Wenya shrugged off his arm, shooting him a murderous glare. Gu Tailan, kindly keep your hands where they belong, or I won't hesitate to ensure they remain in a grave forever. Gu Tailan raised his hands in mock surrender, grinning widely. All right, it's all my fault. Please forgive me, Miss Yi. He leaned closer, eager to mend fences. To express my contrition, let me tell you about Fu Bo, so you can form a basic impression of him. What do you say? Ye Wenya brushed his face aside, unimpressed by his charm.
Go on.
The two seemed oblivious to Fu Yu's cold glare fixated upon them. Gu Tailan succinctly summarized, Fu Bo is a refined scoundrel. Ye Wenya raised an eyebrow. Gu Tailan continued, don't be deceived by his bespectacled appearance. He is indeed a refined rogue. From him, Ye Wenya gained a foundational understanding of Fu Bo, recalling who he was. She remarked, the name Fu Bo rings a bell. He is Fu Yu's distant cousin and quite capable. In a private dining room of a quaint restaurant, Ye Wenya observed the man sharing laughter with Gu Tailan. Confirming his description, Fu Bo was indeed the kind of gentleman who attracted female admiration, though she wondered what lay beneath his polished exterior. Their relationship was of little concern to her. As long as Fu Bo refrained from improper conduct and cared for the matriarch, she would extend her support. I say, Gu Tailan, could you be a bit more serious? Fu Bo adjusted his glasses, smiling amiably. At this rate, if Miss Yi misinterprets our relationship, you'll have nowhere to lament. Gu Tailan, upon hearing this, exaggeratedly plopped down next to Ye Wenya. Ye Wenya, do not heed this refined scoundrel's nonsense. He is merely coveting my charm. I harbor no affections for him. My heart belongs solely to you. Indeed, I covet your charm, Fu Bo retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically. Who is it that often sought me out, sometimes at the witching hour? Gu Tailan kicked him playfully, his frown contrasting with the amusement in his eyes. Stop spreading lies. I've never sought you out in the dead of night. I suspect it was one of your girlfriends looking for you. Ye Wenya exchanged glances between them, her heart racing as she shared with the system. What if I were to pair Gu Tailan and Fu Bo together? Don't you think they have great chemistry? The system remained deafeningly silent. Gu Tailan, feeling the tension rise, shot a glare at Ye Wenya, contemplating whether to take action, when Fu Bo interjected, Miss Yi, are you trying to set me up with Gu Tailan? Ye Wenya blinked in surprise at Fu Bo. I didn't say such a thing. I'm merely here observing your conversation. Could it be that Fu Bo can hear my innermost thoughts? System, quickly investigate Fu Bo. I suspect he might be eavesdropping on our conversation. System 001, taken aback, hurried to check on Fu Bo. If it turns out that Fu Bo can indeed hear the dialogue between him and the host, it would be disastrous. Fu Bo, are you perhaps imagining things? Gu Tailan's eyes flickered slightly as he raised his glass to clink with Fu Bo's. It might just be your excitement at being appointed the heir of the Fu family that's causing auditory hallucinations. I certainly did not hear you when you say such things. Or could it be that you harbor different feelings towards me? Perhaps Fu Bo can also hear Ye Wenya's unspoken sentiments. If that is the case, things could become quite complicated. Matters concerning the system and the world of the novel should not be disclosed to too many, yet he could not directly address this. Fu Bo took a sip of wine, a deeper smile playing on his lips. Perhaps it is my unique feelings towards Mr. Gu that have led to such hallucinations. How peculiar it is that he hears her voice when Miss Yi is not spoken. And what of the system that Miss Yi mentioned? You all continue your conversation. I shall take a brief trip to the restroom. To prevent the possibility that Fu Bo could truly hear her innermost thoughts, Ye Wenya excused herself to the restroom. After confirming no one was present, she began to converse with the system in her mind. System, what have you discovered? System 001 side, I have found no issues. Host, I wonder if it could be related to Fu Bo's newfound prominence? In the original text, Fu Bo was an unmentioned entity. Yet now he has become the heir of the Fu family, intersecting with you and the primary antagonist. Ye Wenya truly wished to vent her frustrations on the system. Gritting her teeth, what use is this wretched system? Apart from knowing a few things, what else can you do? I am left to bear the burden of everything myself. System 001 meekly replied, I apologize, it is my fault. Host, what shall we do now? Might Fu Bo harbor any suspicions? Ye Wenya shared this concern, pressing her fingers to her throbbing temples. That is indeed uncertain. Fu Bo has distinguished himself among the many members of the Fu family to become the new heir, indicating his exceptional capabilities. It is possible he may suspect us. Host, should I erase that portion of Fu Bo's memory? Would erasing Fu Bo's memory have any adverse effects? System 001 was also uncertain. I have never erased normal memories, so I cannot ascertain if removing Fu Bo's memories would result in negative consequences. However, it may be better to erase his memory than to have Fu Bo pursue the matter. After careful consideration, Ye Wenya decided to attempt erasing Fu Bo's memory first and see how things unfolded. System 001 promptly erased that segment of Fu Bo's memory, and he exclaimed in distress, "Host, please be cautious in the future. Do not converse with me in front of others, nor think any thoughts aloud, lest you encounter someone like Fu Bo again or risk being overheard." Ye Wenya took this lesson to heart, resolving not to converse with the system in the presence of others or even to think any thoughts aloud, to avoid a repeat of such incidents. She turned on the faucet to wash her face, exhaled into the mirror, and stepped out of the restroom. To her surprise, she found Gu Tai Lin waiting just outside. Chapter 86. Does he truly know, or is it just an illusion? Ye Wenya felt a surge of frustration, forcing a smile. "Mr. Gu, were you specifically waiting for me here?" She gestured towards the restroom behind her, insinuating. Gu Tai Lin had already obtained what he desired. His smile was laced with amusement. "Indeed, I was concerned you might have fallen in there, requiring my efforts to fish you out. That would not have been ideal." Ye Wenya dared not utter a single word to the system, nor think anything in her mind. This man before her seemed to possess some knowledge. She chuckled lightly, retorting, "Please, Mr. Gu, refrain from harboring unrealistic fantasies. Given your multitude of delusions, I suggest you consult a psychiatrist. You might find it quite fitting." Gu Tai Lin leaned in slightly, his tone laced with ambiguous intrigue. "Perhaps we should both spend some time in the psychiatric ward? That way, I can guarantee that no one will learn of your affairs." Ye Wenya's eyelids twitched slightly, maintaining her composure. "I shall abstain from such a delightful proposal. Once you find your residence in the psychiatric ward, I will come to visit you." Gu Tai Lin chose not to pursue the topic further, well aware that continuing would only vex Ye Wenya, which would not bode well for him. Returning to the private room, leaving Fu Bo alone there would be unwise. Ye Wenya cast a doubtful glance at him. She indeed needed to verify whether Fu Bo's memory had been erased. So she accompanied Gu Tai Lin back to the private room. "Oh, Mr. Fu, why the forlorn expression?"
Ye Wenya observet Fu Bos demeanor, teasingly invuiret.
"Could it be that you are lamenting over Mr. Gu's companionship with me, feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Fu Bo burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "Miss Yi, I harbor no improper thoughts regarding Mr. Gu. A man of his caliber is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I would advise you to exercise caution." Ye Wenya could not deduce from his expression whether his memory had indeed been erased, and refrained from probing further. "Mr. Fu, you seem to have misunderstood. My relationship with Gu Tai Lin is merely that of friends. However, one thing you are correct about is that a man like him is indeed beyond the grasp of most. Therefore, he would be best suited to live a solitary life, sparing any unfortunate girl from his influence." Fu Bo elbowed Gu Tai Lin, jesting. "Mr. Gu, look at you today. In the past, you would ignore those girls, treating them coldly. I find it hard to muster any sympathy for you." Gu Tai Lin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "You, of all people, cannot comprehend the nuances between Ye Wenya and me. As a married man, I indeed lack that understanding." Fu Bo struck true, his laughter radiating warmth. Gu Tai Lin felt as though he had been dealt a sharp blow to his heart, suddenly disliking the notion of being a married man. After concluding the meal, Ye Wenya drove home to the Yi residence alone. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she furrowed her brow, discussing various suspicious occurrences with the system. Do you think Gu Tai Lin might know something? And what about Fu Yu? Previously, Fu Yu made such peculiar remarks, and now Gu Tai Lin is following me." System 001 was nearly frightened to death. "Host, if that is the case, what shall we do? Perhaps Fu Yu and Gu Tai Lin have developed autonomous awareness due to their knowledge of certain matters." Ye Wenya contemplated erasing the memories of Gu Tai Lin and Fu Yu, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Their interactions with her were too profound. Erasing their memories could have significant repercussions. Furthermore, it could disrupt their memories, leading to unnecessary complications. Regardless of whether Gu Tai Lin and Fu Yu are aware of anything, we must refrain from conversing in the presence of others in the future, and I will not think aloud either. If there is anything of great importance, only then should you communicate with me." System 001 agreed, pondering the need to investigate Gu Tai Lin and Fu Yu closely to ascertain whether they posed any further issues, in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from arising. As Ye Wenya and Gu Tailan emerged from the VIP passage, Ye Wenya immediately spotted her elder brother, flanked by several bodyguards and mercenaries, standing not far away. She rushed into his embrace. "Brother, have you finished your work?" she asked, her eyes curving into a smile. Yi Tsong had arrived half a day earlier than her. He disregarded Gu Tailin and, wrapping an arm around his sister's shoulders, began walking towards the parking area. "I've nearly wrapped things up. The remaining matters will be clarified with Wen Shushu's man on the night of the banquet. It's essential to address this face-to-face." Ye Wenya gestured to Gu Tailin, who was standing aside, urging him to catch up before turning back to Yi Kong. "Indeed, it is best to clarify things in person. Wen Shushu's man likely knows about this affair. His inaction suggests he wishes to gauge our Yi family's stance." Gu Tailin smiled softly, joining them on her other side. Yi Tsong adjusted his glasses and narrowed his eyes. "Our Yi family is merely a branch here. They are the local tyrants who have grown too arrogant for too long. I have made proper arrangements. If I do not achieve the results I desire on the night of the banquet, that local bully won't be able to maintain his position anymore. No matter how powerful these local tyrants in America might be, they would not dare to stir up substantial trouble." Ye Wenya shared the sentiment, and just as she was about to speak, she overheard Gu Tailin's remark. Wen Shushu's man did not act against her, perhaps because she promised him some benefits, like a woman, wealth, or status. Ye Wenya exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Tsong. They both understood the implication of Gu Tailin's words. Indeed, Wen Shushu was not one of those foolish women. If she dared to have people attack the Yi group's branch, she must have prepared something in advance. Yi Tsong's gaze turned fierce. If that is the case, then Wen Shushu would face imprisonment in America as well. I look forward to witnessing that scene. Ye Wenya contemplated further. Would a woman like Wen Shushu truly remain loyal to a man? Let us not forget her past actions. I suspect she is secretly colluding with others. Seducing men is one of Wen Shushu's most adept skills. I'll ask a friend to investigate this matter. Gu Tailin took out his phone and messaged a local acquaintance, requesting assistance in uncovering Wen Shushu's activities in America over the past few days, insisting on a prompt response. Subsequently, the trio made their way to a small villa under the Yi family's name for their temporary stay. As Ye Wenya settled onto the sofa, she received a call from Wen Shushu. "Miss Yi, I heard you've arrived in America?" Wen Shushu's face bore a sinister expression, yet her tone was exceedingly gentle. "Everyone else has arrived. Why don't we hold the banquet in 2 hours? Miss Yi, it's settled then. I'll send the address to your phone. And please be sure to attend on time." Chapter 87 revealed Wen Shushu's ulterior motive in inviting Ye Wenya. Hearing her commanding tone, Ye Wenya couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. How had Wen Shushu still not learned her lesson after all this time? "What did Wen Shushu say to you?" "You seem quite furious," Gu Tailin remarked, a dangerous glint surfacing in his dark eyes. Ye Wenya noticed her brother was busy in the study, so she confided in Gu Tailin about Wen Shushu's words. "This woman has been keeping watch at the airport in America, clearly plotting against me." She pondered aloud. Given how often Wen Shushu has suffered losses at my hands, how can she still be so foolish as to think she can outsmart me? Gu Tailin lit a cigarette after receiving her consent, smirking. "It's quite simple. This is America, and you are from Huagua."
Ye Wenya chuckled.
Realizing that America was not under Wen Shushu's control, she could not simply manipulate her here. Gu Tailin leaned back, taking a puff of his cigarette. She has entangled herself with a local tyrant named Jeffrey, who wields considerable influence and has a good relationship with the local police. Very few dare to provoke him. "Don't worry, I have everything arranged." Ye Wenya expressed that she was not concerned. "I have my plans as well, and am preparing a grand gift for Wen Shushu."
"All right.
"I need to go prepare the gown for the banquet. You should hurry back to get ready too." Gu Tailin remained seated. "I'll wear this outfit. Just my presence is already a considerable favor to Jeffrey." Ye Wenya did not press him, given their status and standing. Attending the banquet hosted by Wen Shushu was indeed a favor to both her and Jeffrey. Upon entering the banquet venue, Ye Wenya, Yi Tsong, and Gu Tailin instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Observing the somewhat ostentatious decorations and the guests' attire, Ye Wenya couldn't help but twitch her lips. This hardly resembled a banquet. It felt more like a gathering of street thugs drinking and causing trouble. She truly admired Wen Shushu's ability to endure such an environment. Disregarding the peculiar glances from the surrounding guests, she maintained her composure as she watched Wen Shushu approach, arm in arm with a local man. Her revealing attire striking to the eyes. clad in a bright red dress that barely concealed her modesty, when Shushu exuded a dazzling charm. Ignoring the catcalls and colorful jests from the crowd, she approached the trio with a gentle smile. Mr. Yi, Miss Yi, Mr. Gu, I am delighted that you could attend my banquet. With a sycophantic demeanor, she introduced Ye Wenya to her companion, Jeffrey. Darling, this is Miss Yi, the one I mentioned to you. Suddenly, Gu Tailan kicked Jeffrey, sending him sprawling, then ground his foot against his head, his gaze fierce. Jeffrey, if you dare to look at Ye Wenya with such filthy eyes, you might as well give up on them altogether. He had noticed this loathsome man eyeing Ye Wenya with a lustful gaze, as if she were unclothed. Jeffrey cried out in pain, collapsing on the floor, raising his hand to stop his enraged subordinates from intervening. Although he held considerable power locally, compared to the influential Yi and Gu families, he was insignificant. If he truly provoked them, he would spend a lifetime in prison, enduring inhumane torment. Ye Wenya looked at him in astonishment, her heart racing. This man was beyond redemption. Yi Tsong pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, speaking the most ruthless words in the gentlest tone. And as for that appendage of his, it shall be dealt with too. Just a mere local tyrant, and he truly believed he could flaunt his power in America? Gu Tailan leaned slightly forward, his eyes glinting with menace as he glared at Jeffrey. Do you understand human language? If not, I will ensure the special department here teaches you how to communicate properly. Mr. Gu, please spare my husband, when Shushu pleaded, kneeling on the ground, appearing pitiful. It was my fault, it has nothing to do with my husband. As she knelt, she exposed a considerable amount of skin, foolishly hoping to entice Gu Tailan. Unfortunately, he didn't even glance her way, contemptuously remarking, Jeffrey, have you gone mute? I apologize, it was my mistake. Please forgive me, esteemed guests. Jeffrey regretted not controlling his gaze, yet he was even more eager to possess Ye Wenya. Should he marry this woman, he would not only seize the entirety of the Yi family's fortune but also ascend into the upper echelons of American society. Freeing himself from all concerns, Gu Tailan kicked him aside, a chilling disdain spreading across his lips. Mind your woman. I find her repugnant to the point that merely glancing at her feels sullied, let alone her audacity to entice me publicly. Jeffrey harbored no qualms about when Shushu associating with other men, yet to be publicly humiliated by Gu Tailan in such a manner diminished his affection for her to its nadir. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, such an incident will not recur, he declared, rising to his feet and seizing Wen Shushu's hand, dragging her towards his subordinates. Here, entertain yourselves, just leave her breathing. Wen Shushu struggled to flee. No, husband, I implore you, do not treat me this way. Jeffrey disregarded her completely, fawningly inviting Ye Wenya and the others to proceed inside. Ye Wenya cast a cold glance at Wen Shushu, who was being toyed with by a throng of men, and was about to leave when a familiar female voice called from behind. Miss Yi, Mr. Gu. Ye Wenya turned to see Qining approaching. Noticing Fu Yu following closely behind, his eyebrows arched in amusement. It appeared that when Shushu had gone to great lengths to orchestrate a reckoning against her adversaries, even inviting her ex-husband, Fu Yu, to the scene. Miss Qin, she acknowledged Qining with a slight nod, intentionally ignoring Fu Yu. Qining, having witnessed Wen Shushu's predicament, displayed no intention of offering assistance, instead relishing in her misfortune. I hope I'm not too late to miss the spectacle? Ye Wenya replied with a smile, not at all. The show has yet to conclude. We shan't intrude on Miss Qin's enjoyment of the performance. Before she could turn away, Fu Yu had latched onto her, following her with a stony expression, seemingly oblivious to the murderous glares from Gu Tailan, and Ye Wenya furrowed her brow, her face contorting in distaste. Brother, Gu Tailan, Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Wen Shushu's desperate plea for help directed at Fu Yu. Fu Yu, please, I beg you, help me. Fu Yu appeared to disregard the scene of Wen Shushu being toyed with by a group of men, his tone dripping with disdain as he replied. Aren't you quite fond of accompanying men?